know that they do that shit? How do you know? Don't we not have people who are innocent who are brought before the courts, and we've gotten people to realize DNA evidence didn't help, or it exonerated them from being death. We see people who've given false confessions. So I mean, so how do you determine who? You know, just evidentially, not just morally. How do you determine who is guilty of that? How do you, and because we don't have a perfect way of doing that, then if there's a person that's innocent and they are killed as a result of the death penalty, then we've actually created another victim, haven't we? What do you think about that? Do you think it's good to create new victims? It's great to create new victims?
Yeah, but you're going to let people keep repeating cycles that they shouldn't get away with.
Okay, who says they're going to get away with anything? Don't you think that if they go to prison for life that they're being punished? The fact that majority of our states, the majority of our country, you got a little one on the screen behind you there. Besides those things, I don't want to turn on off your camera there. There you go. So obviously we do have places to put people who do crimes, and they're protected from society. They themselves are punished. A lot of people find that, and not only do they get punished, they also get a chance to also find God and find redemption and be able to have a relationship.
I can commentate during these things
and makes them a better person, and they could contribute to other people in the prison society and help other people come to God, and other people come to find good things. That occurs.
I thought he was going to start at 9:30 again. So
how about this?
It was already live.
Besides the people who are guilty, what is another reason why we should do death?
This is Mosman versus Eternal on the death penalty.
Okay.
And
would you want someone that was one of your family members who was innocently convicted of a crime to be killed by the state because they were assumed to be guilty? How do you know someone's guilty?
Well, listen, I feel like if someone was to get a death penalty, that's the big thing. So that means it's in reference to someone that has done something within that concept to then be executed, right?
Like, so you trust the system to deal out the punishment? Is that correct? You trust the system to deal out the punishment?
I don't trust the system.
Weren't you just telling me that you have issues with systems? Weren't you just telling me there's problems with systems?
I literally am trying to, I'm trying to actually let you know that if someone has proof of that and they keep fucking around,
and that proof comes from what? That proof comes from a system, right? A proof comes from fallible men and women who are working in a system. If you watch any type of court recordings or any type of court stuff, you will see just how many people come in and come out of the court system, and it's just like cattle, right? And so a lot of times, a lot of people are brought through the system, and they're made, and there's choices that are made, there's back deals that are made. Sometimes we've seen judges who have had incentives to do things. So it's very odd for me as a person that's against systems, to be for a system, especially a system that's imperfect, a system that has actually killed people innocently, a system that needs to be reformed,
mirror is a
system that still is punishing people, and keeping people off the streets. So I don't know how you could trust the system to do those things if you're against systems.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be fun to watch though.
You think it'd be fun to watch someone be put to death?
Dang. I like this chick.
So for you, it's not really about justice or the benefit of society. It's for your own entertainment. Then.
I flip-flop on the death penalty, and
that's the benefit to you of it, right? Why not?
I think I gotta be pro.
You think it's okay to watch people die?
But then
Do you
I
watch
think
Faces
no,
of Death?
I shouldn't be.
Is that what you get off on? I don't understand. I don't understand how that works. How can a moral person get off watching a person die? I mean, all of us know that there's death, and it's sometimes unfortunate. But why would you think it's fun to go watch someone be executed, piss their pants, cry for their mama? and especially if they were innocent, or there was a chance they were innocent.
I mean,
John, she may be onto something here. What about if we threw him in the old gladiator pit, my son?
Yeah.
Let it go to 6 minutes to see if we get a solo judge.
Like John, I mean, if they're so innocent, they should be willing to fight to the death to prove they're innocent and walk free, should they not?
No, because the burden of proving your innocence is not anything to do with their morality or whether they're innocent or not.
I'm just saying.
No, I mean, unless you want to live in a Lord of the Flies type of situation.
Maybe we're on to something here because,
So you want a death race?
Gladiators very entertaining, John, and the young people love this battle royale games I keep hearing about in the paper.
So violent video games are like violence. Hey, got him. I'm just kidding. Chat, you got 2 minutes to make your vote. The poll is up and the timer is started. Everyone vote for your winner. Okay. Your pick is between John Mosman and Eternal. So vote for your winner.
I thought people that get executed is literally because they're fucked in the head and they deserve to die. Duh.
To be fair, a lot of you out there would say the exact same thing.
Not me.
You know, Effigy, you're not wrong.
I know.
You know, that's
I would not.
That's actually a
you know, Effigy, you're not wrong, son. I could have raised you a lot better, but you're not wrong.
So
We'll never be like
what's
you,
the difference
Dad.
between watching someone be killed because they're guilty of murder and just watching someone being put to death? Period. Would you be out like in the Coliseum having an orgasm while you watch the gladiators kill each other? Is that your kind of idea of a date night or something?
You should come see my basement.
Yeah.
JS, we don't need to hear about the various whatever hooks and chains you may have arranged in your basement, son. I gotta protect you from these things, my boy. Now, John, I didn't raise you to play so rough with your sisters, my son. I'm very disappointed in you. I raised you better than that, my boy.
Bro, the funniest thing was John was taking that like seriously in the beginning. He's like, so what are your ideological positions? And she's like, you mean what do I fuck with?
I don't care who you are. That's funny. That's fucking funny right there. I don't care who you are. That's fucking hilarious.
Chat has voted. The 2 minutes is up. We had 52 votes. Good job, chat. Thank you to everyone who participated in the vote. All right. 52 votes and 67% has voted that our winner of the 1v1 is John Mosman. So Eternal, tell everyone where they can find you, why they should bring you back.
Well, thank you for having me as always. It was fun, short and sweet and simple like me. Add me on Discord, fuck with me, and I'll see you guys soon.
Appreciate it. Thank you for coming. And if they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And until then,
Fatality.
first soul of the night added to the safe of souls. Remember, chat, you can bring people back with the revive move. This is your list of moves. Take a quick screenshot of your list of moves, okay? This is your chance. And also, we have another fight to bring to the stage.
What up, butt nuggets?
Evan, welcome to the show.
Yeah. Let's get this. I'm glad that Eternal left, so that was cool.
Evan, how's my favorite son who's not a twin like Mosman and JS? How are you, my boy? Now, Easy, I think I would be remiss if a debate dad did not send off a woman properly because who knows when we'll get another one.
Yeah.
But let me just say to Eternal, now you may regret taking that debate, but you're going to be glad you took that debate, sweetheart, because if you didn't take that debate, you'd regret it. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, but someday you'd regret it. Because the problems of a few debaters don't amount to a hill of beans in this crazy world. So get on that debate, sweetheart. Here's looking at you, kid.
Bro, are your pants pulled up over your belly button? Is that what's happening right now?
There's no words for that there, Wally. You just
yeah,
the greatest movie of all time and just did that to it. So.
Notice the echo is gone.
That one.
Oh shit, JS is here. I hear it.
Yeah.
He's been here for the beginning. He's been here.
I hear it.
I was doing something with the kids, taking showers, doing shit, so I don't know.
You can't see it? Maybe you need some thicker glasses.
Yeah. No, I do. I for sure do. I got to go get to the eye doctor for real.
Got to up your prescription.
Absolutely.
You've what's it called? You got to
tolerance. Well, my body could use a little slimming. I keep my shirt on when I go swimming. And I ain't seen my feet since 1984.
What is
the
this?
The old lady wants to roll in the hay. We turn the lights down all the way. Because I don't look good naked anymore. No, I don't look good naked anymore. I'm a deep-fried double-wide version of the man I was before. If I keep on like I'm doing, I won't fit through the door, and I don't look good naked anymore.
Bro, I need you to send me that song.
Yeah, you need to.
We are so fucking back mute, bro.
That
I'm so fucking
song.
happy. I'm making Easy so much money as dad.
Tristan, is that Tristan? Is that what he said? Yeah, Tristan. That's
me.
We
got a 2 minute.
That's me in 20 years.
Oh, and an extra
you right now,
on top of it.
Well,
so if
so I got gray, so that doesn't work.
That's what happens when you try to do community theater, there, Wally.
The fat part of me, JS, is correct. The rest is not, and I ain't got gray yet. I don't got it. I wish. I wish.
Well, he got the belt out.
Bro, who is that? What is that song? I'm gonna freaking iTunes and actually purchase that song.
I don't look good naked anymore.
Oh my god, that's amazing. Thank you. That was such a good song.
It's a pretty good one. Yeah, I like it.
Can I get it on iTunes?
I actually think it is on everything. Yeah.
Bro, I'm so excited right now. You have no idea. I'm so excited. I don't look good naked anymore.
Oh, Mosman got a 2 minute as well.
Good.
From Jeremy.
Hood? What about Hood? My freaking phone sucks.
Oh shit. And getting pulled out of the mute by Truckin' Dude. Wally's back.
Oh, there he is.
That's right, boys.
Is it the snake? Back. The Snake Oil Willie Band?
So I just want to know if we have any more on the because we were talking about universal basic income and because again, I guess
you're welcome, Easy.
You had posed how could getting money be a negative, and then some people were posing why they think it is a negative. So.
Yeah, one of the best things about America is our upward mobility. It would destroy that. It would disincentivize people working hard and earning income. If everybody gets free money unless they make over a certain amount, then why wouldn't everybody just want to take the free money and not make over that certain amount? It's gonna
because it's a floor. Does everyone want to live on the floor?
The floor is zero.
Yeah, there will definitely be some people who will just like take that money and live in a trailer park and be fine, but
and not work.
No, I mean, those people are probably finding a way to do that anyway, right? But there are, I would say, magnitudes more people who would use that as leverage to propel themselves in life.
So
we're talking about establishing a floor. Like,
so rich people
it doesn't change what rich is because you put a floor to income.
Right, but do rich people get the universal basic income also?
I would say that would be debated, but I think most people are against that. I think it's also
only people who make under a certain amount will get it.
I mean, that would be a part of the debate. Some people are for just it being a blanket to everyone. Some people are for there being specific limitations to who can get it.
Well, if it's a blanket to everyone, then what happens is all the housing costs or all the cost for an apartment, the cost for housing, the cost for food just goes up because they know people already have this basic amount. If it's just for poor people, then the poor people have no incentive to go out and make more because then they lose. And that already happens with all the programs that we have for poor people. If they make over a certain amount of money, they lose their benefits. So they're not incentivized to make more money because they don't want to. They'll make more with all the benefits.
Has getting more money ever been less of an incentive to make more money?
Mosman,
is that ever a thing?
What? No. What?
Right, but sometimes once you get over that line of how much you're making a year, like say if we're giving people benefits under $30K a year, once they get over that $30K line and they lose all their benefits, they're actually making less than if they would have kept me making $28K a year.
We're talking about just like we're talking about lower levels, right? We're talking about like something like 5 or 1,000 a month, so like 12,000 a year total, right? Like not like I guess it would depend on where, but
1,000 a month,
just basic enough to live, basically, right? That's what the idea is.
What's the median income there, Effigy?
What, where I live?
Anywhere. No, the median income in America. What is it?
But that's what I'm saying, Effigy. If you're getting 12K
well, it doesn't give you
the
median income. It's just to be enough to have a floor.
It should tell you. It should tell you. What do you mean? So look up the income of America for the average person. Look up that then.
If I'm getting 12K a year and I'm making
something like what 40 or 50, right?
28 at my job.
I think now it's a little over 50.
When I'm making 40K a year, why would I take the promotion from my job to make me 32K a year?
Yeah, okay, there you go. Jeremy Ryan says $37,500 is the average income. So I think Jazz is hitting it harder than Effigy is. I think Effigy might be a little bit like out of the loop on what monies are.
Yeah, it's simple. I make 28K a year and I get 12K in UBI, so I'm making 40K a year. But then my job said, well, we want to promote you to where you're going to be making 33K a year. That's a $5,000 a year promotion. Why would I take the promotion? Because now I'm making less because I lose my UBI.
I don't know. What's UBI? What is that?
Universal basic income. That's what we're talking about, Evan. Pay attention.
Oh, got it. So it's okay. Got it. Canada. Got it.
Does Canada do that?
I don't know. America doesn't, do they?
No.
So in the Americas, I don't think we have that, right? We have
yeah, it's Canadian. He says.
Who does universal basic income? Probably some Scandinavian countries.
I don't know. You Scandinavian?
But yeah, but you know what? If they did, like especially a country like Norway, you better believe there are conditions involved with it.
Oh, bro, we got the anarchist. I love it. I missed all.
Hey, how's it going, buddy?
I love you, Mosman. I love you, dog.
But yeah, there's I don't think there's any country that's actually implemented universal basic income.
No, but I mean, you can go to California, right? California is basically it's bigger than, as far as people, right? Is bigger than Canada. And you could basically just walk down to any social service office and just
and as far as the homeless issue, it's not an income problem. there's people that are homeless that panhandle and make $100 in a couple hours panhandling every day, and
Tax free, by the way.
Tax free.
Well,
and
yeah, of course, yeah, you're not going to pay for that, yeah.
like I knew this guy that could make $120 in 2 hours under an overpass.
Bro, look at buskers. Got buskers
Let me
down
ask
like
you guys a
in my
question.
area. I live in
If-
Pismo Beach, and all the where Bugs Bunny's looking for.
If it
These
comes
dudes
down
go
to
down
it,
there,
Got
open up their
$200
guitar.
a day drug habit.
never mind.
These dudes open up guitars and their guitar cases play music.
We
and
have a
Tons of
1v1
money.
request. Wrongful Rage adding into his $10 from earlier
what?
Good luck to both.
for a Wally versus Effigy.
That doesn't sound all right.
It says, go pick your topic. So let's put everyone else into the back here.
Yo, Wally with that
And,
belt is awesome.
Let me think
You gonna
here.
give me any lip there, boy, or do I gotta
I
take
mean,
it?
you guys are, I think, on the opposite side of the topic of UBI, right? So if we were to say, would UBI be beneficial or a net negative? I think you guys are on the opposite sides of this, right?
Yeah.
I'm not sure if I'm completely for universal basic income because
okay.
it was more on the idea of homelessness.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean, if it's as far as like UBI for homelessness specifically, I'm against that.
For
I
me,
think
the
everyone-
argument for UBI right now, I think why it's in the conversation is there's an impending automation wave coming, and people are wondering what the world's going to be like with like enormous unemployment. And to me, one of the more interesting questions is whether or not would you be for a universal basic income or for laws that enforce that force companies to hire people instead of automating things. Would you hamstring a company intentionally to force them to hire human beings rather than provide people universal basic income if there was an automation wave
Interesting
that put
question.
enormous amounts of people out of a job?
See, I could go in on the homeless topic.
So forced
but,
hiring
we're really
versus
just
UBI.
focused on UBI here.
So
Like,
maybe
Either way,
the
we're
prompt,
talking about something.
maybe
that
the prompt we would go with here is UBI an answer to the automation coming?
Is it an answer to automation?
Yeah, because that's kind of what it sounds like Effigy is saying, is that UBI is going to help with the impact automation is going to do on the workforce.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of undeniable that it would be an option, at least. Do I think that's necessarily where we should go? No, I don't think it is. But I see why it's an attractive option. Maybe
Okay.
I'm not getting where like the question is where he wants to try to take it.
Or we could do one of the other topics. What about the H-1B thing?
No, I'm against that. I would get rid of it.
I'm for H-1Bs.
Okay, well, let's do this one then. Yeah, that's a good idea. So chat, remember, we're going to 5 minutes, okay? It is 10 to add on a minute. 60 if you want a solo judge, send in 60 to do the solo judge. If we don't get a solo judge, we'll go to the poll. The loser of the poll will lose their soul. So fighters, good luck to both you. Let's get it.
All right,
Yeah,
old
so-
man, I'm going to show you that I'm grown up now and I can do what I want.
You gonna give me any lip, boy? I'm gonna take this and lay the smack.
You're not the
down
boss
on
of me anymore, Dad.
I'm not the boss of you no more. Yeah, well, we'll see.
All right,
Yeah,
so
but-
H-1Bs are beneficial.
I would
think
just, well, they may be, whether or not they're beneficial is immaterial to the fact that I would prefer that as a part of a comprehensive immigration overhaul. I think we just need a moratorium on all immigration and new visas for at least 10 years. If people have active student visas, we'll let them finish their education. If people have active H-1B ones, that we'll honor them. But we need to have a point where we say after this
why mass
date.
stoppage? Like, if from what I understand, all the problems are with with the borders, right? So why this mass stoppage on all the
because as
not
a
only
part
legal
of normal,
but the
because as a
educated
part
people
of
coming in?
comprehensive border security, we need to focus on basically normalizing the people who are already here that haven't fully integrated into society. We need to encourage companies to get you to wean off of hiring any kind of like irregular migrant labor.
So you want to integrate xenophobia into the government, basically?
No, I'm just saying we need a brief moratorium on all immigration so that we can normalize the people who are already here. We can focus on that. And then as a part of a comprehensive immigration overhaul, we can open up the H-1 visas eventually. And as I'm saying, if somebody's 21 and they got a student visa and they need another year to complete their education, yeah, sure, we'll fucking honor it. If you're already here on an H-1 visa, yeah, we'll fucking honor it for the rest of the duration of it. But
so you would be fine with hobbling us intellectually and innovationally for a time so that other countries could benefit.
How is that going to hobble us? Because we are
the axis upon which the world turns right now. Everyone comes here for education. Everyone comes here for innovation. The big jobs are here. When you make us not the hub of the world anymore by saying, oh, the walls are closed, the doors are shut, when you do that, it goes somewhere else and it might not ever come back. You want to be this little island by yourself on the other side of the ocean, you might end up causing that by advertising this xenophobia, which is what it sounds like just by you saying it. We have to stop all immigrants. Why all?
No, I'm saying we're not going to accept anybody.
Xenophobia, that's a good argument.
Immigrating here on a permanent basis for at least 10 years. Let us actually adjust let us actually
this
get
is the United States. One of our entire points is that you can come here and become a citizen. It's one of the entire points. You fucking ethno-nationalists. It's what you sound like when you say this. It's like, no, it's for us, and we've got to decide you come. No, the whole point of this country is that it was founded by people who came to this place. They were all immigrants, with the exception of the natives, but anyone can come here and anyone can become it. And yeah, we need to make the legal ways to do it better and quicker, but it's the whole point. And once again, it seems like people on your side are trying to change the entire fucking point of the country. No, we should be cool with people coming here.
Shut down all permanent immigration.
Yeah, even the ones you guys have said is okay for all this time. The ones you run against.
Because we can't overhaul. It's going to be a lot harder to overhaul the system, Effigy, if a lot more people keep flooding in.
Why would it be harder? We can walk and chew gum at the same time.
You really think the government is that capable of doing it? No. Keeping the floodgates open is not going to incentivize reform. Closing the floodgates will.
Oh, and yet you think the government is capable of rounding up 15 million people?
Oh, they don't have to be. Under Eisenhower, there were targeted mass deportations of very large groups here and there, and people who were here illegally largely got the message and left of their own volition when that was being broadcast on the news that, several hundred illegals were getting rounded up and shipped back south.
Yeah, I'm sure you guys are going to cheer when you start seeing the families being ripped apart on CNN and all the other news channels.
We don't have to round people up by the thousands. We can literally just get a bunch of people together, do a targeted mass deportation. And a lot of people, the more you broadcast that, the more people who are here illegally currently are going to get the message and leave of their own volition, because it's going to send the message of what's coming if they don't comply.
This is every conversation I have on these topics. It always ends up like this. Every single H-1B conversation I've had on this, it ends up like this. You end up conflating all.
Asking me about different policies because you're the one who brought up
the whole conversation is on the H-1B one.
You're the one who brought up mass deportation. I wasn't even talking about that. I'm talking about we need to just freeze everything for 10 years so that we can not only have the people who are already here become more well-adjusted across the board and have that break of not constantly influxing new people over and over. And at the same time,
the natural flow of every country in the history of the world?
Would not having those H-1 visas for 10 years really be a bad thing for Americans, Effigy? Because here's the thing. During that moratorium on immigration, what would a company have to do? Actually invest in training their own people and offering them opportunities to get better training and better education, because they can't just import another doctor from another country. You're going to actually have to invest in the people that you have. And that's actually a very pro-worker thing at that point. If there's a prolonged period that companies
it's a pro-worker thing. Bend yourself into a knot to say that that's pro-worker.
It is. Having to provide training to people who are already here at the company's expense would be pro-worker, would it not? They don't have to pay for it. Companies will need to incentivize people to get these additional skills and training. It's a good thing for people who are already here, that their company can't just now import new labor and not offer some kind of incentives to people who are already here instead.
But in this day and age where things move at the speed of light and we need constant innovation and constantly need to be ahead of people, you would hobble us for whatever the indeterminate amount of time is where you just stop immigration.
You really think we are dependent on other people? We can't create innovation internally?
I don't know. Elon Musk seems like he thinks we are.
Absurd. We don't
Elon
need
Musk
new
seems like he
people to
thinks
come
we are pretty
here and
dependent on it, right?
do it internally.
You think so?
Yes, we can do it internally. That's a knuckle-dragging theory.
One of the richest guys in the world to use the H-1Bs was even here because of an H-1B.
The idea that we would be so far behind
technology doesn't seem to think so.
Rely on foreigners is a fucking knuckle-dragging theory, Effigy. People will discover
No,
things.
it's just a matter of the pool, man. Do you want to choose from a work pool of just people in the United States or the smartest people in the entire world?
I mean, we have a wide pool. We can train.
There are only so many geniuses in the world, bro.
The problem
I love how you already think
a wide pool of people that we can train up to be better. And if we can train them up to be better, that's better for us. We
sure,
don't.
And the amount of time it takes to train them while we're falling behind in the world, like how do you just think we're going to magically make that up, right? While you slam the door shut and somewhere else becomes the mecca of innovation in the world, where all the brains go, where everyone sends their children to go to college, where all the rich
really
people
think
send their
everyone
kids
in America is going to send their children to go to college in what? Fucking India? Fucking China? No, that ain't going to fucking happen. No fucking way.
All right, one sec, real quick.
Into a bunch of fucking xenophobic assholes, right?
Oh, xenophobic!
Yeah, you love doing this.
Why is xenophobia
is the gayest word in the world?
One sec. Chat, you guys got 2 minutes. I'm going to start the clock right now. Get your votes in. The poll is up. If you don't see the poll, okay, refresh your chat. This happens sometimes. If you want to vote for Wicked Wally, this is the man in the robe. If you want to vote for Animated Effigy, this is the man in the animation. All right, get your votes in.
Did I mishear?
I actually really like your arguments until you said xenophobia.
Constantly, and these personal attacks.
Well, the word fits better.
Did you
right?
say
Because
that every country
it's not
in
a
the history of
specified
the world has
targeting of a
gay
specific
word.
people? Xenophobia is just the others, the strangers.
No one is scared of other nations.
You know, Effigy, I really raised you to try to fight your father better and man up, but I guess
phobia is a
gonna
fear
continue because you fail the feats of strength, my son.
Right. And it's not like there isn't. We do have a diverse, and you're not even looking at the real issues of why some of these Asian countries have the competitive advantage that they do. And one of them I say is because they actually educate people instead of just teaching them how to put a condom on a banana.
Says the people who have been tearing down education.
They
for like
also
50
don't
years.
let mass.
Like I've been tearing down education. Oh my god!
No, the right wing has been tearing down education for like 50
They
years.
won't even
No,
let
education
you leave.
is not in education; it's indoctrination. If we're talking about government education, it's
Thanks
just
for proving my
indoctrination.
point, Evan.
That's all it is.
Oh. But you know, you did so much shadow boxing in that Effigy. It was like I lost track of the topic. Like, where was the H-1B?
Shadow boxing. I was the only one trying to bring back up the H-1B.
No, you were the one that put him on the diversion on this first place.
Well,
They started talking about mass deportation.
No. As soon as I started talking about H-1B ones, he fucking said, well, I need to stop all immigration from happening. What the fuck are you talking
You never
about?
said that.
It's a temporary moratorium
yes,
so we can
I
fix
said
the
at
problems
least
that we
10
have.
years, a moratorium, 10 to 15 years, even if you want to push it. But I would prefer at least 10. We need at least a decade to correct the institutional problems through comprehensive reform.
And also, effigy, if you think that government education is like a positive thing, you need to sit down and take a break.
All right. So we got, okay, let me quickly address. So Robert has put 1, 10, 20, 30 towards the show extension. All
Damn.
right. So if you guys want to help extend the show by an hour, we are at 30 left. So thank you, Robert, for that. Hugh wanted to add in for $5. Mass deportation is a fully workable proposition. Do debate about it. This is actually, we could definitely bring this up after, Hugh. It would be a good topic to bring up. I actually have differences about that too before, so it's definitely.
Well, can we get that? Knock.
We have the chat has put their vote in. 53 votes again. Thank you everyone who participated in the vote. I appreciate it. Okay, you guys help make this show what it is, so I appreciate your participation. And you know, chat always wins. 53 votes, 64% has voted that the winner of the 1v1 is Wicked Wally. Animated Effigy, tell everyone where they can find you, why they should bring you back.
I'm leaving, Dad, and I'm going to stay at a friend's house. You should bring me back because I got some really fire topics tonight, and I got some good opinions on them, and I'd like to argue some more. But yeah, Chad always wins. And hang on, let me pick a good one. Haven't done this one in a while.
Let's go. I like that one. Effigy, always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. I actually do hope they bring you back because I know these are topics you'll like too. So,
and Effigy, just because you try to disagree with your dad doesn't mean Dad hates you. This hurt me way more than it hurt you, my son. I promise.
Until
you gotta be set straight,
my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the Safe of Souls. And also, Jeremy has already started a revive fund towards whoever loses. So towards Animated Effigy. So that means we're at 80 to bring back Effigy. If you guys want to work together to bring back the man Effigy, it is more than welcome over here. And also, the show will be going an extra hour thanks to Wrongful Rage coming in with the extra 30 for the extension.
Based.
I appreciate you, Wrongful Rage, for your support. And also, we have another fighter to bring to the stage. Fredo, welcome to the show.
Hola, Desperados.
Welcome.
So first off, let me just say,
the keeper of Christmas.
It hurts me as a dad to discipline my children way more than it hurts you. Now, as for you, Fredo, let me now speak to you in the manner that you are used to having a dad communicate with.
Look, I'm not calling you Dad, Wally.
Going to get some cigarettes.
Wally, you fucking dickhead.
Hey, you could have got a real robe. You still got the wrinkles out of your Halloween store package there, bro.
Bro, it literally got here today, motherfucker. It literally got here today. It should have been here Monday. This was some next week shit, but I dropped it on everybody early because it was too good to hold back. That's why.
Look at that, too. We got Robert coming in with 10 more for Effigy, down to 60 left for Effigy. Let's go, chat. That's what's up. Remember, the prize tonight, too, is $250. All right? So you know, oh shit, before I can even finish talking.
I don't think so.
I'm back, bitches.
Welcome
What is
back.
good will never die.
Effigy. Let's go.
Welcome back. Even though Daddy had to throw you out for a few minutes.
Can you
It hurt-
animate my
it
picture,
hurt
Effigy?
Me
Can't take
more
away my
than it
keys to
did
the
our
house.
prodigal son, John. But my prodigal son is back. Rejoice that your brother has returned to us. Don't be mad that he left, John.
I'll rejoice that my nephew has returned to the family.
Fredo, who was your mama again? I don't remember her very well.
That's your sister.
I mean, if you're all my sons, I suppose it is all relative. Am I right?
Holy fuck.
Hey,
Yeah.
FPG, can you animate my profile picture, bro?
I totally could.
Oh, that would be sick.
Yeah, he's good at
I'll,
that
I'll
stuff.
DM you
Make
about it.
make the pipe blow up or something.
Well, there for a second when it went green.
I mean,
the pipe
Fredo, if
looked
your
like it had
your
looked like
mama
this
was
for a
my
minute.
sister, boy,
There you
that
go.
would explain why you came out the way you did.
Yeah, fucked up like you. It runs in the blood, Biff.
Glad I could help.
Runs in the blood. Shit.
Yeah, glad I could help.
That is what is up. You know what? Before we move on, I mean, we could let's keep talking a little bit about it. And the way I had prompted it for tonight, because it was a continuation of last week, because I feel like last week we talked about it, but you know, there were still some arguments I think could have been hashed out. So I prompted it different than I prompted it last week. So this time I prompted it that the H-1B visa is beneficial for America. That is the side that Effigy was on there, and Wally was on the opposite side. Of everyone else too, did anyone else have was there anyone that agrees with this prompt other than Effigy?
I agree with this prompt.
Well, this is why I say you can maybe we would bring it back after that moratorium period, hypothetically, but at least after that point, we know that it's responding.
What would you put in its? What would you put in its place while the H-1B is on moratorium?
Nothing. Like
exactly, and like Effigy
nothing.
said, we would fall behind whenever you don't have these high knowledge, high skilled individuals coming into our countries, filling these jobs, and sometimes teaching our people better ways to do things and innovation and things like that. Then we fall behind.
We don't already have those people here who have taught us better.
We don't,
ways to
and
do
that's
things.
the problem. That's the point of H-1B. That's the whole point of H-1B.
If you're saying we've had people who taught us better ways to do things, then we obviously have people here who are able to teach us better ways to do things.
Sometimes you have to suffer a
don't.
little bit to improve. So it probably does benefit us currently.
Look,
and if we got rid of it, it might hurt for a little while. But what it's going to do is it's going to get us to improve our education system so that we have the top echelon.
Yeah, but it wouldn't hurt for a little while. It would be devastating. It would be fucking devastating.
Would it really?
But
though?
we already buy all our
anything-
chips from
if
China
anything,
and Taiwan.
a 10-year
bro.
moratorium
Right.
on
And we need to
immigration,
train our own
Fredo,
people
is
to work
going
those
to-
core reactors so we can make the
Exactly.
chips here.
No,
Make
no,
our
exactly.
population
We do
smarter
not have a break in
so we can
immigration.
compete.
Like, how do we
Look,
know
we're
what
talking
the
past
market
it, though.
actually
I'm not-
needs if we just
Hello guys, it's Jovan, and you know what time it is? Disco time!
Look,
Bro,
I'm not
Why'd you
tripping
do
off.
Menard like that?
I'm not tripping off abolishing H-1B or whatever, but I just feel like we have to have something in place to replace all of the high-skilled individuals that we'd be losing, like some sort of incentives and programs to get our people that are already in STEM and more people involved in STEM and the people that
No,
are
Fredo,
involved
this
in
is
things to a higher
exactly
level.
why we should have a cool-off period on immigration so that we actually can have a free...
Covering midgets and milk, tongue kissing red Asian dilfs. Unlucky you, that's what I like. That's what I like. Smack a kid with my diamond ice and steal his bike. Ride it to the local park. Beat off on a bench till dark. Pay homeless dudes to help on fights and watch all night. Get fully nude and fly a kite while eating mice.
He says,
Yeah.
"Stole my bike." Was that you,
terrible.
Fredo? Did you
That
steal
was
that
a
man's
Tom
bike?
Piker, bro.
I ultimately think it would be better if we gave ourselves a cool-off period on the immigration, and then we can see what the market is actually demanding before we bring those programs back.
All right.
in
So let me
some
ask everybody a
capacity.
question. Do you guys agree with the statement that there are a limited number of extremely intelligent people in the world? That the curve gets smaller, like closer to zeros, longer the higher intelligence you get, that there are fewer of them, right?
Well, how many of
the
those
more
yes
people,
or no
the more the
effigy,
population
yes or
grows,
no
the
question.
more
Problem
intelligent
is-
people
I
there are
don't
going
know
to
what
be.
you're saying.
Not,
You guys,
you see,
you guys can't even
here's
agree to
the
basic fucking fact.
problem with your
There's a yes
argument.
That's
or
not
no
a basic
question.
fact.
Yeah,
It
that's
is a basic
Effigy,
fact.
we
Yes.
probably...
How many geniuses do you think
There are
in the
fewer
world? Yeah,
geniuses
what
than
the fuck
are
are you talking
stupid
about?
than there are normal intelligence
geniuses
people, right?
don't
But here-
equal
here's
equal
the
economics,
effigy.
bud.
No.
It's a
Effigy,
Pareto
what if there are
distribution. The bigger
fucking...
the population gets, the more intelligent people there are going to be.
What if there
Wouldn't
are
we
fucking...
want
population?
What if there are
intelligent people
fucking...
here?
Effigy, what if there are fucking geniuses working for Verizon right now, but they can't afford the education, and the company won't train them because they can just import more labor? Shouldn't we be empowering the companies to offer hiring to those people?
The H-1B
Like,
only hires people of certain skill sets already. You already have to be at a certain level to be.
That's
able to
not
get
what
an
he's not.
H-1B.
He's not. That's not the point. The point is people
was
who
the
have
point?
those skills.
I can't
The
even get you guys to
question
agree to
is
basic
people
facts.
who could
so
be very good in
I'll
those
just move on to my
positions, if
next
you
one.
just gave
Well,
them...
here's.
the-
I have a
if you
question.
just
Does anyone
for you,
realize
Anthony. I have a
position?
question for
No.
you.
to
It's,
give
I
them
will
it's really
agree
easy.
with your
There
first
are
question
fewer
was
smart
effigy.
people than there are regular
I agree
intelligence
with
people.
you.
The other
I agree with
the
that.
other
Smart
addition
people
to
don't
that,
equal economics.
the other
bud.
addition to that is America is 4% of the global population.
Just because someone's smart doesn't
Where
mean
are there
that it
more
equals-
smart people? If we need to be the engines of everything and we need to have smart people doing all of our
Oh, there's
shit,
that assumption.
We need all those
Yeah.
smart people here.
America-
Here's the question I
we
have.
need to let some of those smart people in.
Is
Do
it
you
part of the
even
requirement
realize
for the
how many
H-1B one that they have to
fucking...
go back to their country?
Do you realize how many fucking smart people in
Is
this
that the
country?
case? So then all
we
we're
could
doing is
probably-
shooting out people. We're not actually growing. the
No.
talent.
John, they need to understand. Like, do
They're
they
doing
realize
minimum wage.
how
Wally,
many
it's a
smart
matter of
people-
choice. We don't
Do
force
you
those smart people
realize,
into the
though,
positions
like,
we need
how
them. We
many-
allow them choice to do what they want.
Do you realize, though, how many smart people we could probably pull out of hiding if companies were actually incentivized to train them instead of importing a substitution for them?
Yeah, that would
Probably
be
a good
great if we
amount.
did that. If we did that, we wouldn't need the substitution, bro.
Well, we've never tried. There's a problem with the argument is we've never
My
tried.
first
We've
question to
never
you
tried
is what we
I-
replace
raising
it with
immigration.
during this
Here's one thing I'm
We've
not
moratorium.
never
hearing you
tried
say.
forcing companies to work with
Why
a
versus
workforce
Evan?
that's here already.
I don't know why
We
we always
got
do
a-
this, like this random fight.
we-
It's like
I know.
We got a
Yeah.
1v1 request. I think it's because when they see
That's
people
not
that
even
aren't,
arguing.
when they see the ones that aren't arguing, they're like, you guys are
Arguing.
gonna argue
I am
that.
arguing.
Arguing with Effigy, he just won't shut his fucking mouth.
Welcome to my world, Evan.
Well, this is how it goes. Chad always wins.
Yeah, for sure.
We gotta put everyone in the back. Let's get a topic. Are you guys? Where are you?
Bear
both on
arms.
that?
I don't care. I'll just take the opposite of anything he says. It doesn't matter.
You just want to debate anything?
It doesn't matter because we're going to agree on most everything. So it's stupid.
Okay, so is it not gay to suck dick?
Okay, I'm not going to go that direction. Yeah,
Like this.
I'm going to go that direction. You know, I'm talking about reasonable arguments.
I was.
I'll take the opposite direction.
I
I
was
don't care.
fine with that. I had to.
That's not reasonable at all. So no.
I had to do it though. It reminded me of when Bricky said the same thing, and then
No,
Andrew
no,
was like,
no.
All right, well, I'm gonna take the side that it's gay to suck dick, so you have to take the other side.
No.
All right, let me see here.
I'm trying to think.
Oh, here's an interesting one that we haven't brought up on the show for a while. As I open my list here, should we ban advertising that is directed towards children?
I don't care.
Should we ban advertising that is directed towards children?
Because children don't have pocketbooks, so I don't care.
Yeah.
If they had money, sure, then I would care, but it's the parents paying for all that shit, so I don't give a shit.
That's where I would say that that's why I would say, yeah, maybe we should ban it.
Okay, then let's go there. I don't care because kids don't have money.
Okay.
Some kid can't. I remember I was 18. I worked at Walmart, right? Kids would come in, pick up like Call of Duty or some shit like that. I'm like, hey, can I see your ID? They're like, no. I'm like, great, you're not getting the game. Like, I don't freaking care. You're not getting shit just because your mommy and daddy says so. So I can block you from getting things. So.
Okay. So I'll say, yeah, we should ban it.
I mean, do you
All
want to
right,
go
there you
with this one?
Just sure, sounds good.
Okay. All right, we'll go with this one then.
Yeah.
So chat, remember, you guys, we're going till the timer says, let me bring up the timer there.
Mosman, I was 12 when I
the
got
timer
first
down
job.
here. See the timer down there, chat? We go till it says 5 minutes, but you can add on a minute for $10. You can solo judge the 1v1 for 60. If we don't get a solo judge, it goes to the chat poll, and the loser of the poll will lose their soul. Fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get.
So you say we shouldn't ban it because kids don't have pocketbooks. That's why I say we should ban it, because kids don't have pocketbooks. So what happens is when you advertise to children, they go to their parents and beg them for money, and then they get whiny and they complain and they cry. And they say,
Doesn't matter. So in the long run, in that argument that you're just giving right now, is the parents or the weaklings. If you have the pocketbook and your kids say, well, don't give me what I want, the parents are the ones that need to step their game up, not the kids.
Right, but the kids are seeing all this stuff, and then when they see their friends,
whoa, hang on. I don't have television. I just have like YouTube and crap like that. So what are you talking about? What do you mean that kids are seeing what?
They don't go outside. They've never seen a billboard before. They don't go outside. They've never seen a billboard before. They've never walked by a store and seen a sign.
There's no billboards in my town.
Walmart.
There's no. I don't take them to Walmart unless they want something.
What do you do? Lock your kids in the basement? Your kids don't.
Yeah, no, I have a basement in my house
anything?
in California. What basement would I have in California?
Okay, the attic. I don't know, the bedroom, whatever.
The attic? Do you want me to show you my attic?
Outside. Your kids don't go outside.
Yes, they do, but there's no billboards.
What do you live in total isolation? You live in a desert somewhere?
Dude, I live in Pismo Beach, California. No offense. It's a real small town.
Okay, well, we're not just talking about you, Evan. We're talking about all the kids. So
you just said my kids go out. No. Hang on.
I'm not talking about your kids. I'm talking about kids in general.
Back the heck up. You literally just said your kids don't go outside. They don't see billboards. They don't go to Walmart. That's what you just said.
You basically implied that your kids never see any advertising aimed at kids.
Yeah, we don't. Yeah.
Okay.
You know the advertising
and
we
to
see?
Me, that's crazy.
If that's Buffy the Vampire Slayer, right? Hang on. The advertising we would see, like when we watch like Buffy the Vampire Slayer, would be like homosexuality. We'll have a conversation about that, right? Like this is gay. Don't do that thing, right? That's stupid. Every other commercial that shows up on Hulu would be pharmaceuticals.
You guys watch TV.
Hang on. Would be pharmaceuticals. So they don't even see anything. They're like, what the fuck is this? What is this?
Is the pharmaceutical ad playing during a children's show?
What's that?
Is the pharmaceutical ad playing during a show that
and
is
they
for
have
children?
no idea what the hell it is. They don't give a shit because they don't even know what it is.
All right, but they're gonna, and then you're gonna have to have a conversation with them.
And I do have. That's what I do. That's why I'm a good parent.
Anyway, this is all anecdotal. You're just talking about your specific kids.
Okay.
I'm talking about
we're talking
all
about the
kids.
wide spectrum. Sure. Okay.
Yes.
But you started on in my kids. I didn't start on.
You started in on your kids. You said I did. I wasn't coming at your kids. You said my kids don't see any advertising.
You did. That's right.
No,
my
you
kids.
said that.
I didn't.
Yes, you did.
You
You said
said
my kids
your
don't see
kids
any
don't see
advertising,
billboard-
and I said, "What do you
Oh,
keep
your
them in a
kids don't
basement?"
go outside. JS, did you not say?
You started.
Okay,
kids-
hold up. Okay, so what I'm gonna point out what happened. So, Evan, you did bring it to your specific family
Yeah,
in
Yeah,
specific
at the beginning. Yeah,
Wait, and then JS was responding to that. I don't think JS is
I'm not trying to come at his
trying
kids or
to like
anything.
attack
Oh
your
no,
family.
you are, JS.
personally
Oh,
or
I don't mean it like
anything
that. No. Sorry, I don't mean it like
I
that.
want to make sure you understand that. 'Cause
JS, I don't think you're coming at my kids in that way. That's what I'm saying.
Let's
apologies.
stick to kids in general, though.
I don't
Just
think it's
so
like that. I'm
it
sorry. That's
doesn't
not what I'm
get
saying.
okay, cool.
Right.
That's
And
not what I'm
I'll
saying,
set the
JS.
timer up
I'm
again.
not saying that at all.
You guys just got 2 minutes added, so you're going
Yeah.
to 7 minutes.
All right. My
So-
apologies, JS. I didn't mean it like that, dude. That's not what I was saying.
So
I
in
was saying you were,
general,
it felt like you were coming and saying, "Hey, my kids don't go outside, don't do it." I wasn't saying that you were coming at my kids individually, anecdotally.
Yeah, and it was
I
more
didn't
of
mean
a-
like that.
it was more just a inquiry about
That's fine.
how
Yeah,
you
that's
how
fine.
you parent.
I wasn't saying. I
but it's
wasn't.
not even
I
relevant.
didn't mean you were dissing my children or my household.
Yeah,
I didn't
yeah.
mean that. Yeah, no.
But it's not relevant. So kids in general go to public schools. They go.
Yes, they do.
They go to the store. They watch
They do.
TV. They see these things, and there's advertising aimed at kids. And even like you said, like you brought up, if you have prescription medication playing on Nickelodeon while the kids are watching it, or sexual themes in a show like Buffy the Vampire Slayer that you might watch as a family, that's a conversation that you shouldn't have to have with your kids, or people shouldn't have to have with their kids because they're watching a show with their family. And then
We should have those conversations with our children no matter what, because they're going to go outside, right? Tomorrow at some point, right, JS? Our kids going to go get jobs, or they're going to go to college, or going to do whatever it is. They're going to be around friends. They're going to see those things. So having those conversations early and as often as you can is the most important thing that a parent can do.
Right, but it should be done on the parents' time, not on the networking television's time, or the
right. But the network's never going to care about what you think, right? Or I think,
and
they're
also
just going to care
use
about what makes them money.
They use a lot of like subversive tactics, like subliminal messaging.
Of course, yeah.
And they're like implanting things into the kid's head, and then the kid's whining and crying. You got to put up with that.
JS, do you agree if I turn Disney off and I turn Nick Jr. off and I turn all those little, those stupid shows off, YouTube Kids, do you think my kids are going to learn as much as most the average kids would?
I mean, they could learn more. I don't think shows like what's that show? Melon, something Melon.
Yeah, what is that show?
That show's like destroying kids' minds.
Something with the kids.
Moody Melon or something.
Coco Melon.
Coco Melon.
Coco
Melon is like destroying kids' minds. It's like
making. That's what I'm saying. So if parents are present right in their children's lives and they turn that crap off, isn't that better for kids?
Yeah. So then they're not seeing the advertising that is harmful to the kids, right? Parents who are.
That's what I'm saying. So it's the parents' job, not the kids' job. Now, my argument that I started with this, even though I don't, I guess I do disagree with you. I'm saying that kids aren't the problem. It's the parents going, "Hey, here's a TV remote, here's a tablet, here's a phone. Watch and do whatever you want." Right. They're not guarding any of this stuff. Yeah, parents are not guardians anymore. Adults. They care more about like what cars in their driveway, what kind of silverware they have, how many rooms they have.
Okay,
That's what
hold on.
Care about.
Kids become adults. So either one of two things is going to happen. Either the parents are going to spoil the kids, and when the kids say, I want this, because it's, they market it towards the kids. Either the parents are going to spoil them, or the kids are going to resent their parents because they don't have what their friends have.
There's also a third option, though, JS. The third option is that the kids are involved in every aspect of their life. And just like it says in the Bible, right, that if you teach a child the way to go, they will go that way. So if you teach a child that way, they will come to you and say, "Hey, Dad, hey, Mom, you know what? This thing happened in my life. I saw this thing. What do you think about that?" Instead of just feeding our children to public education, to whatever television shows, and not talking to them about anything, we say, "You know what? This is bullcorn. That's wrong. This is right. That's how life goes."
Yeah, I agree with that. We should shield our kids from harmful things.
Yes,
but
absolutely.
If the world
not shield them,
eventually the kid.
Hang on, Jess. I show my children the world and say, this is wrong. Walk away. Don't do this thing.
But do you know
I
how
show
many
them
kids,
the world.
Do you know how many kids from overbearing parents become rebellious because of it, and then they go the
Rebellion
total
is
opposite
something
direction?
that's inside of all of us. So yeah, of course I can't fix that problem.
So if there's less things in the world that we have to shield our, if we have policies that make less things,
so
in the
you're
world
on
that
my
we have
side.
to
Is
shield
what
our
it sounds
friends,
like you're
our
saying. It
kids
sounds like you're
from.
on my side. That shield them
I
from
think
things.
we kind of
We'll go to
also
agree.
8
show them the
minutes to
world that
see
it's an
if
evil
anybody
place.
solo
And it's-
judges.
We kind of agree, but I'm trying to think on a mass scale how policies can help the kids and the parents make
here's a policy,
raising
okay?
children
Don't
rearing
give your children
easier,
phones.
so that then
Don't give them
parents are less
internet.
incentivized to commit abortion.
Okay. Even my kids know all
You hear
about abortion.
people who do
We
abortion all
speak
the
on
time
that
are like,
daily, JS.
I don't want to bring my
Bring my
kid
kids
into
in,
this
and
world.
show you. We speak on that daily and how it's an evil thing because here's what it is, right? Don't have sex. You can have kids.
Right.
That's it.
We're not
They
talking about
understand
abortion.
that.
I'm just saying the reason a lot of people give
Well,
for
you brought it
abortion
up,
is
so.
they say, right, listen to the point. They
Okay.
say, I don't want to bring my kid into this world. So if we,
That's an evil thing. Sorry. I think it says
I
God says
agree.
be fruitful.
I
Real
agree.
quick, real quick, chat. I am putting the poll up now. You guys, I'm gonna start the clock in just a second here, and you'll have 2 minutes after I start the clock. If you want to vote for JS Urban Adventures, it's this man right here. If you want to vote for Evan O'Brien, it is this man right here. Get your votes in. If you don't,
I will
see
say
the
this,
poll,
JS.
make sure you refresh. Your timer starts now. 2 minutes.
I like talking with you. I think that you and I could have a podcast and probably disagree quite a bit. And it's friendly and awesome. So I do enjoy that about you, JS. Because I think that we're going to disagree on things.
Well,
But
boys,
I
gotta-
really don't even think we totally disagree on that. I just wanted to take the authoritarian stance.
well, I took the other side, right? Because it was like
Boys, shut up. Your daddy's talking to you. You
Hey,
both.
Leonardo DiCaprio, shut
I'm
up.
not a blonde
both
bombshell
two of
here,
my
so I don't call you
favorite-
daddy.
You are both two of my most favorite sons. JS, you've been one of my best ever since you and your twin brother John came flying out your mama years ago.
Golly, fine.
Evan,
Bro.
Evan, you're the only one of all these boys giving me any grandchildren, so I gotta give it up for my favorite son, Evan.
Listen, I don't have any grandchildren yet. I'm hoping
Right
that
after
happens
the
soon.
You're
poll, Rob,
giving me
podcast.
grandchildren, Evan, because I'm your daddy, and you know how it is.
Right after the
Wally, you are derailing the conversation. Stop it. Listen, I don't think that JS and I are
I
far
didn't even
off.
get to the point about adult products marketed towards
Yeah,
kids.
go ahead. Yeah.
So things
I'm
like
listening. We still
like
have
cool
What?
cigarettes.
40
or
seconds.
They use marketing on things like cigarettes, and they make it
What?
like
When have they ever?
They make it seem
They
cool.
do. They do.
They do. They have adult
What I'm saying is-
products.
What are you
Shouldn't it be-
complaining about,
They
JS?
kind of
Shouldn't
put like
it be-
flowers
hey,
on it,
listen,
it look
I mean,
cool.
Listen,
I don't
that
know.
advertisement for
But
cigarettes
that's
for
what laws
children
have
is
been
gay.
passed forever ago.
Like, just say, hey, that's
I mean,
stupid. Walk
There were
away.
candy cigarettes for a very long time.
So basically, Evan,
Yeah,
you're
but
JS,
that was done away
JS,
with.
the
Kids
fine
play
folks
cowboy
of the
in
American
there.
They put a
tobacco
cowboy on the
industry
Marlboro
have
pack.
told us that smoking makes you at least 80% cooler.
Oh yeah.
Again, hang
Well,
on.
that's because
Like,
of marketing towards kids.
JS,
That's
that's
why when you're in middle school, you want to smoke.
I thought
It does.
I
restrict
raised
the
you
blood
better than this.
That has
my boy.
voted. We got 2 minutes on the poll. 52 votes again. Again, thank you for everyone who
Barely.
participated.
Oh man, Evan, I thought you
I
had that.
appreciate you.
That was
52
close.
votes and 51% voted. And it was very close. It went back and forth a bit there. 51% voted that the winner of the 1v1 is JS Urban.
Boom.
So, Evan, tell everyone where we can find you, why we should bring you back.
Don't bring me back. You could find me at, my name right there. It's covered by stuff, but yeah. JS, that was fun. Thank you.
Yeah.
I like the respectful back and forth, so thank you.
That was close.
Yeah, it was very close, and it was very good. Evan, it's always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. And then there's the after party as well. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And chat, don't forget you can bring someone back with the $90 revive. All right, and if you want to split that up and stuff like that, of course, chat always wins. So you guys obviously can do this. And we also got another fighter to bring to the stage.
Oh shoot, Buff's here.
Nick, welcome to the show.
Welcome, Buff. Long time no see.
Yeah, where you been?
I'm very sorry, John and Josh. I'm very sorry. I always forget.
Oh, we got one more. We got one more. Grid One Motorsport.
Papa here for real, Wally. You better watch out.
Welcome.
Good seeing you again, Grid.
Grid, my favorite son.
Like, what, an hour?
Yeah, Wally came dressed like you today, Grid.
That was a tough one, Easy. I took it because I didn't want to spend 20 minutes trying to find a topic that me and Evan disagree on, and it was a new topic, so I was like, let's do it. And that was a tough one. It was interesting.
Now, Grid, if you don't know everyone, let me introduce you. We got John and Josh, my favorite twins.
How are we twins? We don't even look similar.
Oh, we got Sick. We got their black brother Sick at the bottom. We got my other black son Fredo, and we got my liberal son I really fucked up with named Effigy over to the side of me. So good. Meet all your brothers, Grid. Good to see you, my favorite son.
I was never anywhere near Wally's nutsack for him to be my brother.
You didn't have to be. Your mama was, boy.
She wasn't either.
You don't know your mama like I do, Fredo.
Stop it, please.
We got Sick and Grid joining us now. We were right before that 1v1. We were talking about the H-1B visa. The prompt is the H-1B visa is beneficial for America. So some of the side had said it is. Some of the side said that it isn't. If either of you want to add into this.
I'm not sure what that curtails.
Can we just say nothing is sacred anymore because they took the back handle off of Crown Royal bottles? Like nothing's sacred
on that bottle.
What skilled labor gets
importing skilled labor from other countries to work in like
highly skilled labor.
And that's what they say, but it's not highly skilled. They're actually hiring them for all sorts of jobs that are not highly skilled. Like they say that, but they don't do that.
Like what?
There are specific criteria.
Yeah,
that you have to follow.
Salary has to be at least 65,000.
I mean, we'll agree that there's some abuse for sure. Yeah, I mean, there's always like abuse, but
I mean, a Chipotle manager.
From what I know, and it says just so you're there, clear there, Sick. What it says is that typically they require a bachelor's degree. But the arguments are that like with some companies they actually get like a slide that they don't need those bachelor's degrees, and then, like you'll get like accountants that are getting imported and stuff like. So this is where the arguments are coming in.
Yeah, a Chipotle manager makes $70K. So was that considered a skilled laborer? I'd rather Americans get into Chipotle and work their way up to management than we're bringing in Chipotle managers from India.
I don't think you can come over to be a Chipotle manager on an H-1B. I think it's specific fields as well.
We can't hear you, Grid.
Oh, you can't hear me? Why can't you hear me? I should be very loud. Stand by. I'll make sure.
Oh, it's maybe
I
it's
can
better.
hear him.
Oh, so his
So
mouth
again,
was moving
like,
and I
how
didn't hear
is
anything.
Any
so
of
maybe-
this changing the fact
I'll
that
turn him
I
up on
think it
this
would
side, see if
ultimately
that
just
helps.
be better for the program if we had that.
Right now, Grid, I've turned you up on this side.
If we had that moratorium,
Yeah,
on
give me one
immigration,
sec. I
we
may
could
have
better
No, it's good
determine
now.
There you are.
market
Good
needs.
now. All right.
Yeah.
So I'm curious. Since you were the one that mentioned it, I'm not picking on you specifically, but what jobs are we bringing in that are not skilled labor?
Me?
On H-1Bs, yeah.
Specifically, yeah.
Because
Just
we're not bringing any Chipotle workers on a
that's what
H-1B.
I mean. We're not bringing in managers for Chipotle, bro. I'm just curious what unskilled labor are we bringing in?
I don't know.
on
That's just what I heard. So maybe I'm wrong.
Okay.
No, I'll say.
I
maybe
heard
I'm
your
wrong.
mama was a whore. How about that? Is that the best argument we can make today?
I mean, you might be
Now,
right.
now, Grid. Hold on, Grid. I got
Yes, his mama was a good
I got
woman.
to defend my boy JS.
My mama was a
because,
saint.
You know, I got to defend your brother because I know his mama, and yeah, she was a whore.
Oh my god. Oh, spit my coffee out, bro.
She was daddy's little whore that whole weekend.
Jeez, please.
Are you Hugh Hefner that opened a Kentucky Fried Chicken restaurant?
Nah, he's the Pope.
I'm your debate daddy, Buff. That's who I.
He's Foghorn Hefner.
I'm a Southern, you know what I am? You know what I am, Effigy? I am a Southern
Wally's
Clark.
got a 3-minute full screen from Robert.
You know what I am, Effigy? I'm a Southern Clark Gable, and I don't give a damn.
Gotta be honest, with that haircut, you almost look like a male.
He's the dad from Dexter's Laboratory.
I am every TV dad you ever wish you had.
Yeah.
You're the
All
dad
the
from
TV
Moral Oral. on
Yeah.
Cartoon
Come to my
Network.
study,
Don't
son.
sweat.
Come to my study.
Oh, I'll take you to the study, boy, and I'll put the smack down on you. Please believe me.
That belt looks worn out too. He been smacking some ass with that motherfucker, bro.
You know how you don't think I got all these sons? I don't know how to smack that ass, Fredo. You know I know how to smack that ass.
Oh my god, bro. I'm dead.
So,
And Wally gets a
what time
2-minute
does
mute.
Opie get out of school tomorrow? I'm just curious.
He couldn't tell you if he wanted to.
Wally just got a 2-minute mute.
Right, but see, here's part of the problem with the wording and the vagueness of it is that I'm actually on the Gov site, and it talks about you have to have a bachelor's degree in whatever job is being offered to you, which doesn't necessitate mean that it's a job that other people, I think there are definitely tech jobs, but it's not specifically for like certain type of STEM jobs. That might be the popular way it's being used.
Right. Yeah. I misworded it when I said they're bringing in unskilled. They are skilled workers, but what does skilled mean? They're bringing in farmers, construction workers.
Skilled for you.
No, okay, so farmers and construction workers are on a completely different kind of visa. H-1B is very specific.
Where is it specific? Do you know? Could you show me where?
Doctors,
Well,
nurses,
not with
healthcare
Wally's,
workers,
I think,
engineers,
like that
agriculture, farming and ranching, food processing, hospitality, construction.
Yeah, and
math,
anyone who doesn't
science,
actually have a
research.
degree has to like show like equivalent experience because
Yeah.
there are experience levels that can equal the education you would get with a degree.
Sure. And so
A bachelor's
John,
degree
I'm
makes
assuming
you a
that's
skilled
Bozeman
worker?
that asked me that question. So John, the way it works is if you want to come in for agriculture, that's an H-2B. And you can be skilled at agriculture or you can be unskilled, but it's still H-2B.
If you had a bachelor's
H2C
in
or whatever the hell it
agriculture,
was. And
Right, but see, part of the
They'd be
problem
more
that we're
skilled
being
than
told
someone
is that
who
these are
doesn't.
tech jobs that Americans can't do because they're not Asian or whatever.
No, that's not it at all.
I don't believe
that's not
basically
it
how
at
it's
all.
gonna come out. That's how it's
haven't
come out.
seen
What?
that.
It's the amounts that they
I
need.
haven't seen
right?
that actually.
You said because they're not Asian.
Right, but that was my argument that you could have
No,
a bachelor's
that's what
degree
FG was
and
saying,
make
'cause they
more
gotta
than
keep up with Asia, so he
60K,
was
and you're not
inferring Asia
necessarily
on
that
that.
skilled.
I mean, look at Asian culture, how education is extremely important to the family and how hard they push their kids to strive in life. And then look
Right,
at
and
our
I've
lack of
already
education.
addressed that issue.
Look
before
at
you
our
got
lack
here,
of-
that the
Look at-
education issue needs to be.
Maxed out. Welcome
Maxed
the
out. Good to
show.
see you again.
Yo,
What's
yo.
up? Good to see you, bros. Just hanging, man. Just got in from Brooklyn. Seeing
that
what's
it?
up. Check the computer, seeing you guys were live. I said I gotta hop on.
That's
Is that
what's
the
up.
T2000?
Yeah, man. Yeah, so
Yeah.
What's
So, I mean, I actually know people that have come in on H-1Bs, and they've all been relatively skilled. Now, skills to me, they weren't skilled because they're fucking accountants. I mean, anybody can do math,
Right,
but
it's a loose term.
but I
There's
can't
an
do the
accounting
math that
degree,
they do,
right? So there
Like,
is an equivalency.
yeah, I mean, they can't, they can't build an engine, but I can't do high level accounting.
Right, but here's the problem. What we're being told is these type of jobs that are coming in are jobs that Americans can't, and it's kind of like
No.
I
That's
mean- No. I'm talking
that's
about
twisting.
specifically what Effigy is saying and has said throughout this stream.
No, I tried
about-
to tell you that was wrong before, and you wouldn't listen.
No.
That's,
You just don't
so
have
let me
numbers to
let me
build
give you my position, Mosman. Maybe that'll help you.
that are qualified to fill it.
Right. Yeah. So, and I don't know that anything's changed because I can't find anything that changes the qualifications in the new H-1B bill or ruling or whatever. H-1B is always required that if there was a qualified American that could do the job, they couldn't bring in the Canadian or the English guy or the Irish guy or the Asian guy, or they couldn't bring that guy in if there was a qualified American that they could put in that position. And that's
Facts
been
that.
and all you need to do is just ask somebody in Canada that's been waiting to come to America on an H-1B for 3 or 4 years because they're a traveling nurse or they're a doctor or they're whatever. Now these are skilled trades professions, but they cannot come here unless the employer can show, and I don't know how they show. I'm not a pro at this, but they have to show that they at least tried to hire an American for that position, and none was available that would do that were qualified and would take the job. Right. So, and yes, John Dedman, traveling nurses make bank. I actually dated a Canadian traveling nurse in my younger years.
And to piggyback off of Grid's point there, it's not like they're coming and taking anybody's job. The person who files for the H-1B has to notify the employees of the company that they're bringing somebody in on an H-1B.
Right, and I'm aware of that, and I'm not contesting that. The point that I've contested
But
is
this
the
is
issue
still
that
like
the
getting
idea
back
that there are
it still
jobs
gets back to my
are not
point. Like
met,
what
and
would
that
be
this is the
the
only way to do it.
We
problem?
don't have the qualified people.
No, but
We
this
just
still
don't
gets
have
to
people
my
that's-
that
point.
are.
Is
We have no
what would be
accountants
the
in
So you're
America.
problem?
fixing the
We have no
symptom,
people
you're
with
not
bachelors
fixing the
in
cause.
agriculture. I mean,
Well,
this is
So hold on, Mosman. So we do have accountants in America. The problem is that those accountants might live in fucking Indiana and they don't want to move to New York.
Exactly.
But the problem is America is on a reverse Flynn effect.
Expanding remote work opportunities is a completely different conversation from immigration reform.
In 2024, average IQ
not what
went
he said.
I think
down.
either way, it would still be better for us as a country if we had a moratorium on immigration.
Also,
And
one
then
of the
when we're
biggest things in
bringing
America, since
H1 back,
just keep saying the same thing.
when we
One of the biggest
consider
things
when we
that could happen here is that you have to take into account the fact
Shut up, your daddy's talking, effigy.
Do, baby. Do.
Now, effigy.
It goes on forever.
Now, effigy.
People in America do not always do what they are good at. They do what they
made
want
a lot
to
of
do.
good points, and I hope you were fucking listening, son. Because you see, what that soundbite was really saying is, where is the problem in having a moratorium on immigration so we can actually assess what the market needs are after you have a decade of companies being incentivized to train people up instead of importing more labor?
I don't even mind scaling back the amount of people that can come on the H-1B, but there is an importance of like innovation and learning from other countries and how they handle their professions in the country.
Which is why
if you look like Japan,
we can do that through observation. We don't have to practice.
Fredo, that's exactly why we need a better cool-down period to determine what the market needs.
So, Wally, I don't disagree with a moratorium on specific categories of immigration, but a person that's coming here for 2 years and then they have to go back, I don't really care about that. That's, first of all, it's not immigration. That's a work visa. We do that. We send people abroad to do that. As a matter of fact, one of the things that I regret in life is not having gone to the UK for a year to work for a race team in the UK, because it would have been fucking cool, and I didn't get to do it. Or I didn't do it. I could have done it. I made a bad decision because I was a young.
I told you, my son. I told you you should have done it, but you listened to your mom, and that's the problem.
The majority of illegal immigrants are overstayed visas, so it does lead to more illegal immigrants. A lot of them just stay.
You know how many type of visas there are?
What?
You didn't know that the majority of illegal
Hold on,
immigration is overstayed visas?
hold on. I don't math real good.
I don't know
but
the
even
numbers.
I know that 8 million people walking across the southern border beats the number of people coming here on visas and overstaying.
I understand that Grid don't math real good because I don't homeschool math real good because I didn't do math.
8 million over how many years?
As a young man. So
hold up.
Your sons are behind on the math.
Real quick, guys, real quick. Zark just wants to add in, if H-1B was about skill, why is 73% from India? Why aren't the stats more level between all countries?
It's because the Indian people are extremely industrious and tech savvy, even though they wash their hair in cow shit.
Yeah. Why? Here's an argument. How about it's better for them to keep their people in their country to fix their country instead of bringing them here?
Well, but this is now.
Well, and again, that comes back to again, JS, my boy. That again comes back to. I'm glad you started pointing that out, my son. I'm very proud of you. But the fact of the matter is that again, that just proves why we need to be given a cool down to let the market determine what.
But even if you think you have to have a cool down, Wally, how does that? How
are you giving me lip, my boy?
I am giving you some lip
put
now.
the smack down on you. I will put the smack down on you, my son, if you don't shut up and let your daddy talk.
Because that's paramount to the topic of whether or not it is.
Yeah, that's great, John. But Daddy's talking, so you let Daddy's finish what he's saying. And if anybody hates me saying Daddy over and over again, the $5 button for Speakeasy is right there. We're bringing the new clothes back tonight because I'm going to keep saying Daddy in front of all these men as much as I
know,
can.
man. Keep going. You're going to make so many great clips out of that. You're going to have a daddy compilation.
Yeah, you damn right you listen to your daddy, effigy.
Clip it and ship it, man.
Are you even smoking that pipe, or is that like a toy pipe?
No, there's no tobacco.
It's a bubble pipe. He got water and
tobacco. This is a prop
that
for
he
now.
got from his time as an actor on public television.
Wally, as an isolationist, I believe.
No. This is definitely below community theater. This is one man show.
Hold on, my other favorite son, who has actually given me grandchildren, is trying to speak, and you're gonna let your big brother speak. Grid, you take it away, my boy.
I'm very interested in how I'm like 15 years older than you. You're trying to be daddy. That's a fucking hilarious shit.
Because, Greg, I'm the 50s dad in this situation. I called my spot.
No more saying cuss words, guys. It's inappropriate and violent. If you say a cuss word, then you're like going to jail, and you're like, when you go to jail, if you say a cuss word, you go to jail, and when you go to jail, you said a cuss word, then you're only going to eat broccoli and other vegetables for your whole life.
What?
That kid
is awesome.
That reminds me of the kid from In the Middle, or The Middle.
I expected something so much worse the entire time.
As an isolationist, I don't know why people want to come here anyway, but as an isolationist, I'm okay. We could shut the borders down. However, the simple fact of the matter is that we're not there yet. And I would rather have people that go home and that we have vetted than a bunch of people walking across the southern border. So there's no argument that can be made against H-1B until we shut the borders down and maintain control.
No, I agree with you. I agree with you, Grid. This is why you're one of my favorite sons, is because I agree with you. Is because I've been saying we need a comprehensive immigration reform. And part of that is we got to at least start with saying, hey, no immigration at all for X amount of period of time. We're going to reform these programs. We're going to comprehensively look at what we need.
Okay.
And when that moratorium is over, we're going to bring in
that some of these
community theater assholes.
Your father is speaking. You will shut the fuck up, the both of you.
No, nothing like you. Hey, so can you agree?
Yeah, I know, because I didn't want to stay with your mama. Don't be mad, boy.
I'm glad you didn't. But anyway,
Yeah,
so
me too. Don't worry, me too. But
look, bro, can you agree that some of these Asian countries are ahead of us technologically?
No.
No, because what do they have?
I
They don't respect copyright. That's the most they got to argue with.
I'll agree with that,
We
and I
could
think
wipe
that's a
our
problem.
asses with the mother ones just because you
Real quick,
doesn't
Zark,
mean
wants to just add in again. Why would 73% of H-1B be from a poor country? All the rich countries produce retards. It would be way more level if it was a skill, not about cheap.
You'd be surprised how much technology and tech shit goes on in India. It's
Right.
crazy.
There's a lot of reasons that India is mostly it's one of our largest allies as far as population is concerned, and they already have a history of going to the Western
That's a completely
world
different That's a completely different international relations concept, because I would actually argue that India is not our friend. India plays neutral. They want to shake hands with Russia. They want to shake hands with China. They want to shake hands with us.
Yeah.
If Russia and China
they're across the fucking world from the rest of the world, and they're stuck in the middle of it. So yeah, they actually
effigy. If Russia and China are able to effectively court India towards their side, we are in trouble. Like, internationally, we are in trouble if India were to dramatically fold in with Iran, Russia, North Korea.
Why would we be in trouble?
Considering their relationship with everyone
Wally and Effigy, this begs the question: who are our actual allies? And if we can name a couple of actual allies, then maybe those are the only countries that we allow immigration from.
I don't believe you know what, Grid? I will actually come right out and say it. I don't believe we have any actual allies. NATO is an ally of the US so long as we're paying most of the fucking bill. Israel is an ally of the US. Israel is an ally of the US so long as we're giving them unlimited boom restocks. I don't believe we have an unconditional loyalty from anybody. Which is why I believe we should honestly be saying, fuck everyone. We're going to invest in our own people for 10 years. And then whatever the market needs, we'll resume H-1 visas and everything else at that, but comprehensively reformed. But right now, I don't think the UK is my friend. I don't think the European Union is my friend. I don't think India is my friend. I don't think anybody in the fucking world is unconditionally my fucking friend. I think if they don't have economic or military,
why does it have to be unconditional? What are you talking? This isn't a marriage. Like, what are you talking about? Like, it's allies.
We
on
have
the world
very
stage. There are
conditional
always
loyalty,
conditions.
which is why I say we
there
have
always
no
will
friends.
be conditions
Conditional
between
loyalty is not a friend.
Even in personal relationships, there's going to be conditions on a friendship.
Man, there's never going to be an
That's
unconditional
why I say
relationship.
I'm going to treat them like a fucking acquaintance. I'm going to treat them like they're a talking head on the other side of the world to me, which is exactly what they fucking are. If they don't want me,
I think Wally's right about this. Wally,
about them.
Calm down.
Barking at the moon over there.
Dial it back just a notch. Wally's actually, I think Wally's accurate here. We have no allies unless we are paying their bills.
What the fuck is we?
That's literally. So what you're what you guys just told me is that you're fine having a woman that will step out on you as if you miss a car payment. If you can't pay the bill, you're fine with her going out and finding another piece of ass.
No, it's a weird analogy.
Yeah,
but it's an accurate analogy. I wanted it to be weird.
That shit don't make sense.
This is a weird show. This is Verbal Combat. This isn't Oxford View.
No, Grid, this is verbal kindness.
Well,
we gotta be polite.
Verbal kindness. I'm sorry. I'm fresh out of kindness.
Don't you see me, Grid? I'm the debate dad. I'm family friendly entertainment.
Kindness is in my other pants, brother. Can you float me some kindness?
We're not, but Grid, we're not.
Yes,
we're not
Grid,
walking
you are
around
my
out
favorite
there.
son on this panel because you are the only man on this panel, to my knowledge, who's given me grandchildren. Because Evan's gone.
Okay, we get the bit.
We get the bit, yeah. Grid, but we're not walking
Don't
around
break
out there
character, Wally.
looking
Don't
for
listen to
the
I'm sorry, I
perfect
couldn't hear
soulmate. We're not walking around out there looking for the perfect soulmate country. We're not looking for our one and only, right? It's just it's not the same. The relationship with America with every other country in the world is a relationship of manipulation because we're on top, right?
And I
like
don't
money is
trust
soft
hookers.
power. And like this is how we've been able to be like, hey, instead of using our guns,
I'm not
here's some
giving
dollar
hookers
bills.
the keys to my car. I'm not going to
we're
give
not-
a
we're
hooker
not
the keys to
giving-
my house. I'm not
We're not
parking
giving them
my
the
car in
nuclear
their
codes or
driveway,
anything.
right? Like
Are you arguing against H1B1 now?
I didn't take a position.
No, because it has nothing to do with isolation or
I think you
immigration.
can also make
I'm an
the
isolationist.
argument
I
that this is
literally
like
said-
the
You're an
like,
isolationist?
culture.
That's wild.
I said 4 times I'm an isolationist. If we are going to allow people here, then it should be the best and brightest that are going to fucking leave.
Isolationist is
said
a
that
whole
very
different can of worms. Like we can't let anybody here if that's what you're talking about. We cut off ties with all countries, like trade everything. We can't get
That's
involved.
not true. Isolation is
you
simply
can't
means
get involved in
don't
any
fight
political
other
matters
countries'
at all.
wars.
Like you can't trade with them. You can't do
Well, that's
immigration.
your definition.
No, that's the definition.
No, it isn't.
Of isolationism. Yeah,
No, it isn't. When China shut their borders off and only traded with specific countries where they
You're talking about
isolated-
non-interventionalism.
Well, I mean, if you want to like split hairs, sure.
Oh, okay.
It's still isolationism, is it not?
No, it's
I mean,
not.
isolationism would be non-trade as well, right?
Yeah, non-interventionalism is something completely different.
He's right, because isolationism is the goal of avoiding either diplomatic or war with other countries. So it's all about avoiding
Yeah, and I'm never saying we would withdraw from trade. I'm saying we would just withdraw from all immigration for 10 years. We'll wipe our ass with the migrant treaties and the political asylum treaties. Go fuck yourselves. We're not gonna let anybody in. We'll rip those fucking contracts up if we fucking have to. And then after 10 years, you want H-1 visas back, fine.
Well, Wally, no country's honored their treaties with us.
Yeah, exactly. That's
Not
why
one.
I say, why shouldn't we wipe our asses with the migrant treaties? Why shouldn't we? Why shouldn't we tell the international community, go fuck yourselves? We
It
get
would remove us
nothing
from the
for letting
seat of the
these people
global
in.
superpower of
Correct.
the world.
Angel Berber is correct. Isolationism
That's why.
in U.S. history is a policy of avoiding foreign entanglements and wars and to focus on domestic interests. Has
Yeah.
nothing to do with trade.
Yeah,
You've always
yeah.
gotta make it-
Definitionally,
the only thing that you
definitionally
can
cutting off
say
trade.
against it, the only way that you make it work in your head is by saying, no, we're just going to wall ourselves off and be our own little walled
Yeah,
off
that's what
country.
isolationism
We were isolationist up into World War II. In World War II, FDR wanted to drag us into the war, and he created a situation that got a lot of Americans killed. And every president since FDR
And now we're the
has
global superpower
continued
of the world.
the
And if we
tradition.
become isolationist,
We've already had this talk.
we will remove ourselves from the seat of
I
the
know.
global
I love this topic, though.
It's like it repeats
You
itself.
want to get into alternate history, don't you,
It'll
Grid?
cripple us.
It's actual history.
It'll literally cripple us in every way imaginable.
Who said alternate?
Okay, so Crazy
That's
Zark
what you want
wants
to get
to
into
add
with,
in.
the hypotheticals of what would have happened in World War II.
Crazy Zark wants
Not a
to add in
hypothetical.
here real
It
quick to
actually
the
happened.
people that are pro 73% from India. Are you pro 95% white cops or politicians?
What a great
I
point.
mean, white people are 95% of the country, right? So it maps out.
Maps out, yeah.
No, but the case you're advocating
And
that
we
we
got
have to
two
have
new fighters to
skill
legit.
or work. I don't-
Can y'all hear me good?
James Life Talk. Welcome to the
James, my least favorite son. How are you?
Least
my boy?
favorite son?
The camera is zoomed in
I'm
way too
sad,
far.
Wally, I'm your least favorite son.
Time to burn down the
My
house.
least
Cleaner,
favorite, but that
welcome
doesn't
to the
mean you're
show.
not a favorite. You're just my least
You
favorite.
know what? I'm about to do something very interesting, okay? Because
Do
Crazy Zark had sent in the 40 for me to pick a 1v1. I'm gonna do something that's never happened before. The two that just entered stage are about to hit a 1v1 against each other right now.
Oh,
So we're gonna put
boy.
everyone
knew
else
it.
in the back, and this is where we get really interesting. Okay,
Gotta
'Cause now you're
earn your
basically
keep.
gonna have to fight.
Gotta
for your
earn your
spot to
keep on the
stay,
show.
okay?
Sounds
You
good.
ready for this? We're gonna have to find a topic.
You can't just come in here
for,
willy
both of
nilly
you.
with no cam. You gotta earn your keep, boys.
Let me see here. Bring up my list. All right. Let me see. Let's go. I want to make an interesting one for you too. I think I want to stay within politics with you guys. Well, actually, let me just see really quick where you both stand on the H-1B visas before I bring up another topic.
I think the H-1B visas are okay. I think we should keep them. If you're talking about the original intent of the H-1B visas.
All right. And you, Cleaner?
I don't even give a shit. I really don't about H-1B visas. It doesn't matter to me.
It's not. Okay. Let me see here then. Where are you both with the legalization of marijuana?
I'm cool with legalizing it.
Cleaner, you there?
Yeah, you know, I've argued against it in the past, but I typically, yeah, I'm all for it. I mean,
Okay.
like my actual view, I'm all for it. I
Yeah.
have
Okay.
argued against it, but I don't really, you know, I'm not going to be passionate about that.
Okay. Okay. Oh, is it justifiable to? Oh wait, I kind of want to say this. Wait, no. Let me ask you this one. You know what? Because it's James too. This is James, or I mean Cleaner, because I know where James stands. What shape is the Earth?
It's a globe.
I don't stand on the flat Earth thing. I don't care which way it is.
James wants to get far away from that one now. Huh?
I don't really care about that.
What happened, James? You were our flat.
Actually, I
You
don't
were
care
our
about that one,
resident.
actually.
You were our resident flat earther. What happened?
No, I didn't really care
Would it be
about
just
that one.
okay? Would it be ethical to ban certain people from having children?
No,
That would not be ethical at all.
no, that wouldn't be ethical.
Okay, how about ban certain people from adopting children?
Certain
That
people.
I could say.
And well, just for the sake of this argument, we'll take criminals out of the argument because obviously no one's going to say, "Yeah, we want pedos to adopt children." No, we're
Okay,
not.
so then
So
if we
take
take
criminals
out of the
out of this
argument,
for a
then
minute.
I'm not against people adopting children. Then if we're taking criminals out.
Yeah, should gay people be allowed to adopt children?
No. Okay, now we're.
I'm not going to say that we should ban anyone. I think the adoption process should be fixed up a bit, but I think that the adoption process itself already vets people for adoptions.
So what about gay couples?
I don't know what they do on that.
No, I'm asking, what do you guys think?
Should we ban gay couples from adopting?
Yeah.
No, I don't see a reason to adopt or to stop them from adopting kids and taking care of kids. They're still giving kids a better chance at life.
I see a lot of reasons why we shouldn't.
Stable, in my opinion.
Okay, well there we go. We got an opposite. All right. So chat. Remember,
This is gonna be
we're
lame.
going to 5 minutes. It is 10 to add on a minute to the 1v1.
This is a good topic.
It is
but
60 if
no.
you want to solo judge the 1v1.
It seems
If we
like
don't
Cleaner
get a
doesn't even
solo
really
judge,
care
we
about
go
it,
to the
and
chat
James-
poll, and the loser of the
don't know
poll
if he's gonna-
will lose their
We'll see.
soul. Oh, and let me get the timer up on the screen here. Right here, you see chat, the timer here, but it will be here eventually, okay? I usually move it up during the 1v1 now just so that it's more in view of everyone. But, again, going to 5 minutes, 10 to add a minute, 60 to solo judge fighters. Good luck to the both of you.
Yeah, so I would start by saying I think that there's a conflation that happens a lot of times whenever we're talking about topics like this, where people will group everybody into a category of that category. Like they'll say something like all people who buy bread will also buy mayonnaise, whereas that's not always true. Just because there's a couple that is homo doesn't mean that they necessarily will make their child homo or make their child go a certain way in life. It's a conflation. There's still, even in straight homes, going to be kids that come out homo, kids in gay homes that come out homo. So I think that's a conflation that gets thrown around a lot.
Yeah, but in that community, they get pushed a lot, though, on those certain things, though. In that community, they push gayness a lot, and that's why
that
I'm having
again is a
problem.
generalization, though, that isn't actually true, James. Now,
there's a vocal
because
group, a
what
really
you
vocal
see
group of
on
gay
the
people that would totally
internet
disagree,
versus
Cleaner.
people's home life are two different things. What you see on the internet versus your actual home life are two different things. Also, what you see on the internet is only a small proportion of what's actually happening in people's
Yeah, but
homes
it's
everywhere
happening
in
in
the
the real
world, and we
world,
know that.
Cleaner.
And we
It's actually
know that.
happening in the real world.
So just
Cleaner.
because you have a small portion of those homosexual couples that act that way in social media and they're doing all that doesn't mean that in the real world that's how all of them are going to behave. Just because you see that somewhere doesn't mean that everyone's going to behave that way. So to take away the chance for all of those kids to be raised by somebody who could possibly give them a better life than being stuck in the system, you're roboting too much. I can't even understand what you're saying. I can't even understand what you're saying, dude. You're roboting.
Yeah, I'm losing signal.
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you. The only thing that I see here that you're doing is doing the generalization, the overgeneralization again. You're adding a secondary level of generalization that must be a necessity to the first, and I wouldn't agree with that. There are plenty of kids that come out of gay couples that aren't gay that just go on and do whatever they want in life. Am I fighting myself now?
Yes, you're fighting yourself. No,
This feels like every argument with my wife after she passed.
Fell off. I'll give him a couple seconds here to see if he pops back on. Maybe he fell off and he's gonna come right back. We're gonna.
I must have brought such a hot fucking side to this that it burnt his ass out.
We're gonna give him a second, see if maybe he maybe he was sounded like he was on his phone too.
Yeah, it sounded like he was driving home. Maybe we just pause this until James gets home, and then we'll continue this, or we can restart it, or whatever you guys
Did he say he was on his way home?
I couldn't tell for sure. He didn't say it, I don't think, but it sounded like he was driving. So,
okay. Oh, here he is, James.
I'm back. My bad. I was roboting because I got into a bad spot.
Okay, no worries, no worries. All right, so I'll put it back 10 seconds here, and we'll get right back into it.
All right.
yeah. So all I would say, James, is if you're going to tell me that you think that in gay couples, the gay people will push their kids into being gay, I'd just like to see the stats on that. Because
Well, I don't exactly have no stats, but it seems like a vocal minority would push it on to these children. No, I'm not saying all of them. I never did say all of them.
I don't even see how that makes any sense. There, like I said, I've already seen just in my area. Even I'm not even going to go to the stats. The stats say the same thing, but there's no evidentiary showing that it will always come out that way, or that there is a higher preponderance.
I
or
never said
hold on,
always. I never claimed. I never made an
hold on,
always claim.
that there. Or that
I
there is
never made an always
right,
claim,
right.
Cleaner.
If you'd
I
shut your cum
never
hole for a
said
second,
that.
you'd hear what I actually have to
Those
say.
words never came out of my mouth. An always claim. I never.
Yeah,
said
you're still not listening to what it is that I'm actually saying. You interrupted the sentence, so therefore you won't know how the rest of the sentence goes. Go ahead, Spurg, though. That's fun
But you
too.
said always though. Like I was making an always claim. I wasn't.
Continue spurging. Lose your shit. Okay, you done?
Told you this
All right.
would be a shit show.
I haven't seen
of a 1v1.
I haven't seen. If you're not going to let me finish the sentence, then I'm not even going to start the sentence.
James always
you gonna go, or like you want to go ahead and show your side for this, present me with an argument, because I haven't really heard an argument other than always claims from you.
But he doesn't
And you're
really
saying
make
right now you don't like always
claims,
claims. Like you just lost your mind.
I never said
You
always
did.
claim.
You did. You literally did.
When did I say always claims? I said a vocal minority would put it on children, but I never said always.
We'll put what on what?
Come on, there's so many good arguments, scientific,
They'll
theological,
push it on their children,
and
that's what you think.
Vocal minority will push it.
Just basic logic,
But I'm not saying all
statistical
of them will.
arguments
I never
against
said all.
gay people
You
adopting
think that
kids.
you think that a minority
And there's
will
good
push their
arguments
kids
for
to
it.
do?
And neither of them are
The other
making any of
homosexuals
the.
like adopted kids to do these things. I'm not saying they'll just push just their kids as vocal minority, but I'm saying they will push other.
You understand, like their advocacy
because the other
movement,
people
like
may
they're
not necessarily allow them to push that on them.
right. Okay, so you said
But
your
there
little
will be
piece. Now
some that will
on
probably capitulate.
on what you're saying, right? You're saying that they would push people that are their kids into behaving like them, but you do understand their whole thing is, like, their whole push for people is that you should be allowed to do what it is that you want in life, and that's actually what they tell their kids. So your argument, like, it's meaningless to me. There's no proof of it. I will need you to show me proof.
I'm gonna let it get to 6 minutes to see if anyone wants to solo judge.
And to be clear, I'm not arguing this as I'm a proponent of homosexuals having kids or not having kids or any of that. All I'm saying is, whenever you make these generalizations, and this is why I'm willing to argue this, when you make these generalizations and necessitate another generalization to that, you're creating an all or none claim. And that's always going to be fallacious. That's the only thing that you can say that will be true in a claim statement, is that if you make an all or none claim, you will always be fallacious. That in itself is fallacious.
All right, so chat, listen. Let me stop the timer for a sec here. I started up the poll.
Oh, I am
right now. If you don't see the poll, okay, refresh your chat. If you want to vote for Cleaner 409, it's this man right here with the animation. If you want to vote for James Life Talk, it's this man with his picture of the moon.
I'm the moon.
The round moon.
I just wanted to hear a good argument from him.
I'm the moon.
That's the problem. See, the thing is, I took the opposition. Hold on, Wicked. And this is Wally, this is something you've seen and you've had happen to you, right? You've taken the oppositional claim at times, and you know you're going to get bombed from the panel, even though you didn't get a single good point from the other person to back up what they're saying. We're about to see that right now.
Cleaner, I voted for you, Cleaner, because I thought you won. You did a good job.
Cleaner, you make a point like that, my son. I just gotta ask: are you trippy right now, my boy?
James, there's so many good arguments
available. Point against me? Is that what you're trying to say? Like,
I didn't have a very good argument put
Cleaner,
together.
I thought you were one of my favorite sons.
Why'd you take that? Are you been burning that jazz cabbage, boy?
Unlike this degenerate reprobate James, I thought I could say at least James, shut the fuck up. You a reprobate prodigal son of mine. You ain't giving me no grandchildren, no daughter-in-laws of mine.
Bullshit.
Come from you.
Bullshit.
Bullshit, boy. You ain't giving this family nothing.
Nigga, we your
right, look, we got,
you ain't giving this family nothing, boy.
Wrongful rage sent in 10 just to say, if you smoke meat, they smoke meat. First
Facts.
Poop baby, some flipper dipper pushes out. They can cleep that little ugly shit. Boom. Wrongful wins. I'm going to bed. Can't spell wrongful without the W. Thankful.
Now, Cleaner, I just
and wait a minute, one sec, Wally. We also got Crazy Zark for $5. Just wanted to say, James, can you get a silent relay so your click, click, click doesn't come through?
Yeah, shut that boy up. He a fucking reprobate. Like most of my sons around here. Now, Evan is gone, but Cleaner, I just want to clarify. You have given your esteemed Papa Bear grandchildren as well, like Evan. Am I right, boy?
All right, so
because if you had on the vote,
that has voted. We are past the 2 minutes, 57 votes. Good job, chat. Thank you to everyone who participated in the voting. 57 votes. It was close. 54% says that the winner of the 1v1 is James Life Talks. Cleaner, tell everyone where we can find you and why they should bring you back.
You won't find me anywhere. Don't bring me back. That's that's not good. You'll just see more people spurg out, lose their shit because I'll present them with arguments and they won't have any arguments to get back. It's not worth it.
Jeez, shots fired. Listen, Cleaner, it's always a pleasure having you. If they bring you back, you know you're more than welcome to come back. Until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls.
Easy. I'm emotionally troubled. I never imagined I would bury so many of my own sons at my age. It's traumatizing.
This nigga. That's so
Traumatizing.
Chat, we need you to come in clutch with those mutes.
Wait, did James pull an Andrew? Is that what he did?
I think he probably disconnected or something.
He just won and then dipped.
He's trying to pull an Andrew.
Yeah.
James is. I didn't raise him to be no quitter. So if he tries milking chat for sympathy,
this is what happens when you debate and drive.
I didn't raise that boy to be no quitter. So if he wants to quit, you let him sit there at a zero fucking balance. You take that from James's old man. Because I'm very disappointed in his bitch ass.
Let's bring up another topic here. Judges and or jury members should face legal consequences for wrong and mistaken guilty verdicts.
No, the government should.
Right. That's why we pay.
Case.
Yeah, you can get paid out for wrongful imprisonment, so that is the government.
Right. There's restitution that we can give, but
yeah,
we assume that our law.
So again, that's the award. That's the award or compensation you're given. The individual is given. I'm talking about what consequences should be given out because of that.
The only thing
let's
for
assume
me would be what depends on what the judge does. I don't think there's anything you could do to a jury that.
Yeah, let's assume like a jury has been misled, but in good faith. Like, should a jury be responsible at that point if they're acting in good faith? No.
Yeah,
They
people
shouldn't
already
be
hate
able to
jury
be
duty.
sued.
Judges or juries can get it wrong.
We don't need to give people a reason to hate jury duty more.
Yeah, we don't.
Unless there's some
juries
sort
are
of
the
like.
one who actually can. Well, I mean, judges have the final word, but we should treat them like doctors, to where like it's malpractice. They can be sued, and depending on how severe the Norwegian Dan.
Norwegian Dan, welcome to the show.
The profile picture is
You're
sleeping, Dan.
I'm sorry. It's very, very early here.
Live.
How are you guys?
No, you're good, my boy.
Ariak,
Ariak, how you doing?
All right.
I'm here
Ariak,
on pot of
my
gold.
favorite childless son. How are you,
My
my
Lucky
boy?
Charms.
Yeah,
They're always after me, Lucky Charms.
Always after me,
Wally.
Lucky Charms.
Wally, here's the thing. We
I won't
talked
be
about
getting me
this.
Lucky Charms.
We talked
Oh wait,
about this.
Dan,
Wally.
I'm sorry. Do you want to talk to your daddy? Do you want like some
Yeah, that's the
private
thing.
time
That's the
with your
thing, Bob.
father right now?
Yeah, he needs more money
That's what it is.
for the dealer
Yeah,
that's just outside of his
Dan,
family.
I love all my children equally. You
Yeah,
don't have
see,
to ask
he's
for
talking
private
over me
time
now
with
because he doesn't
Come
want
on,
me
chat.
to tell
Come
the
on, chat.
truth.
Come in
here.
clutch with those mutes.
The problem is The problem is
Yeah,
that
for real
a
though.
long time ago, Bob Wally, he agreed to take care of my children, and every
I
time
never
agreed.
agreed to babysit my
Every time,
grandkids. Those
no,
grandkids
no.
are your
So
responsibility, not
Are you
basically,
saying
mine. I'm
I
the
that?
wanted.
granddaddy, not the
Yes,
daddy.
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
I
And
wouldn't
that's
let
Yeah,
Wally
why
take
that's
care
what
of
you're
my
saying.
children.
I mean, don't you
that's
talk
why
back
the
to your
mouth is so
daddy, Dan.
big.
I wouldn't let Wally anywhere
And
near
this
my
is
children in that robe.
Why not,
is.
Fredo? I've gotten a 15-year-old this
So
far.
That's
I'm
I'm
my
coming
good.
guy.
clean. I'm coming clean, and I'm saying I regret my choice, and I want to just come clean and say what's up. So how's chat? How's everyone in panel? What's going
Well,
on?
chat would be doing just fine if you'd shut up and listen to your daddy, Dan.
I know.
You look
That's
like
what
you're doing
you
a
would
little
say.
better than us. Look
Yeah.
high as a kite
I'm
over
just
there.
waiting for all that
So you can eat the
mousse that Wally put in his hair to catch on fire when he gets a little too close.
There's actually zero mousse in my hair grid. I just got to run
That's his
water
natural
through
grease.
it, and my
He a
hair
greasy, dirty
looks this
motherfucker.
good. Like I just need some.
It's that
I just
something
need some
about Mary
water,
hair,
and my
Joe.
hair looks this.
Yeah, he ain't took
it's
a
not
shower
mousse,
in
it's-
3 days.
Yeah, it's called just not having a shower.
No, it's called having a shower, but it's like, do I need a bunch of gel to look this good? No, I don't. This is just natural drip, boy.
It's been like 4 hours you've been
You're
on
just
this.
telling
phone.
me, Daddy.
You ain't
There's
drying
something
up.
dripping, all right.
You ain't
Okay,
doing
He's
it.
all
I'm
natural. He
hating
uses
on the
butter.
fact
As much
that your daddy
as
got so many
I'm
boys, I don't know
entertained
what
by
to do
this,
with all.
as much as I'm entertained by this talk of gel, I'm sure the chat's not. So just to get back on topic here, what do you guys think about judges and jury members facing legal consequences?
Yeah, no. If they're
No.
if they're making a decision in good faith, they don't deserve to face repercussions.
There's already a procedure to handle judges that exceed their authority.
Unless there's
Can
some
it be
sort of like,
disbarred or something.
if there's like an extenuating circumstance where the judge got paid off to make the wrong, like then yeah, you would punish him. But
And I think there's already stuff in place for that.
Yeah.
Just like
yeah.
So it's a non-topic or what?
Yeah, it looks like you guys mostly agree with this one.
I
So-
mostly agree that if the secretary handling your legal filings don't want to file what you want,
That's fucking
gotta give
slick.
her a
That's a-
firm, open palm smack on the ass to set her
Let me
straight.
see this one. Drama- Let me see this one. Drama
Where
is
does
an
it not,
overall good way-
Teriak? You
All right,
don't
hold
got
up.
your daddy's game in this game, boy.
All right, wait. Okay. Drama is an overall good way to promote content. Yes or no?
Depends what you mean by
No.
good. Do you mean effective,
Yeah,
or do you mean
by its efficacy or
positive?
morality? Yeah. Or ethical sense.
Because it
Efficacy
can
or
get you
ethical
views.
sense.
It
You know what I
can.
mean?
Yeah. It can.
I mean, do you really want a solid? I mean, do you really think you're getting like a solid flow?
Well, the term I
really
use is
good.
overall a good way to promote.
No, I think
content.
overall it's bad. I think
Yeah.
it'll give you a quick bump, but then people get tired of it and bored.
Yeah, like overall, you could be getting a real like flow state of content, but in reality, you're gonna you're gonna be looking at opening a Pandora's box of drama that could really pull your channel down.
And his name is John C.
Hey, that second cat really rock bottomed this shit though. That shit was crazy.
I don't know if that's totally true, Wally, because there's some big channels that's bread and butter is just drama, and it doesn't have a long-term like decline. It stays profitable.
But they're drama.
It does have a
Well,
long-term
okay, well, one second,
growth.
one second.
And it
How
doesn't
do
have
we-
to be.
how do we-
It doesn't have a
It doesn't have to be
long-term
your own drama.
No,
You could be
JS, what
covering
you're
other
saying
people.
how
is
are
you're
we
not
defining
showing
good?
me any you're not saying
Right.
anything about long-term growth either. So at that point, what
It
you're
still all
pointing
hinges
to,
on how
what
you
you are
define
pointing
good.
to, my
What sense are you
son,
using the word?
what you are pointing to, Theo, my son, is a hybrid of the parasites
Oh my
that are
God, shut the
infecting
fuck
your
up.
Yeah.
This is a dude that just crashed his car.
That's why what we mean by good
Whatever.
matter, because like it can be
Something.
profitable, it can get views, but it
Yeah.
I think
profitable
it's
is not always sustainable. Therefore, it's not always.
I mean,
good.
look at Tom Dark. You know what I mean? Tom Dark is pretty big. He does mostly drama shit. And he's pretty sustainable. He's going up, brother. Look at Abba and Preach. They just talk about mainly just Fresh and Fit for most of their
Yeah,
videos.
but like we could look at like
up.
OnlyFans as being profitable. That doesn't make it good.
Yeah, but
that's why I said it hinges on the word good. How are we using it for efficacy or ethical? Like,
no, Fredo. What you're
it's
talking
obviously,
about are like you could have you could have one person who is really dedicated at that point to like logging Fresh and Fit content, and they might do really well. But there might be 500 other log channels.
And who is that hurting? Who is that hurting? Why would that be not good? Why would that be not good?
All right. So
why would that be not good?
It's good for one person. It may not be good for a large system of channels.
Is making the first attack of the night. And Wally, tell everyone where they can find you and why they should bring you back.
I am Wicked Wally wherever fine Wicked Wally accounts are found. And you know what, chat? You know you want to bring me back because this ain't gonna be the same stream without your daddy. You want your debate dad back. You want to have your dad here to criticize all these boys running wild without him, misbehaving. You need their daddy to put some order and respect over these reprobate children of mine that got to be reminded that they were raised to be fucking better than this. And if not, well, your daddy gonna be back next week. And as always, all holds barred is off when daddy's in the ring.
Let's fucking go. Wally, always a pleasure having you. They bring you back. You know, you're more than welcome. Until then, my friend.
You are so
Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls.
After that speech, man, if they bring Wally back, I feel like chat has some sort of weird kink, man. That was wild.
Cashapp assassin strikes again.
Actually, I think chat should bring Wally back so I can tell him once again how gay he looks in that jacket. You guys were talking too much. I couldn't remind him how much of a queer that he looked in that robe.
That was his repurposed Dracula robe from Halloween. This motherfucker.
Yeah, agreed. We'll give you a minute.
That's too good.
That's
Remember,
the only reason that you should bring.
Want to bring someone back? It's 90 to bring someone back, and here's all your chat moves list as well, just in case you haven't got it yet. Take a screenshot, save it for later. All right, that's enough time. You should have screenshot.
Wally's already in bed. No, there he is.
So biased opinion from me, I'm gonna say no, it's not overall good because it's lame. I don't like the drama content. I don't care about it. I don't like talking about it. But if we mean overall good, it can be profitable and it can get a lot of views and a lot of clicks.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you're talking about efficacy, it's very effective, and there's a lot of channels that make a good living off of drama. But if you're talking about good in a moral sense, then that might be a different question entirely.
I think if we're talking overall good, you have to look at, what does it do for you, your personal reputation and things like that. You look at guys like that Doherty dude that just crashed his McLaren, right? Like, nobody wants that guy for a fucking neighbor. I don't care how much money he's got.
But is reporting on that ultimately not good? Is that a net
reporting? It's not that he reported on it. He was like driving in the rain, like
no, but the drama
almost killed him. Though.
But that drama, you know what I mean? Using that drama to like make money by like reporting on it. If you have a YouTube channel or something, is that not good?
But is that reporting on drama is not drama? Drama,
but it's drama
the
content.
The topic is drama.
Drama
Like,
is me telling Speakeasy on his own channel that hat makes him look like a giant cock.
Yeah,
Are
but
you
let
talking
me
about
break this
drama
down
with
because
the
you're going past the whole thing. When we mean by good, of course we mean in terms of like morally good, and especially when we talk about drama, we're talking about an emotional topic. All we care about is the emotions of the people and them like calling each other bitches and all this kind of shit. You know what I mean? So
Well,
like, when we're
if
talking about
there's-
like drama as being a good thing, like that's not a good thing. You want to just like eliminate the emotion, focus on the facts. Okay, this person was right.
Well,
This person
honestly,
was wrong.
if we're
and then you just
talking
move on.
entertainment, then there's nothing but a good thing. You can't have any sort of story or entertainment without conflict.
So I was
Just
also
want
going
to say
to
real
ask.
quick, no, James, you won actually. It's just you left.
Really?
So, yeah, I
Oh,
thought
yeah,
you were
I was
pulling an
signal,
Andrew
bro.
Wilson, just trying to win
I'm
and
all
leave.
signal. I'm all signal. That's
think-
what it was. I didn't mean to leave.
You know,
I'm all signal.
can I ask everybody a quick question on this subject? How
Y'all
many
hear
of
me?
you on this panel have, within the last week, watched a video whose purpose was to go into some kind of chat
Y'all
and
can't
start
hear
drama?
me, right?
Yeah, James, we hear you.
Okay. No.
I've watched drama content in the last week, and I'm not proud.
You
of
guys
it.
know what I'm saying, though. Like,
We're not, like we don't even have to take it to drama content,
like that,
like
going into those
conflict
kind
in
of
a
chats.
written story. Like the archetype of a story is beginning, conflict, and end. You know what I mean? So the conflict is drama in of itself.
So we're
Any
clear on
good
what
story
drama
has drama in it.
is defined as. I mean, because there are different types of drama that we are outlining already.
Like personal conflicts between people, and I would say so. Like
Like,
the Crowder situation, I covered that with his wife, and I didn't even like that I was covering it, but it was a big thing that people were talking about, so I talked about it, and that's to me drama content. We're talking about Crowder and his wife, or Candace Owens and Daily Wire split.
Drama, right? Like creating drama. You know, drama content to me is and actually, what really annoys me is the manufactured drama content, right? Where like Mosman and I decide that we're going to start a little beefs to boost both of our numbers, and I call him 4 different kinds.
So is that what we're
Yeah, I
specifically
hate
talking
drama
about?
farming. I hate that.
Or
well, I mean,
where we could also do something like get exposed about something and try to say it.
Want to hear the most annoying sound in the world?
Good beat.
Kind of hard.
Sick,
Yes, that was for you, James.
Do I?
But I mean, reporting on drama content, I don't think is necessarily drama in and of itself. I took the prompt to be that the drama itself, like when you are going into a stream to start trouble, you go up on a panel to call somebody out or to be a douchebag in some way or the other, or you're you have a tagline that says, "Will the $2,000 piece of shit car that I bought start?" You know, like, oh my god.
The prompt is drama a good way to promote content, and if that's what the end goal is to promote content, then yeah, it is a good way to promote content.
But
So they use over and
so
over.
you don't consider
It's a terrible way, though.
talking
It's
about
terrible. Maybe
Destiny,
good.
talking about Destiny and his wife, like
Every
isn't
single
that
one of you
drama
chaw down
content?
Crucible's content all the time, and half their shit is going into TikToks to start drama, right?
Yeah, but that's
not-
yeah,
it's
but
not- no,
Wilson-
it's not.
Andrew Wilson's
No.
different though.
Come
That's-
on.
Andrew
Like,
Wilson
some of
goes
the
in
drama
to
of
destroy
debate,
the
even if
worldview or the
even
point
if
of
he's
view.
even if
Because
he's
it's
going
just
into a
I
moderated
get what it is,
official
but
debate,
it's-
it's the drama of
Yeah,
the
because you're
debate.
talking
It's
about
the
actual
drama
factual piece of information, not just
worldviews
fucking
colliding.
drama.
Oh, really? He's just going in there to destroy the debate when he sends in, or when his followers choose to go in there and like troll them.
Yeah,
and
but
stuff
he's
like that.
he's
Come on,
not
man,
telling
like,
them to go in
y'all
there.
get what it is. I'm
Even
not
if
trying
it's
to talk
just
shit
a
about it. I'm
constructive
just saying, like,
conversation, it's
that's
still
what it
Trolling
is.
is not drama.
adversarial. There's drama involved, and it's the drama that brings people in to watch. It's the
It's not
worldview
the same kind of
colliding.
drama you guys
It's
are
the
talking
drama
about. I
of the
admit
debate,
that,
bro.
but I'm just trying to be devil's
the pro-
advocate
What do you
here.
say? What do you say? What do you say? Conflict
And
and
if the
drama
end goal is
Want to
promoting
hear the most annoying sound in the world?
content. prompt is good for promoting content, and it's undeniable. Drama is one of the best ways to promote content.
It's one of the oldest rules in history that when you have
I worded it in a way. One sec. I worded it in the way of overall good because I wanted you guys to also add in like what it could lead to if it's going to have negative effects.
I mean, yeah. I'll even stay on the same stance because whenever you bring some of these drama-filled issues to the forefront to promote your conflict, it brings issues and conversations to people's mind that might not otherwise be in the public sphere.
So Speakeasy, good as in moral?
No, that's why I said overall good. So like, is it like adding in morals? Adding in, is it going to be like a net positive outcome, whatever, financially, your connections that you might have, everything that comes with promoting content and doing content is using drama as a way to do it. Is it overall good?
I gotta be honest, man. I don't watch that much drama content. If I see something that's tagged, look, I don't even watch videos that say will my piece of shit car start, because I know it's fucking clickbait and I know the car fucking starts. Like, this is dumb. I don't go for low tier shit, so fuck those guys.
Yeah, that's dumb. It's low tier.
And you know, I don't. I mean, and maybe it works, maybe it's cool. I don't know. Whatever. I just don't get into it. I never title my streams that way. I'm probably missing out. You know, I probably, overall it might be better for my bottom line. You know, might make a few more bucks, but I mean, I guess I'm not a sellout that way. I got both my balls still, so I guess I'm good. I don't need.
I would say that if you have content on YouTube and you actually talk about drama, saying those things, then that is a good way to get.
That's what I've been.
Just saying, if your content is drama,
it depends what you want your.
So just real quick, Crazy
drama,
Zark wants chat to decide a 1v1. So chat, I want you all, everyone in the chat that's talking, and even the ones that are not talking, I want you all to put in your 1v1 request. Who's the two you want to see 1v1? And the one I see the most is the one we will go with. All right. And also, Wrongful Rage has put $50 towards Wicked Wally coming back. So Wicked Wally is down to 40 left to bring Wally back. And also, Fredo just got a 2-minute mute.
I didn't even know James could drive.
I can. I've been doing it since I was 19.
Wally's down to 20 left. 20 left to bring back Wally.
I really need to see Wally come back so I can tell him how gay he looks.
Yeah, where's Buff? You got a sniper rifle, Buff? Because you camping.
You camping.
Yeah.
You fall asleep?
He's stuck in a roundabout going left.
Buff? I think he might have fell asleep.
Oh man, that's
Hold
sad.
up.
I fell asleep.
We got to do a sleep check.
There's like a lot of people are saying Buff, you got to say something, buddy.
Buff, are you there, Buff?
You drank too much bleach.
Yo, Buff.
Buffity buff.
All right, we'll give him one of these. Hold up. Everyone prepare.
Train horn.
Buff?
Yeah, Buff's asleep.
You might have killed Buff.
Yeah,
Buff. As much as we love you on the show, unfortunately, sleeping on the show gets your soul.
Started. Hey.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
Another soul added to the
You
safe.
basically consumed the soul that was right from the expired aisle, didn't you?
Oh,
Yeah, he fell asleep. And that gets your soul taken over here.
yeah.
And look at this. Before we can even bring
soul taken.
someone back,
I've done that one before.
we have the final 20 put towards.
I'll be back.
In case I'm in this
I don't think so.
Well, boys, we got a lot of problems around here, and we got.
Oh no, we have a dad walking.
We gotta
Get back
solve
in the
these
closet, Dad.
problems.
Yeah, it's
We gotta solve these problems.
Get back in the
No
closet.
way.
where's
you
the
you
other
shouldn't be
half
sharing
of
your
my
sexual
two dads
kinks
over there?
online.
That's what I want to know. That's the show that he's on.
Dad, I think you
Speakeasy.
enjoy whipping your sons a little too much.
Yeah,
This-
does
this
anyone
is-
does anyone else
There's a
realize
problem
that
there.
like Wally kind of looks like Will Smith from Wedding Crashers? I'm pretty sure that's the same.
All
guy.
right, chat. I want you to
Is it-
again. I'm gonna press you guys again. I know I'm sorry, but do it again because I seen a lot of you guys adding Buff into that last one, and Buff had fallen asleep. So again, pick your 1v1 request, and the one I see the most is the one we'll get.
So, Speakeasy, I gotta say that to your question,
Now, Teriak,
is it good?
you are-
Is it good? Then I would say that the fact that the drunken sailor is back, Mr. Wally, is yes to your question. It is what people
Excuse me,
want.
drunken sailor?
Oh, I'm just reading your
Whoa,
name.
you
I'm
drank a
sorry.
lot, Wally.
That is
And
no
you cuss
way.
like a sailor.
Drunken sailor is no way to speak to your father, my good young man.
Which
That
is
is
why I
no
call you.
way to
On
speak
Ah,
to
Yes,
your
say
daddy.
that's damn
on-
apple polish
Which is
there,
why I
boy.
call you drinking
You
sailor.
gotta stop.
You
showing
Yes,
put
sir.
some respect on your father's name, Dan, before you address me.
Oh, my name's Dan. My father's name is Dan.
Yes,
so
Dan, you put some respect on your debate.
I'm trying. I'm
father's
trying.
name
I'm
before
trying
you
to go
address
with
me, boy.
delusion. I'm trying to go with the delusion.
You put some respect on my name, boy. This belt gonna
Yes.
put the smack down on you.
Yes, yes. And I think that is the question to Easy's
Good
answer.
boy, Toki.
You do a lot of whooping.
No,
of
no,
your
I know,
children.
I know, Toki.
You do a
You're
lot
a
of whooping of your
Toki.
children there, Wally.
You're a
To
very
easy-
good boy. You and Death Clock gotta
You're a
do
lot of
some
scars
great
on your
things
children, a lot of
together.
whooping.
You're gonna save humanity with your metal music, like the young people like. I respect that, Toki. Like
Hell
you,
yeah.
my boy,
All right,
you my
so-
rhythm guitarist.
Hey,
Yeah,
Dan.
Not
Wesson
only
and
did
main
we even
character
get,
syndrome tonight.
not only did we even get a super chat with this vote, but the two most votes that came in was Grid versus James and Grid versus Dan. But I'm seeing more of the Grid versus Dan as I scroll up here. So let's.
I'm gonna
let's
keep making easy,
Gonna be me
unlimited.
versus
in the
somebody.
back here. Hold up.
The
Everyone
chat-
else gonna get put into the back. All right, so Grid versus Dan. Let's get a topic for you two.
This will definitely be better than Grid versus James.
Let me actually bring my list back up here.
There
'Cause
was
I
a
think
lot
you
of
guys
Grid
are
versus
going to be on the
James,
same
which
side.
I think people
for
are trolling
quite
because
a bit of stuff.
that's like that's like
I
don't know. That's like LeBron James versus
Oh, I agree.
Well, what do you guys think about term limits
Special
for the
Olympics.
president?
Oh, well, president has a term limit, but Congress absolutely.
Not that Grid is
Yeah, no,
LeBron
I know the
James
president does.
debating,
Like,
but
do you think they should take that away? The
No.
term limit for the
No,
president?
no.
We don't need professional politicians.
We saw that happen. I mean, there's a reason they removed enforced term limits.
Yeah. Now we just need to finish the job.
Yeah.
Okay.
Congress goes on
how
forever.
about- Hmm. Oh, what do you guys think about the churches remaining tax exempt?
I don't care one way or the other. I don't see a problem with it, but I also don't care.
Okay.
Only problem with the tax exemption is that they're going to lose their tax exemption if it goes against their religious beliefs. If it crashes with the state, right?
So what about with the electoral college? Should we keep it this way, or should it move to popular vote?
Electoral college, 100%.
Stay that way.
What'd you say, Dan?
Yeah, it should stay that way.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, because or else the entire country will turn into California, basically.
Absolutely right. He's a very smart man.
So far. Let's see if we can get some friction going, some drama.
Well,
should politics be avoided in school? Like, should politics be an abolished topic in school?
No.
It should be.
We should teach. We should teach about politics, but we should not. But you should not know your teacher's politics.
You should just say yes or no in this part. I think.
And you agree with
a lot of people
Dan, right?
Well,
absolutely.
I guess expanding on your claim.
How about moving to fully nuclear?
Oh, I love nuclear.
What does that mean?
Fully
energy, like
energy.
Fully to nuclear energy.
So that's the most clean energy possible. It's the most clean.
We have 4 nuclear plants here. I love it.
Yeah,
we need thorium salt reactors.
It's the most clean. I mean, the danger, like when you hear about
Dan,
Chernobyl,
yes or no?
that's not the case anymore. It's the most safe and clean type of energy. So I think that should be definitely.
I wouldn't say
how
fully,
about
though.
should all illegal migrants be charged criminally?
Yes, that's right. Illegal.
Should all illegal?
Are you just saying? Did you just ask me if illegal activity should be
illegal?
Well, illegal migrant. Yes, this is
should
the
illegal
argument, right?
activity be illegal?
That they shouldn't all be looked at as criminals, right? Like a
Yes.
mother who flees with her
doesn't matter. You
child
still broke the law.
Should this be a criminal?
If a mother
That's
robs,
what the prompt is.
I guess.
I think that no matter what kind of law you break,
like if you
it
steal
doesn't
food,
matter who
are
you
you really
are,
a
and that's
criminal
why
if
the
you're
law is
starving to
blind.
death?
I mean, come on.
Okay.
The law is the law.
Yeah.
What about lowering the voting age?
No, you should be hiding.
Raise it.
I could go along with it. I don't.
Raising it.
They're
you
not. I
can't
don't know if they're going to
drink
disagree
until
on
you're
much.
21. I don't
He's
know why you should be able to
Norwegian. You
vote
got to
when
think
you're
of something
18.
Thank you.
geopolitical that applies to Norway.
Okay.
So Norway's a Scandinavian country. Maybe I
This
wonder
is
if
gonna be-
Dan's
this is
okay
gonna
with,
be well for you.
You guys
Whoever-
agree on
free
quite a
medical.
bit.
Whoever
what about-
picked this-
Let me do a little bit different.
Dan,
how do you feel about
How
body
about do you guys think we should ban zoos?
No.
Ban zoos.
For the animals.
Oh,
zoos.
No,
Yeah, like a
why?
zoo.
No,
What's it called?
I
Free
think
medical
they do
or-
a lot of nice things for animals. They teach about animals. They are nice to the animals in the zoos. I don't see a problem with zoos.
I would
Dan,
think.
how do you
if
feel
they
about
do-
body count?
Body count.
Yeah.
Oh, I've changed a bit on that.
I've only murdered like 28 people.
I am.
so-
I'm trying to keep that one as low as possible. Yeah.
How do you feel about women not choosing not to disclose or lying about their body count?
That's just
This is some whatever
genuous,
stuff.
right?
People, right? Yeah.
I like
would you
grid,
date
but
a woman with
this
with
stuff
a
is lame to
high
me.
body count would you break up with her?
This
if
is
you-
why I
if she
don't
told
watch
you that it was
whatever
lower than it
unless
actually
Andrew's
was?
on it. And when
How
Andrew's
would I
not
know?
talking,
I
I
mean,
don't care what.
if
they're
I
talking
found
about.
out
Now
that
you
was
can your diary. You could, there are ways.
well, I mean, I got to go into the hypothetical then, because I've had the same girl for almost 2
Okay,
decades.
this one's not going to go where I wanted it to. So, all right, let me give me a minute.
Someone said in the chat this might actually these might be good. What do you guys both think about universal healthcare?
Universal healthcare.
Universal healthcare. I think that anytime we take more tax dollars to pay for something, it gets abused. So I'm against it.
I'm afraid I'm also against it. I live in Norway.
Wow.
We don't have universal healthcare. I know this came up earlier. We don't have universal healthcare, but we have something.
But they do have a more
should women be allowed
close
to vote,
it.
Dan?
Right.
If women should be allowed to vote.
Yeah.
I think it would be very difficult to say no. I mean, they are. I know. So let me just cut through and say I think they should be allowed to vote at the same age as men. And I think it's very difficult to argue against it. But if there is an argument against it, then maybe we have something here.
How do you feel about 1 vote per household?
Based.
I'm kind of.
But then you bring in what?
Tempted to say yes because
constitutes a
we have
household?
a
'Cause
culture coming into
Latino
Norway now
people
that has a lot of children.
We'll have like 10 families living in the same house.
I gotta say that
I'd say 1
that
vote
will take
per family.
away the rights
Family
of
being
people based on how many children
All
they
right,
get.
so
We want them to have
father,
children.
We have
mother,
something
and
here. We have
children.
something here.
We finally get somewhere.
It sounds like
I
Dan,
know,
you're
I know.
not up for taking any citizens' right to vote, right?
So I would come at this as to
Like
disagree
of
with
age
Grid, even though I
citizens,
agree with what
you're
he's
not
saying.
up for taking any of their right to vote.
I would say household is too vague.
What are the ones
You
who
could
don't
have
get the right to
20
vote?
fathers. You
Define
could have
That's what I'm asking you. I'm saying, do you think all citizens that are of age should be able to vote?
Yes.
Okay, see, we have a disagreement here. So
Okay.
chat,
nice.
Remember, we're going to 5
And
minutes.
I side with Grid
It
with
is
this one. I'm just
10
trying to think
add
of
on
how
a
I
minute.
would
Actually,
argue
we are going to
against it.
6 minutes because we had an added on minute. So we are going to 6 minutes. It is 10 to add on
My
a minute.
restrictions
It is
on voting
60
would be
if
crazy.
you want a solo judge. All right. Let me make sure I got the right ticker.
My
going
voting
around the bottom
criteria
here.
is
all right, fighters. Good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Straight white Christian male.
All
over
right.
the
Let
age
me outline my position here so
of
that we're clear right from the
30,
start. My position
IQ
is
over
is
120.
that
pass a civics test.
the way that we're currently allowing
own land,
voting to
own
happen
a business
is we allow non-earners and non-families to vote, which affects families predominantly more than single and individual people, and therefore
Who cares,
I feel like
Dean?
that
The father votes.
and I hate to use the word "feel," but it seems to me
I don't
like the
care if
most
my kids
logical
disagree with
thing
me. They don't
is
shut up.
1 vote
My wife
per
disagrees with us,
household.
so who cares?
As a single individual with where you are the member of the household, you would be able to vote. So if you're a single woman or a single man, you could vote, assuming that you were of age. However, once you're married,
I would disagree with that.
It's 1 vote per household. You can have 10 kids that are 18 until they move out on their own and they're paying their own taxes.
Well, what
and
if
they're
you
doing
have?
they're on their own. They're out of the household or basically existing by themselves. Then they can vote, because I don't really want
Only
people
naturalized citizens
that
also,
are
I'll put that
not
on my-
participating in society voting.
I don't know about that. So
I don't know
does
what
that
he means
mean
by household,
that
so
you
I'm not
have to
gonna-
pass a test, or is it just basically how do you define the household? How would you do it
file
legally?
your taxes. So the way that you
Okay.
file your taxes, if you file your taxes as a single earner, single member household, then you would get 1 vote. If you file your taxes as a family with dependents, you would get 1 vote. Do you see how that works?
I see. What,
So
yeah, I
it's
see.
not
I
the-
think I
the
see
physical
what you're
structure of
saying.
the household.
Mhm. I've never even thought about this.
Well, a lot of people go to
I don't.
the 19th, right? A lot of people immediately go to women shouldn't vote. I don't necessarily agree with that because I believe that if a woman is earning her own money and
Right.
paying for her own apartment and she is contributing to society, then she gets a vote. But once you've combined into a household,
she shouldn't be.
Now we have.
She shouldn't
now
be
we,
earning her
now
own
at
money.
that point,
She should be.
I don't believe that
So-
that there should
raising
be
children,
2 votes
and
or more
and
than
the
one
husband
vote
should
per,
be,
Right.
or the
household.
father.
So basically, the only people who get to vote are those who pay taxes.
Yes.
All right.
That would be
Couldn't
an even
Well,
more
no, that's not what
reduced
Grid's saying.
format, but we were talking initially about and I
One-
kind of
one house,
suckered
one
you.
house.
I kind of suckered you into this because you thought it was
Because a
going to be
16-year-old with a job is
female
paying
or
taxes, but he's
it was
still
going to
part
be
of his father's
female
household if he lives with his
would
parents.
be eliminated from the voting pool, and it would only be men voting as head of household. I kind of suckered you into this on purpose because I think that most people immediately go to repeal the 19th, and I don't agree with completely repealing the 19th, which is the amendment that gave women the right to vote. I just don't believe that if you're not paying taxes, you should not be able
Okay.
to vote. And if you are if you're claiming a lot of tax breaks, you should get less of a vote than the person who is not getting those tax advantages.
Yeah, I mean, I gotta say this is kind of you're sort of micromanaging people then, because people can always, every person has a life. Every
Mhm.
person wants to do the right thing,
Sure.
and I think it's sort of not to compare it, but communism, you have everyone doing poorly because they have sort of they have nothing to fight for.
Mhm.
But if you at least have a vote, I'd say that would at least make. I mean, people who don't want to work don't want to work. People who don't want to work,
Correct.
who are illegal, will do whatever they want. They don't care to
Sure.
vote.
So why
But-
should those people be allowed to vote in my election?
I'll say 110.
Those people, no. I'm saying that there are certain people from the group who do not pay taxes, who wants to get up there.
Yes.
And they have a certain way that they feel, want the country to work as a whole, and so they think they have a better chance, right?
Yeah.
And I think taking that right away sort of demoralizes people.
Well, I don't disagree with you to some degree, and there is the idea that if you were to determine in this way that you would somehow discourage marriage, which I don't believe that would happen. But let's just take a look at it for a minute. What I'm really trying to do here is if you don't have skin in the game, you should not vote. Okay. Now, typically we would say, and I think you would agree, that only property owners should vote. Only people that own land, own businesses, own farms, only they should vote in a perfect world. Unfortunately, our world's not perfect. The best we can do, as near as I can tell, is if you are gainfully employed, paying taxes, you're paying into the system, you get to say how that money is spent. If you are not gainfully employed and you are not paying taxes, then you do not get a say in how our money is spent.
I think the problem is that they are still a person, and if you have a bunch of people, you might end up having outbreaks of something like civil war. Like you would have people who they don't care about us, we don't have the right to vote. Like you would have this, already would every person have the chance to vote. You have Black Lives Matter, you have these horrible people.
Correct.
But this will intensify that fraction of the people. I think it would cause more problem than good. Like Trump was elected, and that should prove a lot based on the fact that we have the electoral college. And
I'll grant that we're doing the best we can with the current system that we have. However, The
How would it
reality,
improve? How would what you're saying improve it? Is my question.
yeah, I think it would, and I don't think,
All
and
right.
I think that what you just said is nothing but feelings. Where I'm using actual logic. I'm using actual logic, and I'm trying to. I hope I'm
No,
doing.
I'm asking. No, I'm asking for the logic. I
Right.
listened to
The
the
logic's
logic,
very
but
simple. Currently,
this is
if
also
people
logically.
can vote
Just to
themselves free shit, they always vote themselves free shit.
Yep.
And every politician panders to that. Now, reverse that, right? Only people who pay into the system get to say what's done with the money. Politicians now have to pander to the people who make money, who actually contribute to society. There's no advantage now into bringing in 8 million illegals into our country. There's no advantage to the politicians to keeping people on welfare for their entire lives.
See,
and
that's
so
a
our
loophole,
system
right?
self-corrects over. I mean, it would take time, but our system would self-correct.
But that's the loophole. The fact that you see all these people coming into the country is the loophole that they found in the current system.
Correct, right? And the
And
only
there
way
will
that
be
we
there
can
will
fix
be
that
loopholes
is by
in all the systems.
removing the ability to vote themselves free shit.
There will be loopholes in all systems.
I'll let it
And
go
just to clarify,
to the 9-minute mark to see if we get a solo judge.
And just to clarify on this as well, when you say free shit, you mean like the taxpayers are paying for it. So, for example,
Yeah.
if the taxpayers are the ones that are actually generating the revenue for the country, why should people who don't contribute to the revenue of the country have a say on how the money is spent for the country?
Absolutely.
I'd rather lower taxes. I'd rather lower taxes and bring back the. I might go off
Those aren't
topic now,
mutually
but
exclusive. That's not mutually exclusive. But
Right.
as long as people can vote for free stuff, for more welfare, for more programs, for free college, for better student loans, as long as they can vote themselves that, they're going to do it.
is
The
there a
only way
similar?
that stops is when you hit their wall.
Wait. So
All
I'm going to
right,
ask you,
so
Grid.
real quick, sorry, one sec, real quick, chat. I am putting the poll into the chat right now. So if you don't see the poll, give it a quick refresh. If you want to vote for Grid 1 Motorsports, it is this man right here. And if you want to vote for Norwegian Dan, it is this man right here. Get your votes in chat. I'm going to start the timer up right now. You got 2 minutes.
I got a question for you, Grid.
I voted
Yes.
Trump, and I get help from the government.
So is there a similar
Damn
system
commie.
out there? Is there a similar system out
Looks
there,
like
Grid?
we got ourselves a liberal here, boys.
What you were suggesting, Grid, that there's only one per household, or is it in history or anything similar to it?
Yeah, originally that's it was only men could vote. So it was 1 vote per household. And you had to be a landowner to vote.
When and why did it change? Do you know? I don't know.
Because people wanted a legitimate government that actually reflected the will of the people.
No. J.D. Rockefeller and his guys decided that they needed the women to vote in order to better control the direction of government. And they paid for it, and they bought it. Less
And not
women
only that,
voted
but
for the
use
right to vote. than
use the
men did.
temperance movement as a way to backdoor petro gasoline.
To some degree, yeah, but mostly it was they needed factory workers and shit like that. So
Okay. Well, I had to look that up. That sounds interesting. But it was not overturned, right?
I mean, understand you're getting only the negative side from them. Like only the conspiracy side, only the negative shit.
We're
that
all
happened on the
ears,
bad
FG, if
side.
you want to give a positive spin on this shit.
I'm just
I feel like
asking.
that's
I'm getting asked.
the narrative for how it is already
Silence.
out there.
You heard it, chat.
Like silence. Come on, I'm sitting here talking at while
Well, you
you're
know,
silence.
Effigy is the guy that thinks that everybody wants to shit out a rainbow and can be friends in a globalist sense, and we can all get along. And
When the fuck
you
have
know,
I ever
it's
even
part of that
sounded
liberal
like that,
naivety.
John likes to try and snipe at me so that you guys don't tear him apart for being such a dumbass.
Yeah, it says that anarchists talking about living in a utopia where everybody can get along.
I don't advocate a utopia. Only people who think that Christian monarchism could still
All
exist.
right, so hold up. That is the 2 minutes for the poll. 48 votes. Good job, chat. Thank you to everyone who participated in the voting. 48 votes on the poll, and 68% has voted that our winner of the 1v1 is Grid 1 Motorsports. So Norwegian Dan, tell everyone where they can find you, why they should bring you back.
Well, I just loved being here. There's really no way to find me. I have a couple of channels on YouTube, but they are not active. But I gotta say, Grid, this was a really cool discussion. I appreciated it, and I gotta say, I'm actually on your side on this one.
He changed his mind. Let's go. Dan, it's always a pleasure having you. Thank you so much for coming. They bring you back. You're more than welcome. And until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine. I don't think so.
Norwegian Dan, welcome to the show.
What the hell happened?
Welcome back.
You were revived.
Thank you.
You were revived, yeah.
I guess some people have money out there. I appreciate it.
Chat always wins.
So, FG, you were squeaking about this not being only a negative view. You have some sort of apparent positive view for this.
You're just squeaking.
Exactly. Sound of silence again, folks, because there is no
I
fucking
wasn't even
positive
near
view
my
to this.
computer. Wait, what are we asking?
You said we were only painting the negative view of this.
Oh yeah,
Again,
the way you guys describe some of these things, it's like only these nefarious things, as though there weren't actually like people wanting to expand rights and get the right to vote, as if there weren't people who didn't want to say in the country. Like,
yeah, really, just because you want to say doesn't justify why you should have to say.
Who wanted to put the women to work and like all this other stuff, and that might
really
be true.
like this question.
But it can also be true that people just wanted to
start a business
participate
together.
in their government.
So
We start a business together.
I like the energy, but can you please explain to me in small words, because I'm stupid, why did less women vote for women to have the right to vote than men did?
What, at the time when it was happening? Because women were probably just used to not voting, right?
No, they actually demonstrated against the suffragettes. Why did women fight against other women to not vote? Can you explain that?
We have another.
Please help me out.
We have another
I would have to
1v1
research the groups.
request.
Maybe they were
I just have to
more
make
well-to-do
sure
groups that didn't want to change the
Cleaner-
status quo.
Sorry, guys, just one sec. I just want to make sure that this is okay with Shazzy as well. So Shazzy, can you just let me know you're okay with this as well, since you're the one with the other half, and then we will get it up and rolling.
Women didn't want the right to vote
Maybe
because they didn't
I
want
know
the
a
equal
little bit
responsibility
more
as men.
than
That's
you-
why FG.
Since I know that and you don't,
They didn't
maybe
know
I'm
the
not
freedoms.
presenting a slanted side
Maybe
of it.
that side is
the
more valid than the
factual
other.
side of it.
Like, there could
Maybe
be two
I'm
sides.
presenting the facts and you are presenting opinion, and I like the energy. I really do. It's cool. But don't be gay, bro. Women didn't want the right to vote. Men forced it upon them.
Don't be gay, bro.
It's been horrible ever since.
So you don't think anyone wanted the right to vote?
My wife doesn't vote.
Hey, we got the A-OK from Shazzy, so the chat wants to see, and I'm just noticing. Did we lose Wally? Like,
What shall we do with the drunken sailor? What shall we do with the drunken sailor?
I didn't even know that guy was there. Wicked Wally, where'd you go?
I don't know what happened, but okay, we're gonna put everyone else in the back. We're gonna get a James versus Grid, and the topic he said there too. Let me see what topic. Isolationism. Okay, so is it because did James say he was against isolationism?
James.
James. James.
A lot of people camping out
Can y'all hear me
tonight.
now?
Oh yeah, now we can.
Oh, I don't know why you couldn't hear me before. I don't know what's
You
going
sound
on.
like you're so far away. Why?
Speak into the mic.
Hello?
Oh, hey, let me see if I can turn you up from here. Try now.
Hello?
Yeah.
Try it
okay.
again. I literally have you turned up to the max. Where do you have your phone in the backyard or something? What's wrong with you?
No, it's supposed to be through the radio. What the heck?
Well,
Oh, he's
not
in his
working very
car.
good.
That's why. Yeah. The car kit probably.
Oh yeah, he's got the car hooked up. James, you should pull over while you're doing 1v1s. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just
I don't want to literally wreck you.
Yeah.
No, I'm good. I'm on the highway. It's just y'all can't hear me. I'm on
Well,
the
it's a
highway.
high-speed wreck.
Dude, I can talk and drive. I ain't got no
I can't
problem
be
with that.
charged for this.
Okay, well,
I cannot be charged for anything that happens.
Well, James.
Hold on.
Okay. James, what do you think about isolationism?
Dude, I want us to be isolationists until we can get shit straightened out here.
He
then
doesn't
we
want
can go
us to
back
be
to being
isolationists until we can get shit straightened out here. What the?
Wait. Oh, you want it till it's fixed here, and then you want to go. So you only want it for a limited time, is what you're saying, James?
Yeah, limited time. Yeah.
Okay, and Grid, do you agree with this, or you want it like permanently?
Yeah, I think our policy should be one of isolationism. Yeah.
Like permanently, right?
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
just-
permanently. I don't. Unless we're getting paid. If we're not getting paid, then fuck off.
Okay, and do you disagree with that, James?
I don't think I would disagree with that. We're getting paid.
Okay, so yeah, I think you guys are gonna agree for the most part. Oh, where are you both with the death penalty?
Well, I'm
pro death penalty.
Yeah, I think we're going to be on the same side on that one.
Okay, yeah. I just never remember with James for some reason. I keep forgetting his stance on death penalty. I'm gonna have to write that down. Let me think
His
here.
stances change every week. He was a flat earther last week.
Oh, what do you think about parents facing like criminal liability for their children's crimes?
No, I'm against that.
Or we could like, even if you want to like put an age on it, like 16 and under or whatever.
Just to make sure that we're clear on the isolationism. When we say isolationism, it's not just
Politics and
stopping
war.
immigration. We're talking about the entire world can go fuck themselves. We will do trade, but we're not securing any borders for anyone else. We're not fighting in any countries. We're not sending any financial aid to anyone. It's straight up cash and carry.
Some people would disagree and say you don't do trade
just
if you're
like
an
everybody
isolationist.
else.
But
Is that what you mean by isolationism?
The true
James?
definition is you don't get involved in other countries' politics and wars.
James?
Hello.
Did you
Now you
hear
can-
Grid?
I didn't quite catch it all.
Oh my god. Come on, James. Why are
Says
you
he's driving on the highway and all I can hear is the turning signal.
There's
He's
no
driving around your
blinker on
fucking
the
parking lot talking
No, I'm actually not on the highway anymore. I pulled off
What
the
year
highway.
is
I
that
just
Chevy
change his
Cavalier?
ways.
I'm just curious.
Now he's opening the door on the highway. He's jumping
What?
out of the car on the
What
highway.
year is that Chevy Cavalier?
It's not a Chevy Cavalier.
All right,
What are you
James.
driving, James?
James,
Don't
Are you able to pay attention?
Car.
Yeah, I'm good now.
All right. Grid had
Highway.
said that, just to be clear
Your
with
door
what
is
he
open.
means by isolationism, is there is no involvement at all with other countries, like helping them with wars or any shit. The only type of involvement with another country is strictly trade. Anything that
Put
has
the
to do with
mushroom
money.
dip in, leave
Other
nothing
than
but the
that,
nuts hanging.
fuck off. That's his. So, like, no immigration, no fighting wars for other people, no protecting other countries that need it, nothing like that. Is that what you're for? If you tell me you didn't hear me right now, motherfucker.
Externals. James is driving to externals house.
James.
Our country was built on immigration, so I can't agree with the immigration part.
Okay, so you're not for it. You're not for the isolationism. Okay.
Not when it comes to talking about getting rid of immigration.
Okay.
I'm not.
Okay, so we have a disagreement. All right. So, chat, we are going to 5 minutes. All right. It is 60 if you want a solo judge, $10 to add on a minute. Fighters, good luck to the both of you. Let's get it.
I'm gonna give you my position first, James, and then if you still feel like you want to go forward with this, you're welcome. First, while I have no issue necessarily with severely limited legal immigration, all illegal immigration would stop, and we would deport anyone we found here that wasn't here legally instantly, like not even a question. They're gone.
And Grid thought he had
Okay?
me earlier.
Second,
I just missed, I badly
we
worded
would
what
not
I said,
defend
but I was right
any
about
other
what I was
country for
saying.
any reason.
And as far as the
Period.
overstayed visas
Absolutely
thing, he was totally
no.
wrong about
So
that.
no wars in the desert.
I was right. He
no
was
helping
wrong.
Haiti.
As far as the
no
skilled
going
workers
down
thing,
and fighting Central America's drug
he got
wars.
a burn
for them.
on me.
None
and
of that
I wasn't
shit.
ready.
We wouldn't send the
I wasn't
UK
prepared
or
for it.
Germany or France or Spain a fucking dime.
But as far as the overstayed
So
visa
is this
thing,
your position?
I beat him on that. He was wrong.
No fighting for other countries? Absolutely.
Okay. How
'Cause I
about the
think we should just deal with ourselves.
What about immigration? What about immigration?
I can't agree. I think we should have legal immigration, but other than legal immigration, then
What do you count as
no,
legal
I wouldn't
immigration?
think.
What do you count as legal immigration?
People that do it as far as the paperwork, and they actually fill out the paperwork to come over here, and they have actual skills and stuff that they can provide to this country and help us build and grow.
All right. What about refugees, James? Are they counted?
Well, it would depend. That would have to depend on the circumstance as far as if we'd set the refugees. That would be very circumstantial.
I'm sorry. How would refugees be circumstantial?
Because if they're good, decent people, I don't see the problem with allowing refugees in. If they're good, decent people,
How do I know
they're
they're
not
good?
going to cause
decent
trouble.
people? How do I know they're good?
You do a vetting process. You vet them.
What if they're Muslim and they have ties to distant ties to, say, ISIS or something, and they believe in Sharia law? How about that? Do we let those?
Then they should not be allowed in then because they're terrorists.
Okay, so what if they're
I'm pretty sure I can say that word
what
on
if
here.
they're Christian what if they're Christian Armenians, and are they okay?
Christian Armenians?
Yeah.
Of course, if they're Christian, yeah,
Okay.
they're fine.
Okay.
Because they're not going to be as long as they're not terrorists. I mean, I know there's extremist Christians, but as long as they're not extremists.
I'm sorry. I don't have the
Christian.
I don't have the faith in our government to vet people to come into this.
Well,
That's like a liberal word.
govern.
Extremist
It's called we
Christians,
the people.
fundamentalist Christians.
It's the
You're just a
government,
Christian
not
or
the
you're not.
not the people that are in Washington. We're
Christianity
supposed
in
to govern.
itself is extreme.
Well, that's an entirely different argument. But
Yeah, that isn't a totally different
currently,
argument, but that's
under the current system,
He
James,
can't hear me, Dean.
would you agree with me, or do you disagree with me, that we shouldn't let anybody into this country without
the current system? I would totally agree, because our government is corrupted right now. We got to clean up house.
Mhm.
So I mean, we got house cleaning to do, and then we can get back to dealing with if we have to get back to dealing with.
You
other
agree
countries.
with me then that absolutely no limit, very limited immigration.
Very limited, yeah. Currently, right now, yeah, because we have a lot of
He just
internal
got
problems.
he just got a Uber Eats.
So
order.
how my I guess my problem is you've changed your position now a couple of times.
Every week he
we're
changes
getting kind of to the
position
details
constantly.
of what my position would be.
Bro,
though.
he'll have a position,
We're
and then
talking about
Andrew
different
Wilson will
details
say the
now.
opposite, and then
But
all
this
of a
is-
sudden he
okay.
believes that.
James,
I mean,
I'm trying really hard here.
This is
to
how
not call you an idiot.
Oh my God, Grid!
You changed your position 3 different times, and just because I worded the question differently. I'm literally giving you the
Grid
same
is going
exact
through what I went
question 3 different ways, and you've changed your position every single time.
Yes.
What is your actual position?
He doesn't know.
again, very limited immigration. I mean, as far as immigration,
We're talking
very
about
limited. It depends on if
isolationists,
they
though.
provide skills to the
Immigration is not
country,
the
and as far as
topic.
refugees.
Okay, let's get off of immigration for a minute. I think you've lost that completely. Oh wait, was that the whole argument? I wasn't
that was
done
the whole
yet.
5 minutes.
I wasn't done yet. I
We're
feel
gonna let it
defeated.
go to 6 minutes to see if we get a solo judge.
Welcome to my struggle, Grid. When I debated James.
Yep, exactly. I was just thinking the same thing, JS. The blinker did a better job of making a coherent point there.
Very funny. Well,
James,
the
you know what state
details
you're in right now?
matter.
James, I have to ask.
I'm
Because I
in
don't
Virginia.
think that you're high. I don't think that you're high, but I'm very curious. Do you know what state you're in?
Virginia.
What
He's
city?
in an awful state.
You don't have to name the city.
That's
Just do you
himself,
know the
dude.
city that you're in? Because you were
The
fucking
one-
lost
yeah,
your shit, dude.
I know where I'm at. I'm in Virginia.
No, you don't. You changed your argument 3 times, bro. You don't know where you're at.
Yes, I do.
Chat, we are putting the poll up. All right. I want you guys all, if you don't see the poll, make sure you hit the refresh on there. All right. If you want to vote for Grid 1 Motorsports, vote for this man right here. And if you want to vote for James Life Talks with the moon photo right here, this is who you're voting for. All right. So make sure you get your votes in, chat.
I swear I thought that was a paper mache Death Star. I thought that was his art project. I'm sorry. I feel bad now.
James, tell us about your paper mache. I hit that
Yep.
timer. Gotta hit that timer for you guys. Tell us
Paper
about your paper
mache?
mache art.
I don't have paper mache art.
Oh, okay.
He's learning. He's a learning young man.
Did you do that at
James is on
Vacation
the
Bible
run
School?
from the 5-0 crossing state lines in his gay Ford.
Crossing what line? Because I'm still in my state.
Cleaner says, Grid, be a good friend and let a man know if they can't debate.
I was doing the best I could, man.
No, you were. You were. It becomes impossible when it's hard to nail down a position on something.
Oh, I knew that he wasn't going to have a position. I just needed to demonstrate that it was gonna do more swimming than
What do you
fucking.
mean? I don't have.
You didn't have a position.
I say that's damn near preposterous there, boy.
Literally, Ask anybody on this panel, even the people that don't like me, and they will tell you did not have a position.
You try to do the thing where if you're not the affirmative, you don't have to make an argument or you don't have to prove a negative, but that's like a highly skilled thing to do well, and you're not there yet, James.
Man, it's hard to affirm something or
yeah.
So let me ask you, James, what's your definition of isolationism? Is he riding on R2-D2?
Oh man.
I don't know why my screen keeps cutting off. I don't get that. Hello?
Don't look at the screen. Look at the road.
It's not the screen.
Listen, this is yeah, true that. It is 2 minutes on the poll. Okay, 55 votes. All right, 81% voted. The winner of the 1v1 is Grid One Motorsports. So James, tell everybody where they can find you, why they should bring you back.
Well, you can find me on James Live Talks on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. And also, you can find me at James Gaming on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. And also have one social media, which is X, for my James Live Talks. And the reason you should bring me back, though, is that I can make some good arguments if you give me some time and everything. And also,
The one place you can't find James is in the microphone store buying a new microphone.
I love how he cuts out there in the middle of his.
but yeah, just go bring me back when I get home. If y'all gonna bring me back, y'all have a good one.
There you go, James. It's always a pleasure
Drive
having
safe,
you.
my friend.
All right?
Drive safe.
If they bring you back, you're more than welcome. But until then, my friend.
Your soul is mine. Fatality.
Another soul added into the safe of souls. And listen, I just want to say quick, for all the people coming in saying, let Aiden in, let Aiden on, listen, this is we have a structure here, right? You get in line in the back, and when it's your turn to come up, when we're not full, you come up. It can only be 10 on a panel at a time, and that's how it goes. I don't know how many times you got to be told this, but mad people have told you this in the chat, and you just keep repeating yourselves. You just look stupid at this point. And Aiden, I see you in the back, but since you're new to the show, I'm going to need you to throw on your cam, give me a peace sign before you come up. And you're not the next one, but the next one after that to come up. So don't leave, or else if someone comes after you and you leave, they'll take your spot in line. All right? That's how it goes. I don't care if he's a bigger streamer, all that fucking shit. You don't get special treatment, okay? Sorry, buddy.
Aiden Ross?
That would be crazy, huh?
Yeah, that would be wild.
Even Aiden Ross don't get no special treatment.
Yeah, I'll body Aiden Ross in a
Bricky!
Oh man.
Ricky, welcome to the show.
You're muted.
There goes the neighborhood.
How's it going?
You got yourself muted.
Out of the gate, they muted him. Damn.
Ricky, where are you?
He went to sleep.
Oh, you just hit yourself muted again.
I'm here. Someone's pressing him. Stop. Listen, Aiden Ross, fuck off. It's my turn.
Oh, shit.
Ricky.
Okay.
Welcome, Ricky.
The Cashapp assassin has decided to strike again.
Oh, no.
Is it Wally again?
And Grid One, tell everyone where they can find you why they should bring you back.
Don't bring me back. I'm going to go to bed. You can find me at An Unreasonable Man. I do shows days and evenings, and occasionally I debate here and there. Sometimes I'm good at it. Sometimes I'm not. You know, it is what it is.
That's
you have a good one.
Always
Do
a
not bring me back.
Don't bring him back. He says he's going to bed.
But also,
we never got to
don't
play it. We never got to play it.
If you're going to fatality somebody, fatality that bastard in the waiting room.
Shit, there you go. That's what's up. Always good having you, Grid. Always a pleasure.
Later, Grid.
Until next time, my friend.
Yeah, that's good.
You are so smart. Fatality.
Another soul added to the safe of souls.
Is the Cash App assassin just rolling dice to pick who he gets for? Because it seems random.
I just know the Cash App assassin loves to assassinate.
They're good at it for sure.
Hence the
And
name.
you're right. There's definitely not a pattern to it.
Yeah, I can't. Like,
And
he
it
got
makes-
rid of Wally. Wally was doing good. Grid was doing good. Like, I don't get it.
Speaking of Wally, this
Where
is
is he?
now.
Where are you,
This is
Wally?
now the. This has got to be at least 30 minutes. I haven't seen him on cam at all.
Yeah, it looks
So
like
what
Pop
I'm gonna
can handle
do-
his crown.
What I'm gonna
Looks
do?
like
is I'm
Daddy,
gonna put him in the
has
What
back.
happens with dad drinks?
I'm gonna put him in the back in case he was, drunk and fell asleep. But I think I seen Mr. E in the chat, or anyone who's got like Wally's personal number. Just give him a call. Make sure he's doing good for me. Do me that favor if you can, because he just left the cam, never came back. So that's why we're not going to take his soul yet. Maybe he's not feeling good and he went off and he's sick. So someone give him a call and
Tell him to man up and sort his sell out and get back on the panel.
We gotta meet this Aiden guy
it's
now.
just you can tell him to fucking eat some bread and get back here, all right? And yes, I did see the peace sign in the back. So we got another fighter to bring up. We had two, but the other one left. I don't know if they got scared. Maybe they did. Aiden Underground, welcome to the show.
What up? What up?
What a shit avatar that is. I mean, could you not put a bit more effort in the avatar? Seriously.
Bricky, it's not even a few seconds and you're on him.
You're muted over here, bro.
Wait, Josh, what do you mean?
Me? Oh.
No, Josh in the chat.
It always throws me off when there's a Josh in the chat.
He's muted. You're muted, Aiden. We can't hear you over here.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah, we can hear you now.
Yeah, but he got 4 minutes muted. He's been muted for 4 minutes.
Oh, shit, yes. You just got an instant 4-minute mute.
What?
4 minutes.
Yes. Yeah, the chat has a numerous amount of attacks that they can do.
How does that
And it's always best not to piss them off. So you'll see the timer down here. I moved this. You'll see the timer down here of when you will be unmuted when it hits 4 minutes.
But he was so young.
That's the way the game goes.
I guess it is.
I think it's fucking brutal.
You gotta
It is
earn your
absolutely
keep.
brutal. Nobody's safe. Like literally, no fucker is safe. And it's like walking on eggshells. It's it's like that dream where you're falling, you know, and it's like you hit the ground, boom, someone's inevitably going to have it. Last week was horrible. He was a nasty pasty, that assassin last week. Like.
What happened?
Mm-hmm. He just wanted to watch the world burn.
Can someone change my name off of Quack?
You do it? You pay for it changed?
Yeah. Someone changed your name to Quack.
Yeah. Caldy did that.
Oh shit. And we just got another 4 minutes added on to the mute.
Oh man. He doesn't even have a chance right now.
Chat always wins.
Chat always wins.
That's the thing with chat. Like once something happens and we talk about it, it keeps happening for some strange reason. I don't know why.
But I just looked at his chat and
right now.
His chat is pissed.
All right, let's pick this topic real quick. Let's just have some fun with it. I think with only going to be one. I might be wrong, but how about this one? Trump is a fascist.
Oh my gosh.
Are you asking?
Did you just swear at me?
No.
So I'm probably going to be the only one on the positive.
Oh yeah, I was going to ask. FG, what do you think?
Would say that.
It's always going to be me. But look, I don't even have to really say anything in this one. So I was very giving on Trump's winning night. I said, you know, because he had a multi-ethnic coalition, I technically can't call him a fascist, but I will argue it for the positive because I have two people who are extremely reputable who also call him a fascist, and that is
Destiny.
No. So your argument is an
General
argument from
John
authority.
Kelly, his former chief of staff, and General Mark Milley, who he nominated for the Joint Chiefs of Staff.
Who got sacked?
Him.
Did they get sacked off him?
What is the definition of fascist that we're?
Yeah, I know that's
working
that's got to be the start right there. Obviously.
No. You don't care.
Well, here we can give John Kelly's when he called him a fascist. He said it's a far right authoritarian, ultra nationalist political ideology, movement characterized by a dictatorial leader, centralized autocracy, militarism, forcible suppression of opposition, belief in a natural social hierarchy.
Okay.
Couldn't that be?
I'll play Christian advocate.
We can all Wikipedia the definition.
I'll play Christ advocate and say a little fascism is a good thing, and so maybe he is a little fascist, and maybe that's a good thing.
Oh my gosh, Josh, stop being an authoritarian.
Good try, but
no.
I mean, it's not an indefensible position.
Social hierarchies is not a good thing. Shutting down the media when they're lying about you is not a good thing. I'm with it. Let's go.
Combatant has entered the ring.
I mean, every single week we come on here to form a social hierarchy. If someone wants to
Hi, somebody was talking about fascism.
Welcome, Adam Dole.
Speak of the emo, and he shall appear.
So here's the deal. I'm not actually a fascist, but I've been doing my own research into fascism, and basically, animated effigy are really fucking stupid. Well, not actually. Not actually. Now the deal with fascism. The definition I like is really it's easily digestible. It's by Roger Griffin. It's palingenetic populist ultranationalism. Okay, so
what'd you say? Say it again.
Oh, I just want to let Aiden's chat know too. Like, since they're watching, you can pull him out of the mute or for the same amount that they are paying to mute. So here is the chat's move list. So if you want to come over and get Aiden out of the mute that my chat is so viciously toppling on top, this is how you do it.
There you go, King Grifter.
Okay, so basically, what you're looking at is like an effigy. While I understand the point of the definition you gave, because it's basically describing traits of movements that were fascist historically. It's not like it's not strong in ideological content. Like, there's no reason why a fascist government has to be a dictatorship, for instance. But is palingenetic populist ultranationalism. That's the basic definition that Roger Griffin gives it. Roger Griffin is not a fascist. He's not even right wing. He's like a lefty liberal type. Smart guy. He's British. You can look up interviews he did. His main argument for why Trump isn't a fascist is because he thinks that Trump's too stupid to be a fascist, which I think is a pretty good argument, actually, because Trump is pretty non-ideological. Well, to be more precise, his claim is that Trump is non-ideological, which I agree with completely. Trump, it doesn't really seem to have any ideology. He just seems to do whatever the fuck he wants.
Yeah.
Right. Like, I mean, obviously, there's no like.
So wait, hold on. What was the first word that you said? Palingenetic.
Yes,
I guess as in the idea of like rebirthing the country.
Yes.
As in like making it great again.
So within the context of American history, you have to understand that the term "Make America Great Again," as Trump was using it, was actually reactionary. The reason I can say this for certain is because that was literally Ronald Reagan's campaign slogan.
That is true.
So when Trump's using the term "Make America Great Again," he's literally saying, "Let's do Reaganism again," which is textbook reactionary. And fascism is not reactionary. Reactionary meaning going back to a previous state. Fascists want to it's described by Giovanni Gentile, the architect of fascism, as using an old blueprint to make something new. So
yes, fascists don't like liberals or conservatives, right? They want to smash everything and make something new. So that's kind of what already happened to the Conservative Party, though, right? Like they've already been smashed. The old conservatives are gone. They've been gone for at least like 8 years.
So So I actually don't even know what exactly you're talking about, because the conservative parties in the U.S. have gone through a number of different changes over time, whether or not you're talking about the new right versus the old right split, whether you're talking about like the shit that happened with Buckley when he came in and he wiped out all of these older conservatives, and you would actually prefer that Buckley do this, considering the people who
chat. I'd just like to say to chat that I'm arguing for Aiden, and whenever he gets out of his mute, you should definitely put him back in the place with a 1v1 versus
Well,
Adam.
it just went up to 23 minutes.
But here's the problem: is that most people advocate fascist as being despotic, and and that's where I think is the problem: is you cannot say that Trump is despotic.
Well, I don't even know what the fuck despotism even means. Me
neither. I gotta Google. And then maybe you shouldn't be arguing fascism either. Then,
well,
maybe
no,
trying to overturn elections.
When
you weren't supposed to
whether
stay.
or not something is despotic is similar to whether or not something's a tyranny, which is subjective. Yes. Tyranny is subjective inherently, because you can have a set of laws that is completely tyrannical in one culture that are not tyrannical in another culture. It merely depends on the surrounding culture. Like in an Amish society,
it's only not tyrannical when it's the other side doing it.
Well, not exactly.
I'd say the same thing to you.
Right. Well,
tyranny. Well, a tyranny would apply in, say, okay, it is not tyrannical in an Amish culture to ban cell phones. It would be tyrannical outside of Amish culture because that's not what they're used to. That's a simple example of why tyranny isn't.
Are you saying he's a fascist or not, Adam?
No, he's absolutely not a fascist.
Okay.
And this is the key point about the palingenetic aspect, because the palingenetic aspect, you have to realize fascists are fucking weird. Like, read Gentile. He's a wacky idealist. And idealism, as in material reality, doesn't actually exist. Everything that exists is in your head. This is idealism, according to Gentile. This is what he actually fucking believed. So when you're talking about palingenesis, it's rebirth of the nation in the classical sense, which means you're taking a group of people and you're literally turning them into a different group of people, which is wacky.
Mussolini was kind of gay.
So Adam, you don't trust the opinion of one of the Joint Chiefs of Staff that they know what a fascist is?
As if he doesn't have an ulterior motive. As if he's... Come on.
So
the word fascist literally means bundle of sticks.
Okay, so to be clear, Effigy, to be clear, I prefer to trust Roger Griffin because he is a scholar who's spent his entire life studying fascism over a Joint Chief of Staff who has not put in nearly the same number of hours into that specific topic.
So do you think a scholar understands the danger that it represents more than a soldier does, more than a general does?
You can right
someone
now
who lives through strategy. I'm just asking questions.
Right now, you can watch. You can actually watch Roger Griffin in interviews online right now, where he talks about the rise of actual fascist movements across Europe. And you can listen to him talk about his fears regarding groups like Identity Europa, who he explicitly identifies as a fascist movement. And to be frank, I think they are actually fascists, partially because he says it and partially because they actually match his definition. But also, and this is the other benefit of his definition, fascists like Zoltar Zoltanis, I think his name is, actually agree with his definition. He's like an actual fascist guy on fucking Substack. Like, this is like super fucking simple to understand.
Well, and part of the problem is the reason why John Kelly actually said fascist. It wasn't like he just made this declarative statement of saying he's a fascist. He was in an interview, and when he was remarking about when Trump was talking about the enemy within, he was talking about that being, if he was to act on that, to be fascistic. And he would be correct if he was to do that. The problem is we don't know, A, John Kelly's intent. B, we also don't know if he misunderstands, because a lot of people misunderstand what Trump says. And Trump says a lot of colorful things. Sometimes he says things very animated that are just said because he thinks it sounds good or whatever. So, I mean, if we're going to do that based on his language, that I think that would infer to me that we're not actually meeting any kind of objective standard of being a fascist.
That's
part of the problem with the left.
Sorry to interrupt you, Mosman, but as I thought would happen, chat had viciously ran away the eager man that was so eager to get his turn up here and was demanding such respect.
Oh, I did not get the respect that he demanded.
Rage quitted and is no longer. So we also have a 1v1 request from Crazy Zark. And also the thing is too, so that means the Cashapp assassin has one in the bag now, guys, because after that mute, the Cashapp assassin was going to take Aiden out anyways. So the Cashapp assassin has one in the bag, guys, so just be aware of this. But our next 1v1 request here is Adam versus Effigy.
Nice.
So we're going to get everyone else into the back here. All right. So we're going to keep going where you guys were at.
If we keep going on this topic, this is like an auto lose for me.
Yeah.
You want to do a different topic? No problem. And this one, King Blackout wants to add in fuck Gaydon's crew.
Facts.
I mean, I don't know what topic you want to do. If you want to do
Let me think of something you guys will actually disagree. Well, you guys will disagree on a lot, but
yes,
a good one. A good one here.
I mean, I literally just came in here because I heard people saying stupid shit about fascism.
Well, now you're in a 1v1. You know how it goes.
I guess I am.
You know how it goes.
Can I, regardless of what happens in the 1v1, I just want to say, can I just leave immediately and have Effigy stay on?
No, the chat still votes. Chat always wins, Adam. That's how it goes.
Okay, well, I mean, I'm gonna leave right after the 1v1. I'm just saying.
Well,
he wants to pull an Andrew on me.
I explicitly don't want to kick you off. because I think you're one of the few good debaters on this show, and I want you to stay on because I want you to win at least once. Even though I disagree with you on most.
Hey, maybe because you've said that, you may have lost yourself some votes just because of
Okay,
it.
yeah, I'm fine with that. Yeah, vote for Effigy. Don't vote for me.
Let me think here. Let me see a good one. And you see, you're still gonna give the chat content, right? So the chat's gonna love it either way. They two good debaters. Let me go down to this section here.
I mean, let's see, what was the other topic from side? Do you think climate change is bullshit?
I don't know nearly enough to argue that competently.
Okay.
And I actually am neutral on
it. What do you what do you think about stricter gun laws?
I'm
Hey.
for stricter gun laws. I'm fine with stricter gun laws.
Here's a fun one, Effigy. Do you want to argue whether or not the Earth is round or flat?
With you taking flat?
Yeah, I'll take flat.
Wait, so the problem is,
Adam's gonna do what I did the one night. I'm interested.
What?
Sure, let's do it.
Your hair looks like mine.
That's what's up. Let's go.
Urban Adventures.
All right, it's a flat Earth debate.
You must have
We're going
some
to
very
5 minutes.
pubes.
All right. It's 10 to add on a minute.
I just said in his
60
chat,
to
your
be
hair
the
looks
solo
like my
judge
pubes.
They
and
got some
fighters.
wild takes. Dude,
Good
we
luck
need
to both of
somebody
you.
get Musty on the
Let's
line.
get it.
Tell him to undonate to bring me back, add me instantly, and keep me unmuted for the whole night.
Okay, so
All right, Adam, what is your flat Earth best argument?
The argument's
look at
actually
us, who
incredibly
cares about
simple.
them?
The only case in which people can claim that the Earth is round is due to very, very strange predictions that don't go towards the immediate effect that people can see in front of them. So when you're claiming
I
that
said
that
your
you
hair
have this
looks like
model
my
that says the
pubes,
Earth
and
is
he read
round,
it on his
you
stream.
aren't actually
He's got
dealing with things that
156
people
watching his stream.
interact with on their everyday life. At least not most people, supposedly, if I assume it is actually round. So I need to see actual fucking evidence for the claim that it is round, and because on a day-to-day basis, the majority of people, myself included, interact with the Earth as if it is flat. So this is a low level of justification in epistemology, but it is a valid one to say it seems this way. Therefore, you can say it is.
So your argument is in like
Let me turn
your tiny perspective. It is flat in your immediate.
Good. This guy Aiden has like 160 people watching him. He was trying to join, and his chat was like, "Let him in, let him in." We let him in, or they let him in on VK, and everybody just kept muting him the whole time. And I went to his chat. He does have 153 people watching. He's got less than 6K subscribers, but he's got 153 people watching, which is really good. They're so pissed right now that he was getting muted the whole time. I said, "Your hair looks like my pubes." And he's like, "Well, you must have very nice, luscious pubes." He does seem all right. He seems kind of cool.
Like there's not really much nefarious activity you can get up to as an astronaut, right?
Well, so the claim would be that there is obviously a reason for the U.S. to fake all of these different.
Are you talking about the moon landing? What are they talking about?
Like events in space, especially for the Cold War. Now now the Cold War.
That's why we're taking
obviously when
Greenland
the
is
whole
for space
race
wars.
started that
I've been talking
provides
about
the
the
U.S.
space
a
wars for
very,
the
very
last 2
clear and
years.
obvious justification for faking all of it.
Are we about to get to faking the moon landing? Is that where we're going?
Well, yeah, I mean,
Yeah, we're going all over the place.
Aiden
Well,
projects.
hold on.
Soy
You
AF,
brought up
Aiden
people
look like a
taking
trans
photos from
Brittany
space
Simon,
of
Black
the
Ball
Earth
Dive,
spinning
another
of the Earth
Brittany.
being round. So
I watch
what else could this
commentary.
possibly
He's
be
part
about
of the
other than the
community
moon
I
landing?
watch. His channel name is
So do you also get that
that's
like
where all this
by
started.
His channel name is
claiming that
Aiden
the Earth
Underground.
is flat, you're also making a claim on the fundamental nature of physics?
Yeah.
But are you
Because
saying
we have to
Aiden
completely
Underground
and
is the
utterly
same
like
as Aiden
redefine like
Projects or
gravity and
Projects?
how things hold
is it
together?
Aiden Projects or Agent?
Well, actually,
why the
no.
water's not sloshing off the side of the coin and
Well, actually, no. So this
Used
is
to have
this
a
is
million
actually
subscribers in
a fun
2014.
thing with the
Wow.
round Earth model that you have to deal with.
What
So
happened?
that-
His channel get
what's
banned
like
or
the
something?
center point of the disc? Why isn't there that kind of gravity?
Well, so the issue with your model,
get him to come in here
specifically
sometime.
Is that
I'll
the claim
freaking-
is
I'll
that the
talk
Earth
to him.
is spinning at around 1,000 miles an hour.
Nobody's
with
gonna
tangential
cash.
velocity.
Nobody's gonna super chat to mute him
and
here.
also
I'll talk to him.
but despite that, the water is not flying off into space. And it is 1,000 miles per hour tangential velocity. You can look this up. But we don't see clear signs of this in the ocean. Tides are not consistent with what we would expect from the spinning Earth.
Well, no, tides are
What are
caused
they
by the
even
bulge that's facing toward the moon due to gravity.
Yes, that's the claim. So clearly, the
But
so-called
that also
spin of
shows
the,
that we're
the
spinning,
spin
right?
of the
Because
Earth,
Is
the
Adam's
spin of the
bulge
Earth somehow
water-
has no
Is
no
Adam a
centrifugal
space
force.
denier, or is this geocentricity?
Well,
What
because
are we
it's all
talking
relative.
about?
Because we're very, very small on it. But also the bulge itself in the water shows that we're spinning
I missed
because
the
the
debate
tides aren't
topic.
actually moving. The Earth is moving
I'm gonna
through
go
the
pee real
bulge
quick
of
before
water
the,
facing the
1v1
moon
ends.
as it spins. So the
So-
tides actually prove the spin of the Earth.
No, the tides don't prove the spin of the Earth. What
It totally
what the fuck are you
does.
talking about?
Because the bulge of water that is facing toward the moon is what creates the tides, and the Earth spins through that, and that's why the tides change over time, is that we're spinning through the bulge of water that's being pulled toward the moon.
Within the round Earth model, the moon isn't stationary. The moon is also moving around in circles. So that doesn't actually track with what you're saying. In order for what you're saying to make any sense, the moon would have to be stationary relative to the Earth, but it's not. That just doesn't track at all.
No, that's what it is. That's what the tides are. That's the gravitational pull of the moon, creating a bulge in the overall oceans of the Earth.
So I'll just say that
While
it's
at
true.
the same time, the centrifugal force of our spinning does
Fell off and
create
stopped
a small bulge at the equator.
Well, no, it actually
That's why he-
doesn't, and that's the issue.
I
Sea
told him his
level's
hair
not
looks like my
relatively
pubes,
higher at the
and
equator.
he laughed.
No, it isn't.
I
Dude, he
think
must
that it
be
might
Jewish.
actually.
No, the sea level is consistent
He's got them curly cues.
on this model. And aside
You got
from that,
them,
you have to
what do
explain
they call
like
them?
why
Shystas
all of this
or,
water is sticking to the ball.
Shylocks.
The claim
He's
is
got
that it's due to
Shylocks.
gravity.
The claim. Yes.
Yeah.
That's the claim.
Yeah, that's the claim. But gravity, like there are all sorts of like wacky fucking explanations for
He's
what gravity
14
even
and
is.
he had
Like,
a
I'm sure you
million
know.
subscribers.
It's like the fucking bending of space time or whatever the fuck that means. Like
Let's have
that's
another
just.
channel.
I guess maybe you could
called
come up with an explanation for how that fucking makes sense,
Aiden
but I don't know. It
Projects
just sounds
1 million
absurd.
subs. He fell off
Like
completely.
how do you
stopped
demonstrate
uploading.
a
He's like
bulge in
14
space or
then.
the
I don't know about. Is he lefty?
the change in space time? How would
He
you?
must
how
be
would
a
you
lefty,
demonstrate
and that's
that?
why
That
I
that's
didn't
actually
hear of him.
happening.
You drop something and watch it fall.
Yeah, no, but that's not what.
But
the
not
claim
that
of
I don't
gravity
hear.
is.
I
The
listen
claim of
probably.
gravity is that it's
Not
it's,
more,
it's a
but I
change
listen
in the
to
fabric
equal
of space time
leftists.
due
it's
to
a
an
bend in
increase in
space-time.
mass.
No, it's way more
Okay,
complicated than that.
how-
Yeah.
So
but
how
sure.
do you show that it's actually that?
We can put my.
Well,
Well,
through
I mean,
experimentation, eventually, hopefully,
do
like
this.
I mean, we just proved that the Higgs boson existed, and that hopefully through experimentation, eventually, we can manipulate those forces. Like they're
Yeah.
defining it more and more
Okay, so
precisely as they study it.
Okay, so how exactly was the Higgs boson proven?
Oh, where is it?
I don't know the specific experiment. I'd read it a while back. I can't recall it right now.
Oh yeah, so
But it was
so,
a big deal. I'm pretty
and-
sure the
and-
guy won Nobel Prize for it, right?
Well, yeah, and this is kind of the difference between the flat Earth and round Earth models or the beliefs, because in the flat Earth belief, we're looking at what we see immediately, and on round Earth, you have to rely on all of these spurious claims made by all of these people who you've never met.
I'm gonna let it go to 8 minutes just to see if we get a solo judge.
Yes, I agree. You look around and see what you see, and then make grand claims based on almost no information. That is correct.
Yeah, it's based off of what is apparent. It is a pragmatic view of the world. It isn't it isn't one that relies on an insane amount of trust in institutions that have proven themselves to be untrustworthy.
When's your next expedition to the ice wall?
I missed out on that one. The final experiment was done by people who have bigger channels than me.
I missed the topic. What were they debating about?
Flat Earth.
Flat Earth. Yeah.
I thought it was like geocentric or space is fake or something like that.
Oh, I
An animated effigy
fucking
right
write an argument
that
about
saves everybody except for if they're.
I actually agree.
Real quick, guys. Hold up. Real quick. Chat. I am putting the poll right now into the chat. If you don't see the poll, make sure you refresh your chat. Sometimes that happens. If you want to vote for animated effigy, you're voting for this man right here with the animation. If you want to vote for Adam Dole, you're voting for the gothic JD Vance over here. So chat, I'm starting the timer to 0, and you got 2 minutes. Let's go.
But yeah, vote for effigy.
Well, I was trying to mirror you and not just like break down into trolling.
No, you did. You presented good arguments.
I was so for the record. So for the record, effigy, I watch a lot of flat Earth debates, and I was trying to represent their position as well as I could, even though I think it's fucking stupid.
Oh, what happens when God flips the coin? That's what I want to know.
Everybody fucking dies. That's what happens.
He doesn't flip the coin. He plays marbles.
How come there's never a solar eclipse that looks like just a line across the moon?
But if you guys want to see some funny flat Earth content, look into the final experiment shit show. Basically, a bunch of flat earthers and two flat earthers and a bunch of flat Earth debunker channels all went down to Antarctica. And the photos have been hilarious.
About that.
Yes, but you
now
did
they're
a
saying
good job,
that was
Adam,
all
of
a
trying to
hoax.
represent that without it going off the rails and being too,
Dubé
like,
finally responded to it. He said it's a hoax. They're saying it's green screened. Some guy was hitting a vape and there was no smoke coming out. They're like, it's fake. It's fake.
Everybody's going to be a critic about something.
It's so funny.
Yeah. All right. But also, effigy, I recommend looking into Roger Griffin, or as to everybody, if you want to understand fascism better. He is, I think, the best living scholar. Him and Paul Gottfried. But you won't like Paul Gottfried because he's very right wing. So,
I will like him.
As I've said before, I cannot wait to be proven wrong on this subject. But I do stand with what I had said when Trump won. With current definitions of fascism, I think a lot of them hinge on them being not multi-ethnic. So if that multi-ethnic coalition holds, then yeah.
So basically, it's
all right. Hold up. Chat is up with the vote. That was 2 minutes. There was 62 votes on the poll. Good job, chat. Appreciate the participation. All right, 54%. So it was pretty close. 54% voted, and our winner on 1v1 is animated effigy.
That's a cool. That's cool.
All right,
so Adam, tell everyone where to find you.
I'm a
Why
nobody.
did you not bring me back?
I'm a nobody. Don't look me up. You won't find me anywhere. If you pay for me to come back, I won't, because I'm not going to be in the back.
Because I'll be in Aiden's chat. I'll be in Aiden's chat licking his arse.
So if you look up palingenetic ultranationalism on Wikipedia, Bill Hicks, you'll find like an overview of Roger Griffin's definition. But he has a book called The Nature of Fascism, which you should just read. Also, Paul Gottfried has a really good book called Fascism: The Career of a Concept. These are both solid books for these topics, and for the idiots in chat, I'm not an actual flat earther. Anyway,
Are you still
God.
Anyway, see ya.
Thank you for coming, Adam. Always a pleasure. Till next time.
Fatality.
So another soul gets added to the safe of souls. And chat, for the ones in chat that were saying, why are you running? Actually, Aiden ran. He decided to rage quit. That was his fault. You want him to come back, you're going to have to pay for his soul to come back unless he waits till next week. We do it every week, all right? We do this every week. But tonight the prize is $250. Other weeks it'll be $100. So he missed out on the big pot prize. Hopefully he takes a good lesson from this. And also Bill, I still have him in the back. He hasn't come to the camera at all. If you do have his personal number, try reaching out to him, please. I did mention this earlier, but if anyone's got Wally's personal number, please reach out. Make sure he's doing okay. Because like I said, he left the camera and had not come back. And also we got 2 more fighters to bring to the stage.
Oh my god.
Hello. Strange.
Hello, Chris. How's my friend doing?
There he is.
Oh, hello.
So
hey, you. Your hair looks gay. Fuck you.
Oh my gosh. Okay, you got it.
You got a troll.
He literally came just to say your hair looks gay.
Yeah.
He didn't even specify whose hair he was talking about.
Yeah. Did you say the state to him as well? Did you say the
talking
state
about
to his
Brick's
hair?
Brick, you was dissing your hair, bro.
I haven't got any hair. Listen, I'm 40 years old. I'm losing my hair. He was about 22, right? Honestly.
I just want to be clear. I didn't kick him just now. He just left.
Oh, I thought you kicked him.
No. He literally just went, yeah, your hair's gay. Fuck you, and left.
What a lame troll. Like, learn to troll better.
He got nervous. He hit that leave studio button real quick. The nigga said, "Oh."
And they think, oh well, we're gonna get him by coming in there and this stuff.
That was basically ding dong ditch that kid just did.
Yeah.
That's cute. That's cute as fuck.
11 years old.
You know, sometimes we have heartwarming moments on Verbal Combat.
I hate a weak troll. I love a good troll, but I hate a weak troll.
Yeah,
we get to give a spotlight to some Down syndrome kids. You know what I'm saying? It feels good.
Whoa, fuck off, Fredo. That spotlight's for me. Right? I'm the DEI. I'm the DEI project on
you gotta
this
spread
fucking
the love
show,
sometime.
right?
What did we tell you about
Fuck
sharing,
that.
Ricky? What did we tell you about
I don't
sharing?
I don't. Bricky
That's
doesn't share.
friends,
Bricky doesn't share. Right? Okay.
Except
Mine.
his diseases. He likes sharing his diseases.
That's why we got to work on that.
You
Program.
need to stop touching me, Chris, and you'll stop getting it.
Effigy, I got a question for you.
Oh, here we go.
Do you think that Tim Pool is a socialist?
Do I think that Tim Pool is a socialist?
Yeah, because he believes in universal basic health care.
I mean, the heart of it, like if you want to boil socialism down to a sentence, is it's workers owning the means of production, right? So like
through the government.
I mean, you can in the broader scheme, yeah, you could talk about like universal health care, but like that, I don't know, that's the thing that makes me feel like immediately like that guy is a socialist. Right. Like usually socialists are usually like hard up about workers' rights and shit like that.
So my point is, if somebody has one,
I think Tim Pool's a Russian stooge for accepting $400,000 a month from a fucking Russian propaganda arm. But
would you probably think that Tim Pool is like a right wing guy? No.
I mean, I would assume, yeah, he seems to be more right wing.
But he believes in universal basic health care, which is a socialist idea. So my point is, just because somebody
It's a left wing idea.
just because somebody has, some positions that might be a little more left wing, doesn't make them left wing. It's just we have different ideas that kind of move us around the political spectrum. In the same way, Trump may do some things that do match the definition of fascism, but that doesn't mean he's a fascist. You wouldn't call him a fascist.
But here's the problem with effigy. He's changed the definition of fascist within the confine of a conversation, and he really hasn't answered the question I asked him, which was,
I mean, the definition I gave was John Kelly's definition.
Right. And then you talked about race, you talked about ethnicity, as if that itself is part of the definition of fascism.
Yes, most fascist movements have been
they haven't.
not multi-ethnic.
No, they haven't.
Well, but if I start quacking, I'm not a duck, right?
I don't know. Start quacking.
Did you expect an answer for that? But
Well, no, I mean, I'm just, I'm just refuting your point because you said there's a racial component to it. I agree. There tends to be obviously a nationalist and even a.
God, I love that. I love that video, man.
So I'm just trying to get an idea because you brought that into the conversation, but based on the issue that I said about John Kelly, I did ask you. I said he was referencing it to if he was to do something, and Trump hasn't done that. So by that definition, he can't be a fascist because John Kelly's own statement, he said if he was to turn the military against the people, that hasn't happened, right?
I mean, John Kelly said it in an interview where he was just talking about him.
No,
he said in his experience, these are the kind of things that he would do.
He was talking about him being a fascist because of what he was saying about the enemy within. So
like the whole argumentation she has is fallacious because it's like, oh, this one dude says he's a fascist, ergo he's a fascist. It makes no fucking sense.
Right.
Oh no, those are just
stupid argument. That's
two pieces. I mean, I could go through point by point.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the fullness of what you're trying to define fascism as, and I'm offering a contention against those because I think from what I've heard of what you're saying,
that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying I was just making a comparison. I'm saying just because we have some beliefs that fit into another category doesn't make us part of that category. Just because Trump does some things that could be considered fascist doesn't make him a fascist. In the same way, Tim Pool has some ideas that are considered socialist, doesn't make him a socialist. That's the point I was making.
So what percentage of positions, JS, would you have to have?
Over 50. Majority.
Okay.
So if the so in like earlier tonight, I was arguing against marketing to kids. Well, that's anti-capitalist, but I'm a capitalist. But that position is anti-capitalist. So some of my positions are anti-capitalist, but I still consider myself a capitalist. It just brings me a little more to the left.
Regulating is not anti-capitalist.
Well, we're preventing companies from profiting off of certain marketing by using authority to restrict their rights. So that it's the same thing with anti-Vaseline.
They don't have a right to advertise, right? Like to
He's
specific
kind of
ways.
talking about like how tobacco companies aren't allowed to market anymore.
Right. So I'm anti-Vaseline, which is anti-capitalist because the medical industry makes the Vaselines.
You like it whacked and dry, GS.
Okay,
it's
a very quick.
You know what I'm saying?
Guy, right?
Quick, simple lesson, okay?
Jam it up in you.
Just because you're against
oil,
certain products or services doesn't mean you're anti-capitalist. The whole point of capitalism versus, let's say, socialism is that capitalism is if I have the capital and I take the risk, I take the profits. On the other side, you have the socialists who are like, no, the workers should own the business and we shouldn't have anyone who has their own capital and take the risk themselves. Should all just go to the workers and all this kind of bollocks. Just because you're against certain products or services doesn't mean that you're anti-capitalist.
Right, but traditionally, anti-Vaseline people were on the left because it's anti-capitalist. We like the medical industry to be able to create these Vaselines to give them to
What
people.
are you even talking about, JF?
I'm using a word. I'm using
lubricants.
I don't want to say the word that I need to say.
I want you to have chopped lips, boy.
That's my word for.
Okay, I get what you're saying now.
You know what the jab. The jab
I
is the
know.
Vaseline where they jam
know.
it up in you.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
I was
JS,
like,
we
really,
can
guys,
see
like-
JS never got that because he doesn't even know how it works.
But Jess, you
Right.
understand the difference with the whole quote unquote Vaseline or the jab or whatever you want to call it. Like that literally was not because they were forcing people to take the vaccine. So like this whole premise of like capitalism is that like the consumers are free to choose the product, and they
Right.
weren't free to choose the product.
Yeah, I agree. But I'm against it. Like I'm against it.
You
for
were free to not
kids.
get it.
Yeah.
You didn't get it, right?
No, of course.
So there was no certain roles where you had to take the
You're not
vaccine.
free to not get it if you didn't get it.
So they weren't
Like,
talking about mass mandates or like.
I'm not trying to hone in
Just saying that
specifically
people
on the
didn't get it.
coup.
If
I'm
your
talking
argument is that
about.
people had to get it and people didn't get it.
They were talking about mandating it.
Yeah, well, I'm not even talking about. I'm not talking about the coup. I'm talking about in general. Like that is a capitalist idea for medical industries to keep creating these things and these cures for things. That's a capitalist thing, and there's been a swing. The pendulum has swung. The left used to be anti that, and now the right is anti that. And all I'm saying
because
is
even the main
Go ahead.
premise of this JS is that like the taxpayers footed the bill to get the vaccine developed, and they didn't get the profits. The companies got the profits. So again, that's not a capitalism principle.
Right.
The taxpayers took the risk. They didn't get the reward.
Right. And really, if you want to talk about the root, if you're going to get into capitalism or whatever, you have to talk about what its root is, which is the means of production controlled by private entities, right? That's what you're talking about.
I'm not. You guys are missing what I'm not trying to get into social. I'm just saying that if we hold ideas that fit into another category, that doesn't make us part of that category.
Well, true. That's I'm not denying that. But again, the issue is if you're going to say someone is a fascist, and fascist has a very specific definition, and there's certain qualifications you have to meet in be able to do that, and you have to demonstrate it, then you have to do that. Otherwise, it's a meaningless word.
Some of
just like
Trump's
racism and
policies
all that.
could be considered fascist, but
In
I
what
wouldn't call
regard?
Trump
In
a
what regard?
fascist.
In what regard, then?
Like stifling the media when they say things against him. That's a fascist thing. Intense.
And how did he stifle the media?
Nationalism. Nationalism.
Take away their broadcast license. What are you talking about?
Okay, has he done that though? There's what he's saying, and there's what he does.
Evagy's right.
Oh,
That
sure.
is a fascist
Sure.
thing for Trump to do.
To say.
No, it's not.
No, it is. But
Well,
I'm saying that doesn't make
if he
Trump a
does none of this,
fascist.
then all my words are moot, right? Then I'm completely wrong. If he does none
Bro,
of it, then I'm just
isn't that literally what every country does? Every country on this planet, if some people in the country say some shit that the government doesn't like, they tell them to shut up.
Yes, but that is a
That happens
fascist
everywhere.
tactic, and my argument is that doesn't make him a fascist.
Yeah,
Even though it's a fascist
100%,
tactic,
that's what I mean.
doing something fascist doesn't make you fascist. That doesn't make sense.
Having one opinion that fits into the fascist category doesn't make you a fascist.
Bro,
Just like that's
yeah.
why I brought up Tim Pool
So is
having a
fascist about
socialist
what you
idea
believe or
doesn't make him a
ideology,
socialist.
Or is it about also what your ideology, how it is, how you're doing, and how you're implementing that ideology?
It just pulls you a little more towards that side.
Okay,
Husband, I
there's
feel like
no
you're doing the
denying
reverse
that
now
he has
that you start
authoritarian tendencies, and there's no
So
denying that he has authoritarian ideas in some regards. That doesn't mean he's fascist.
Right, but he's not a radical
Okay.
fascist or he's not a radical authoritarian. And didn't who said earlier Trump doesn't have any ideologies? Was that you? Effigy?
No.
That wasn't me, but I kind of agree with that. That might be the actual saving
So then
grace. on
how
why
is he
he's
a
not.
fascist?
So, right, if
He doesn't. He's willy nilly. He's populist. He does what the people want him to do.
he does what whoever's around him
He
wants
does
him
it.
to do.
He does it. He does it well.
So
He
Adam
doesn't.
had
He
his own
doesn't
definition.
force.
The definition of
Yeah.
fascism I like to stick with was the one that Dr. Lawrence Britt made in her, I think it was her book called The 14 Points of Fascism. Powerful and continuing nationalism, disdain for individual rights, identification of enemies as a unifying cause, supremacy of the military, rampant sexism, controlled mass media, obsession with national security, religion and government intertwined, corporate power protected, labor power suppressed, disdain for intellectuals and the arts, obsession with crime and punishment, rampant cronyism and corruption, and fraudulent elections. Finally,
And they do this
I'm a
because
fascist.
no. They do this because the reason they do it is what makes them fascist. This is most of those points can be used by people who means well and do not want to control the will of the people. But I have not seen any proof that Trump has done that. He has not gone against the will of the people.
He obviously has a nationalist populist ideology, which tends to align with fascists. So I agree with that. There is a disdain.
Come on.
But I don't believe there's a disdain for individual human rights.
No,
That's
on. He's the
liberal.
least. He's the least of the people who does that.
Right, but I'm
I
just saying. But he does have nationalist talking points, and it's not bad.
The media will say that
just because a bunch of liberals don't understand what nationalism is. But the supremacy of the military, that would be a fascist thing. But I don't see Trump doing that because he's actually tried to be more peaceful than Biden, who basically has started a lot of wars. Rampant sexism, that's another liberal.
What wars did Biden start? What?
Attempted control of mass media. Okay, yeah. But it's not just the attempted control of it, it's the actual action of it, not just what you're saying about it. That would be obsession with security and walls, somewhat church and state commingled. That's completely BS. And I'm not a Christian nationalist or a monarch or anything like that. I will say, if there's one thing that he probably is the most would be the closest thing to being fascist on, would be his obsession with crime and punishment, for sure.
Wait, it's fascist to punish crimes?
To be obsessed with crime and punishment,
bro.
Are we talking about fascism? Or are we talking about something else? Like this is getting dumb.
It sounds to me like if I learn Mandarin, I move to China and Chinese now.
Effigy brought up, because he was bringing more into his definition or ideas of, and I was discussing that.
Yeah, let's not get out of hand.
Where is the line
Get up to
between
the
like
point. What
creating
is
a safe
fascism?
environment
Bro,
and
it becomes like literally the reverse of a no true Scotsman. It's like if you do this one thing, you are the true Scotsman. You have that one thing, then you qualify, son. It's like what are we doing over here? It's like inverting us.
So if I eat a vegetable, if I eat a salad, that makes me a vegan.
No, that makes you a pussy if you eat a salad.
Even though I'll eat meat, if I just eat this one salad.
Yes,
you need to stop eating dude salads, bro. I told you that's
was Josh's
gay.
point.
That's what I was saying.
Yeah.
Good analogy. I like it, Brick.
I really want a salad now, to be honest with you. I really do.
You want to go toss
Dude,
some
salads are only
Don't.
good for dressing delivery mechanisms.
Oh, I want some steak with it at least. Fucking hell, just come on, I want some
You were
meat
doing
with it.
Brick. You were doing well. Don't push it.
Oh, that's my forte, Dan. Once I get something,
all right.
You'll never get another one for the rest of the year. Now that was my one good one. So
All right, I'll leave it alone. I'll leave it alone.
But this is the whole reason. Like, there's no like actual kind of like definition that like that even the left can agree on. The only reason why they call him a fascist is because like anytime you think fascist, you think automatically Hitler, and that's why you're seeing like Trump getting compared to Hitler so much. It's appeal to emotion essentially.
A lot of times it is.
Actually,
lot of times
Mussolini.
it's a way of
Actually,
discrediting
Mussolini
someone.
was the original OG fascist, wasn't he?
Yeah, he's the father of fascism.
And I've seen the same thing happen on the right, and people call Obama fascist, and he wasn't. So, you know,
It's just
So
something
it
liberals
happens.
do to lob names at people.
Well, it's not just liberals; conservatives have done it too. So it's a tool that a lot of people
Right.
like to use.
There's the
to
people who
discredit.
call everything communist.
It's like people who call everything xenophobic and racist and
Yeah.
sexist and
There's always some sort of ism that they can call you, isn't there?
yeah.
All right, next topic. Great one.
Yeah, next topic. I think the topic's done.
Yeah, I'm not getting that 20 minutes back in my life. Right, thank you very much, people.
We are all in the same boat. We feel you.
Yeah. That was incredibly unproductive, everyone.
Check back on that topic in a couple years.
Okay, yeah,
Sure,
You
sure.
believe that he might be fascist.
All right, let me.
And we'll know for sure.
Bring up this
Yep.
topic. This was like a. I actually just added it kind of last second, but climate change is bullshit is the prompt.
Ooh.
Yeah.
No, that's the answer. That's also the answer as well.
Yeah.
That's also
Anthropogenic climate change is bullshit. I'll say that. Man-made.
I'll say.
Well, on the one hand, the climate does change, but the
Yeah.
fact that it's
Right.
like we should like
It's
dedicate
called
all our
weather.
priorities to trying to
So we're
like
talking
prevent this
about
is bullshit.
man-made climate change. Then I guess.
Well, no, it
Even
doesn't say. It just
man-made
says
climate change is even real. Like us using a whole bunch of automobiles and adding all this CO2 to the oxygen has actually made more green across the desert because their follicles don't have to open up as wide to get the CO2 out of the air.
So in terms of
Exactly.
the prompt, I guess man-made is what is being suggested
But-
here, right?
In terms of the prompt, climate change is bullshit. I would say no, it's not bullshit.
Man-made.
But that's
Yeah,
not the
man-made,
prompt.
Yeah. Yeah.
No,
And
sure, sure.
I would go
I'm
beyond
asking-
that and
I'm
say
asking
Right,
to
right.
change
Yeah,
the
yeah,
man-made,
yeah.
right? To the
I
point
agree.
where
Yeah.
they believe
Yeah.
a certain degree.
The political movement surrounding climate change is bullshit, but climate change is a very real thing in multiple
Well,
aspects.
And it's also
Yeah,
a racket.
I'm asking
It's a
to
racket. The green thing is a racket.
change
People
the
don't
prompt
even
for the sake of a good argument.
Right.
In terms of a good argument, everyone here knows that the climate changes.
Right.
So
right.
just to specify climate change would be man-made, or I'm asking you, sweater one would be easy.
I don't know, because I could even get into some harp stuff. We want to go down the rabbit hole. We could start talking about how we are messing with the climate, but it's not because of carbon emissions. It's because of stuff there. Anyway, I don't want to.
It took us less than 5 minutes to go to the we have a giant space laser array in Alaska.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Are we talking cloud seeding here? Sweater number 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I don't know if that's happening. I just know that
No, the cloud
they
seeding's legit. That does happen.
yeah, I know that they are able to do it. That's all
They
I know.
not Navy. I forget the name of the organization, but I covered it a while ago. But they flew a plane in like the 70s into a hurricane, and they were trying to disperse it. So they dropped a bunch of dry ice into it, and the hurricane redirected and went back and hit Georgia. It had just went through Florida. And then they flew a plane into it, dropped a bunch of ice into it.
I
don't shake your head, Chris, like I'm just making stuff up.
I don't think that was in the 70s. I think that it was something that they tried.
I'm not just making this
recently.
up, Chris. I got the resources. I got the
No,
resources.
I heard
out
I
your
heard
papers.
about this. I heard
got
about
the
this.
documents.
You're
Was
smoking
this
some
in the
good shit,
70s?
UGS.
I'm not smoking something. I'm not crazy.
So once again, I'll probably be the only one.
Mad.
I got a file on
the
it.
negative on this one. But we know that CO2 is an insulator and it traps heat. We know that
Yeah, but
the amount let me
in
fucking talk.
In the current
You guys have been
atmosphere,
talking.
in the current
Shut the
atmosphere, we're
fuck up,
actually in
Terry
danger
Ack.
of getting
Shut
too
the
low
fuck
for
up.
CO2 rather
No,
than
we're
too
not.
high. Yes,
No,
we
we're
are.
not.
Okay, what's the percentage?
Let
We know that we've
FAG
burned a shit
fucking
ton
talk.
of fossil fuels in the past
What's the
couple
current
centuries.
percentage of CO2
Shut the
in the
fuck up
atmosphere?
and let me talk, Terry Ack.
Because you don't know. You're making claims that you can't back up.
We know that it's proportional to the amount of fossil fuels we've burnt. We know that CO2 in the atmosphere
don't.
retains heat. Yes, it does. We know this.
Okay, what percentage of the atmosphere do plants need?
Well, what do they need, Terry? Tell us.
Well, they need at least 1 to 2%, and we're actually below that. That's why Fredo made the point that it's like, actually, we need CO2 in the atmosphere, otherwise all the plants die because there's no CO2. And another thing, when we talk about these like environmentalist policies that we want to reduce,
what I was trying to say when
it's only the West that has to reduce their carbon emissions. But when it comes to China, when it comes to India, when it comes to all these other countries where their CO2 emissions are skyrocketing, none of these climate activists are saying shit about those countries. It's only the West that has to reduce their CO2 emissions. AKA, they want the West to get rid of their energy supplies, which will crumble the civilization.
We don't have to do it. Why?
China doesn't have a pollution problem because they're Chinese and they're good because they're not.
Look, there are times in our geological record where we know that the Earth had its air levels go in crazy directions. The time that the CO2 went in a crazy direction, the Earth turned into basically a desert. The time that the nitrogen went into a crazy direction, it basically turned into a ball of ice. We know what happens when our atmosphere gets unbalanced.
Real quick. Crazy Dark wants to just add in CO2 is less than 4%. They need more than 2% for greens to grow. Climate change is a joke.
Exactly.
Yep.
Yeah, overall, I would say climate change is a joke. It's BS, but
climate change is bullshit. Pollution is a real thing.
The way the prompt is worded, I will say, yeah, there is climate change. The climate, definitely.
Climate always changes, guys. There's no fucking consistency in nature or regularity of nature. That's just
and no one talks about the fact that there was so much carbon in the dating right before the quote-unquote ice age happened, and I'm pretty sure that they didn't have a fucking Ford factory back then. So
allegedly there was more carbon when the dinosaurs were here, which was like
a lot of
which was like 5,000 years ago.
Well, it depends on if it correlates with a highly volcanic, high activity in volcanoes and shit like that, right?
Or cows farting, right?
Because usually the natural levels balance, like the amount of it it'll take in for into force and release oxygen. That usually there was some kind of balance.
Yeah. So why is Egypt a desert now? Cairo was once a lush green land. What happened back in the ancient Egyptians? Well, were they pumping out a lot of CO2, and that's what caused it?
Teriak, that's racist. Why are you making fun of Africa?
No, it's logical, man. Chris. That's why.
Oh no.
Well, we came out of an ice age, and things became more arid. And we had a measurement for the natural progression of that. There are many ice age cycles that have happened over tens of thousands of years. So now that we have a measurement of that, and we can measure that from like melted ice caps and shit that we've got of ice cores. We know that we've hypersaturated the atmosphere really quickly
because of the CO2 being released from the melting ice.
I mean, there's a lot of factors that depends on what the
information from
CO2 in the air is.
Climate models, like the same climate models that we know have been faked.
They've only been keeping records on it.
Neil deGrasse Tyson said it was true, so I believe.
The only thing we know for sure is that every time
Bill, the science guy.
Wait, I just want to say real quick, dude. Just real quick.
Not Bill. Nye, the science guy.
Sorry, Dan. Dan, one second. One second.
Yeah.
I'll let you go right back. I just want to say real quick. I know on VK nights, I usually tell the mods to take it easy with the timeouts and shit. But anybody who just came over from that little Pole Smoker stream, you mods have all free reign to do whatever the fuck you need to do. Okay, time them out every 10 seconds. Do whatever. Okay, have some fun with it. Right? Show them how you have fun. So,
dude, get his ass up here. Like, come on, man, come up and debate.
Dude, easy.
Well, yeah, I mean, like, not one person in this community has the $70 left to revive him. I mean, that's not my fault, bro. Be more entertaining. People will pay for it, buddy.
In his chat, they were like, "Don't pay because they'll just pay more." Like,
which Aiden is
probably
this?
That sounds like
they just saying
y'all
they
are bitches.
brokies. Then I don't know what the fuck.
Yeah, it sounds like y'all.
What it comes down to is he thought he could come in here, push his weight, be on here, do whatever the hell he was going to do, and that there wasn't a system set in place. And then I love how they were like, add 80 to his thing, and then they were just typing it easy, like as if that was like the quintessential to like doing a a dono there. It's like you can't just type that. You have to actually give the money.
You see, what I'm getting is these are really, really young teenagers or prepubescent kids that have got no money themselves, have to steal their mothers and fathers' credit cards or something to actually donate, and he's basically like, sitting with a bunch of kids. He's a kid himself. Let's face it. Come on, he's very stupid. Thinks he can come over, and push his weight. You know.
Oh yeah, and all this mention of free speech, I don't know where the fuck you thought you were
Yo, you
at
guys
or
are fucking
anywhere you
crazy.
go, but there's no such thing as it. Enjoy reality, young ones.
Yeah,
dictatorship.
mods need to do fucking
This
license
is
checks
the
in chat.
whatever
Make sure everybody's
I
of
allow
age.
platform. I don't know if you thought this was a.
This is a dictatorship.
Let's
This is a dictatorship.
Let's go.
Emphasis on dick. Emphasis on dick. I gotta say what Kirian just said.
It's all
No,
dick
no,
and
no,
taters
no.
up in here, bro.
I love
this
taters.
Oh no, y'all are going the wrong way.
It was
Oh shit, Chazzy put in a 20 for a 1v1 halvesies. All right. Mad Mapper coming in, putting on 10. So we just need 10 more to get another 1v1 going. Aiden is a female dog, hands down. Cry, cry, cry. Thank you, Crazy Zark. And also, Kieran wanted to add into the current conversation, more CO2 equals more plants equals more animals equals more meat. Yum.
Let's go.
That fits into what I was about to say, actually, because every time we see in history, we can look at all these charts, but what we do know for a certain is that every time that the planet is getting cooler, we get more deaths, we get more immigration, we get these big calamities. Is that what you call it? Calamities? And whenever the base temperature seems to have been high, it actually seems that we have been doing better.
Yeah.
Well, and don't forget, the United States will freeze up, and we'll all have to immigrate to Mexico. And
Yeah, that's the thing is every model that they've given us with this climate change bullshit, they just keep on pushing out the date. Like it never comes to fruition. The world is still here. The world still hasn't ended yet.
No,
Well, and then not only that,
They
I-
said
I-
the world was going to
time
end
scale.
in 10 years because of
Well.
climate
No,
change. for the
they've
last
given us
50
specific
years.
time scales of every
Yeah, they models are trash, bro.
Every 12 years the world was supposed to end, bro.
What happened to
Fuck,
global
all the
warming?
people-
I was just going to say that
None
they
of the
called it
serious
global
ones
warming,
ever
didn't they?
said
They
that
used
was
to
gonna
call
end.
it global.
Yes,
It,
yes.
it is definitely a path, though, right? Like if the CO2 does go out of hand, we know what the Earth can do to it.
Yeah, but effigy, you're mentioning CO2. So what is the ideal CO2 we should have in the atmosphere?
How do you spell CO2?
Go ask a
You
climate
can't
scientist.
answer that. You can't answer that. All your
Well,
whole
you
argument
got-
is an appeal to
you got-
authority.
you got
Your whole
material.
argument is to appeal to, well, these
Yes,
climate
appeal to
activists say that
scientists, yes.
there's too much
No, not
CO2,
appeal to scientists.
but you can't actually name what's the
Consider
ideal
money.
CO2 we
Tens
should
of
have.
thousands.
All of the money.
Those scientists are motivated by profit.
Look, we just know that our warming is occurring 10 times the normal speed that we've established outside of the ice age.
But you're also making the claim that's due to CO2, which is not true.
If climate change scientists said there was no climate change, they wouldn't have a job.
Exactly.
No, they would still be climate scientists, right? Like climate scientists
There's
don't
no
just
such thing.
do climate change, right?
They won't get the funding because there's not a sense
No,
of
but most of
impending
them
doom.
that are doing like the climate models that they're being paid
People
by.
are still gonna study the weather, guys, and
Okay,
the
but studying the
atmosphere
weather, like
and
the
all kinds of stuff.
meteorologists
That's
Meteorology. Yeah, but they get more
you guys are being
funding
so
if they make it a
simplistic about
more dire
There's no
situation.
climate scientist, bro. That's a lot.
I'm just so confused because Effigy is talking about this and like 20 minutes
Yeah,
ago he was.
Where did the idea of
wait,
climate
hold on,
change
hold on,
come
hold on, I
from? It
wasn't-
came
I
from
wasn't
people who
done.
are
I
already
was
in the
not
fields,
done.
right?
And
How
20 years
old
ago,
do you think the Earth
They
is?
changed
20
and they
years ago,
turned it
Effigy,
into
you were saying the Earth was not flat, and now you're saying this. What's going on?
Yeah, the climate records have been kept since like the 80s. So we have
Crazy Zark wants to add in all the people that push climate change still have beachfront property. They don't even believe in it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, it's what the insurance companies just fuck do. The insurance companies sure aren't insuring a house along the coast, or they're certainly not here in my state, like allowing insurance for hurricane hit areas anymore, or places where the fires are happening more. Like all this extreme weather is part of the effects of it, right? It makes extreme events. Hell, I have myself in the last like 6 or 7 years have been through 2 500-year rain events in my state. One of which flooded the entire.
You've been through 2 500-year rain events,
no,
bro.
In 6 years, you've done 1,000 years worth of rain.
And in Tampa, no, do you get what I'm saying though? It's an event. It's an event or downpour that's only supposed to happen every however long. It's happened here in Louisiana. It happened in Florida around Tampa.
We have a once in a 500-year storm every 10 fucking years, bro. It happens all the time.
Now we are. Now we do.
Only people who peddle climate change, man-made climate change, believe that the weather is only been it can be explained in this way of it being due to climate change, which is there's no evidence to it.
There is not.
If you
there's
did,
no
have
data.
it right
It's all
here in front of us,
speculation,
right?
But
there's direct evidence, right? Like the National Weather Service is having a debate right now whether or not they should make a Category 6 for hurricanes. What are you talking about?
But that's that you now that's a different issue. That whether they talk about Category 6s does not mean that this is a cause or a complete cause from climate change.
When you have a pattern that happens every 60,000 years, you do have to do certain things that changes what you decided on 100, 200 years ago. Yes, if you got to have a Category 6 on a hurricane, yeah, things have happened before that have wiped out civilizations.
Yeah, that's just how this fucking planet works, yo. That's weather. It's unpredictable.
And you might be right, you might be wrong, but I think you're wrong.
George Carlin, when he says, "Ask the people of Pompeii if they felt like they were a threat to the Earth."
Yeah, it's their fault. It's all their fault. They polluted. Those
Not
bastards.
the world, it's the people. We're fucked. I love that.
You don't know. The people of Pompeii farted a lot.
No,
and they
it's
drove
the same-
chimney Ford Pintos.
It's the same thing with these models that predicted that we would have already been screwed now, and then we trust on these models to accurately predict how the fuck the climate, what was in the atmosphere, all of this shit that they just pull out of the air. They can predict that accurately, but they couldn't even predict
Trust
shit
me, over the last
accurately
few
that was
years,
gonna
we
happen
have
5-10 years later.
established that you guys cannot stand the fact that science has to change to get more accurate stuff.
But we're talking about the science and you don't know the science.
The science.
But your whole idea of science is
Yeah,
appeal to
the
the
reason-
people who are saying the things that agree with your scientific theory. That's not science.
Exactly. Like the question comes down to, okay, if we're producing too much CO2 emissions, then what is the acceptable amount? And you don't have an answer. That is a scientific
What is
question.
an acceptable amount for humanity to produce?
For the plants.
Is that what you're asking?
Because the plants were fucked. Because this is the thing, like they say, it's too much CO2 emissions, too much CO2 emissions.
The answer to your
Not
argument would be
CO2 emissions
something to keep things back
in
in balance, right? So we can tell right now that the ocean itself is absorbing way too much heat, right? And it's starting to become toxic to its own kind of life. We're seeing mass die-offs in there. So
Yeah,
the
that's
answer
not
is
man-made.
really whatever we can calculate to. If we're part of the problem of heating the earth up, because
Well, how
CO2
we-
retains heat once the light has come through. That's the whole point about it being an insulator. Once light has come through, the actual heat radiation it creates off the earth.
Yeah, so give me a number.
Trapped underneath. I don't have to give you a number.
Yes, you do, because you're just making wild basis claims then.
Normal weather is
No, it's not baseless at all. I don't
You
have to
know
give you a
what's a
fucking
fantastic
number with your
insulator?
stupid.
Yeah, so let me educate the scientists with some science, right? The current measurement of the CO2 in our atmosphere is around 420 parts per million. In order for plants to be in the ideal, the most optimal conditions for this, they need to be between 1,000 and 1,500. So we're way below what plants' optimal level for CO2 is.
I was
Yeah, dude,
close.
So a lot of guys that even grow, right?
It's
they,
not
they
even. Wait, what are you talking
artificially
about?
add
Plants
CO2
would
to
be
their grow
fine if we went
rooms.
off the CO2 scale.
Exactly.
There would be. Yeah. What are you talking about then? Plants would be fine. Like no one's saying we're going to kill
What are you
the
talking about?
plants
Plants
for the
were
warm
fine.
Earth.
So here's the thing. Plants
What the fuck?
don't need as
No one's
much
saying a lot of
carbon
CO2
as you
would
think
kill
they
plants.
do, Teriak. The reality is that it needs actually oxygen. That's what they need. And then so what they do is they feed. We give them our carbon, and then they produce oxygen for us. So part of that has nothing to do with climate change. Part of that does have to deal with legitimate factors like deforestation, which is part of that. But the other problem, and I think no one wants to talk about this, is the fact that we're having lesser and lesser people in the world.
Deforestation. The problem with deforestation, you can look at California, what just happened there. They are not cleaning their forest up. In Norway, we do this
Deforestation
all the time.
and doing
how are we having
preventative
less people in
maintenance
the world?
What's
work
that?
on forests is two different things, Dan.
No, I'm saying deforestation. So what are you saying?
Deforestation is different than like doing control burns or doing any of the natural things that the liberals don't want to have done in a forest, right?
All right, tell me what deforestation is.
Deforestation is the complete removal of trees, completely, like the deforestation of like the Amazon, right? So that's where you don't. So when you cut down trees and you're not replacing the trees, that's deforestation. You're literally taking the forest away, cutting down the trees.
So how fast does it take for a tree to grow? So
It takes a long time, actually.
Oh, really? They take away the
Depends what
seeds and
tree it
everything.
is. Depends what tree it is, bro.
It depends on exactly. It depends on what tree it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, some trees can
I mean-
fully mature within 2 to 3 years, bro.
Yeah.
But again, that's just a side issue to the point. The point of being whether or not the climate change, and again, the problem that we have is that we have to trust information that people are given us based on faulty models and methods. We don't have a full understanding. A lot of the things that are being said have been reversed. I mean, I can't even tell you how many things were debunked from that stupid Al Gore quote unquote documentary.
Oh, so bad.
Yeah,
Well, I
but
was told
kept
that we
getting
would not
pushed.
see
That's
snow.
the problem.
We were not.
Just because
we were not
everybody
going to.
keeps backpedaling and changing what they're saying, we go, well, they keep backpedaling and changing because that's your science. And then I go, so why the fuck should I listen to that? If there was some dude that didn't know the fucking directions, the third time he tells me to take a right when I should have gone left, I'd be like, dude, fuck you. You're not doing directions
Yes.
anymore. Sit in the back
That's
of the
a
fucking car
problem.
now.
That's a problem, right? Because
Yeah, that's a fucking problem.
Don't you
Know
put
what the
it
fuck?
in your mouth. Don't you put it in your mouth. Don't you stuff it in your face. Don't stuff it in your face. So it might look good to eat. So it might look good to eat. And it might look good to taste. And it might look good to taste. You could get sick.
Yeah.
Real quick.
Real quick. Real sick.
Don't you put it in your mouth.
Don't you put it.
that's nightmare fuel, man.
Who wants a taste? Who wants a taste?
Dude, I
Who
miss
wants to put
old
it in their mouth?
children's television where it was all nightmare fuel.
Yeah, you should see some of ours.
Creepy puppets. Let's go.
Ren and Stimpy and
Oh, they're brilliant,
Courage.
That
the
was actually good.
Cowardly Dog.
Red and Stimpy was good, actually. Yeah.
Rocco's Modern Life.
So
Yeah.
good.
But they had little black and white puppies that goes like this. So they, oh man, I still have nightmares. Okay, so anyways, we were talking about.
So climate change happens, but anthropogenic man-made climate change is BS. It's all propaganda used for profit by all these different agencies, and it's a mess.
And the amount and the degrees of which what it's doing, those things are BS as well.
And we don't know because we
Yes.
don't even have long enough studies. Like
Exactly.
we've been looking at it for 40 years. The world allegedly is 44 billion years old, or however old it is. Like we know a little fraction. We know 1 grain of sand in the hourglass, and we're saying we're gonna.
All right. So if all the people who put towards the 1v1 wants the chat to decide, I am I'm gonna need the chat to all pick a 1v1, and the one we see the most of, we will put that one forward. And also, I just want to say to chat, we're at 1650 of the 2000 goal. I need you all to smash the W's and crowns in the chat for chat. Okay, that's what I need you to do. Smash those W's and crowns. All right. And not only that, you guys hit 250 super chat goals, and you're already halfway through another one. So again, put some W's and crowns, spam the fuck out of them. Chat always wins. All right. And then when you're done spamming those crowns, tell me who you guys want to see in a 1v1. And the one I see the most is the one we'll do.
And we're not talking about climate change, right? For the fucking debate, whoever takes it, right? Because
I think we settled that debate.
I don't think
at least
that'll
to a
ever
point.
be
At least to the
settled.
point where we're probably there's nothing left to be said.
We need more effigies up here because really it's just like effigy against the world. I like
I
that.
know.
I respect effigy a lot because he comes up here and it's
oh,
just,
get your tongue out his arse, will you, Jess?
Oh
For
my
fuck's sake, don't do that shit.
I'm not blowing him. I'm just saying, like,
Go, 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 go.
Just tossing the salad.
The Hulk.
Don't you put it in your mouth.
But you put it in your ass.
Right, Dan, that was.
I see you're all getting
insane.
quiet now,
That's
patiently
Come on,
waiting
Dan.
to see who chat chooses for the 1v1.
Yeah, that's what we're
Who's
doing.
getting thrown into the
Easy,
pit?
which Aiden is this, bro?
Aiden Ross,
He
bro.
was-
Oh, he
Aiden.
fucking is it that little fucking dildo?
Aiden Ross.
Did Andrew Tate let him out of his handbag? What the fuck is going on, bro? Please let that dude on easy. Let me roast him. Let me roast him, please.
I'm glad I've moved past the point where I'm like in all the 1v1s. Whenever you're new and you come on VK, it's just 1v1, 1v1.
You gotta
1v1.
prove it, you know.
You gotta.
Well, I hope to fucking God that you get put in a 1v1 right now. Just let's go.
1v1, Brick versus.
And do you know what it
Yeah,
is?
we're gonna talk about live sucking dick is okay, Brick.
If Kieran didn't see in the chat, Kieran actually accidentally got dinged with a timeout. It was a 30-minute, I think, timeout. It was an accident though, so
Shit, the chat war had civilian casualties.
Kieran.
With that.
There's a drive-by. Kieran got clipped.
King,
Nobody
you can't
paid
just
for him to
keep
get timed
saying
out.
the same thing. That doesn't count as extra votes.
That's three of them.
Keep doing
That's
it,
three of
King.
them,
Keep
bro.
doing it.
3
There you
votes.
No, you only get one vote.
Three votes.
Yeah, y'all didn't lie. There you go. Yeah.
No, my God.
Yes.
Oh man, King just set a
go,
trend,
chat.
isn't
Come
he?
on. Trendsetter.
Yeah,
King.
dude. Kieran
Oh,
got clipped on the
no.
Aiden Ross drive-by.
He's just
Oh,
like
Kieran.
Trump. He says it over and over and over, and it becomes truth.
Exactly.
It's fascism, man.
Now
All he
everybody's
has to
saying
do is
that.
just call
I
himself
shouldn't
a
have said
science guy, and then
anything.
he's a science guy, right?
Yeah,
Bro,
I was gonna say, JS, you know better.
I know. I
Yeah,
Didn't
you
I tell
don't
you?
hit the face.
Didn't I tell
don't
you?
hit the face.
Didn't I tell you this is what would happen, JS? You fucking dumb fucker.
plus, if it was that fucking dude, why didn't he just fucking pay to bring himself on the show? Why is he begging for immunity?
I know,
You
like
just
he's
like
like a big bad.
He doesn't
And
understand
listen, let's not get it twisted. I don't know if you've even noticed. I'm moderating. I'm not even participating. If Aiden wants to debate me one-on-one, anytime. I stream Monday to Friday every week. Any fucking time I'm streaming, I will stop my stream to debate you about whatever the fuck you want to debate about, okay? Don't think anyone's running from you. You're fucking nobody, okay?
Yeah.
You got a troll community. Good for you, bro. Whoop-de-fucking do. That won't last nothing, and that's why they're all too fucking... You got a bunch of kids in there. That's why they can't even pay to bring you on here, bro. Sorry. Get the fuck out of here, dude. Cry about fucking...
That's a gracious.
Imagine
That's a
spending your
gracious.
whole stream. Imagine spending your whole stream begging to get on another stream.
He could have just played.
And then getting muted.
Content. Garbage. Garbage. Get the fuck out of here, you loser.
Dude, all he could have done is been like, oh, okay, I see how verbal combat works. Here you go. I want to be on the show. Let's fucking go. No begging, right? Don't be a bitch, bro. Just fucking pay and get yourself on. Don't
No,
fucking
it
beg.
wasn't like he was begging. It was like he was kind of trying to demand. It was like he was putting himself on a pedestal, you know, and going like,
oh, no, nobody's important here, bro. Nobody's important here.
Listen, we're not his fucking parents.
You know what? Matter of fact, Aiden, there's usually an after party panel. Try debating somebody on the after party panel, okay, buddy?
Yeah, especially if
we have a show to run, so you know, quit begging, dude. It's very lame.
Yeah, fuck off and stop breathing your oxygen, thief.
I'm sure there's other panels out there you can go on.
Versus Brick. All right, so let me get everyone else into the back. Let me see what we're gonna debate here.
Hello, GS.
Time to bear arms again.
You better take it easy on us, right?
What we
Because I'm
got
new to this
for
game.
you two. Let me think here. Trying to think of one that's going to be interesting for you two.
Jess, stop touching me leg, will you? Just because I'm sat next to you.
Whatever, dude. I'm just holding back the smoke.
No, you guys will be on the same side for that. Oh, actually, no, you guys will be on the fuck. Yeah, that's gonna be hard with you too.
I'll just honestly just a new one, and I'll just for the fun of it.
You know what? Let me ask you guys this one: which is more important, hard work or talent?
Hard work.
But I'll say talent. Just to get the ball rolling, isn't it? Just I'm dying to get a bite of you.
You're gonna say talent?
I'll say talent. Yeah, of course.
All right.
Fucking hell.
Brick,
Why not?
Brick taking the opposite side just because good old fashioned Brick. I like it. Listen, chat. We go to 5 minutes. Okay, it is 10 to add on a minute 60 if you want to be the solo judge of the 1v1. Let me make sure I got the right ticker going across the bottom here. There we go. All right, fighters. Good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
You're a bricklayer. That doesn't require any talent. It requires hard work. You haven't worked hard to earn anything that you've gotten in VK. I've been listening. I've been doing this for 3 years. I've been working hard at this. You have no talent. You just come along and think you could just talk shit to people. I'll roast the shit out of you too. What you got, Brick?
And have I won 5 times?
Yeah, not because of talent.
Without putting hard work.
Hard work.
Well, I haven't put hard work into it, so it's obviously some sort of talent.
A bunch of Europeans just decided to vote for you. You didn't earn it. You got to earn it. Talented people.
I'll be honest with you, I'm detecting a lot of jealousy here. Like, is this?
I've been listening to Brick for so long.
Are you working hard enough? Are you working hard enough, Jess?
I went into roast mode.
Listen, was that your roast mode? For fuck's sake,
talented people get big heads and big egos. They go to school because they're talented, and then they get a job, and you can't conform them. The
talented people don't have to work hard.
People who
talented people don't have because normally the talented person owns the business. Needs hard workers to work towards his talent, like his objective.
The talented person will get their spot and they'll get complacent. The hardworking person is going to keep working hard and they're going to surpass the talented person.
And where does hard work get a lot of people? Like you've just said, GS, you've been grafting hard to try and win VK. It's got you fucking nowhere.
Oh yeah.
Right? Okay. So I'm not trying to put you down or nothing, but obviously you've got no talent and you're not working hard enough.
I got more talent in my pinky,
you wanna,
and I work harder than you. Well, maybe not because you lay bricks, but that proves my point. You're a hard worker.
I'm not a hard worker.
You're a hard worker, but it doesn't take much talent to put a brick on a thing and lay bricks. It's a lot of hard work.
People do the work that I have the talent to get. There's a skill set. There's a team, right? You don't want everyone in that team to have the same skill, right? Because it's useless. So
nobody's born talented in masonry.
My talent.
Who the hell is Wither? I don't know who that is.
Wither? Who the fuck were you? Are you reading the chat with? I'm debating you.
Wither? I'm not reading nothing. I look over here when I read the chat. I'm looking at.
So who's Wither? Where are you getting the name Wither from?
You keep saying Wither. I don't know who that is. What is Wither? What does that even mean? I don't even know what that means. Weather? What are you saying? Anyway,
Wait, fuck off! You're trying to throw me off. You're trying to throw me off. You little dickhead, aren't you? That's what you've just done there, haven't you?
You could have a 7-year-old. You could have a 7-year-old who's talented in art. You've never seen a 7-year-old who's talented at bricklaying. They're playing with Legos and stuff, but bricklaying is hard work. You're a bricklayer. You work hard. You should agree with me.
How you lay bricks? Hang on a second. I'm not very talented.
You're trying to do the devil's advocate thing again,
and I'm not a hard worker.
Is more important than talent.
But I did take the opposite side, didn't I? Deliberately.
Talent only matters if you're like.
I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how to. Whoa! Listen, you don't have to be talented to be autistic.
You're talented in singing. Yeah, you can't work hard to be a good singer. But who cares about singers? What are they doing to change the world?
Oh, fuck off. I'll agree
They're
with you on that one.
I'll agree with that one.
No. But listen,
there's one concession.
Talented singers don't have to work hard.
Right. Right.
So talent, hard work.
Talent applies to like the arts, and that's about it. Like, there's no talent involved in building societies and learning how to program. That takes hard work.
The prompt did not specify building the program. You jumped straight in and went, I mean, how do you even know I'm a brick?
I'm going
just
hard in the mud.
Just because I call myself Chris a brick, right? How do you even know I'm a bricklayer? Have you even seen me lay a brick?
Your name is Bricky. You've talked about it many times before. I've been in the chat for a dang year.
So this just shows you how much talent is more worth than hard work. Because I've bullshitted you to make you think I'm a bricklayer.
You are not a talented debater. Don't even get it twisted.
I didn't. I'm not debating. I've convinced you, right, that I'm a bricklayer, haven't I? Because you just said that.
So the first time I talked to you, you convinced me you were gay. I thought because you told me you were gay the first time I talked to you.
And that's a talent. Is that not a talent? Like a skill?
No, that's hard work. You gotta work hard to be such a good liar.
Well, how am I lying? I might not be lying though. So if I'm not lying, then what am I doing? I'm telling the truth, aren't I?
Now I'm questioning if you're even a bricklayer. Anyway,
regardless, this is the whole point, isn't it? This is the whole point. You know fuck all. I know everything. Just admit it, right?
We don't build civilizations through talent. We decorate civilizations through talent. The paintings on the roof of the Sistine Chapel are nice. They look really good. That takes talent. But building the Sistine Chapel takes hard work. It takes masons.
So
takes people who grind.
Painting that picture wasn't hard work. Could you do it?
No, yeah, I could probably maybe. Yeah, I'm a very talented artist, but
right. So talent's more important then in that aspect.
No,
you agree. You agree.
I just said. I just made my argument.
That's the third time you've just agreed with me there. I'm just going to let that be known. That's the third time you've agreed with me.
I didn't.
And for someone that's not a good debater, right? No, you haven't agreed with us once. You've agreed with us 3 times.
You
just
couldn't
get that right.
have the ceiling to paint the Sistine Chapel mural on if you didn't have the Sistine Chapel, which took hard work and unskilled laborers working hard to build it up. We wouldn't have the structure to put the talent into decorating it.
So you don't think it takes a talented person to actually be able to build that building?
All you're doing is adding cosmetics and niceties.
Unskilled workers built that building, right? What, with no skill or talent? Who directed them?
Do you think if Michael Jordan never practiced?
No.
Like even Michael Jordan. No, we're sticking to the topic.
Right, and I'm asking, and this is regarding the topic, right? So you're saying that unskilled workers worked hard to build this chapel, right? Now,
Michael Jordan was talented, but even he had to work hard to get to where he was.
With it, let's stick with it. Stick with the chapel thing first. You're moving to basketball.
You can have
you're gonna move to fucking
work,
baseball next.
Hard work can be profitable without talent, but talent cannot be profitable without hard work. Boom.
Right, can we go back? Can we go back to start and keep one at a time, because you've really jumped miles along your.
We got 5 minutes, or now I guess we got 8 minutes. People are.
never mind the time. Look, you just sit down, shut up, and answer me question, right? Because you've done nothing but.
I'm already sitting, right? And I'll never shut up. What do you got to say? Say it. What do you got to say?
Nothing. I'm going to let you speak. I mean, you seem to be very authoritarian, don't you? And you've got you're putting a lot of hard work into this, aren't you?
Facts and talent.
So what's more important, the hard work?
I'm not saying talent's not important. I'm saying hard work is more important, because even if you have the talent, you still got to work hard.
But if you haven't got talent, what you're working hard at?
If you don't have talent, you can still excel through hard work.
But you're working hard. You're working hard at what? Doing fuck all. What are you working hard at with a talent?
You don't know my life.
So having a talent, right, is what you would be able to work hard at. Your talent, you could work hard at.
No, but you're saying you don't need to work hard at it. It's just naturally
No, that's not what. No. What was more important was the prompt, right? What was more important?
Every talented person had to work hard to get to where they are.
Yeah, right.
And every hardworking person could get to where they are without any talent.
But a talented person,
so I win.
Can learn to work hard, and even if they choose not to, talented people normally end up as business owners, CEOs, company directors.
Hardworking people become business owners all the time too. No talented person has become a leader without working hard at it.
My point, and where I stand, is talent is more important, right, than hard work. Because with talent, you can put hard work in.
It's important, but it's not more important. Because even the talented people got to work hard, but the hardworking people don't have to have talent. And they'll gain talent through working hard.
Why are people so much more lenient?
I'll let the timer get to 10 minutes to see a solo judge.
You gain talent through working hard, but you don't.
Are you saying there's nobody?
You don't gain hard work through having talent. Actually, having too much talent can make you complacent and lazy.
But who's willing to be more lenient over someone who's very hardworking or someone who's very talented?
What'd you say? What was the beginning of the question?
In terms of sculptures or anything to do with arts or anything like that, they will pay more and they'll have more of a leniency for someone that
But if
has
I
that
hire
talent,
a talented artist and he's lazy, then I fire him. I don't care.
But you'll still want him for the talent.
I'd rather, and if I'm a business owner, I'd rather hire the hardworking person than the already talented person.
Can it stay between the lines?
Because I can train him and I can mold him in the way that I want him.
JS, would you say that it's a talent to work hard? Boom.
One second. Let me just let the chat know.
Well, I'm not debating you, John.
Let me just let the chat know. One sec. Chat. I am putting the poll right now into the chat. Okay. So remember, if you want to vote for JS, and if you don't see the poll, refresh it. If you want to vote for JS Urban Adventures, you're voting for this man right here. If you want to vote for Bricky, you're voting for this man right here. So chat, get your
whoa. Did you just misgender me? Did you just misgender me? Did you just misgender me?
Yeah.
I had to go hard as a brick.
Look, it's Saturday now. It's Saturday now. Easy, come on. On a Saturdays, I identify as. Well, we'll let you off. I'll let you off on that one.
Chat, I've never lost a 1v1. If you want a reigning champ, I'm your guy. If you want. if I lose, then you no longer have a person who's never lost a one. Come on, chat.
What the fuck are you saying?
I'm campaigning. I'm trying to get the vote.
Hey, JS.
I want to know
that's a
if
Tampa
it's
Bay
all
hat,
hard
right?
work.
That's a Tampa Bay Ray hat.
Yeah, what's your
So,
problem with the greatest city in America?
It's not that I have anything wrong with the supposedly greatest city in America. What I have a problem with is that they're a team that might have worked hard, but they didn't have talent, and that's why they were second to last in the division.
I just want to. I want to figure something
Florida
out.
teams mop the floor with. We
If
talking
it's-
about
if it's-
lightning.
listen.
We talking about the Bucks. We talking about
No, I'm talking about the Rays specifically.
the Rays. Didn't they win?
No, they haven't won for a couple of years.
But they had
So-
a stretch there where they
because they had talented guys, which they don't have anymore.
had talented.
One of them went
hard
to
work.
actually Texas, the Texas Rangers, which they won the World Series last year. So yeah, talent trumps hard work.
All those talented guys in sports had to work hard to get to where they are.
Okay,
Listen, it doesn't really matter anyway, Jess, because the thing is, mate, right, is I don't give a shit if talent or hard work makes you get whatever you want, right? I've already won. You know why? Because you want this more than me, son. You do. You really do, don't you?
Yeah, but for example, JS.
So I really do hope you get this, right? I do. But you do realize you're not going to win the show, don't you? You're fucked.
I know.
So like when you look at like for example NBA, like a 4-foot like guy like doesn't matter how hard he works, he's still not going to get in the NBA. Whereas someone
Muggsy
who's just
Bogues.
6'8".
Muggsy
He's 4
Bogues.
foot.
Muggsy Bogues was talented, but he worked hard to be the short guy in the league, and he was in Space Jam.
It was
Yep.
super close here, guys.
It's hard to be
Super
short.
close. It went back and forth.
And he was in space.
It was crazy here. But we got 55 votes. All right. And stupid YouTube. I don't know why they do that. Sometimes they fuck with the percent. It's one's
YouTube math.
49 and
number.
one's 50.
It's YouTube math. It makes sense.
51.
It's an odd number,
But-
and they're rounding down or something.
Yeah, or some bullshit, yeah. But we have 55 votes in, all right? And the chat has decided that the winner by 1% is Bricky.
Damn it! I couldn't see it.
JS, you jinxed yourself. Now you lost.
I shouldn't have said that.
So close.
JS, tell everyone where they can find you, why they should bring you back in this last 6 minutes so you still have a shot at the prize.
You need to bring me back because you no longer have an undefeated 1v1er. You lost it, chat. It's your fault. Jazz Urban Adventures, Tuesday through Friday, Bible studies in the mornings, Friday and Saturday, Friday panel hops, Saturday fight nights. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
Yeah,
Always
yes,
a pleasure
man.
to have you.
Hell
And like
yeah.
I said, if they bring you up in this last 6 minutes, you know, you're more than welcome to come back up and have that final shot. But until then, my friend.
Fatality.
Another soul added
Damn
to the
it.
safe of souls.
That was my first 1v1
That's
loss.
how
That
it goes.
sucks. I thought I was
Mortal
going to keep
Kombat
it up and
Fridays,
keep
baby.
the undefeated stretch going.
Now,
I've
chat,
done a
you
lot
guys
of
do have
1v1s.
5 minutes left till we get
5
into the
minutes?
last. Let me see how many people we still have here. We still have, so we have to get down
Come
to
on.
a final 4. So there will be a couple 1v1s to get it down to that, and then it'll be the final pull. So, chat, if you want to bring JS back for those final 1v1s, now is your chance.
Bricky, why did you fuck up
If there's
JS's
any last
maker?
attacks you want to get in as well, now is your chance.
Because he had a talent for it.
Well, some could say that. Some could say I was hardworking, you know. But regardless, you know,
Bricky,
I mean,
you are the pinnacle of fucking talent because we know you don't work hard for shit.
Hey, now that's really it's not offensive. It's true.
really accurate.
They're racist.
It is. I've got to get.
That's a compliment.
I was good. I was about to start debating him, right? But I thought I'm never going to win this one. I mean, even if I took the opposite side, which I normally do, but no, I can't help having a talent for not.
That's upsetting, man. I've done a lot of 1v1s in VK and I've never lost. That was my first L in a 1v1. And I don't really think I lost. I think they just got a bunch of damn foreigners in there who don't love America.
Hard work plus talent equals fucking outliers.
See, that was what, obviously, because the debate was one side, one nil. But I think a talented person that can work hard that's what you want. I mean, yeah, a hard worker, for example. I mean, I know hard workers that have been hood carriers, right? Okay, now a hood carrier, like that is a fucking skill in its own sense, right? And I mean, I'm sure easier now, but I mean, it's like that's a hard job to do.
I need somebody to revive me.
Person to be able to look after people in that sense.
I need somebody to revive me.
Kind of like nobody wants to do it or thinks it's
Nobody's gonna revive me.
a well-paid job if you get in with the right people.
Yeah, but dude,
it's a hard-working job.
Yeah,
it is.
Stepfire, where's Stepfire? Stepfire revived me before. Help me out again.
Everybody got the same fucking training. Why is that guy like the top tier sniper in the military? Because he's fucking
some
good.
people are built different. Some people are built
he's got
different.
a talent for it. Yeah.
Yeah, but if you don't foster that talent, if you don't work hard, then that talent will eventually fade away.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, and that's down to the individual.
Don't foster it with hard work for sure.
And that's down to the individual, right? And I cannot stand fucking lazy people that will sit around and choose to do nothing, especially when. Do you know how many people I've known from school that were talented at certain things back then? And I look at them now and I think, yeah, no disrespect to anyone that does this, but you're swiping my groceries at fucking Asda. Right, okay, I'm not saying it's a bad job, right? But you are going.
I shouldn't have attacked the foreigners. That was a mistake.
Talented people without hard work will not get anywhere.
Well, the thing is,
and hardworking people without talent will not go anywhere.
They love Brick. That's why I did not. I shouldn't. I ran my mouth and I got paired up against Brick.
They will not go anywhere. Was wrong. But the difference is, the ones who have both, they will go the furthest. And so
the thing is if you don't have hard work with that talent, then you'll end up losing.
Yeah, I know exactly. So the point is, you can work as hard as you want, but if you want to go the furthest, you also need talent in what you do. I mean,
the thing is, both of those.
Come on, somebody revive me.
Average.
But you can, but not everyone has talent, all right? Right? That's the point.
Yeah, but the thing is, though, a good example is we have a lot of great rock stars that were fucking heroin addicts that put in no hard work and became massively famous. So you don't. That's the problem that you sit with.
Listen, leave Amy Winehouse and Pete Dockley out of this, right?
You gotta. Yeah, but yeah, I don't know.
They were talented. So look,
they were talented. That's the problem. They were so talented. They could be addicts and not put in work.
Chris,
and still
that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So talent trumps hard work.
You cannot.
No, you could be an addict and still work hard.
Yeah,
those addicts who were famous were probably practicing 5 days a week, making music in the studio like a motherfucker.
Remember when John Jones? Who was that UFC fighter that turned up right from a night out? He was out on a night out, right, drinking and doing whatever now.
That was John Jones.
And then he turned up right and just boom. That's talent.
That's talent.
But you cannot sustain talent without hard work, though.
So if I'm hearing correctly, right now, Chris is on the side of talent, and Dan is on the side of hard work, right?
So I'm saying specifically to be exceptional in your field, you have to have talent. You have to have talent, but obviously you need to combine it with hard work. But you can't just by hard work be exceptional in your field. in
How do you
most
gain a
things,
talent
it's not
except through
possible.
hard work, right? So you could be
So do
talented
you
at
think,
something.
just quick, Dan, do you think that you can be exceptional without the talent and just hard work?
Hard work can be a talent in itself, but
That's true.
when
That's
it
true.
comes
Yeah,
to
we're meaning like
talent,
really
as the definition of talent is that you have something innate in you that you can use.
I thought
My
we had
argument
this
is
one,
that
guys.
you can have talent,
There's no
but you can
time
squander
left.
the talent if you don't work
I
hard.
thought we were gonna get one.
Yeah. No, for sure. No, for sure. Like
This is only the third
I will
time
say
I've
that
done a
obviously
full
having
VK.
determination.
But I've done a
Oh,
lot of
sorry.
1v1s. That was my first
1v1
L
fatality.
in a 1v1.
No, obviously,
guys
dude.
are
The thing is,
agreeing?
both are important.
I think I
right? We just
destroyed
now,
him.
pacing them up or versus
What do you
them
think's
against
the
each
most
other.
important? Let's say
Talent,
to
dude.
be exceptional in a certain
Talent.
field. What do you think's the most important? Hard work in that field or talent?
Talent.
Are
Talent.
you asking me?
Yeah.
To truly be exceptional in your field, you would have
I
to
mean,
be
that's what I
talented.
just said.
Yeah, Chris, the art guy, is talking about
If
talent.
you haven't
As
already
I
noticed,
said,
it's potentially a 1v1
it only
between you two,
it only
right?
Is there
applies in
anyone that
cosmetics and
disagrees
art
with this?
and sports,
I think we all
entertainment.
kind of agree.
Which what?
I'll just disagree just for the
I'm
sake
more
of
on
it
the
if they're
hard
not
work
going to.
side.
Like the most important thing to be exceptional in any certain field is to have talent in that field.
Brick is just going to be the grown up in the room, and he's just going to
I
take
think
the blow.
hard work is more
I'm
important.
actually
Oh,
with
you're now
Brick.
switching sides, you fucking fencer, Brick.
Just to be a sportsman, I guess.
I've never switched a side at all. I never took a
Of
stance.
course
I had a
not.
debate. I had a debate. Now to
To me,
defend the side.
talent is your advantage.
Just like a lawyer.
An advantage can be squandered.
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
So everybody agrees with what Chris is saying then?
No, I think hard work trumps talent.
Boom.
That's what I
Freedom.
just
Hard
said.
work
Yeah.
trumps
I'm a hard
talent?
work person.
Okay, so this is what I was looking for. So our first final end of the night 1v1 is going to be Chris and Fredo. All right. What we do now, chat, the ending has gotten a little bit different. So what we do now is I find randomly picked 1v1s or 2v2s sometimes to get down to final 4 people, and then you guys will vote on the last 4 people. So this is a 1v1 to get into those last 4 people. You know, it's a good way so that, you know, some of the people that didn't get 1v1s during the night, they still get one at the end of the night, and you know, chat gets a little bit of extra blood at the end of the night just for fun.
Yeah.
So yeah, so whoever wins this one, you're gonna have to vote for them again in the final 4. Just so you know, that's how we're doing it. All right. So this one is gonna go to 8 minutes. There's no extensions on the 1v1s anymore as well, or
We were so
solo
close,
judges
chat.
either. It will go straight to the chat poll after the 8 minutes. So, and then we'll I think we'll have to do another 1v1 as well. So, fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
Yeah.
All right.
Frito.
What up? What up? So yeah, like I was saying before, you can have a natural talent at something, but if you're say you're an NBA player, right? You can have a natural talent, but if you're skipping practices, if you're drinking, if you're not eating right, and you have somebody who works hard and fosters their talent can eventually surpass you. So without hard work, that talent can be nothing.
Yeah, but I mean, I can just flip that and say a fat dude that works really hard and is short without any talent, he'll never get anywhere, bro. No matter how hard that dude works, he's not going to be able to be a pro basketball player. It's the same thing dude, pretty much in any field if you look. What makes
I mean,
the
I don't believe that at
exceptional-
all. I think a fat dude that's short with a bunch of hard work and a grade A fucking 3-point shot has a chance of being a professional basketball player for sure.
Well, there's just no way, bro. Otherwise, there wouldn't be pro leagues for these kind of things. Then it would all just become a determination of hard work, right? So then you would have to
Steph
say,
Curry ain't that tall, is he? Steph Curry's in the 5 foot something, and that motherfucker's one of the highest paid NBA players in the game.
bet you he's highly skilled at what he does. That's why he's exceptional in his field.
Yeah, he worked very hard to get to where he's at. He's not that tall. He's not as tall as the other NBA
Yeah.
players, and he worked hard to perfect that shot, and there he is.
Is he the outlier? Are most people tall?
No. See, I think you're talking about the outliers, the Michael Jordans. These people, I wouldn't call them even talented. These people are savants at what they do. They're incredibly skilled with natural talent. They're savants.
But you just said it. They're savants. It's the talent. They are exceptional at what they do.
Yes, but they also worked very hard. The greatest in the game. If you listen to Michael Jordan in his workouts, Kobe in his workouts and his practices, and how hard they practiced, they stayed at practice later than everybody else. It was the hard work that got them where they were.
So if I wanted to do stand up, but every time I did it, I struggled and I stuttered. How much could hard work make me a great stand-up comedian?
Absolutely. Taking public speaking classes. I actually went to a class. I went to a class full of stand-up people for one of my homies' little graduation. He took a stand-up class and he graduated, and they all performed a little 15-minute set. And I've seen some of the people before I went to the set, and they were ass. But after that class, they had me busting up laughing.
Yeah, hard work can make you better. But you will never be a great comedian if you can't speak in public. That's a skill, right? You need to be talented at speaking or actually.
It's a
being
skill
funny.
that you can actually master by working hard at. There's
Have you
classes, there's programs for that. Public speaking is a thing. There's public speaking classes in college.
Yeah, but it doesn't mean you're going to be exceptional at it. It just means you're going to be better. Like hard work always will make you better, but it doesn't break the threshold into being exceptional.
It doesn't mean you're not going to be exceptional at it. If you put in exceptionally hard work, I don't see any reason why you couldn't be exceptional at anything.
Certain fields can't. If you can't still your hand and not shake, you cannot be a great surgeon. There's a reason you're an exceptional surgeon, is because of having your hand still, being exceptional at your work, being that trauma doctor.
But that again is a talent that you can work at. Steadying your hand, calming your nerves. Yes, your hand shakes because of your heartbeat and your.
Do you know what most of the
it's
doctors
autonomic
have to do?
response.
What most of the doctors have to do is they have to take medication to do it, because it's not something you can learn. It's something that you need to take a fucking
Well,
medicine
W Dr. House, but you don't need to take a medicine. What about surgeons before all these opiates and other medicines and antidepressants were around? Do you think they were just fucking drinking laudanum and getting drunk and going into the surgery room?
No, you take like a version of a calming tablet that stabilizes you so you can do your operations better. You can't.
So you think you're telling me
away.
100% of the surgeons in the world they get drugged up to do their surgeries?
Bro, I'm telling you, if you want to have a steady hand, you can't teach yourself to have a steady hand. So I know surgeons
You absolutely
that have
can.
to
Unless you
do
have
that.
like Parkinson's or something like that, you absolutely can teach yourself to have a steady hand. It's shit they teach you in Navy SEAL school and all this shit, bro. You absolutely can.
It's the same thing what I mentioned with the stand-up. If you stutter and stuff, yeah, you can take all the classes you want in the world, but you might be okay and can do stand-up, but you'll never
Bro,
be a
have you
great
never heard
stand-up.
of Have you never heard of speech therapy? There's people that get rid of stutters and speech impediments all the time, bro.
No, but yes, but you can. So they do all of this work to be average, Frito. You got to put in all of this work just to be fucking normal and average level.
And then you put in
Now,
more
when we
work
talk
to be
about exceptional, dude, is a whole different category than I put in all this work to be fucking normal. Just to be able to do something.
I don't think exceptional is out of reach from anybody that is physically able to do it, just physically able, as long as they put in the work to achieve whatever they're trying to achieve. I don't believe exceptional is out of the reach for anybody.
Exceptional by its definition means rare and the outlier. So
Yes,
if the
not
only,
everybody works hard. Not everybody puts in that work that it takes to be exceptional. That's why
not
it's being
everybody has
exceptional.
talent, dude. Not everybody has talent. That's the
So,
problem.
so everybody who's exceptional is just talented, and they don't work hard.
Bro, lots of people work hard every day at their jobs, and it doesn't
Yeah,
mean
yeah.
that they're the
Okay,
best at their
I'll
job.
I'll even give it to you. All the exceptional people have exceptional talent, but they wouldn't be in their high position if they wasn't for that hard work. If you're exceptionally talented and you don't put in the hard work, you're just gonna be in the fucking gutter somewhere.
Bro, but the thing is, it's the same example that was brought up of John Jones. I mean, he has done fights where he hasn't trained. He's on a bender. He comes into the ring off of cocaine and all of this shit, knocks motherfuckers out because there is only one.
That
John
sounds like a
Jones.
PED to me. That sounds like a
Well,
PED, performance
there's
enhancing drug.
there's only one. No,
Cocaine
hangover's
don't,
not
cocaine
a
don't
PED.
slow you down. Cocaine don't slow you down, buddy.
Yeah, but a hangover does, bro. Hangover does. But there's only one John Jones. We know of all of these exceptional people. It's the same thing as saying what they said earlier with
You don't
the
think he put in
cathedral.
years of hard work to get to that exceptional point? You don't think he was training 5, 6, 7 days,
Bro,
8-hour
it's
days to form his body into the machine that it is? You think he was just chilling and he was like, fuck it, and just sat on the couch and ate some Cheetos for fucking 5, 6, 7 years and just walked into that ring and started beating ass? No, this motherfucker put in that work to get to where he was.
bro, his whole family is exceptional. All of them are exceptionally talented and like pro athletes, dude. It's in their genetics.
Yeah,
They
they
all
all put
have
in the
that
work.
genetic advantage that
Yeah,
makes
sure.
them
It may be an
talented.
advantage, but you have to work that
Dude,
advantage. If you don't use it, you lose it. Have you ever heard of atrophy?
bro,
Motherfucker's shredded, bro. If you don't work
listen,
the
yeah.
muscles, there's
No, I
no
know.
way.
But dude, what I'm telling you is right. I can do this in two ways. For height or length in basketball, you can't be a midget and be good at basketball. In the same way, you cannot be a giant and be the best jockey in the world.
Be great.
No matter how much you work, you will never be the best jockey in the world if you're a fucking giant.
I don't think
You
it's
can
hard
never
work,
fit
more like
inside a
smart
fighter
work.
jet. Dude, if you're a giant,
Yeah.
you can never fit inside. Dude, Shaq
But if you
can
work
never
hard
do
and you do
Formula
it
One. No matter how
wisely,
hard Shaq
you develop
works, he
talent.
can never
You can
be a
develop
Formula
talent off
One
of hard
driver
work,
because it requires genetics.
but you can't
It
develop hard
requires-
work
it
off of talent.
requires no. It requires
Usually
being
talented people
talented
feel
for the thing
entitled,
they're doing or
and they
both
think,
or
well, I'm just
genetics.
better than me. And a lot of times that is a
Shaq could be a
flaw.
perfect Formula One racer if they made the Formula One cars bigger and they
Then
made
it's
the
not
whole
Formula One.
Formula
There's
One.
specifics for the car.
If
Then it's
they-
not Formula One anymore.
It's all these
Shit.
foreigners in Easy's
All right,
chat who
chat.
voted
It's
for
a whole different
Brick.
division of it.
They love Brick,
Let me
and
actually
You can't get around biology, dude.
he worked hard to earn that.
Yeah,
The
no
battle
hard
out
work
was
can
loud.
defeat biology, man. It just
Chat.
I was working
I'm
hard
gonna put
and in the chat,
the
and I've
poll up
only been on
right
3
now,
VKs.
Okay,
But I feel like I won that.
poll is there. If you don't see the poll, make sure you hit that.
I still feel like
refresh
I
so
won
you
that.
Can see the poll. All right.
And then they get
Wanna
mad
vote
if you
for
campaign. Like,
Change?
vote for me
This is
because
who you
here's
voted
why.
for right
They get
here.
mad when you
Okay.
campaign.
You want to vote for Fredo? This is who you're voting for right here. So get your votes in. I'm gonna give you guys.
They say
2
somebody in
minutes
chat
to
said,
vote.
"Oh, you're begging. That's
Turn
why
the
you
timer over right
lost."
now.
Like I lost because I was begging for votes. I'm campaigning.
Would you
I'm
look at a basketball
I'm into
player and go,
politics.
"Wow,
You got to
look, he's
campaign.
8 feet tall. He's really talented."
he's exceptionally
That's a great point.
skilled, right? Genetics still comes down to your talent, right?
Yeah,
He's
when it comes to height,
advantaged, but-
in
but talent
basketball,
is
when it
not-
comes to height in basketball, it's more like ableism. Are you able
What
or
is
not?
talent
No.
except a genetic advantage?
Muggsy
Talent
Bogues
is
was
a
short,
genetic
Because he's 8 foot
advantage.
tall.
and he worked
Just 'cause he's
hard
8
to
foot
get
tall.
to where he was and to
Talent.
defy
Talent
those.
genetics. I don't think.
But he's
Of course,
got
he was
big-
talented
he's so
also.
tall, He can keep the ball in the air.
But he
Dude,
had to
can
work
be
hard
so
to defy
unskilled. He can just hold the ball in the
He
fucking
could be
air and
8
nobody
foot
can
tall
get
and a
to him.
fucking
Preconceptions.
klutz and a doofus and drop the ball
So
everywhere.
you can have a really talented dwarf or a small person who can do basketball, but he will lose every time. He can be very talented.
Yes, exactly, Elder Lion.
Work your genetics. It's fucking
Hard work
impossible to
builds
outwork your
talent.
genetics you're
Exactly,
given.
exactly. That's
But
my point.
talent does not build hard
so
work.
being tall or short that doesn't go to talent. They did. I mean,
I think I
talent
won that
itself
debate. I'm
is
still saying I've
you
never
have
lost
to
a
have
debate.
An innate ability to do something good.
An
A
innate
dwarf can
ability,
be
like a
very good.
genetic advantage, like a genetic.
We lost a
advantage.
vote. We've
No,
lost
that's
votes
an-
before.
That's
Biological,
different.
But
That's
I've
different.
never lost a debate.
phenotypical expression is not an ability, though.
So
Right.
is intelligence not a genetic advantage then? That
No,
makes
that's a
you
different
that's
issue.
a
That's
talent.
different.
That's
That's a
not
very
an
good
ability.
point.
Chris came in the last hour,
Right,
and if
was
he
never on the
wins
top.
this, oh
Right.
my
Here's
god!
the, here's the one thing that I do think is interesting in all this.
Don't get offended, Brick.
I'm getting confused, Dan.
When
It's
you
very
when
easy
you
for
guys
me
were
to get
talking about
confused.
speech and like for example, like the
I'm voting
comedians,
for Fredo just because
there was one thing that I thought was
Chris ain't
interesting
gonna
that,
slide
he
in
was
there
talking
and win
about people
again.
who learned public speaking, and it's true. The way
You do the whole pity
get better at
thing.
public
I'm from
speaking is
South
by doing public
Africa.
speaking.
I
So,
need
I
money.
thought,
Oh,
Fredo
I'm
was
kidding.
right
I
there.
love
But
Chris. I'm
what
just
you could have
messing
done
around.
as a good opportunity to respond to
I
that
like
when
Chris
you
a
talk like
lot.
the comedians is, but timing, right? And
being
having an
funny,
understanding
timing.
of like how to read a room and all that. Those things don't necessarily come from
Yeah,
learning
but see,
how to
that's
speak.
that's when I say the biology and like your intelligence. It's something intangible, right? We can't really say why somebody is exceptional. It's a myriad of things, like Frida even said, or Dan said, being able to work
All
hard
right,
could
hold
be
up.
a
Hold
skill.
up. We're at the 2-minute mark. 48 votes on the
Dang,
poll.
I voted
Good
Fredo and
job to
Fredo
everyone
lost.
who voted. Appreciate
I
your
didn't see the poll on
participation.
mine.
Again,
Me versus
what
Brick.
makes the
I
show
didn't
what
see
it
the
is. You
poll
guys are
results. So when
absolutely
he said
amazing.
the poll
All right.
results,
Our winner from the 48 votes with 54%.
it was
of
fit.
the
He won by
votes.
1%.
Our winner
Every time I
is
lose
Chris
in a
Lestrange.
vote, it's always very close.
Fredo,
It's
before
democracy
you go,
for you.
tell everyone where they could find you.
Man, y'all can find me at YouTube at Fredo Fonzarelli. I'll be gaming over there, streaming and shit.
Number one,
I
JS1.
haven't
Number
been
two, they
streaming lately,
lost.
but we're gonna remedy that, man. This year, 2025. Appreciate you, Easy, for giving us this forum and all my panelists, man. It's been fun.
Boom.
Let's
Respect, Fredo.
fucking go.
Respect.
Always a pleasure having you, Fredo. And
I was
until next
active
time,
all
my
night.
friend.
I was making people laugh. Ridiculous. You got to earn your spot, though. You got to earn your win. And I feel like I earned it, but, you know, Chad always wins on Easy's channel. Not on my channel. On my channel, fuck you, chat. No, I'm kidding. No, on my channel, I
Another
always win.
soul added to the safe.
Probably why he has more
Souls.
viewers than I do, because I'm an
Where's the weird
asshole.
outfit gone?
I gotta
Now.
ask.
I've
Now,
also seen people who
We're
were
gonna get
naturally
another one
talented
going,
at the
yeah.
job I do, but they always level off and just stay at a level lower
I'm
than
trying
me
to
because they
think.
don't want to put. Right. Well, that's because they have a big head and
I
they.
just want to say, I saw in chat, King Blackout, yes, doctors can take medication, bro. People can take like antidepressants and normal fucking medication and still do their job, bro. That's silly to say. You
Yeah,
can't
all
take
the
medicine when you're a
psychologists are
doctor.
on
Obviously you can be.
psychotropics.
oh,
That's
you're talking to the
silly.
chat right now.
What's the
Yeah.
point of
It's not a
that?
good
But
idea to debate chat. I mean, we're
See,
in the
that's
end
very
game
rude.
here.
That's
yeah,
very
you don't
rude,
want
that,
to.
like, Chris, I will
I
be honest
I
with
don't
you. I
even
wouldn't
know.
say that.
That's
My
why I
regret is
got
I
in a
think I'm
debate
just
with
saying.
Brick
No, but
because
it's
I
King, it's
question
King, it's King,
chat.
it's fine.
Don't even
King,
look
King
at the
King
chat.
comes on panel, so it's fine.
No, I
He's a
know.
good debater.
I'm just playing with you. I'm trying to think of what I want to see
But yeah,
here.
talented people get a big head and they think they're better.
They're gonna be on the
And
opposite sides of.
whereas the hard worker will pass up the talented person.
Mosman, what is your you're against
Definitive
the death
Goon
penalty,
W.
right?
You didn't win, Goon.
Yes, I'm against the death penalty.
Okay.
We'll watch this to see if I get
Carriac, where are you with
revived
the death penalty?
and to see
I'm against it.
death
Okay,
penalty.
you're against it as
This
well.
is done so much. We'll watch
Let
this
me
to
see
see
here.
who wins. See if I get a revive. But depending on where the after party goes, we might follow it and go into the after party, or I might just open the
Which is a better
Discord
country,
here.
Mosman, United States or Ireland?
What's that, Brick? What did you say, buddy?
No,
I say
was gonna
open the
America at this
Discord,
stage,
but the
British.
Discord's always
I was
open.
going to say Terry will be on his side for that too.
Terry's not crazy, bro. He
Yeah,
knows.
yeah,
He all
exactly,
knows.
Elder Lion.
Let me think.
And Brick knows that too. Brick knows that. Brick is just.
I am trying to aim for something that.
That's why I was
Mosey
trying
and
to. I
Terry
kind of
are
went
gonna
into
be
like
on
roast mode because I've listened to Brick for so.
Okay.
I've been listening to VK for a year.
That's what I'm trying to.
And
aim
not been
for.
able to join
It's
because
gonna
I
be
was
an
working.
interesting
And
one.
now that I'm able to join, I kind of know these people. I know where they
And
stand
I
on
don't know if
things.
you noticed last week, gentlemen, right? Okay. if
So
you
when
wanna
they
put
said they
Rick
put
on
me
it
against
and
Brick,
help
I
easy
was
out
like,
with maybe the topic that you
we're going roast mode. We're talking shit.
Speed the process
I'm
up.
going in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think.
I'm not
if
gonna
there's
let
a
him
lot of
talk.
things that Teriyaki-
Oh, was that the
And
noise?
I usually
But it
not
really,
a lot of things.
you can't
Was that-
really
was that noise?
strategize for this because
You thinking?
the chat's gonna do what they want, and they, people
If
like
he still
Brick,
wants
so
to argue,
they're gonna vote for
some of
Brick.
the things he did last time, because some of the things he was
They're
saying
not
last
voting
time
off of
incredulous.
who did the best in the
What, like the
debate. They're
H1B
voting off
visa?
of who they like the
No,
most.
no. I think more of it was the.
Which is fine. I don't have a
the
problem with
nuclear
that,
thing.
but and I'm not a
And
likable guy,
America
and I understand that. I
Oh,
know I
isolationism?
say
Are you
stuff that pisses
pro-isolationism?
people off.
Am I pro isolationism?
A lot of
I'm actually
times.
not pro.
My
or
own
anti.
chat.
I just the thing that was interesting is the idea that
I can't believe Dean is still here.
necessitates that one thing would lead to another. Like
I've gone at Dean
Mexico or
hard.
Russia
I like
having
that's why I like Dean.
That was
'cause-
a bit ridiculous for me, but
But I mean, we had the Cuban Missile Crisis.
Let me think of what you guys.
No Cuban Missile Crisis
Or-
this week, Teriak.
No, that won't work.
We just need a revive. We need a revive before.
What do you guys think about the free speech having limits? Do you think free speech should be absolute?
No.
I would say it's no.
I'm surprised Frederica's not jumped
think it
in.
should be
Well, he joined Easy's panel one time and he was trolling and just yelling over everybody, and Easy
And
kicked
I
him.
mean that in more of a moral sense than a legal.
So he
How about
thinks
women
Easy.
leaving the workforce.
He thinks Easy doesn't want him on his panel, but that's not true. It's just act right.
Women leaving the workforce.
Freddie could go in VK and he wouldn't get kicked out.
I don't. think
Well,
I have
chat
enough
might
that I
kick
would
him
be
out,
able to
but
give
if
a good
you act right,
because I
he'd be
don't
fine.
have one thought or the other on that. So
Hey, Speakeasy, could I ask the last prompt? If you define that a little
That
bit
mustache,
more,
that mustache
you
guy,
might get some strong arguments on both
that
sides.
mustache gets that guy a lot of wins.
With absolute free speech.
Yeah.
doubt it.
Which one?
Really? The
Not
free
from
speech.
these two.
Absolute
Not
free
from these
speech.
I don't know.
They're gonna agree
It
with each
seems
Oh, absolute
What is-
free speech. It would mean you have absolutely no consequences legally for your speech.
it seems a little douchey of me to say, but when James
But that sounds dumb.
Chris is a good debater.
I've done this for Wally last.
I don't know
I've
if
done
he'd
this for
want to.
Wally.
So not Chris, but like when James gets a lot of votes, it does seem kind of like
how strong you feel about that. So.
James is a likable guy. He's a nice guy. He's kind and he's simple-minded,
Let me ask
and
this,
people
'cause
like
this
that.
is one I was gonna get to. I'm
And so
still
it's
gonna
kind of like
add
they're
to
voting for him
next
because they
week's,
like
This
him.
was a prompt. One of my
But
mods wanted. me
his
to do.
debate tactics are
Well, they said it in a
god
different way, and I
awful.
just got it into it, a prompt in the style we do it here. So, what do you guys think about this? The different sects of Christianity need to be one to strengthen the Christian community.
James was L tonight.
I like that one.
Oh, and you would disagree,
Bro,
Mosman?
if we're like judging
Oh,
debates
I'd
on a real
I'd say-
scale of how
I'd
you
say
judge a
Paul would
debate,
agree, 'cause he wrote it in
James
the
is
friggin'
always an
New
L.
Testament.
But he's
Okay,
a
well,
he's a
let's-
good guy
let's
and
get
he's
it.
nice and
we got one here, so let's
you
get
know,
everyone else into the back.
he's
here.
I like James. You know.
I like it. I like it.
It's gonna get me probably kicked off, but that's
Hey,
what I
don't-
believe. So.
Don't be so the cup is half full, my friend.
Whereas I'm like the asshole.
Plus, Terry
I'm the
is a natural
heel.
charmer and a dandy.
The audience is not going to vote for the heel.
Hard not to not
You're
like
supposed to-
it.
You're supposed to
Yeah,
throw roasts, not up the opponent. Come on.
I try to tone that down when I'm on
All right,
VK. Like,
guys, listen.
when I'm on VK, that's me
It is
toned
going
down
to
a
8
lot.
minutes. There is no added time for these ones because this is a final 1v1 chat. And remember, you're going to have to vote on whoever wins this
It's
one.
tone
again,
pleasing.
'cause
There's a
we're
lot of
going to
women
the
there. There's a
final.
lot of
So if you want the one
European
that wins
women
this to be the
there.
final winner, you especially have to vote here. Okay. So going to 8 minutes. Right after the 8 minutes, we'll get into the voting.
And you know
then
that
we'll
what
be
that
down to the
means.
final 4 for you guys to vote on. So, fighters, good luck to both of you. Let's get it.
I heard
All
one
right,
of
Terry, I
James'
sent you the
debates, and people were
affirmative.
telling James stop switching sides.
Yeah, so basically,
Yeah, he switches sides every
The
week.
house that falls, correct?
In what and
All right, let's listen to
some
this.
senses, perhaps.
I guess we're going for Mosman in
Yeah,
this. I'm
so
hoping
in terms
Mosman
of
wins
Christianity,
this.
if we just keep dividing and everyone just keeps making their own new heresy church and all this stuff, it's
Right,
just
but
gonna
there's a
divide the
problem you
religion.
already are assuming, which is that you can have unity within one sect just because it's one sect. And I can tell you, and anyone can tell you, you can go to a church and the person sitting next to you in the pew doesn't necessarily believe the same thing. Also,
Facts.
there's no denying the fact that Christians can't unite over certain basic fundamental doctrines. That doesn't have to be limited to being a sect or one sect establishing that. I think it should.
Unfortunately, that's the way that it's played out.
Objective standard of
The way it's
doctrine.
played out is if we
Yeah,
have
they
a
to
difference in
unite on certain
doctrine,
things, and
you're
then
in
when
a
you have,
different
for
group
example,
than I am.
Christians like Nala saying Jesus is not God, that starts to be a basic thing that they're disagreeing on.
Jesus said
correct?
he's not God.
Right, but
anyway,
part of what Nala was saying
Yeah,
was
so you
her-
agree.
she was not being. She was
And I like
confused
it
about what
when
she was saying,
Teriak the
and that doesn't
agnostic
necessarily
is
prove
going
the
to
point
tell
of
us
whether or
about
not having the same
Christianity.
sect would create unity. It has to do with whether or not someone is well versed in their Bible and being.
When
taught
someone
in the
says
church.
to
I
me,
actually do
is
believe
Jesus
that different
God?
sects
And I
actually
say,
have
no,
different
he's the Son of
advantages
God, I'm quoting
because
Jesus.
one of the reasons why
Well,
is
not,
that
but
you know
I can quote
when you have
Jesus to
unity,
say that.
it's easier to understand how to come together on a unifying principle if you can have a set
Yeah,
of
so why can't all
understanding.
Christians unify under one church?
Well,
with
who's
one
going
message?
to be the church they're going to unify under?
Well,
That's part of the problem.
The prompt is
we could say that we could.
The
be
problem
these
is
on
we
a
shouldn't
team.
have
You're not
different
gonna do this.
denominations just because people disagree on
different sects of
theology.
Christianity need
People
to be
focus
together
more.
to strengthen the Christian community. No, I'm just giving you the way it is. This is what the prompt is, that it would be stronger if they were all one.
He believes
And
in
you
God
just
now.
agreed with
Jim
that.
Bob got a hold of him.
Yes, you
No, I
did.
didn't. No, I didn't. I said
Yes, because you
Well, that's
you,
good.
you
No,
agreed
did.
that a house divided is a house that
No,
falls.
I said that could be true, but that doesn't mean
But-
that proves your point, because I'm not saying that a house
Well,
divided
you just said it could be
means you
true.
have to be as one sect. That doesn't necessarily.
So I actually agree with
affirm the
Teriak's
other
point
thing.
here.
What I'm saying is, I actually can have a lot of unity with a lot of my Christian brothers and sisters in and outside of different sects, because I have an understanding of what they believe and don't believe based on some of these doctrinal standards. And
But we
have
shouldn't
seen
make a
throughout the
different
church
sect
where
every
the
time
church
people
has divided. Now,
disagree. Disagreements are bound to
whether we could
happen.
get to a point is a mute point on this, but the thing of it is
Moot.
that there is an advantage in being able to come together, learning what other people believe, and having a definition of that. If I went to a church, where they are all one same church, where am I going to understand what their
It
differences
would be a stronger faith. And
You
again,
just
we're kind
read
of
the
like
Bible.
conflating
You
no,
study
because
the
our faith
Bible.
isn't
That's
based on
it.
the
Here,
church. Faith
it's
isn't
got to
based
do
on
with
church and
strengthen.
membership.
It's
And
got
then
to do
you
with strengthening
discuss
the community. And then when
different
you have some churches
different
that
doctrines.
are taking the position that Unitarian that's a completely fine doctrine, even though the Trinity is in the Bible.
Well, I'm
Then
not
you start to
talking
have
about certain
conflict within the
people who are
community because
obviously
you have
outside of
you have Christian
Christianity.
churches that are stating for a fact the Trinity is all bullshit.
See, even John
though they
saying
claim to
that
be
is,
Christian.
I don't
On
like
the other
that.
hand,
Like,
you have
why
basically
can't the
you're causing a
Unitarians
divide in the community
and the
under
Trinitarians be in
fundamental
the same
beliefs.
church
But
and
here's the
discuss
thing.
these things?
No church has ever truly tried to unify
And I'm not a Unitarian.
with the truest sense of what that means. And so this
It's
is the
just
problem.
the words that they
And
lob. It's the same.
I would say that
It's a liberal thing.
John,
John,
John, one sec, John, because we're halfway through. You have to prove that creating all these sects strengthens the Christian community.
It
No,
doesn't.
it's not
You have
creating
not
all these
provided a
sects
single
as
argument so
Christianity.
far.
What
for that.
what I'm saying is that that because the prompt is
Every
the
doctrinal
Christianity is stronger by being in one sect. And I'm saying that's not necessarily true because you can still have Christian unity with other people in other
Facts.
Christian
Strengthen.
sects.
Even though you
The
disagree on
prompt is
some
strengthen,
doctrine.
John. Okay, so if you start
Yes, I'm not
dividing,
saying that it strengthens it because
There
we
should
start
only
dividing
be
the population
one
on all these things.
Christian
This is what we see. One second,
religion
This is what we
called
see with
Christian.
America happen at the moment.
Roman Catholic
They're getting
Church.
divided by gender. They're getting divided by gender. They're getting divided
Not
by race.
Orthodox,
Like,
not
you divide and
Catholic,
conquer.
not
Another
Presbyterian, not
expression.
Baptist,
That's
not
happening.
Methodist, not.
But that happens all over the place. That's human nature. It has nothing to do with the church.
Yes, it's a just because
We
it
all
happens
follow
in
Christ,
nature or whatever. Like,
and if
this
we
is a
have
fundamental thing
disagreements,
that
we
if you
talk it
divide
out.
something up into all these different little sects, it's a weaker doctrine.
Okay, but when I'm
Hence,
saying
you have divide and conquer. A divided house will fall.
It's a weaker doctrine. It's
Yeah, but
that
you need to
whether or not
provide logic how
Christianity-
making all these
Christianity
divisions
is
makes it
strengthened.
stronger, but you don't. You just say,
And-
well, I can still
and-
agree with some Christians if we're divided, but you're
Yeah,
still
you can
weaker as a
find common
community.
ground with other Christians and other sects without being of the same sect. And
Yeah,
you can
so-
also
But that's not the
strengthen
prompt.
Christianity.
Man,
by
this is one I wish I
proclaiming
was
the word of
in.
God, by having good faith
Well, you can't
arguments
unify in the
and
word of
good
God.
dialogue with people without having to be a part of one church. That is true.
Because again,
Why is Mosman?
Because I've already done it with the.
I don't know why Mosman wouldn't
No, you haven't
agree
proven
with.
that. You're asserting
Yes, I
that
have.
based on
We
based
should
on
only
an
be
assumption.
Christian.
I love you, man.
All you've said
That's
is
an
like,
assumption,
well,
and you're trying to.
well, we
you're trying to
can
correlate
be
that to
stronger
something
if.
that's
Nah, I agree with Teriak here.
It goes against common logic. Because for example,
Well,
like I
logic.
said, we can
This
take
isn't
we can
about
take
logic.
we can
This
take
is
America
about
as
what
an
makes
example,
Christianity
where
better.
it makes the country
And
weaker
I'm
if you
saying
start
that
dividing people
Christianity
on
is
all
not
these
necessarily
characteristics.
strengthened by one sect. So that's the point.
What do you
It's
mean?
not
It is
necessarily-
inherently
necessarily
one
because you
sect.
have
It's
one
Christ
message. You
one.
don't have,
No, you
like,
don't. always
Christian
have one
means
message.
Christ
Even the churches
one.
that
Let me explain.
have
Let
the
me
best-
explain.
One with
have the
Christ,
best-
follower of
Linda,
Christ,
Linda,
little
listen,
Christ.
Listen, Linda.
group
Okay,
that
right?
don't even have
Because
that.
if you have, for example, like Orthodoxy, Roman Catholic, and then you have like all these different sects of Protestantism. Within these sects of Protestantism, you have people who will claim to be Christian, but then will fight for satanic values. Hence, you have the
but that's
debate with
because
Andrew
they're
Wilson.
outside of Christianity. That is not because of them.
Okay, so that's not
But that's
Christian then.
because
Well, like I said earlier, just because you're in one church or one sect does not protect against the idea. The Bible tells us that the church is.
yeah, I hard disagree with
that
Mosman
doesn't
here.
strengthen, nor does it be a safeguard against that, right? If anything,
I was rooting
what
for
it
him, but
means
he
is
took the wrong
that
side
there's
on this
that
one.
It sometimes can be difficult to
Christ
to
won,
figure that
one
out
with
because
Christ,
People are
Christian.
not always going to think. They're going to.
There
think,
is
oh,
no
yeah, I'm gonna do this
denomination.
because they use the same language and not understand.
So
You either follow
me give you a quick
Christ
example.
or
you
you
have
don't.
Orthodoxy, which is the one
That's
true way,
it.
the one message, and then you have like Mr. Brandon Roberts over here saying, "Well, I'm a Satanist, but I'm also a Christian." And like I want
No
to see,
gray
like,
area. This gray
homosexuals
area
get
stuff
married,
is-
even though the
People who
Bible
are
says against
openly
that. So when you have a situation like that,
contrast with the
you have
word,
people who can come into the church.
There's gonna be
and say, claim that
disagreements.
they're Christian, and then basically use Christian
In
principles
doctrine,
to try and
of
subvert the
course.
message
going
of
out of
Jesus
the
Christ.
actual
But
argument.
you work that out
and now
with your
what we're trying
brothers.
to do is to prove something like
Me and my brothers have
that by
disagreements,
having
but
one
we're
sect,
still
you'll
brothers.
Have all these different agreements, but that doesn't.
You're
protect
never
against
going to
things
bed,
like
Caldy.
for example, Roman Catholicism.
Never.
Where you have nuns who are lesbians. There's a whole movement under that. They don't have
Yeah,
legitimacy.
but that's what I'm saying. If you have one message, you have one set of rules,
because
then they can't
the
subvert
church
it.
or the sect.
Whereas when you have
it's
all these different
people.
sects,
and you
can have
don't necessarily have to
heresiechurch.com
ensure
that
that
says,
by one
yeah, Satanists are
sect.
Christian.
You don't. have that.
I
You do
gotta
that
go with
through open
Teriak here.
dialogue. You have that.
Well, then
through
where did Brandon Roberts
people
come from?
Teaching from the Bible and from actual
Bra-
authentic.
Why is Brandon Roberts claimed to be Christian then?
Because a lot of people think they're Christian. Teriak.
Yeah, but how is this strengthen the message when you have
But
people?
that's
who can say,
because
"Well, I'm
it's
Christian 'cause
become
I got
so
my head
broad of
pegged
a
with
term
the heresy."
because of all the
So
denominations.
preaching of Satanism in the church.
If we always had strictly follow Christ,
quote unquote the church.
if Brandon
Yeah,
Robertson
and
was
with
following
more messages
Christ,
that you say that you claim are Christian, you give
he
more
wouldn't claim to be
opportunity
a
for them to
Christian.
subvert the actual message.
Okay, is that's an opportunity, perhaps, but that doesn't
Mooseman, what
necessarily
up?
mean
And you
that
still have not
strengthens-
provided a single way on why this makes it better or stronger because we're
I'm
dividing
not
into all
saying
these
that
subgroups.
it makes it stronger.
I'm kicked off the show,
problem
chat.
of the position is that
Yeah, that's the
having
prompt.
one sect makes it stronger.
Lizards are
I'm
doing well.
saying that's not necessarily true. It doesn't make Christianity true. Now you might
All
say
right.
it makes it easier
more
for
true
you
than
to
Sorry, I
learn
was supposed to have the volume down on the debate.
because the opposite
the house
position would
divided,
I'm gonna
the
turn it
house
up and go to
easily
the bathroom
fall.
real
But
quick.
here's the thing: what
All right,
house
you guys.
doesn't
can
If nobody's
continue
streaming, we
for
might
2
still
more
get the
minutes
after
and
party.
Just
So
one
we'll
second,
see.
chat. I am putting the poll in right now. Okay, if you don't see the poll, remember.
Hold
just
on, I gotta vote
refresh,
on
you'll
this.
see the poll
I was
pop up
pulling
there,
for Mosman,
okay?
but
If you
Teriak
want
is
to
right.
vote for John Mosman,
So I'm voting
this
for
is the one
Teriak.
you're
You
voting
see
for
how
right
I
here.
don't let my
Okay. If you want to vote
friendship
for
with
Teriak,
John
this is the one you're
influence
voting
my
for
vote?
right here. So make sure you get your votes in. And I'm about to
Teriak
start
made
that
the better
timer up. You'll have
arguments,
until
so
it's
I
2
vote for
minutes. Let's
Teriak.
go. Vote, vote, vote.
So all you've done is advocated that by having one sect or one denomination that you prevent certain things from happening, but all that does is it makes it less legitimate. It doesn't actually solve or fix that problem. The only reason, and again, I'll use this as a good example. How many Catholic politicians are out there who openly advocate for abortion, even though it's against Catholic doctrine? So, what point is there in having a sect that can make
again, but
Christianity when it
there's
won't
plenty of
actually
sects that
correct
will
and
adopt
keep
that.
their own members within?
Yeah, John,
the
to use your own point against you, okay? It's like you have like these like Catholic priests that will like advocate for abortion. You'll have some heresychurches.com that will actually say no, abortion's actually Christian. And then you're just legitimizing that message that will divide the church or divide the community
And
even
those
further.
people are
You
already
haven't provided a single example
whether there's
that
whether
shows
the
that like
church or another
division
sect
creates
that's being
strength.
involved in that. That doesn't necessarily make the claim that one sect or one denomination will strengthen Christianity.
But John, like what is your logic or your proof that division causes strength?
I've never said division causes strength. That's the assumption.
But that's what that's what the logic entailment
is that if you're not
that's
in
what your
one
logical
church
entailment
group,
is.
you have division. And I've actually said, I just made the example just now with the nuns. I've actually talked about this. Like there are examples of people within sects of churches that openly go against what they have. So that isn't a safeguard against that. All it does is maybe make it less
But
likely.
having one message is more strengthening than having.
Come on,
many.
Chad. I need a
Not really,
revive.
Teriak, you see that whenever like these groups
I am
break
very
off of
fair.
Christianity and form their own sects of Christianity,
Yeah.
instead of
I
those
try to be
people
fair.
becoming not Christian and you losing all those people in your faith, that they went off and formed a whole new group and expanded it, right? The entire reason that Christianity is this huge religion at this point is because it expanded into areas.
That's
and
why
had all
I-
these different sects that people could still join up and be a part of. The
Before,
second you turn this whole thing into like a homogenous purity religion, you'll lose.
Before Destiny got into the whole crazy stuff about J6 and the election, I listened to Destiny a lot because he was fair. It's like you look at both sides and you try to understand both sides. And
everyone in the chat who voted,
yeah.
appreciate your participation. Okay, and
All right, let's get out of this guy's stream.
so we have 38 votes on the poll. 52% says our winner of the 1v1 is Teriak.
I prefer to disagree with people I'd call brothers. That's why I stopped debating and just started talking to people. Exactly. And that's why I've changed my stance on,
Thanks for having me on, Easy.
you know, for a while there I was going hard anti-Trinity. I was like, the Bible doesn't say there's a Trinity. I'm against the Trinity. Now, you know, as I'm doing my Bible studies and I'm like really looking into it, I'm trying to look at it from both sides. I was raised Trinitarian. Then I was like pulled away from it. And now I try to see both sides of it and juxtapose them, and or not juxtapose them, but I'd rather bring it together to where we can agree. And I don't even want to debate the Trinity anymore. I like to hear about it, and I want to be taught, and I'm not taught. Let no man teach you, but I want to learn. I want to study to show myself approved. I want to really learn, and so now I'm just going with the stance of I don't know. I don't know. I don't understand God's ontology. And
Alrighty, so let me
if you claim that you do and you say that I'm going to hell because I don't, then you're going to be judged the way you judge others. So, but
remember that you're
you know,
voting
I'm
for
not,
who's winning the big prize tonight.
I'm not going to like take a side on that. I don't believe the Bible contradicts itself, but there are seeming contradictions, and I'd rather flesh out those contradictions and have discussions and talk with people, not a debate. I don't think a debate about the Trinity is profitable to the kingdom.
So I counted wrong.
I got you, Bricky. I got you, boy.
So I would rather just hear where you're coming from and try to understand it.
That's what happened. I think it's because
Destiny was right about January. No, he wasn't.
did you at one
No,
point
he
when
wasn't.
you were in the back,
No.
did you leave and come back?
No, he was not, and that's fair.
Did any one of you do that? Because you're even in a different spot now, Britt.
Come on, I need a revive.
I was putting it back before the
Gosh, man. I killed Brick in that debate.
It was just a premature fucking evacuation for us because ultimately, I'm not going to win. So I just thought myself, well, it's just,
Right.
pushing it for. Hey, thank
Yeah.
you for bringing this back, though. Now, who am I fighting?
But see, the problem with that, Elder Lion, is that just like VK,
Actually, we do have another 1v1.
just like VK. So do you think that Brick won the debate between me and him?
YouTube been glitching all night. Weird, because my StreamYard is
In the
actually
same
doing
way,
weird shit with the chat where
when
I
those
can
councils
switch
were
to
held,
super chat side
the guy who was the
Wi-Fi so
favorite
that I could see the
won.
chats again, because it would just disappear on me.
And then they said the debate is over.
Going on there. But anyway,
This is the doctrine. If you question it, you're a heretic.
another 1v1.
And I don't like that.
So we had, what did we have?
I don't like that because that guy won. There's a lot of there's a lot of reasons why that person won.
Oh wait, no, JS and Chris. Sorry, right?
JS isn't even there.
No, it was Brick and JS. Okay.
Teriak and Mosman, me and Frito.
You and Frito. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but the debate with me and Brick wasn't a finals debate. It was a paid for debate.
FG and Dan.
Yeah, that would be FG and Dan. I gotta find.
No, he wasn't right.
Let me think here.
So, like, imagine if one of the guys who won those debates in the councils, there were 7.
Actually agree on everything.
What are they called? Ecumenical councils. There were 7 of them.
You and Effigy?
Yes.
And if one of the guys wins the debate,
Don't think so.
but say you were sitting in the crowd and you disagree with what he's saying, and he doesn't make the best arguments, but the whole crowd says, "Oh, he definitely won that debate," because they love that guy. Now, you're a heretic.
What do you think about DEI?
I'd agree if the arguments were bad. I don't think God wants us to be ignorant. He wants us to learn. Exactly. Yeah.
Oh, I thought it was didn't earn it.
And I think if I die, if my body drops and I go to heaven or wherever and I stand to be judged and I say, "Look, man, I tried to work through this and I just don't know. I don't know. I don't understand. But I love Jesus and I follow Jesus to get to my Father God." I don't think, like, hopefully,
It could actually be a good one.
meaning on the hope of God, he's going to see that and know my heart and know that I was seeking. And so,
Give it some time.
whereas humans will just say, "Oh, well, you won't, you're a heretic. You're going to hell." Like, Well, that went the way I suspected it did, John. I was pulling for you, John, but
That was a good back and forth we just had.
I disagree with everything you said. I agreed more with Teriak than you, so I voted for Teriak. But I was pulling for you. I said at the beginning, I want John to win this, but I voted for Teriak because I disagree with some of the things you said.
Well, yeah, just give me a yes or a no for now, and then we're just trying to see where you and Effigy disagree.
My main point is me and my brothers disagree, but we're still brothers. We shouldn't have a different denomination for every doctrine. We should have one unified. Christian is Christ one in Christ. So there shouldn't be no denominations. It should just be Christian.
Yeah, I already knew
So
you were.
that's why I had to vote against you, John.
I know more of the things you're on the side of, Effigy. Dan over here seems to surprise me.
It's kind of stuff that makes me wonder, but I suppose some of those debates had to be taken on faith. Yeah. I missed the topic. I was in the bathroom during the topic. I thought the topic was, can Christianity be united under one denomination?
Pro-nuclear energy.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Oh, what about this TikTok ban? Are you guys?
I missed the first couple seconds. I missed the topic because I was in the bathroom.
Well, in America,
TikTok ban takes place tomorrow.
Are they? I thought
Tomorrow is the TikTok ban.
going to reinstate it or buy it or
Well, he's thinking about
well,
it.
they had a deal where they said if you sell it to an American company, we won't ban it. But they'd said
okay.
fuck.
So, all right. So the implication here is that
is Christianity
it is not
strengthened
American,
by one
so it
sect?
has something to do with security or what?
Christianity strengthened by one sect.
Well,
One book to rule them
We
all.
have rules,
one book
laws in America that
under all
stop
will
foreign
fail.
companies from owning media companies. And
Can Christianity
I
be
believe
strengthened
they're
by
trying
one
to extend
sect?
those rules, like
Yeah, I
out
would
to
say
things like
yes.
social media apps and
There
platforms.
shouldn't even be sects.
Like
It should
TikTok.
just be we're Christians.
Yeah.
so
Security
basically,
reasons, propaganda
Of
reasons.
course, we're
for
gonna
that,
disagree
then?
on things.
so they basically think people are idiots and will
Well,
be.
regardless of why they're doing
I don't
it,
know.
man, are you
Depending on who does
any reason to ban TikTok?
Depending on who does an after party, maybe we can talk about it after, or I could just do Discord and we can talk about it after. But yeah, I don't think there should be sects.
Let's go. Let's
And you know what's
go.
funny? They both took the sides I didn't.
I don't think
agree.
every doctrinal difference should lead to a new sect of Christianity.
Which is even better. All right. Let me
It's
get
either you
everyone
follow
up
Christ or you
here
don't.
into the back.
And then I would have,
That's how it
if
goes.
Teriak said,
Chat,
"Well, what about Brandon
again, we're
Robertson?"
going to
I'd
8
say
minutes,
he's not
no
following
extended,
Christ.
No solo judges. Right after the 8 minutes,
Christ
we're gonna
wasn't
do
humping
a
men.
poll, and remember,
Like,
the person
what are you talking
voting
about?
here is gonna go into the very
Brandon?
final poll, so you could vote for them to be the champion of the 250.
If I saw Christ having,
fighters, good luck.
I don't even want to say that. That's blasphemous. But if I saw Christ doing that stuff, then
All right. You want to go first?
Then
or?
Sure.
it would be justified. But I never saw
I
Christ.
believe.
I never even saw Christ sleep with a woman, and I've been celibate for 6 years.
Who
So
do not allow their companies to generally operate outside of their direct control, to have access to social media apps like TikTok, where millions of
one
people,
clearly did not strengthen
mostly our
Christianity
youth,
when it was solo church sect in the West.
I don't think we should allow them that much access and power.
Do you think without Rome we would have
what
had
we've seen on some of their other social media apps,
Christianity en masse that we have
some
today?
of the ones that people are moving to right now, is that they do exert social control over these things. A slightly, I'm not sure if it's more worse.
Fall, fail, same thing.
Things that they can scrape data.
The word there doesn't, it means the same thing.
Not only we're giving them influence over people,
One book under all will fail, under one book all will fall
who
means the
knows
same
how
thing.
much data straight off of our phones. It's
So
just it's the very thing that a lot of the media laws that we have in this country are meant to stop, so that foreign countries can't
Not saying there should be many sects.
or
Yeah, I missed the
establish
first
propaganda arms with
minute of that
direct links
debate.
straight into
So
our country.
Okay. So do you think that TikTok is the
I
only
know
way
I
to do
beat
that?
Brick though. I know that.
I know that's not an argument, but do you think that TikTok will be the only way to get access to people
They got mad because I
to an
campaigned.
actual app where people
And people love Brick.
whatever?
I should have kept my mouth
Is an app where
shut
people do videos, they post videos.
instead of talking trash on Brick. Ah, I knew I
and,
messed up when I did
The
that.
only way you need to get access to
What am I
people
supposed to do? Suck up to
make a
Brick?
TikTok account.
When I'm honest, when Brick comes, I'll be like, "Hey, Brick, you're my best friend." No, I'm gonna be me. I feel like I put in the work though, the hard work to earn the W tonight.
So is this why Donald Trump wants to buy TikTok, or what do you think about that? Just so I can get more into the TikTok universe.
So Donald Trump was was for TikTok getting banned, and the
Yeah.
idea of it was that you're either going to ban this app or you're going to sell it to an American company, because if it's owned by an American company and you transfer rights and proprietary whatever over to them, then we no longer have a problem with it, because it's not foreign owned. Even though it would probably be doing all the exact same shit, and they would basically just make a middleman that sells the information to them, which is what all of our social media companies do. It would still fall more in line with what we think is secure for the country.
I don't know when everything went so wrong. Why is
Change it, because
all right?
a lot of moneyed media interests will enjoy
This
their
part
TikTok.
seems boring. We're gonna play some music real
I've heard
quick.
there have been a few companies who have, if I'm not mistaken, I heard earlier today that Kick had placed a bid to try and buy it.
Are we coming? When is a gay month? February?
With it is that you would basically fight against the First Amendment, right?
I want to listen to some music. Hold on. No, I disagree with that. The right of the First Amendment comes with the responsibility to tell the truth. Every right comes with a responsibility.
Without any, like, there's a difference, right? There's a difference between like what you have as far as a right in the country and what the ability that someone outside of the country has to do to people in the country.
Sure. So you should probably then to go all the way. I know this is not what you're saying, but to go all the way to that argument, you should probably ban the internet, right?
I can read your mind. This is for effigy.
I agree. So TikTok should not be banned. That's my.
It wouldn't destroy the entire internet, therefore you wouldn't ban TikTok.
No, that's what I said.
But do you understand the potential? Like some of what people are arguing is the potentiality of it. Can you understand how
yeah, that's why internet. That's
control
that's
the
all the
algorithm
internet.
and
You could take down internet and something else could come up. The thing is that you're fighting free speech.
yeah, but the
you're fighting
entire internet doesn't have the intent of somehow hobbling or just stoking distress in your country, like on a massive scale. Like just any random person can't.
It depends. The internet is a very, very wide. I agree. The internet is a very wide.
No, you can't. Oh,
you know,
I meant to mute.
It's not like Fox News, CNN, whatever. It's a very wide area where you can do whatever you want. But the point is, TikTok is one voice. It can be taken over by whoever. It can be bought by George Soros. It can be bought by Elon Musk. It can be bought by Donald Trump. The point is, banning something like that, you're restricting free speech in a way that makes it very, very difficult to.
I still don't get how you're saying it's restricting free speech. There's just as much speech everywhere. There's apps everywhere else. Like,
so why ban TikTok? What's the point?
because it's China owned.
Well, the free speech for the people who would have been on the app, like the Chinese government has no right to free speech in America. Like they're not here. They're not citizens. Constitution doesn't apply to them.
Facts.
So any kind of manipulation they would want to do falls under other things.
All right.
Especially
so if
if it's proved that it's got nefarious intent, right?
All right.
Like we've
all right.
got
So
all
what
kinds
good
of.
does banning TikTok do that will limit?
So should we allow
China?
It's
foreign
making people
governments to
retarded.
buy television stations, cable news networks in
They do.
America?
They do. They can through, for example, you have organizations that you put up. You have a donator that goes
All right,
and
so
gives
no,
money.
no.
So what?
You answered in the affirmative, and then you backtrack right
So
there.
is
because
Effigy
no,
pro
you
TikTok
can't-
ban?
They can't at all buy things. They can
No,
be
they do. They
invested in
can.
a company. They can have
'Cause I'm
ties
pro
to a
TikTok
company
ban.
that actually owns
Yes.
things, but they themselves cannot. You can't have the like Chinese government come over and be like, we are buying CNN and we will continue to air on U.S. networks.
No. That's not
That
what I'm
doesn't
saying.
happen.
Okay, so when you say I'm
Good
But that's what
argument.
TikTok is, though. That's
Yeah.
like
No,
if
here's the
a company
thing.
running in China
and
is
and
not
here's the
a
tricky
private
thing.
company, and us
Yeah,
treating it
and
the
here's
same.
What
is
he needs to
ridiculous.
say
Exactly.
is that
No, I'm
BitDance is
saying that
not Chinese owned.
you
It's
can
a
have
sister company.
American citizen
Yeah, I
who
brought that
are
up
actually
next.
Chinese
Bit
at
whatever it's
heart
called.
So
and
I'll go on
wants
that
to.
route next.
What's that?
Sorry, I was talking to chat.
All right, cool. You can have a lot of. I mean, you have, for example, Elon Musk. You have these people with a lot of money who can give money for a good cause,
Yep.
and they can do it for an inferious cause.
TikTok is
and a
not being
bad cause,
banned
a
because it's
nefarious cause.
propaganda. It's being banned because it's a threat to
All right,
national
chat.
security. They're stealing data.
I'm putting the poll in
I
right
get
now.
that, but
All right.
I'll continue my
like they don't already
If
have
you
all
wanna
our
vote
data.
for my guy with the animation, you're voting for
I'm
animated
anti
effigy.
TikTok.
If you want to vote for my man here, I think he's wearing his Crucible hat. Oh no, it's
Yeah, they say that they're banning it because of national security threat. Like China doesn't already have all of our data. But the real reason it should be banned is because of the propaganda and the retardation of America through China. China is taking us over without firing a single bullet.
This is who you're voting for. Everyone, get your votes in.
But I have to vote for effigy on this one.
The clock, I'm starting the clock up now, and I'll move the clock down so you can see it.
Yeah, and as was pointed out in the chat, Dan, like we haven't gotten even into the heavy national security aspects of this, of the ability to steal data from any number of people.
That's irrelevant,
Just think of
in my
the kids
opinion.
of people who are on the National Security Council or something like that. We don't even.
They
know
already
what
have
kind of
all our
access
data.
might be allowed in this.
They hacked a military satellite recently with AI.
Camera or your audio and record something and then sneak it out later. Who knows?
Space wars are coming, guys. Space wars. People don't know. I've been talking about it for 2 years. The space wars are coming.
You don't know, right?
That's why we're trying to buy Greenland. It's not.
Do you get that there's a difference between
It's not for more land. It's for space. It's for NASA. It's for space stuff. Space wars are coming.
Maybe he knows something we don't, but I
didn't hear anything about him personally.
And you'll see that I'm right
No, I'm
within the
saying
next
that
4
he's
years.
for TikTok being revived, bought, or you know what I'm saying, right? Yeah,
With how the internet is. Exactly, Dean. Yeah. They already have all our data.
Platform, and of course, like if there's something.
The propaganda and the dumbing down of Americans is more important than the national security data stuff. Like,
Trump is very smart. I think.
come on, bro. They're tracking everything we do. Space Wars and Dino riding Jedis.
Because he's solving the
All right.
fact that it's owned by China. He gets more.
Dino riding Jedi is maybe a little far, but watch the Space Wars. It's coming.
And at the same time, he doesn't have to ban it because
It's kind of already set in stone what needs to happen, regardless of what he says. It's either going to get banned or it's going to get bought. Like that, it's only two options: banned or
They
bought.
spread yeah.
It seems to me then is the lesser of two options.
But
I
effigy
think
won
it's
that.
Better to fight against what is misinformation or getting, because you can't stop people from getting the truth. Like it's
Our page is
banning
just
an app
terrific
doesn't
on
do anything.
TikTok. Our page is just terrific on TikTok, but you know, China.
2 minutes.
That's what that is what Trump said. Trump said, you know, we did very well on TikTok. We got a lot of young votes with TikTok.
But no, I mean, who knows? Maybe it will be
There
bought
they
by
are.
someone like Kick, and then
We
you
all
know all those
know.
people who make money off of it will still be able to make money off of it. And like,
Who knows?
maybe that will be a good outcome.
You can't ride a dinosaur in space, dude.
But
You ride a
I'm-
satellite.
It's whenever I'm switching over to my live studio tab.
Whenever a lot of
why.
people
You
in
see
our
the
national
wooden-
security apparatus come out and say like they
It's
don't
The wooden
live
satellite?
tab has a
Probably
bunch of the chat scrolling
least
at the
listen to 'em.
same time. That's what's going on. But
They ISS just sent a wooden satellite. We now have a wooden satellite in space. ISS put it out. It was a climate bullshit. So we're going to show that we can have satellites made with more ethical resources like wood. So they made a satellite out of wood.
where they can find
True story. I covered it on Monday.
Right here, only place I go is this this freaking Virtual Combat. So you'll find me here whenever you go here. And Effigy, good debate.
Good conversation, Dan.
Always a pleasure having you, Dan. Thank you for coming. And until next time, my friend.
Man, I was hoping it to make it to this last bit here and narrow it down. I really think I could have won, but I should not have called out Brick. That was a mistake.
Kieran doesn't want the show to end.
Oh, Kieran.
Kieran.
Kieran, we're in the finals. There is no revives right now.
Ah, no revives? Who do you try to revive?
You have to hold this as a credit for next week. You have a fatality or
All right, so there's
revive for next week.
no revives left.
We are in the finals right now, so there is no revives at the moment. I appreciate your
All right, so I lost. Damn it. 5 minutes before the show ended.
No.
Everyone likes Dan. Come on.
Everyone likes Dan. He's fucking so cuddly.
True.
Lovable. The nicest Viking on the internet.
All right.
I wouldn't go that far, Chris. Like, come on.
Brick, just calm down.
Let me give.
You were pushing it a little bit. It's a fucking Saturday, not a Sunday.
I'm going to leave the studio.
What do you eat?
And we'll just bring it over here. I still do want to see who wins. Hold on one second. I still do want to see who wins, but I still do have the. I'm still watching the stream. Dang. So there's no revives available in the finals. No, I'll call him out again. You almost got him. I know, 51%. It was close. Maybe that's the game, is just call out the biggest dog. That's how you know, when you go to prison. When you go to prison, first thing you do is call out the biggest dog and take them down. Unfortunately, the difference between prison and VK is based off of democracy and voting. Prison is based off of whooping their ass. And I think I whooped Briggs' ass. But it was based off of voting. What do you guys want to do? We're getting some people here. You want to You want to see where the after panel is next, and we can go there, or I can go open the Discord, and we can just go to there. I don't want to seem like I'm just in. I still want to show some support to VK because Easy's done a good thing over there. Hold up, let me fix this. I like VK a lot. I've been watching it for almost a year, so let's play this song. Start it over. This is called Happy. This is a Pride Month song. Where's Jalen at? I'm close to just banning Jalen because I'm done with the gayness. I don't know when everything went so wrong. Why is there a feminist on every TV show? I can't see a movie without seeing rainbows. I can't win. Now wearing girl clothes. Glenn? Hey, Glenn? I should be banned on everything. I'm a hateful bigot and everything I say is so mean. I should believe all women because every girl is a queen. Why y'all so predictable? Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable? I just feel mad because I'm happy. You want me unhappy. Ooh. I'm not the one that's crazy. Man, Josh. Yeah, I'm not gonna ban him for being a troll. I'll ban him for being gay. I'm a hateful bigot and every. Oh, we're voting in the poll. I should believe all women because every girl. And I'm voting for effigy. I voted effigy. I hate to say it. You want me unhappy. Yeah. Why y'all so predictable? Everything. Oh, you can't even hear it. You want me unhappy. You guys can't even barely hear the music. Yeah, I voted effigy. Like Chris, Brick, and Teriak came in within the last 2 hours. They tried to like sneak in there and win the prize. Effigy earned that. He hung in the whole time. He won 1v1s. Of course, I would have voted for myself if I made it to the end. But of the choices, Effigy definitely won that. Like, not even a question. Like, not even close. If Chris or Brick wins, I'm like, I don't even. I'm already at the point where I don't even really care about the votes anymore. I'm just doing it for fun, and I like Easy, and I like the VKs. But as far as the voting and the polls go, we don't trust polls unless we're doing good. If I'm doing good in the polls, I like the polls. But democracy is gay. And this is why. This is a perfect example of why democracy is gay. Effigy better win here. Like, let me see the poll. What? Effigy's ahead. Chris is ahead right now. No, Chris is up 38%.
Bro, this is some bullshit. If Chris or Brick wins, it's a popular. Yeah. Well, yeah. It's popularity. That's why I lose. Right. Me too, John. And I like build myself on being hated. I want you to hate me. Like that's part of my persona is I want to be the guy that they hate. You know, John, Jesus said, when they hate you, remember they hated me first. These people wouldn't vote for Jesus. Effigy earned this. Brick, Chris, Teriak all came in within the last 2 hours. Effigy was there all night from the beginning. I was there all night. You were there all night, John. I mean, we got there a little late, you know, but I don't toe the Andrew Wilson line. Aiden Underground. Wait, there he is. I know we had our differences, but you 100% won, and I was a close second. Bro. It's the way the show goes. You gotta kind of wow. It's trans Brittany Simon. I don't know what that means. We might just go to Discord after this. I don't know who else is streaming or where they're sending the raid to, but I don't know. If nobody else is streaming, he might send the raid to me. So I'm still gonna watch this. But Chris is up 40% to Effigy's 35%. Oh no, man. Like I love Chris. Don't get me wrong. I love Chris. Chris is awesome, but this is some bullshit. Like this is like Kamala Harris winning the election. Hold on a second.
When you look at this culture that we're in,
Before
with
marriage
all
isn't the same as
promiscuous and all this stuff,
promiscuity.
No. And when I first started watching VK, it wasn't as much a popularity contest. I feel like when I first started watching VK, like probably 9 or 10 months ago, not quite a year ago, but I've been watching for about a year. Maybe a year, because I remember I went up there when I first started my new job. I've been there for more than a year now, but I would go on for the first hour or two. Oh my gosh, Chris is going up. Oh no. It's not Easy's fault. You know, it's the point of the show. So I can't be mad at Easy about it. I'm not mad at Chris about it. But this is why democracy is a flawed system. And people will say, well, Trump just won a popularity contest. Yeah, maybe you're right. That's a good argument. I'll take that. He threw when they took the sex before marriage debate. Who, Effigy? Bro, Effigy, every argument Effigy makes is against the majority of the chat. But still, I don't agree with anything Effigy says. But I voted for Effigy. Because he hung in there. He makes he makes arguments. Not good arguments. I don't know if they're good arguments, but he makes arguments. Nick owns you, little bro. I don't know who that is. He threw the debate when they need to figure out how to do an electoral vote for the polls. Well, we already have an electoral college, Dean. That's already a thing. Chris wins for the mustache. When Chris and Brick win 4 out of 7 times, it's the popularity. Well, Chris is a good debater. So, like, if you watch his debate with Mel, he's
I'm not trying to take anything away from Chris. I will take away from Brick. Brick cannot debate debate his way out of a paper bag, but yeah, but that's fine. It's not Easy's fault, but it's like the chat doesn't care if you make good arguments. The chat doesn't care. The chat cares that you say what they want to hear. If you fashion talent over popularity, vote for effigy. Right. They voted against me. They vote more for talent. But effigy has the talent. It's crazy. Bro. Oh, effigy's bumped up. Okay, good. If effigy wins, then my faith is restored in this democracy thing. He's at 41% right now. Chris, this is nothing against you. I love you, Chris. You're awesome. You're cool. But there's no possible world where on a debate show you won tonight. No way. I'm not just because you came in the last hour or 2 hours. There's no. It was the Mosman bump. Mosman's in there in the chat like, let's fix this. I'm telling my chat, go over there and vote for effigy. Even though he's a dirty, commie, liberal. But he definitely won this. I think I won it. I think I won it over effigy. If it was between me and effigy, I think I won. But I'm not even in the poll. This is like, I'm like Bernie Sanders. I feel like Bernie Sanders right now. Like, I'm the guy who should have won. But they kicked me out before the final results, or the final poll. You know, I couldn't even be on the ballot. Let's listen.
So that's proof, right? Okay. So you're living in a bubble, all right? You're living in an ideal bubble.
We're not living in a bubble. We're living in an art. We're living in an art.
So
it is not.
I voted for Terriot. You're proving my point, Elder Lion, that people don't vote for the best winner. They don't vote for the best person for the job. They vote for the people they like. Aiden's talking about me. What'd he say? No, he said I 100% won. You weren't even in it, Goon.
The rest of your life. How would you even know that's a possibility? So you know not have sex with them until you're married. Like I don't know. There's so much more. Like you do realize that there's an urge between human beings, isn't there? Right? Okay.
I don't know who Brittany Simon is. I don't know what you guys are talking about.
An attraction, right?
Yes.
If you're only going, I mean, I'll be honest with you, you'd be a very boring partner, right? If all you're doing to have sex is just to reproduce. If you're not like giving them anything out of it, you know, like making them feel a bit pleasured, then you know you can fuck your sex after marriage. Like seriously,
But again, you're conflating the point.
Right, but
me and Chris are not saying that sex is a bad thing and you should only ever do it once or in your lifetime, whatever the fuck. We're saying that you should be married. Sex should be between a married couple.
But you've done it without being married, Terriac. So what
Argument from
yes, and I made a mistake.
Argument from hypocrisy. It doesn't matter. What Terriac did has no effect on his arguments. This is the same thing they were doing to me last week when I was saying we should ban the sale, distribution, and transportation of alcohol. While I'm drinking alcohol that I bought from a gas station
and they say, "Well, you bought alcohol from a gas station." That's a retarded argument. That's that's actually not even a retarded argument. That's a retarded rebuttal to an argument. It doesn't matter what I do. I could be a junkie and say drugs are bad. I'm still right. Like, stupid.
Yes, you're making the hypocrisy fallacy. You're saying just because you just because of heroin, just because someone's done heroin doesn't mean that they can speak against heroin.
Facts.
Dude, but the thing is, it's
So
still
now you're
you guys
comparing
have
like a
still not
completely
addressed.
natural thing amongst us as to a drug.
No, Teriyaka's right.
That we know of that's at the equivalent of that fucking interaction with two humans creating a new life and a whole new human. Is there anything that you can rival from biology, from what we know about this?
Does he?
Is tangible in the sense
What
that
up?
it's such a high caliber, even with regards to responsibilities on the people making that
Vogue.
happen, that
Put more pictures of me up. You want more pictures? Hey.
I've signed off now because the votes are in.
Let me see. Hold on, I'm gonna go there and look at it.
The votes are in, right? Okay.
The chat has come to their conclusion of the night.
Oh, he's on my stream. He's on my stream. What up?
69 votes into
What
the
a
chat.
number.
Coming close in second place there was Chris with the 34%. We turn those numbers around.
Ah.
43%.
All right. My faith is restored.
Let's fucking go. Finally get to use this one.
Let's
Nice.
That means you have to give all those £50 up.
I've been saving that one for a while.
That one's fire. I like it.
Man does have the best animations on YouTube.
No, definitely.
That's why it's called animated effigy. Are you for fucking real? Come on, like it's in his titles in his name.
Yeah. No shit, bro.
It's literally there. It's staring in the fucking
That's
face.
what I'm saying. Exactly.
Congratulations to Effigy. Effigy, tell everyone where they can find you, or shout something out at least. And also,
All right, I'm gonna
up in Discord or in back chat, however.
I'm gonna stay in this for a minute just to see if because he sends. I don't know if he's gonna do the after party or who's gonna do the after party, but if there's nobody else streaming, he might still send the after party to me because I was there all night. I enjoy our chats, brother. Yeah, I wanted to talk to you about the perpetual virginity of Mary. Maybe tomorrow night after the fights are over, I want to kind of do a deep dive into that because that is an interesting thing to me. But it has picture doing tanka guy. I'm a tanka guy. Tanka guy? Like tanky? Like a commie? Oh, we'll destroy the commies.
Yeah, a lot of people did apparently.
Like a deadly viper, fast as a. I'm not. I'm said they've got one of them. I went to one a few months ago, and oh yeah, it was expensive.
I use dark mode on. I don't know. Look at this. Look. This YouTube window is dark mode. This YouTube window is light mode. So I don't even know. Like I do use dark mode. I don't know why. I don't know. I have no idea.
Fine from parking like in the middle of a fucking high street or some shit like that, and then he walks into the fucking center with like a bag of fucking pennies. He goes, books them at the cashier, and just walks out.
And with a legal tender. Okay. Fucking legal tender. You'll take it. I'll stand down and watch you count it as well. I've already counted it once. Are you gonna work for your wages today, bitch?
There's a bunch of those videos too where people pay their bills. They have a debt or a bill they have to pay. So they go in with the fucking
They're talking about you, Goon. They say Goon in his chat is watching your stream. Tell him come over here. I don't have StreamYard. We can open the Discord. I just want to see. I'm just sticking around to see if he's going to send a raid over here or, you know, he sends the raid to the winner, but Effigy won and Effigy doesn't stream.
Caprio speech. I ain't fucking leaving.
What have I done that class as hate speech?
Aiden wants to debate. What are we going to do? Yeah, we can, you know what? We can do that. Does he have Discord? Because I do everything through Discord. What's he want to debate about? Yeah, I don't I don't know who he's going to send the after party raid to, but I'm going to jump out of there. Hold up. Let me fix everything real quick. I don't know when everything went so wrong. I'm going to go to the bathroom real quick. I'm going in the Discord. Unless he has StreamYard, I can go in his StreamYard. You're really desperate for that raid, huh? No, I just wouldn't mind it. Nobody else is streaming and I was in his stream all night. I would not mind it, but hairline. What is that a reference to? My hat? I'm wearing a hat because I need a haircut. Not wearing a hat because I'm bald. Look. I'm wearing a hat because I got too much hair. But hold up. There is a little bit of thinning in the front. That's because I had dreadlocks for 6 years. But you know, it is what it is. No, the hat is because I need a haircut. Anyway. I'm a hateful bigot and everything I say is so mean. Because every girl is a W hairline. Let's go. He said he joined Discord. Let me go to the bathroom real quick.
Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable? I think you're mad because I'm happy. You want me happy.
Hold on, I'll be right. I'm gonna go pee and I'll be right back.
Wow, y'all are so predictable.
Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable?
I think you're mad because I'm happy. You want me unhappy. But I'm like, wow, y'all are so predictable. Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable? I think you're mad because I'm happy. You want me unhappy.
Everything's political. Why are y'all so sad and miserable? I think you're mad because I'm happy.
You want me unhappy. I can read your mind. I should be banned on everything. I'm a hateful bigot and everything I say is so mean. I should believe all women because every girl is a queen. Tell me something I
If there's an after show, he wants to debate you there. Okay, well then we gotta wait then. What do you be, bruh? People from his chat or in my chat saying, "Oh, you really want that raid, huh?" And then I leave his channel to show that I don't care about the raid and I'm ready for the debate. And then you say, now I got to go back to his channel to see if there's an after panel. Dismantle this panel, this channel, and I'm wearing this flannel. I'm not wearing a flannel. I'm wearing a camel. My teeth, they got some weak enamel. Okay, hold up. So do you want to do it in the after panel or what? But I mean, we can't just take over VK after party open panel. No, Speakeasy's doing the open panel. So if you want to do it on the open panel, that's fine, but we can't do like a 1v1. It's just going to be on a panel. So you want to go to the panel? Speakeasy's doing the after party. The guy who hosted the channel and the panel and the flannel and the camel and the enamel, he's doing the after party. So, and it is open. You won't be muted there. Mr. What's his name? Aiden? Mr. Aiden, you won't be muted there. But if we go there, it's not going to be like a 1v1. It's just going to be you versus the whole panel. So 16v1 debate maybe. Oh, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get on the after party and do a debate with everybody. That's fine. Okay. We could do that too. This is so fun for me. My two content worlds are colliding. W hairline. Okay, so should we go to his after show? His after party? That's fine. We can do that too. Whatever's clever, Trevor. You're just mad because I said your hair looks like my pubic hair. Did you perm that? Did you get a perm? Like, did you put curlers in there, or are you just naturally? You got Shylocks in your. You know, like how the Jewish people have the Shylocks? You got Shylocks in your bangs. That's wild. I got too many windows open. Okay. All right, Aiden. We'll go on the after panel. We can go on the after panel and do it there. What was that?
Yo, what's up?
Who's that?
It's Aiden. Are you okay with being on, or did you end your stream?
No, I'm not ending my stream.
Are you okay with being on stream? Or no, you are. You're live. Never mind. What's good? I'm waiting for the after show, so I was looking to see if there's anyone who wanted to debate on anything. Would you be down?
Yeah, I was trying to figure out if you wanted to do it here on Discord or if you want to just go there to the after show.
No, I don't really know you, so I was gonna say there was gonna be. I was looking for something to do if they didn't do an after show. And
There-
I know you're conservative, so I thought it could be for an interesting conversation / debate, depending on what I disagree with you on.
Yeah, I'm a conservative Christian. I mean, we could do it here, or we could go to
Authoritarian.
but if we go to the after panel, it's going to be a bunch of people there, and I don't know if we can't like commandeer it and just.
Yeah, that's so we could do it here. I'm just
Bro,
I'm just doing
Aiden,
this-
you got to do something about your searches, dude. I tried finding your channel. You have to put the upper cases exactly correct at the beginning of every word to get to your channel.
My chat seems to have no problem finding it.
I found it.
Well, I mean, yeah, they're your chat. They're on your channel.
Well, even before that, like people who come from other streams then come to my chat. I have no problem looking it up.
I'm just saying, I was trying to find it. But no, I'm not a Tonka guy. Also, to answer your question, I'm not a Tonka guy.
Yeah, that was a joke. So you're familiar with commentary?
Yes.
Ah, okay. So you're aware of me, I would assume.
What does that sound?
Yeah, I'm actually aware of you when you were the Keemstar kid.
I know what it is. It's like a
Oh,
reboot.
damn.
Yeah, I know the whole lore.
Full circle, almost a decade ago.
Oh, I know her. What's a Tonka guy?
Tonka Saw was essentially a blood sports guy, Deli Kumite, back in the day. I don't know if you remember, if you were around for that. But he would talk about how he's like a pro wrestler and shit.
He would go on the kill stream a lot.
Yeah, and it was a total lie. He would always tell people to go and like fight him. Like, who's speaking? I'm in a VC with like 4 people. He would always say that he'd always ask for people to fight him, and then somebody actually took him up on it, and he didn't show up to the fight.
No, this is like crazy though. I watch this guy like once a week. I come into his Discord every week. I never saw the idea that commentary could ever wind up here.
I'm kind of doing my own thing. I'm always looking for a debate. So, just someone recommended I go to this other guy's channel. I did. I wasn't even allowed to speak because they were so afraid to debate me. So
It's more like a game show. It's a game show, and yeah, so the chat was muting you.
I will say, first timers probably shouldn't be able to get kicked off or muted right away.
Dude, is that even? Someone was saying it's not even legal to have a beta.
It's all fake. It's all fake anyway.
No, they do it through Streamlabs donations.
It's a popularity contest.
It is a popularity contest. You're right about that.
I don't even know why y'all act like it's not.
Well, it sucks.
It didn't used to be like that.
It is. Speakeasy will win every night if you wanted to.
It's getting better. The Bricky guy used to win every single show.
Yeah, but if you act cool, the problem is before you even joined the panel, your chat was in there saying, let Aiden in, let Aiden in, let Aiden in. And so when you came in, the chat was it's the chat that determines this stuff. So
yeah, some of those people spoiled it and kind of,
Listen,
it came off as like pushing.
I have a loyal
BD,
chat. I have a loyal chat. Sometimes they ruin it for me. Sometimes, but listen, I appreciate their loyalty. Nevertheless,
if you had just like come in undercover and just joined, you would have been fine.
Yeah.
But when you're new,
That's
they're
true.
going to put you in a lot of 1v1s, which I like.
And let your chat know that it can't just say 70 for this. They actually have to give money. I saw that a couple of times. I was like, what the hell? unless that was part of like some type of trolling.
They are trolls. They are trolls. So
Yeah,
I'm assuming you like Trump. Hold on, what is-
Yeah, exactly. Let's get to the debate.
Yeah. I'm just asking questions. What do you like about Trump?
Everything.
Everything.
He is a Trump fanatic.
Is there anything you don't like?
I'm
about
not
Trump?
a fanatic. No.
You are. You're like.
I don't
Oh,
worship
Aiden,
him.
where
I
are
don't
you in your
idolize
life?
him.
And I'm okay with that.
Aiden, are we fascist Aiden right now, or are we socialist Aiden?
No, I call him out when he does
Dude,
stuff I don't agree with.
Dude, this is retarded. Okay, I've never been. Oh wait, fuck. Do you not like that word in your stream? Fuck. Okay.
No, you're good. You're good.
Dude,
Yeah, as long as you don't use the N word, the F word, the other F word. Yeah, those are usually.
Okay.
ones.
Everybody
Unless
says.
I mean, not the hard R, but
Yeah, not the
Come
hard
on,
R.
Josh. You'll
So,
cry
hold on.
about the other word. Don't even invite it.
Okay, so for context, I'm 19, but everybody says I always flip flop like my political beliefs. First of all, I was never a fascist. Second of all, I was like pretty socialist when I was like 15 for a
I don't
few
even
months.
think you should be allowed to vote, bro.
Why not?
Because he's an authoritarian.
Because you're
He believes in
19.
old standards. This idea that people who have skin in the game
I thought I was
type of
smart when I
idea.
was 19 too.
Well, it seems like experience doesn't necessarily like sure experience brings you like wisdom, but I don't think it really affects intelligence because you have this like movement.
Well,
of
that's not
people-
the issue, though.
No, we're not comparing a 30-year-old to a 90-year-old. We're comparing a 19-year-old to it's different. Yeah.
Sure. So what's like the fundamental different? Like, why should a 19-year-old not be able to vote, but a 30-year-old should?
You haven't been here long enough.
So what would be long enough where you'd consider it like appropriate to vote?
30 years.
And why 30? Is that just like an arbitrary?
Yeah, it's just a number I picked.
Okay, so I guess I can't really argue that because I don't know why you think that's long enough. Like, what features of a
Well,
30-year-old?
here's part of it is there's certain from his perspective. I'm not arguing this.
Why are you telling him what I think?
Yeah, I want to hear what he thinks. No
well, go ahead.
You just
He
haven't
just
been
said
here
he
long
don't know
enough.
why 30 is old enough. He just picked a number.
Yeah, it's a good number.
So it's just a rant. You just saying you randomly.
The same
chose.
way that 18 is an arbitrary number, 30 is an arbitrary number, and I think it's a bigger arbitrary number.
So do you think only 30-year-olds should be able to go to war?
I don't think we should have drafts for anything. So if we're gonna pick a line that delineates minors versus adults, then yeah, I don't think we should be able to draft anybody. But
but what about voluntary? Do you think an 18-year-old should be able to volunteer to go to the military?
Yeah, that's fine. That doesn't mean that they can vote because
Why are they fit
Keep
to
in
make?
mind.
Wait, hold on, real quick. Sorry, I just want to ask: why are they fit to make like such a life-changing decision, like going to war, and dying on a battlefield or fighting an enemy, but they're not fit to like have a say in like the democratic process?
So I could like argue like the prefrontal lobe or whatever, the cortex developing at 24 or 25. But I'm not going to do that. I'll just say 30 years is a good time to set your stake in the land.
Okay, I guess I don't really know what that. I don't know like what that means or why that's the case.
I don't know. I just picked it.
Why would you not pick like ownership or having kids or something, JS?
So you could decide you want to go fight some commies when you're 18, but I still don't think you should be able to vote.
I don't think we're fighting commies anytime soon. Or I guess the Chinese, if you can say, yeah,
we're always fighting the commies.
I don't even think communism is like really a thing anymore. All right, so I can't really argue against that because I don't think you have like any basis for choosing that number. I feel like you're kind of admitting that yourself.
Yeah.
So are a lot of your like what you think is right or wrong, is a lot of that just like arbitrary?
No, morals are objective. But we're not talking about morality. We're talking about legality and voting.
Yeah, I should have said right or wrong. I should say like your positions. Is it
Yeah,
just
that's
like
morality.
Okay, this is a position that isn't a moral position, right? You could have a legal position. This is a legal position.
Yeah.
Yeah, so are a lot of your positions just arbitrary?
No, I think 18 is too low. I think that if we're going to follow the science and say that, you know, your decision making isn't fully formed until you're 24 or 25, then let's add 5 years to that so that you have really time to sit and stew on that. And 30 is a good number. It's just a good number. It's the same way when we decide age of consent, when we decide age that you can smoke, that it's all just picking a good number, and it is all arbitrary. So yes, I'm going to say 30.
So your decision making is always developing. You have neuroplasticity and you have experience. And a 30-year-old might experience something at 32 that he wouldn't have that would change his decision at 40, and it would be a decision he wouldn't have made had he been 30. The thing about like the frontal lobe is not just responsible. for
Okay,
this-
let's go with epistemological, and let's say 33.
Sure. Why 33?
Because that's when Jesus died.
Why does that influence when we should vote?
I don't know, but I'm
All right.
okay. I'm
Okay.
being okay. 30. 30 is a good number because let's say our brain is done developing at 24, 25.
25.
Yeah,
That
he's
gives
not.
us-
He's not giving the point to it to you very well because he's an authoritarian. He will pick a point and then
I'll
go
pick a
from
point,
that
and I'm the authority on it.
Yeah. Yeah.
I started to
That's
say
what he
that
means by
same shit.
picking 30.
Yeah. I think it's a good age. I think
That's
men
not
are.
good though, because it's not tested, and his whole
No, I
world
wouldn't
fall
agree with it
apart once
either.
it
But
is.
that's the gist of what he's trying to say. That's the
It's not
disconnect right
about.
now.
It's not about. It's
Milner,
just the, it's
Milner,
just the number I've
Milner shows
chosen.
up at 25 also at 75%. But
So-
what you saying? You should wait to find out who's all mentally ill or not.
And really, what I'm doing is I'm picking a high number because you could probably argue me down lower, but it's higher than 18.
Okay, what about 19?
Yeah, higher than that.
Why? What
So
am I not
we
equipped?
can meet in the middle. We can do some Pawn Stars, and we can meet in the middle at 25.
Yeah, but I want to know why we have to meet in the middle. Like, what is it at 19 that would like make it so you don't think I should be able to participate in the democratic process?
You haven't proven to me that you should be able to participate in any process. So, like, show me why.
Because you don't want to take your rights away, and we already have the rights
Rights?
today. Why do you think the rights of the for an 18-year-old should be removed? You're
Hey,
saying an
Freddie.
18-year-old shouldn't be.
He's arguing that it's your onus to prove that the rights should be removed because the rights are already instated.
I don't really care about the rights. I don't
That's
care
the
about
law.
your.
You don't care about the law. I mean, that's majority of the people voted on this. What we doing now, and you're saying it shouldn't be what majority of the people rule.
Rights come with
And
responsibilities. You wouldn't be allowed to vote.
Here we go. Here we go. You wouldn't be able to vote. You thinking you should be able to take other people's rights away. You got to explain why 30 is a good number.
Well, I'm not saying I'm taking their rights away. Like, this is in my imaginary country.
No, this is not no imaginary country. What are you talking about?
Yeah, this is in my imaginary ideal country. I'd say you can vote at 30. I'm not.
Well, for the United States, that's not a good idea. So the whole conversation just been a waste of time. Is that what we
Aiden,
doing?
how emotionally does that make you feel?
It doesn't. I don't feel emotional at all.
I'm just fucking around. Give a response to what he's saying.
Yeah,
I'm not actually claiming you're being emotional.
No, I'm crying right now. You got it right. No, I think that yeah, I mean, it just seems like you have a position that you are totally unable to argue for or have a basis for. It seems like you kind of give hints that like it's about like your decision making, but or your ability to like how your brain's developed. So you're like it's like solidified or whatever. 5 years to solidify, but like decision making and your choices are always evolving. And the whole 25 thing, that's when your prefrontal cortex is like totally finished developing, but your prefrontal cortex is responsible for so many thought processes or whatever. Your decision making is always evolving. So if the whole basis is it should be 30 because it's 5 years since your decision making is locked in, that's not even true. Your decision making is constantly changing.
Right. And I don't really even believe in that 24, 25, because if we're gonna
Fuck this
go
shit,
down
Josh.
that road,
Put a better debate topic that you're better at arguing. This is so like lukewarm right
Trump
now.
loves the uneducated. Come on, give him a break.
No, if we want to talk about voting, straight white Christian men, over the age of 30, IQ over 110, pass a civics test, landowner, business owner, not a felon, married with children.
Well, at least now you're making an actual argument.
Those
Aiden,
are
how do you feel about that list?
Those are the people who can vote.
IQ of 110. Why not 108?
I don't think we should be voting at all, but
Why not 108?
You're too dumb.
Do you know what the standard deviation of an IQ of the IQ of an IQ is?
Yeah, and I know what the average IQ is. And
What
it's
is it?
too low.
That's what standard deviation means.
No. Yeah. Right. It's too low. So you're below the standard deviation.
So you
from
realize
what the average.
Wait,
one,
so you realize
one standard deviation above the average.
Wait, but what is the standard deviation of the from the average?
Well, the average is what is the average right now in America? It's something like 96.
The average is a test in total, not in America, just the test.
So I don't want the average person to be able to vote. I want smart people voting. Is basically
No,
what
I know I'm saying that. I get that, but what do you think the standard deviation is?
a standard deviation is what the average, and then one above standard deviation would be oh shit, now you're asking me.
You ain't talk like this and
I'll give you a hint. I'll give you a hint. It not even a hint. I'll tell you. It's 15. There's no difference. Somebody with a 108 and a 110 fall in to the same like standard deviation quartile. They're just as intelligent, right? Because you even if the same person takes an IQ test 3 times, they're not going to get the exact same number every time.
Right.
So you have a standard deviation. You're falling into the same group. So 108, 110, they're still in the same group. So you would want, ideally, if you want like an IQ requirement to vote, you're going to set it in a range.
Right, and if they're one above the standard deviation, then what? They're 120 or one above. So if the standard deviation is 15, then
it's above 115.
Right, so you'd be.
So if you're 116,
15 higher than that. So if
I think 100 to 115 is above average. 115 to like 130 is superior, and then it's like what is it? Hold on, I have to look at.
Okay, so let's say 116. I want one standard deviation higher.
So like superior.
Yeah, smart people. The higher echelon.
Well, I think I have the I know this. I think I have the labeling wrong of each category. Okay, so should you be? So what is your IQ? Have you ever done an IQ test?
Yeah.
What's your IQ?
I've got 147, 145, and 130.
Really?
He's lying.
Where'd you take your IQ test?
Freddie.
The first
YouTube.
The first 2 were done. Well, one was done in school. One was done by a website that was recommended to us by the school. So one was done in 9th grade. One was done in 10th or in 11th grade. And then the 130, which is the lowest, was one that I did on a stream.
Wait, do schools? I don't think school. If your school's testing your IQ, they would bring in a psychologist to administer it. I don't think they would rely on a website. Don't like schools officially use like the Wechsler or like the Stanford Binet, which has to be like administered in person?
Yeah.
I mean, what year did you go to school?
I would have graduated in 2006.
Granted, though, Aiden, do you expect someone that said they took an Wait. Do you expect someone that took an IQ test at school to know the exact classifications for taking an IQ test? Like you would just trust the teachers, right? Like you're asking them like what people were there to mandate
I took
it. It's not like you
IQ
would know
tests.
if
I've
you took
looked
it
at
as a
IQ
kid.
test thoroughly, and it's all the same shit. It's all the same. It's fitting how many squares are in this square and stuff like that, and logic questions like if a dare is a donk and a donk is a D, then what is a D is a donk? Yeah.
Schools use standardized. Okay, so you took it 18 years ago. Schools use standardized testing. They're not going to officially tell you to go use a website.
Yeah, I took a lot of standardized testings.
Yeah, so did you use the website on your own, or did the school tell you to do that?
No, the one was done by the school. And then later they said, well, here's a website you could do to test it. And you guys say this, the IQ deniers.
And with that one, Aiden, you're probably right. It was not an official test if he took it on a website.
Yeah, so that's why I was wondering like why school recommended that.
No, but I've had stuff with like psychologists too, and I don't really believe in any of that.
Hey, Aiden, just say what you're really thinking. You don't think that he's 140 IQ?
I mean, I'm in no position to judge that, but
I don't think I'm 140 IQ anymore. I did a lot of drugs and it messed with my brain. So
Okay, that will only really okay.
I think I'm probably high 130s. I think if I did one on a stream and I got 130.
Listen, we did more drugs than you were smoking at VidCon, Aiden. All right, these were real drugs.
Yeah, real drugs for
Damn,
a long
bro.
time.
We're talking about trap houses.
Yes.
Damn, bro, that's crazy. I mean,
It did destroy my brain a little bit.
But if your brain's fully developed and set in for 5 years, right? You should be all right.
Yeah, you
should
can
be allowed to
recover
vote.
from like drug damage.
Freddie, I don't even
But some
know
of
why
it
you
can
do
be
it.
permanent. It depends how bad it is.
It depends on
What
what kind of
drugs.
drugs you're using. I mean, weed,
Yep, yep.
while your brain's developing, there's some studies that say it
All
can,
of 'em.
lower it by like 8 points or something.
All of them.
Okay. So
I
what
was
do you
just
like about?
circling
I guess
back.
I want to get back to the topic here.
For
What do you
2
like about Trump?
decades.
Yeah, we had
Trump.
fun in high
Let's get
school.
back to Trump. What do you dislike about Trump? What's your problems with him?
I guess I just don't see anything admirable about him, anything like good about him.
Even just the fact that he's cool, that it's better content. Like you're a content creator.
Oh,
you don't,
sure. Trump is very funny. Trump is very funny, but I don't like. There are people who are qualified for some positions. Doesn't mean I want them in other positions. You know, like if I have a really good dentist, I don't want the guy to be my fucking heart surgeon. And sure, he's funny. He's a good entertainer, but that doesn't mean I want him in office.
his policies are better for America. His immigration policies, his energy policies, geopolitics, less wars, less.
What do you think about tariffs?
I think tariffs are something that will hurt us for a little while, but it will make us better in the long run.
How do you think it's going to make us better?
Because we're going to become more dependent on our own manufacturing instead of resourcing out to a
I
bunch
forgot
of
what
other
it's
countries.
called. Josh believes in like an audiocracy or whatever the fuck it is, that we can produce every single good in America, except for he conceded bananas and stuff like that.
Yeah,
can't
we
be
don't need fucking
produced here.
bananas.
We need fruit, Josh.
Oh, we'll survive without bananas from Guatemala.
So why would you want to shoot us in the foot? Like if we live in a globalized,
Because sometimes
world.
you gotta suffer to grow. Sometimes you have to go through a little pain to get stronger.
So you're an isolationist, I assume.
Yeah.
So you don't even believe in any foreign trade?
Well,
Yeah, that's what I was just implying. Yeah.
Isolationism. The exact definition is you don't get involved in the policies and warfare in other countries.
Okay, but if we are somewhat reliant on other countries economically, then inevitably warfare would be beneficial for us to get involved in certain circumstances. If it's gonna like negative, like if we have a country where trading with them benefits us exponentially economically, and then they go to war with another country that's not so favorable to us, and that other country starts winning in like an invasion or something, of course we're gonna want to get involved because it's gonna benefit us.
Only because we're already invested in that other country that's losing the war. If we weren't involved in that country in the first place, then it wouldn't be a problem.
Do you think we can do everything here? Like, think of manufacturing.
What can't?
Tried to argue this to him once, but he believes like we can construct the widgets here and then build the machines. He thinks there's like enough room for all the factories.
Okay, but again, trade is not isolationism. So yeah, we can get some widgets from other countries, but I'd rather train Americans to work the core reactors to make the chips than do it in Taiwan.
Aren't we working on building a semiconductor factory? I could be totally off on that. I'm not super educated on semiconductors.
No, you're right. We are. They just take like over a decade to construct.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, we
complicated
are
process.
because of the CHIPS Act that Biden did that he stole from Trump. That was a Trump idea. Trump proposed that, and then Biden shot it down. The day he came in, he shot it down a bunch of that stuff, and then he brought it back.
What do you mean he shot it down?
He did, was it something like 100? He did a record number of executive orders on his first day to repeal a bunch of things that Trump did, and then he brought them in himself and claimed them. So like the insulin prices, the CHIPS Act, that was all Trump policy.
Wait, what policy did Trump implement that like sought to like build a superconductor?
I don't know the exact
in
name
America?
of the policy or the bill.
Let me look. Trump superconductor.
That's because
policy.
there wasn't one.
I don't think it exists.
See, I'm not.
I can't even think of a single Trump policy that he passed, except for tax cuts.
See, I'm not asking Google and AI to answer my questions for me. I'm just going off the top, buddy. So
You can't just
I'm
make up stuff off the top,
Wait,
though, Josh.
wait.
I'm not
yeah,
making it up off the top.
I'm
He's
not-
about to
I'm not-
find out.
I'm not using AI. I just like when I'm talking about something, I like
No,
to
he's
have
not-
information on it, and I like to. And there's nothing. There's no. I hate when people do this. They're like, "Oh, you're looking it up." There's nothing wrong with looking it up. There's
No,
nothing
you're
wrong with looking
right.
up instead of
You're
coming,
right, but-
coming up with it off the top of your head and just like saying shit you don't know about.
I'm
right?
not saying
So
there's anything wrong with it. I'm just saying I'm not doing that.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah, that's totally fine. It sounded like it was.
I'm
a
just
little bit,
speaking extemporaneously. That's why. That's why. Maybe it might sound a little weird to you. I don't
No,
know
it's no, it's fine. You just sounded knowledgeable on this. And it seems like if your automatic it seems like your automatic assumption is if there's a policy, if a Biden policy is like positive, you're gonna claim he stole it from Trump. But I can't find any proof that he stole this from Trump at all.
Trump was trying to bring chip production to America before Biden did it.
How?
Yeah, do you have like a quote for him or something? When did he say it?
Do I gotta look up a quote?
It doesn't
You
even
gotta
have to be a
look at. You gotta find
No,
something
no,
because you are
no,
kind of sourcing
no,
it.
No, you just no, hold on. You just said it like confidently. So I didn't know if you like knew the generally like how he tried to do that. Like, oh, he was, he wanted to build such and such here. I don't know. I didn't know.
You
if
could even be like, he hired this person that wants to get it done, and that's him like inadvertently supporting anything like that. Is basically what he's looking for. He's just trying to find what you're talking about.
Hold on. Goon, I love you, buddy. I don't know you. I don't know why I said that. I thought you were a fan.
I don't know why you said that either.
He was
Yeah.
telling me about. He said you used to have like 1 million subscribers and you stopped.
Yeah, it's true. But Goon, please, I beg of you, please shut the fuck up. Okay.
I got you, baby girl. I got you.
I'm normally used to saying that before I tell someone to shut the fuck up. So it was like automatic. I don't know you.
It's all right. Augie mode owns you, little bro.
True. Yeah.
This is the problem. Oh, here we go. So May 11th. See, this is what this becomes. We're just doing a Google party.
No, it just no. Okay. No. You just made the claim. So you opened up the door for me to ask you, okay, how? And you don't even have a general idea of how
So
this is.
Wall Street Journal, May 11th, 2020, Trump and chip makers, including Intel, seek semiconductor self-sufficiency. So this was something Trump was working on before he got ousted in 2020.
Can you link that to me? Oh, ousted. Do you think the election was stolen?
The Trump administration and semiconductor companies are looking to jumpstart development of new chip factories in the U.S. as concern grows about reliance on Asia as a source of critical technology. And I can't read more because this is from Wall Street Journal and I don't have a subscription.
Oh, behind a paywall. I got you.
Yeah, but yeah, this was a thing.
Asia, Taiwan.
So yeah, I have to.
I think they're just being general about it, but yeah, the factory is in Taiwan, which is in Asia. Okay,
Yeah.
so it seems like you don't know how Biden stole this from Trump, or if he did it all.
No, I do know. I just can't give you a source because when I Google it, it gives me a bunch of sources from a day ago.
I don't even need you to give me a source. I just wish you would tell me how he did. You don't even need. I didn't even ask you to go to a source. I just want you to tell me how.
He was working on it, and then Biden came in and did it and took the glory for it.
Well, but when you say something like he's working on it, that's so vague. That's like saying he was doing it. Is there any more like detail to that? Like, was he trying to pass something? Was he trying to negotiate something? Like, I want to know what you heard originally that led you to believe that, because I don't think you're lying.
Well, this
to me.
happened in 2020, and he was out of office shortly after.
So how could he try to do it if he wasn't? Why would he wait? Okay.
He was working on. I've watched all the Trump rallies and all the Trump stuff for the past 8 years. Yes, he was talking about it before
He talks
he
about
left
a lot of
office.
things. He talks about a lot of things. There's a
Right.
difference between
And then
talking
when
about something
Biden
and
does
doing
it, when Biden does it, that's a policy proposal that Trump has that Biden took credit for.
Okay, so if there's like a statement, what's a good statement? Like I don't
You
know.
think Biden came up with that idea?
But no, but that is an idea that is like so like easy to
That's
read.
like America being energy independent. Every president strive for that.
Everyone can
Yeah,
think
but
of
we
it.
were under
Doesn't mean
Trump.
that doesn't mean you're stealing it.
our
Like,
own chips. But
we
just
were
because he
under
said
Trump.
it doesn't mean
Like
they wasn't working on it.
Oh, you
Like,
think
how did that-
Obama was talking, or you think
Yeah,
Obama
they've
was
been
talking
working on
about
trying to
chip
get-
dependence while he was giving out his free cell phones?
Hell yeah.
Okay, so
Made by Taiwan.
hypothetically, if like Biden ended poverty tomorrow completely, and Trump, or I guess no, it's not Monday yet.
No,
it's
then I wouldn't say
Friday.
the same thing. Because yes, you're right. Every president wants to end world hunger. Every president wants to end poverty. Yes. How about the insulin thing? Trump brought insulin prices down. Biden came in on day one, executive order. He gets rid of that, and then comes in and does his was it in the Inflation Reduction Act or one of those things? He reduced insulin prices and took credit for it. Trump had already done that.
No, I don't think so.
You don't think much. I mean, you don't think a lot,
No,
Freddie.
he didn't replace or repeal Obamacare, and that's what the hell lowered the fucking insulin prices. So whatever the Trump carried thing you thought he did, he never did.
Obamacare lowered
They
insulin
never
prices?
repealed the Affordable Care Act. No.
Then how come when Trump came into office, insulin was like $35 per shot? It was way higher.
No, I don't think so.
Yeah, okay, well,
that's fake news you be watching on your show.
I had to get insulin depends on whatever your like insurance coverage is. Like, however much it costs you would depend on however much they're willing to cover.
It ain't changed.
If you have really
since
good insurance,
Obamacare.
it's probably way cheaper.
Wait, okay, so it seems like obviously the Trump like insulin reduction act or his act apparently like had like a bunch of stipulations to it, like there needed to be like additional like requirements or checks for eligibility or something, and like
and every Biden policy required we give a bunch of money to Ukraine. So what's
President Trump's policy?
There's always pork in a bill.
Trump gave money to Ukraine all through his presidency and Javelin rockets.
Yeah, but there's a difference between why he gave them money and why Biden gave them money. So there's a difference there, buddy.
No, it's the same war.
He didn't use that kind of money or threaten to withdraw that money.
No, because when Biden was in president, they was crying about Biden gave them money as when Obama was president, not as Biden was president. So get it right. When Biden was president,
that's my point. This is just a furtherance of the
you're saying
Obama
Obama
policy.
gave him money. Don't say Biden gave him money. Then
He did give him money. He was put
Obama
over
was
charge of
president.
Ukraine by Obama. So by
Obama was
extension,
president,
it
right?
was Biden.
Obama
Even
was
though
president,
he was the vice
right?
president, he was in charge of the
Obama was
Ukraine
president,
policy.
right?
Okay, Freddie.
Obama was president, right?
Did you not hear what I just said?
Trump
I know you don't have
money,
good
if you
ear.
want to be exact, it'd be the man under Trump, just like the man under Obama, which was Biden, that gave Ukraine rockets. If you want to be exact, don't be nitpicking. You know what I'm saying?
There is a difference between what's
don't
been
say
given.
Biden,
Yeah.
because Biden, when he was president, yeah, he did give money to Ukraine. The same money Trump gave Javelin rockets and ammo to. Yeah. Same war.
Are you arguing that Biden gave the same amount of money to Ukraine as
No,
Trump did?
no, I'm not.
Okay.
I'm saying
Wait,
Trump
why would
provided Javelin missiles?
Why would they need to give this?
Ukraine.
If both parties agree that like the protection of Ukraine is in our common interest, of course the second party is going to be giving more money to Ukraine when there's like an active fucking invasion.
Do you think Trump's gonna give money to Ukraine?
We're jumping around. We're jumping around
Do
too
you
much
think
because
Trump's gonna give money to Ukraine when he gets in office?
now I'm gonna say every conflict between Russia and with Russia happened under Democrat presidents when they try to take Georgia, when they try to take
Ukraine. It's always under Crimea.
No, to be fair, that's not what Aiden's point is. Aiden's point is that because the war took place under Biden, that would justify giving more money. The problem is that there's an aspect to that is factually correct, but there's also the aspect of the fact that there's still money laundering going on over there. So I mean, it's whatever.
That all presidents that are involved with, even Trump, right? Giving money to Ukraine. He's gonna give money to Ukraine when he get in office.
Yeah,
His
yeah.
first bill
He
he
that was
passed.
that was the established foreign policy at the time, and he trusted his
Right.
his evil
'Cause
SOBs
he's so
like
smart, right?
Pompeo on that, right? So, he promises to be different this time around. We'll see if that is in fact the case.
That's right.
Okay.
Yo, Aiden, John Mosman voted for Trump because of the squirrel. The squirrel story is what got him.
What's
Got him.
The squirrel the guy put on his dick that got euthanized.
Oh, Peanut?
Peanut.
Yeah, it's a sad
Freddy the
story.
raccoon,
Trump's
motivated.
gonna end that. Trump's gonna end squirrel euthanizations. Has he talked about what policy he's gonna implement to end the euthanization of squirrels?
His first executive order is bringing TikTok back. TikTok just got banned. He's gonna bring it back because it helped him get elected.
Tomorrow.
Alright.
It'll be banned.
Yeah, but he gets in office on the 20th, and Joe Biden's gonna let him.
Yeah,
bring
Josh
it
is pro the TikTok ban. How do you feel about that, Aiden?
Trump was pro the TikTok ban until he said, well, they really helped us with the youth. A lot of young people watch TikTok and it helped us get votes. So I don't know.
He loves the uneducated.
He hasn't said. When has he said he's going to repeal that ban on his first day? I haven't heard that, Freddie.
He said, "Hey, watch. It's about to get banned. You think he's about to let it go down? He's gonna try to broker a deal. They're gonna say we're not selling the algorithm. He's gonna say let him run a little while. I don't see what's wrong with them. They're giving me a lot of money."
We'll see. Trump was all about banning TikTok.
Was. Do you understand? Everything you vote for, he goes
Right.
against, and then you say, well,
But then
okay,
he
this
saw his
time around, he's
popularity
gonna
on
be
TikTok
different.
and he changed his mind.
Next time around, he's gonna be different. That's how y'all keep giving him his passes. Well,
What do you
next
what do
time
you think about
around,
illegal?
he's gonna be different.
What do you think about
Did he
illegal?
run on
immigrants?
Canada?
What
Did
do I
he
think
run
about
on
illegal immigration?
Panama?
It's illegal.
Did he run on the Panama Canal?
So
Did
do
he
you-
say anything about taking over any of those while he was
Sorry,
running
Aiden. This is
president?
what Freddie does. He has diarrhea of the mouth. And
Freddie,
such.
chill, chill,
No,
You need to
did he-
sit
did he
back, Freddie.
say any
Freddie,
of
you
that?
need
He's
to
making
sit
good
back.
point. He's been making good points. He's been making very good points.
No, he didn't say
No,
any
not-
of
It's
that.
valid,
But
black
y'all
man.
give him pass after pass.
He's been doing the heavy lifting for me here.
They know it. They know who I am already.
Yeah, but he doesn't know what
You
the
should
hell
have
he's
came
talking
out way
about.
before the election. They talking about Elon Musk now. They talking about how he done turned Twitter into a racist platform.
So I wanted to. So, do you think all illegal immigrants should be deported?
Do I think all illegal immigrants should be deported? Yes.
Every single one.
Yeah.
That was a dumb question. I knew that answer.
How does that benefit us?
They're illegal. They're here illegally.
No, I know that it's illegal.
They
but
broke
like,
a law to come here.
Yeah, but how does that hurt me?
How does it hurt you?
Yeah, like there are some states where like fucking
How does it
smoking-
hurt you to deport them? It probably doesn't hurt you at all.
I don't know. How does it? How does them being here?
I know
hurt
it
me?
benefits. I know it benefits minority communities.
Yeah,
they-
but see, now we're gonna get this thing from Aiden where he's like, "Well, if this is happening, how does it hurt me?" How does it hurt me if some person goes in and robs a Walgreens for $900? How does
It
that hurt
doesn't.
me?
It
It's
doesn't.
illegal.
Well,
Yeah.
or don't the studies?
So
show
the
that-
idea, if legality is based on harm,
No, I could tell you. No, okay, I could tell you exactly how that. I could tell you.
How
that
does it hurt you if we lock up a murderer in New York? Like,
The public is not a danger. This person has demonstrated a willingness to kill. It's getting a dangerous person off the street.
well, are you a racist? Because the illegal immigration majority affects minority communities.
How?
So,
because they don't go to the rich white person's neighborhood. They go into minority communities, urban communities, and it affects them more than it affects other people.
Well, it seems like that's where most.
They're not taking the job from the rich white guy in Martha's Vineyard. They're taking the jobs from the people who live in the cities.
Whose jobs are they taking?
It also affects
Who's hiring them for the low wages?
It affects our elections because it affects the population, which affects the amount of
Who's hiring them
seats.
for the low wages?
Hey, Freddie, shut the fuck up while I'm talking.
Who's hiring them for the low wages?
Do they get counted in the census? Hold on.
Yeah. Illegal immigrants do get counted in the
They
census.
respond to the census? I don't even respond. Oh shit! I shouldn't admit that. Do.
That's
I think
loud.
I think it's technically illegal for me to admit that. Fuck.
Yes, it affects our electoral college. It affects the amount of electorates that states get. It affects the amount of seats on, is it House or Senate? One or the other. But it affects all of that. That's why they pump illegal immigrants into red cities. That's why they were flying them into red cities and red states to turn them blue. Hell.
I just
Illegal
don't.
citizens can't vote.
I just don't. Yeah, I don't see how they did that.
Well, I don't care what you see. You seem to be blind. I don't think you see much. So.
Very true. No, I am. I actually am. I have to use audio to stream. What was I saying? Oh yeah. So there.
Oh, Mooseman.
So I don't like everyone keeps talking about illegal immigrants, but I don't see like what bad they're doing. They seem to commit just as much crime as the native-born population.
That we keep track of. The FBI has stopped keeping track of things like that because it's racist. It's racist to show the amount of crime that the illegal immigrants are doing and that the gang violence and things like that. That's why we don't count gang violence and black on black crime in our mass shooting statistics anymore. The FBI, and they've changed the way they count everything because it's racist.
The FBI doesn't record black on black crime.
The FBI is not counting the crime statistics accurately. We saw this when they said, "Oh, look, crime is going down in California and New York,"
Okay,
but it wasn't.
So it's not that. So it's not they're not recording it. It's that you don't like the numbers.
Wrong. No, it's not. It's not that I don't like the numbers. The numbers aren't true because they're
Based
not
on
counting
what?
it accurately.
Based on what?
So the example he gave you was the black shootings. He's saying that whenever like a gang shootout happens, it doesn't get counted as a mass shooting. It gets counted as gang violence.
Yeah,
And he's saying it should count as like mass shooting.
Wait, do you know the reason it's not counted as that?
No,
Why do you-
they said crime statistics. They said that crime was going down in places like New York and LA, and then it came out that they weren't counting it the same as they used to, and they weren't counting a lot of these cities. So
Is the mother transformed?
what'd you say?
No.
I guess I heard you're saying it came out. I don't know where it came out. How it came? Like what were they not counting?
Okay, well, you should watch my show that I do every Monday when I cover this stuff because I don't have all this stuff
No,
off the top of my head. If you want me to
Okay.
look it
No,
up.
I don't
for
need. I
you?
don't need you to give me a source. I just was hoping for like an explanation. But it's fine if you don't really have one. I'm just probably not going to accept the claim. Hope you don't take it personally.
That's fine.
Okay. All right.
I don't.
Yeah. So, but you admit there is no evidence that illegal immigrants commit more crime.
There's no evidence that illegal immigrants commit more crime. Well, but the fact that they're illegal is a crime in itself. So if we
Yeah, but when
count that as a crime, then it's pretty high.
Okay. Yeah. But the whole.
And they committed a crime. Their
So I
first
mean,
day
by that
here.
logic, 100% of them commit a crime, which is
don't know-
definitely higher than the natural.
right. I don't know many infants.
Right. So the issue is whether they commit violent crimes,
but
because that's
this
where the
is-
rhetoric's
this
at,
is-
right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
not
this
what
is-
he said.
this is begging-
I don't
no,
know
this
many
is
I
begging-
know,
infants.
but I'm trying to
this is
help
begging the-
him
this is
form.
begging the
We don't
question.
need to help him. I don't know many infants that are born and commit crime on their first day in America.
What does that have to do with anything?
So their
Do you think
crime
illegal
is the
immigrants just
first
arrived here
day.
yesterday?
The first day they
some
come
did.
into America, they've already broken a law by coming here.
Yeah, okay, but that's begging the question because we're trying to argue like the illegality of it is is already assuming that
Begging
it's
what
bad.
question? That it's illegal
No,
to
but
break the law?
He's trying to say excluding that.
So excluding that because the whole premise of the reason it is illegal.
That's a convenient.
No, it's not
way to look
convenient.
at it.
It's just the thing we're arguing. If you're already assuming that by its nature, I mean, it is a crime, but like it's bad. Like we're arguing if it's bad. We're arguing if it's bad, and just you're essentially
Morality or immorality? Do you believe in objective morality?
sure, but I don't. Okay, wait, no.
Sure.
What I think is that obviously I'm not gonna. When we talk about crime, we're obviously not talking about the guy that smokes weed. We're obviously not talking about. You know what we mean when we refer to crime? We're talking about theft, fraud, murder, et cetera, et cetera. So that's essentially what I'm trying to argue. Do they commit
breaking and entering?
Yeah, breaking and
So
entering.
what you think is that them coming over the border without documentation or without permission is not a crime?
No, I agree that it's a crime.
Well,
But
you were just saying that wasn't a crime. You were making stipulations on what crime is, and that wasn't part of that.
That's obviously not the crime we're referring to in this context, because what we're arguing is if the act you've just described, the criminalized act, in and of itself is a bad thing, which determines whether or not I agree with it being illegal to begin with. Most other laws I probably agree with. So when we're discussing why that act in itself leads to some sort of bad, we would then go with, okay, well, they're committing a disproportionate amount of robbery. They're committing a disproportionate amount of murder. You're assuming it's bad because it happened. Like, you need to give the outcome of that, the cause of that.
What am I assuming? I'm just trying to understand your understanding of what you define.
Sure, if you're trying to be like an autist that takes everything as literal as possible, sure, but you know what we're arguing here.
You seem like an autist when you take everything based off statistics and sources that you
This is the problem that
what I believe. Exactly the reason what I believe.
Right?
It's not anything you believe.
I don't just like
John, the argument you guys are making are shit. The argument you're making is weed is bad because it's illegal to smoke weed. So if you smoke weed, you're a
I'm not
criminal
making an
because you
argument.
smoke
I'm trying to
weed.
understand his understanding of crime.
You can't circularly say something's bad because it's already deemed
because
bad.
apparently you don't know what I mean. So
Because that wasn't what I said. That's what JS said. So what I'm saying is, that was his response to what you were saying, and so obviously I don't think that's the type of crime he's talking about.
They always be disingenuous on purpose, man. They beat around the bush.
Shut up! You're always disingenuous.
Guys, quit acting like y'all don't do this shit.
Wait, let me rephrase the question for you then. Okay, do illegal? Okay, there are some.
They know you got them.
No.
Okay.
They just spin and spin and spin.
Do illegal immigrants commit a disproportionate amount of immoral crime?
No, because they're only 3.3% of the population.
No.
Or
per capita.
You mean per capita?
That would take that into account.
Per capita, no. I think the blacks probably do a lot more.
Yeah.
Well, we're just measuring it native born versus illegal.
Native born versus illegal.
What do you say about that, JS?
Do illegals disproportionately per capita commit more crime than probably statistically statistically I know the answer is no, but it's hard to keep records on these things because we only know when they get caught.
Yeah, but you could okay, you could say that about absolutely anything ever. We have no way of knowing anything. The evidence could be out there. We don't have it for such and such reason. The reality is they do like collect data on this type of stuff. And we can tell that they commit crimes that are comparable to the native born population.
Right. But you just agreed that the data could be flawed. Like
no, any form of data could be flawed. Any form of data ever could be, they could be making it up and lying about their methodology. But I'm pretty sure they provide their methodology.
This is the problem with your data-brained worldview.
So no data should ever be trusted ever unless you're the one person.
I don't get how they don't. I don't get how they don't disproportionately commit more crime. Like, isn't this the argument that like leftists would make for like black communities, that it makes sense that they disproportionately commit more crime because they're in impoverished situations? I'd assume most
Victimless crime
undocumented
shouldn't be
people.
a crime.
I would
That's what he's
assume
saying.
most undocumented people are probably in impoverished situations. They're probably not extremely well off.
Okay, so there's no one thing. There's no one thing that is like the factor for what causes crime. Have you ever taken like a sociology class? Like essentially, there are
Yeah, there's no one thing, but there are things that can have a higher disproportional rate to leading to it than others, right? I think lower income is
correlation.
definitely accepted, right?
It's a correlation, but when we say native born versus lower income is a portion of that. It's a lower income, lack of social capital, the connections they have in the communities they're in, that pull them into that, fatherlessness. There are various factors that work together to create.
I'm a leftist. I would agree with a lot of this. I would just say that they probably do commit disproportionate crime, and it's probably for the same reason that black people do.
Why would this not be showing up in the data?
Because they're undocumented. It's probably really hard to gather data on undocumented people.
That's what I just said.
Sure, you want me to pull up a statistic?
Just because they undocumented.
Well, yeah, just let me know.
I answered what you said. It's probably hard to get extremely accurate data on undocumented people because they're trying to not be documented.
No, anytime you come in contact with police, you become documented, whether you are John Doe or not.
Yeah, and undocumented people are like avoiding that with everything that they can.
Right.
If they
but then what happens is they get arrested, and then they usually are turned out and taken back to Mexico or whatever country they come from, and then they come back across again. So it's
but wouldn't the original arrest be recorded?
Would the original arrest be recorded? Yeah, of course the original arrest is recorded, but that does not mean that they won't repeat crimes. It doesn't mean that's
sure.
Yeah.
Sure, nobody's arguing they won't repeat.
But
he's refuting what I'm saying about how the data would be off, and that's actually a good point. It would probably be reported that they're undocumented, and it would go into the statistics for that. That's a good point. Like I said, I'm just trying to argue. It probably would make sense that an undocumented person would create unproportional crime. That's
So you think they commit a crime, and then they come back, and it's like counted as like a different person? I'm a little confused.
No, that's not what I said.
So what is the coming back? What is the relevance of that?
I mean, that would be counted as two crimes from one person.
So I don't.
Yes.
So I don't know.
And a lot of times, what happens is that lesser charges are kicked, and a lot of that's because they deport them.
That happens with the native born.
Well, yes, I'm not saying it doesn't happen with native born, but what I'm saying is that the point of what I'm trying to say is that with people who are coming into the system, is that we don't keep track of that. Like, obviously, they don't have a social security number, so whenever they make up a file on it, they'll have their name and they'll try to have their birth date. But
don't people still get fingerprinted and processing?
Yeah, but where's that fingerprint data? Where's that that's only going to be like in the crime data, like stuff. That's not going to necessarily going to be.
If they go on and commit,
that's not going to necessarily be tracked in other stuff. So
wait, when you commit a crime, isn't your fingerprint like put into the database?
Buddy.
And then they check it to make sure they can check it to see who you are.
Take pictures of your tattoo, face, all that.
That's the point of processing. You don't need a social security number to.
Well, what I'm saying is that when they come back, they'll take them over, they'll deport them, they'll come back over, and then most likely, if they commit another crime, that's part of the problem is that even though we have their fingerprints, we have some of their information that they have, that doesn't actually stop some of the crime statistics.
Well, are we mixing up undocumented people with people in the amnesty process? Because those are like two completely different circumstances.
Wait.
Not everybody in the amnesty that claims amnesty is actually legitimately that.
Yeah, because I don't even know if you could repeat offend if you were just undocumented. You get turned over to ICE, right?
We are not.
Well, yeah, eventually, and even if in a lot of states, a lot of times what they'll do is even on their first charge that they find them, what they'll do is they've got to have an immigration lawyer talk to them before they can actually proceed with certain criminal sentencing or whatever, or
So-
criminal stuff. So
We're not arguing whether or not like deportation aids in crime prevention. That's not what we're arguing. We're arguing whether or not illegal immigrants commit a disproportionate, which seems like a common argument that illegals are committing crimes or whatever. Because I'm trying to figure out what's the negatives of illegals in this country. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Weighed with like versus the positives, and it seems like there are a lot more problems to deporting all illegals than there would be to benefits. And a big a big con that people often like to cite is crime. So I'm trying to ask, okay, do they commit a disproportionate amount of crimes to the native
But
population?
I didn't cite that. I was talking about
Okay, so why do you think we should deport them?
because they're taking our jobs.
They're not paying taxes.
Do you think that there are some jobs? Do you think that there are some jobs that like we're gonna have a very hard time employing the average American to do?
yeah, and you want to know why? Because the cost of labor, and this has always been an issue. So a lot of people would rather get some illegal alien to do a job rather than pay somebody minimum wage.
So right to work
So
state.
you can see where these two kind of liberal policies butt heads, and they actually cause a dilemma with that.
That's what's causing the cost of
Well, the
labor.
Republicans love illegal immigrants. That's why they're like extremely
Everybody
popular
loves
in
illegal
white
immigrants.
Florida.
except for
You're right,
people who
James. It
have-
does affect the cost
who
of
are like
living.
nationalists. Nationalists don't like illegal immigrants, but
It affects the
people
cost
also
of
complain
living.
that a lot of nationalists don't like immigration. Period. So
It causes a cost in everything.
And it mainly affects lower income minority people.
You keep saying that.
and that's the one supposedly the
it's
liberals
true.
are trying to
I
protect.
keep saying it because it's true.
I'm trying to
And
figure
that's
out.
supposedly the ones the liberals are trying to protect, but they're not really. They don't really care about the minority.
He's basically telling you they're taking the blacks' jobs.
It's
That's
not
what he's
affecting.
saying.
It's not affecting the upper middle class white people in the suburbs as much as it's affecting people who live in cities, urban environments, black people,
Somebody
legal.
who's coming here with, why would someone who's coming here with nothing be living in the white upper class?
Not to
suburbs?
mention it damages our immigration policy so that people who are really waiting on the waiting list to get in here legally can't get in legally because it puts a whole wrench in the
I
system.
don't know what he's talking about. Because a
people
lot of
in
these Mexicans live in rural areas and they work on farms out here in California. They got
Yeah,
the biggest farmlands and they got them all over here in the fucking.
Yeah, isn't
Oh,
like
thanks for
47
bolstering my point, Freddie.
No, you're not. You fucking wrong. You saying they going in the inner cities. They not fucking getting
No.
visas to work in the inner city.
Mainly,
They get visas to work on the farm.
the
and then they
majority of it
overstaying their
affects them.
They
But
overstaying
what
their
you just
visas.
said, dumbass,
No, they're
helps
overstaying
my
the visas.
point.
Freddie
No, it's
W.
not.
Freddie,
No,
he
it's not
never
exactly.
said that they went
They're not
into
going to the
the
inner
cities.
cities.
He's talking about
So
the
not
middle
only
class.
are they hurting the inner cities,
cities,
they're
and they're not
also
getting
What
hurting the
jobs
rural
are in the
people.
inner cities?
In a rural farmland
What
area
jobs are
like
they getting in the
Kansas,
inner cities?
there's
What
only
Or
jobs?
so
like
many
rural
employees.
Virginia.
What jobs are
Hey,
they
It
Austin,
getting in
hurts,
the
it hurts
inner
rural
cities?
Virginia as well because of
the
all this
only
Yeah,
substantial
rural
thing,
Virginia as well, James. What jobs are
Yeah,
they
it
taking in
does
the inner city?
actually.
the only
It
thing
hurts
that is
people in my
substantial
local
economic
community
claims that you
probably.
could say is a
I
problem with
guess.
quote unquote
Y'all just be talking.
immigration or illegal immigration would be border integrity. And if you don't believe in borders and you don't believe in having that, well, congratulations, you're a minority in that regard because almost everybody,
Kill the
even the
popularity.
Pope, who often is talking about immigration and about having, open borders, has a fucking wall around the Vatican, right? Like the people who don't like people who like gun control in the politicians are usually protected by
Wait.
private security. So these are kind of
private
things that people get into the problem. So that really is, I think, the
Wait.
major issue that a lot of people probably have.
When
is
do you think the
actual
Vatican
border.
Wall was built? When do you
This
think-
data is coming from 2012 to 2018.
Vatican Wall is built around the Vatican, sir.
No, not where. When do you think it was built?
Oh, when? A long time ago, but that's not the point.
The Pope right
That's
now
the basic
didn't
point. They could have
construct.
tore the wall down.
Yeah, but if he wanted to be consistent, he would tear down the wall. If you
It's a
want-
historical
yeah.
site.
he
He's
would
not
leave
using.
the door open and let
That
anybody
don't
who wants to
matter.
come in
That's
and
irrelevant.
whatever.
Josh learned
you want,
something
what you
new.
want.
It's a historical site. Why would he tear it down?
Because he wants to be because if
Well,
he
he doesn't have to tear it down, but why don't you just open a gate or just have
You can
have no
Can't
security?
Can't you walk into the Vatican?
There's only a few places. A lot of it is
no,
pretty
not
top-notch
anyone.
security. It's hard to get into a lot of places.
Wait,
within the
you don't
Vatican.
believe in borders,
You
but
can't
people
just
should be
walk up
allowed
into
to.
the Vatican and say, "Hey, I want to go in your
Wait,
basement."
do you
Just walk
wait? Do you think
around.
people who say
Woo!
do you think
No.
people who are against borders are actually arguing someone should be able to just go into your house and steal food out of your pantry?
Well, a lot of them would.
There's a difference between national borders and not allowing public access.
Yeah,
to
but there's a lot
everybody.
of people who like to virtual signal and say, "Yeah, you got to let these people in, let these people in." And then
Yeah,
when you
let
don't have
everybody
places for them, the people who are advocating for it aren't actually advocating for their personal space being used for these people or
Nope,
helping.
they're not
It's the
doing
same
it
thing
for
with
them.
every
Vatican
like
is not the
communist
Pope.
socialist. They want other people to spend money on other people but they don't want themselves to do that. So it's a inconsistency in values.
It's a hypocrisy.
Okay, I don't understand how the walls around the Vatican show an inconsistency in the Pope's values. Those are
Shows
just
hypocrisy.
And you can isn't the Vatican in the fucking Schengen area? Can't you just walk in without showing a passport or being
No.
stopped? The Vatican is not in the
No, you
Schengen area.
cannot just walk into the Vatican and say, "Hey, I just want to walk in and just go wherever I want to go." No.
No, you don't know. No one's saying you can go wherever you want to go. There is nowhere you can just go wherever you want to go. We're talking about the general area of the Vatican. Can't you literally just walk
General
in?
area.
Like
You walk in, there are guards.
area.
Depending
Oh my
on
God.
if you're part of a tour or not, that has to be prearranged.
Now
there are places that they have open to the public that can just come in. Yes, there's parts of it.
You're talking about crossing into the Vatican, just past the borders of what makes the Vatican. Can't anybody technically cross the border without showing their passport? It's like the walls are there to keep people out. You can cross into the Vatican.
Yes, but the way you cross into it is they literally have those guys in the funny outfits guarding the gateway that goes in there.
They let you in.
So, but that's not my point. The point
They're
is that
not
there's
guard-
still some type of security.
What are they?
There's still
What are
some
they?
type of-
Wait, what are they? Wait, so the Pope is hypocritical on his immigration stance because he has security in the Vatican that lets you in. The security's not
Because he has
preventing people from
security.
getting in.
Yeah, that's totally the opposite. Shut the fuck up,
It's
John.
supposed to
They
be an
being
open
disingenuous
border.
again.
What?
That's definitely an
Protect
open
Wait,
border.
no. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. Everyone shut up. James. What do you, I want you to pretend you're with me walking into the Vatican. What do you think happens when you get to the security?
You walk in, you walk to the security, and you have to show them some sort of identification. I'm sure. I don't know.
Okay,
I've never
I'm
been
pretty
to the
sure.
Vatican. I'm sure you have to show my identification.
Okay.
Because it's secure.
What do you think?
You can't say I'm sure and then end it with I don't know.
Hold on. Freddie, I love you, buddy.
Well, I
but you
don't
make
really
great
know
points.
because I never actually
Just quit
been to
saying
the
I'm
Vatican.
sure
I know
and
that
then
you would
I
have to
don't
go.
know
I
in the
know
same
I know you'd have to check in with them.
Wait,
I do
everyone-
know that much, but I don't know what they would require. because I've never been there.
Wait. Hold the phone. Everybody, hold the phone. Here. Okay, I have a question. Have you ever left the country, James?
No, I've never left the country.
Oh my God! Here we
No, that's
go.
okay. No, that's okay.
What's the reason that would matter?
No, I'm just saying. What form of identification do you show when you're entering a new country?
It's called a passport.
Your passport. So when security stops you at the Vatican during the inspection process, you show your passport to them, right?
Bro, that would be
No, you don't. The Vatican
No,
is
you
open.
don't. You don't.
It's in
You
the
don't.
Schengen area. It's in the
yeah.
Schengen area. Is literally you can just walk in.
You can walk into a part of it, but the other parts of it have to be either tours or you have to have tickets that you purchase. Or something.
That's okay. A country can have do you agree that there's a hypothetical country that can abolish its borders but still have a museum in the country or something that you would need a ticket to get into, and it would still be considered a borderless country?
Okay, I'm
Well,
not
you
saying
know,
it's a borderless country. What I'm saying,
No, I know.
is
I know.
that
I
you
know you're not.
cannot
If it's
advocate for-
borderless, what do you mean by get into?
So they're okay. So you know the Vatican is its own microstate. The Vatican is its own microstate. When we say entering the Vatican, that means crossing the border and physically being present within the boundaries of the microstate. That doesn't mean that you can just go to places within the microstate as you fucking please.
Okay. So
Yeah. So the Vatican lets you just walk in. Yeah, you could just walk into the Vatican.
certain parts of it, yes.
But that applies to every. Do you think there's the certain parts of it argument is dumb because that's obviously not where when we're talking about a borderless
It's interesting
country,
you're picking the Vatican, which
That's what
most
he brought
people
up.
most
He's not picking the Vatican. I was.
Would you guys think it would be?
I
Would you
brought
guys
up.
think
I
it
brought
would
up
be
both, and he's
hypocritical
addressing
if you
it. That's
couldn't
why he's
walk
talking
into the
about it.
girls' restroom in the Vatican?
Let's pick North Korea.
Is
Can
the
I just
fact that you can't go into the girls' restroom in the Vatican
No, but you're
hypocrisy on the
you're-
Pope?
Yeah,
Is-
you're arguing hypocrisy on the Pope's part because there's walls around the Vatican. Those walls were built in like 850 or some shit. Like he didn't build those, and he's not tearing them down because they're historical.
Okay, so
site,
what
and
my
those-
point is,
those
he
walls
there
don't
is
impede
state of the art
entry.
security. He has walls around it. I'm saying
He doesn't
that
have those.
it's
Are
easier to say you should have walls or shouldn't have walls when you have walls.
Wait. Why would he? Wait. We're okay. That is a historical monument that serves no current purpose. Anybody can enter the Vatican. The walls are not there to keep people from entering the Vatican. Those
That's
are
not true. You got to go through security.
just when you say
like
go
saying,
through.
if you think
mean
killing
walk
is
past.
bad, you have to look out for ants.
When
Like, don't step on an ant. You think killing is bad. If you kill an ant, you're a bad person. Like, this is like the most
Murder is
retarded
bad, not
hypocrisy
killing.
hunting in
It's
existence.
murder that's bad, not killing. It's murder.
Okay, when you say walk through, when you say walk
Killing is a
through,
mistranslation.
you don't actually walk through. Like you just walk past them. They might be there, but you don't need to stop for them. I'm pretty sure you don't need to stop for security there. You could just walk in.
But there's also a difference between what the Vatican is versus another country, and it's.
Okay, what has the Pope said that's hypocritical to you?
He said that we shouldn't have walls. That was one of the things he talked about. He said that you shouldn't have walls on borders.
Yep. Okay.
And his borders have walls. So, if he said something like to the fact of, we've, historically the Vatican's had walls. Unfortunately, I think we've realized, but that's not what he said. He just made a statement about no walls, and that's the problem. When you can have a hypocrisy like that, yes.
Do you think the Pope was just talking about, like, what do you think he meant when he said walls in this context? He meant walls
The
that
world
were
to be Barbie dream houses.
walls. He meant walls that were constructed for the sake of keeping someone out, right? Do you disagree with that?
I would agree that that's what he's saying, yes.
So walls that exist for the sake of keeping someone out. The walls around the Vatican only exist as they stand because they are part of a historical site that brings in tourism. The walls serve no function to keep people out because you can enter freely.
But they have cameras on those walls.
Why even have security guards?
What does that have
Why
to
even have people standing there
prevent-
at the
Why
walls?
did they build the walls?
Terrorists can attack it. They built the walls in 850 to keep people out.
Yeah.
Probably like 40 or 50 reasons you would build a wall.
When they
There's
built
probably
the walls, it was
over
to
a
keep people
dozen
out,
at
but
least.
now they don't use them to keep people out.
No, you can freely enter the Vatican.
Now, but you just said
Yes.
they
So it's
built.
not hypocritical.
Why did they build the walls?
They existed back then.
Because they
To
were
serve the-
defending.
There are
what
so
they
many
did. And
reasons
now
you would
that's
build
been
a wall.
established, and no one's going to deny the Vatican's independence or its status. They don't need it for that reason.
How about rain? They built the wall for rain.
What if Native Americans built the wall?
Does it rain sideways?
If Native Americans built the wall after they built the wall, it wouldn't be America.
Oh my gosh, Freddie. Thank you.
Like, there's probably over 30 to 40 different reasons they built the walls. Worries of attacks. I mean, there could be a whole host of reasons.
His claim is that the current pope is hypocritical. So the current pope must have some sort of policy that like contradicts something he said. Whatever reason they constructed the walls in 850 to prove the hypocrisy of the modern pope, you have to prove he only leaves them standing to keep people out, which obviously isn't true because you can enter the Vatican. It's in the Schengen area.
Yeah, they being disingenuous on purpose. They're gonna spin it again. They thinking. Give them a second. Just because you can come in through Louisiana don't mean it's legal to come through Texas and California.
Oh, that's a
Just
different
saying-
thing.
you
Talk
just
about
saying-
being disingenuous there, Freddie. As if that's the
Yeah,
same
that's
thing.
what Trump
I mean, you guys
supporters
are. Hold on, you're making like a Facebook argument. Like conservative, this is like a Facebook argument. Like leftists believe in socialism. Why won't they give everyone their food? Like I don't.
Illegally, because that's
But I answered
Well,
your
gang,
original question. That would be outside of
sort it
economic
out.
things. I think most people who have the concern about immigration, or excuse me, have the
Like a
issue
wall
with
could be like a funny meme, but that's not like a real hypocrisy. I wouldn't like
It's
build an
not.
argument
It's
on
not.
it.
I think I've adequately demonstrated that. But let's. Okay. All right. Unless there's something, we're just gonna go in circles here. I wanted to ask you guys, what do you think about the death penalty? What do you think? Or no, more specifically, what do you think about Biden pardoning the death penalty and Biden's recent pardons of federal death penalty inmates, or not pardons, reduction in sentence?
Who did he pardon that was on the death penalty?
Everybody but them three.
Everyone except for 3.
That's good. I
Really?
think he was right. Let
Yeah.
Trump put him back to death
Uh,
if he's for it.
Yeah, it's
I mean,
retarded.
for
If he's gonna
abortion.
pardon them all.
I flip flop on this, but I think I'm gonna come down on pro death penalty.
You're pro
So,
death penalty.
did they pardon them out of jail, or did they just pardon them from the death
No,
sentence?
no, I don't mean he released them. No.
Okay,
It would
gotcha,
be way bigger news if everyone on death row is on death row for murder. It'd be way bigger news if Biden was like letting like fucking a serial killer just walk out for it. No, he brought them off death row. So he brought them to prison time. So I didn't know if you guys thought that was a bad thing or not.
I don't think that's a bad thing. I think our
The only
justice
thing I would
system
say
has
is bad
been
about it
proven
is
to
if you're
have-
gonna do it, then do it. Like
I
you
agree
can't
with that.
leave
I
3
agree with
exceptions.
I
off.
think they should have been dead already, and we shouldn't have even had to worry about it.
Okay. Why do you,
Put them on the firing line quick.
That's right.
Why do you think it takes so long to put someone to death?
Because we can profit off of our prisoners. One of the biggest.
No, it's because they have appeals. They have right to appeals, and
That's
appeals
true.
take
Good answer.
appeals take a shit ton of time
Right.
because there's different reviews and all that kind of stuff.
And so the judges profit. Everybody who's working on that profits. They are making money. It's their job to keep going through this rigmarole of.
You would just say
nonsense.
line them up against the wall, and if they went against the Fuhrer, you would just shoot them.
Wait. You realize like COs.
Yes. See, he said yeah.
Wait, hold on, everyone.
Yeah,
Quiet. You
quick.
realize
If we're
like,
gonna have the death penalty, then it needs to be quick.
don't COs and like judges don't they get paid like for hours worked? So like the extra, like a judge has a docket. Like even if person A didn't have the appeals process, like you'd still be paid by the hour. You'd still have cases if you worked in like a major
I'm not
city.
talking about how much the CO is making. I'm talking about how much. So DOC is one of the biggest industries in Florida, and if you're keeping more people on death row who have been convicted as guilty, you murdered and raped a whole bunch of people. Just kill them. Just do it quick. If we're gonna do it, we need to do it fast.
So their rights be damned, right? The due process be damned, right?
Their rights. They forfeited their rights when they.
Oh,
did their
but
crime.
because someone's accused them of it, and because there could be other issues of why there's false evidence, there's false confession.
Assuming our justice system is just. Yeah,
that's your problem.
But they aren't. That's
Yeah,
the thing.
that's why I
there have been over
flip-flop on it.
100. There have been over
Ugh.
100 death row inmates who were found innocent and taken off, and we don't know the number who were actually executed because they almost never entertain investigations into innocence after
Yeah,
someone's been killed.
So what I'm saying is, assuming our justice
Why don't even
system
have a
is
trial? Just as soon as a district attorney accuses you of something, just kill him right there on the spot.
I think if cops find a guy bathing in the blood of children with a bunch
Okay,
of
but
dead
that's not what we're
children
talking
around
about.
him,
This was
you
not the
pop him in
case.
the head.
Oh my
What
god!
if it was a schizophrenic homeless guy that just got to the scene, stumbled onto the scene of the murder
Yeah.
after the last guy that left?
That's what due process is for.
Yeah, but due process doesn't
Oh,
always
you
get it
just
right.
said you don't believe in due process.
The difference is
No, I did not.
Yeah.
Stop straw manning me. No, what
Well,
I said
no, you
is
did.
once
After-
convicted, you kill
No.
them quick.
Yeah, but
No, you said as soon as they get the police
that's
get
the
there,
appeal
no,
process.
everybody-
That's basically saying you don't believe in the appeal process.
Wait.
The due process happens, and once they're convicted, you kill them.
Okay. So do you see the problem with that?
I see.
Why do you think an appeals process exists?
Because the jury could be biased, the judge could be biased, there could be a whole bunch of extra circumstances.
New
that could-
evidence can pop up, and sometimes it's many years later, and your
Yep.
time is limited when you're because you can't undo an
Oh, like
execution.
what? Like fake DNA?
There have been errors in a blood there have been errors in blood
knew it was
spatter
gonna go
analysis.
here.
Blood
There was
spatter analysis?
Yeah, evidence used to convict people was
That's
found
such
many years
bullshit.
later. It's not.
He doesn't believe in DNA.
You've
You don't
watched too
believe-
much Dexter.
He doesn't believe in like
You don't believe in blood spatter analysis?
He doesn't believe
Blood
in
spattered
watching
analysis
mine,
is
brother.
not.
Believe in DNA.
That shit's real.
You don't believe in DNA?
Wait a
No,
minute, JS doesn't believe in DNA.
no, James.
He doesn't believe in
It doesn't
psychology
even
or
mean that.
broken
Depending on how you
bones.
push him on it, he'll admit certain things in DNA is real too.
DNA is
Oh.
good record keeping.
Good record keeping.
Yep.
So
So why can I
So
take like
so
an-
wait, James. Hold on. If you have never committed a crime and you've never had your DNA put into the system and they find your blood on the scene, you think they're just going to figure out who you are?
They can. Do you know how they do
because
that?
they don't have
Through your
nothing to
family.
compare it to. That's why
Yeah.
it's called
Forensic
getting
genealogy.
Yeah, through your family. So good record keeping. Pay
Yeah, so,
attention.
uh,
Try to
so how's-
follow.
But that
So
doesn't mean DNA is just good record keeping. Because
What do you think
That's
DNA
exactly what it means.
Wait,
If
what do you-
I-
You can't.
No, but
You
DNA has
can't connect it
connections.
without the DNA. That's the
Wait,
problem.
Wait, I think I see the confusion. I think you think
Well, that's
DNA is the
DNA.
process of finding. That's DNA analysis.
Okay.
DNA is like a thing. Deoxyribonucleic acid. It's like the code that makes up your whole body.
Yeah, I know that word too.
Yeah. So the thing you're just describing, the good record keeping, is the process of using DNA to identify some or through genealogy.
If
Identify.
I don't
someone.
have your sister or your mother or your brother or your dad on record, and I don't have you on record, and I find your blood, DNA means nothing. It's good record keeping.
How does that mean?
does
How does
mean
that mean?
something.
How does that
Your
mean
dad,
DNA
your
isn't real?
mom,
What?
whoever,
How does that mean
DNA
DNA isn't real?
Yeah, there's some sort of markers, and if that's what you want to call DNA, that's fine. But
That is what DNA is.
it's not proteins and alleles and some double helix.
Markers are actual.
that is-
They got your
yeah, that is-
blood,
that is
Josh,
what-
and if
that
you
is-
ever
yes,
pop up
it is.
at a
It
hospital,
absolutely
they have
is.
to run your
Proteins are
DNA.
markers.
You're gonna be charged for a crime. They ain't gotta
147
find you
IQ.
then. They can find you in the future over DNA.
Yeah, I expect all the godless people to make this argument, but
No, I'm just saying, just because they don't know
Are
your
you
family or
surprised that
you
I'm making
now,
an
don't mean they
argument for
can't
DNA
catch you in the future.
as a person who believes in God?
yeah, well, you say a lot of things that anyway. Yeah. You think mental
He's
you think
surprised that I
psychology
believe
and
in
mental
DNA
illness are
as
real
someone that
too,
believes in
James.
God.
Let me guess.
Well,
it's demons.
psychology is simply just a study of the mind. If you want to really go into
You actually
psychology.
nailed it, Aiden. He does think it's demons.
You think it's demons?
Oh, facts. Facts.
Is there any way to get rid of the demons?
Yeah.
Yeah, declare God as your daddy. That's his basic idea.
Why is this?
You either
Yeah.
have God
I like
as your daddy.
when I like
or
when
the
Christians
devil.
mock me for
That was so wild, John.
it's to be expected though. I would expect it.
I'm
They
not
did it to
mocking you. I'm
Jesus,
just giving you a
Josh.
good
Come on.
living.
I know, but it's funny that you say that. Like it's really funny.
Well, yeah, because I have a fundamental problem with the way that you're saying it. Not because you believe it, but because
He's about to bring up the Trinity next on you, Josh, and make you look even sillier.
no, that's not what I'm going to bring up. So
No.
because he's not. Bozeman is not attacking Josh.
It's okay if you think of if you
Aiden,
think like
what's
the
your
world.
position on the Holy Trinity? Is it real? Is it fake?
I don't know anything about anything religious. I'm sorry.
Well, JS doesn't believe in the Trinity, so
I don't.
you'll be
I
hard
don't.
pressed.
How do I even debate
James,
this?
James is a flat earther who changes his opinion every 12
No,
minutes.
I'm not a flat earther no more. You don't get it. I don't care which way.
I
it
know.
is.
Because Andrew told you not to believe in it?
Do what? No, that ain't got nothing to do with it. You think Andrew determines everything I believe? That
Yeah.
I'm
Yep.
worshiping
Yeah.
the ground Andrew
Yeah, that's
goes
what I think.
on? Like,
yeah.
am
Why
I
do you say that,
worshiping Andrew?
JS? Why do you say that? You maybe know him more than I do, so I'm just asking. By curiosity.
Because I've observed it.
Oh, okay. So is that
Yeah,
what he
yeah.
is? Is just an Andrew fanboy? Is that what you kind of? And everything that Andrew says is what he believes. Is that
No,
what
I
you're
don't.
saying?
I just don't think I don't think he's solid in anything he believes.
Okay, gotcha.
I'm not. That's odd.
All right,
I
well,
would
prove me
disagree
wrong.
with that. I would totally disagree with that. That I'm not solid in anything that I believe.
Okay.
All right. Listen, it is almost 5 a.m., so I would love to finish this.
Almost 5 a.m. It's past 5 a.m. here.
Well, I'm on the West Coast.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, California.
He's in Freddy land.
California, them fires. How about them control
Well,
burn restrictions?
not all of
since-
California is
Yeah,
on fire
isn't
right
it
now.
interesting that isn't it interesting this we might agree on this. Isn't it interesting that some of the trees survived, but the
Yeah.
houses didn't? Very
Yeah,
that is interesting.
That's because they were painted blue, and it's the lasers. I'm just
The
kidding.
laser, exactly. We're on the
Oh,
same
lasers, Jess.
But listen,
That's a
this
joke, James.
This was a super
Okay.
interesting talk. I know it's late for you guys as well, but if you ever want to finish this or something, sounds like it'd be fun. We could arrange it. But yeah, thank you guys for having me on.
Yeah, if you
Take
want to
care.
do a 1v1, and if you want, give me some time to prepare. We could do a 1v1
On
on
a topic,
whatever.
yeah, that sounds fun.
On a
All right.
topic.
Sounds good.
Yeah, I gotta
Take care.
watch that debate.
Peace.
Is Bo Black's AGP? Answer now, Aiden.
No. Yes. Maybe. I'm not sure. Bye.
What are y'all debating on?
Have a nice night.
I don't know what that means.
It means
you wanna debate on,
sexualizing
yeah.
trans as a fetish. He's becoming a trans as a fetish.
Aiden is?
I think that's true. I would agree with that.
It's someone in the commentary community who's doing it.
Oh, gotcha.
But the trans stuff is a fetish. I would say that.
What topic does he want to debate you on, JS?
I don't know, but
Pick a pick. There's a lot he gave him that he can.
he just came in and so I'm not like prepared on any of this stuff. I don't have.
He's
all
in
the
like
facts.
his debate arc currently. He's going around trying to debate anyone he can.
Oh, he ain't touched me yet. He chopped me out.
He's just making Trump supporters look stupid.
Facts. Get fucked, JS.
Of course, he may not know that I'm a Trump supporter yet.
He came
May
in and
not
made
know that
Josh
I'm a
change the
supporter
voting age to
If
30.
Augie owns him, then Augie owns you now.
No, if all the things I said about Trump's policies and Biden's policies, like I could do the research and I could put it together and form an argument on it, but I need a little time. Otherwise, I'm just saying what happened, and
Yeah,
it
exactly.
did happen.
Tomorrow, hit him up, see if he's trying to do something formal.
And so he's gonna look dumb afterwards. It's like the same thing when Grid came in earlier tonight, and I said skilled. They're hiring people who aren't really skilled labor, and he's like, "Well, give me an example of that." And I was like, "Well, I don't know an example off the top of my head. I don't know. I just heard people say this." And he's like, "Well, that's a stupid argument." Okay, let me gather my resources for you, and let me form the argument, and I'll crush you on it.
Well, and that's why I was going into the actual website.
And you clarified it for me, John,
Yeah.
because it's not a bachelor's degree and over $60,000 means you're a skilled labor. No, they're hiring a lot of people.
How many people do we know have a bachelor's degree in business,
Right.
and it means dick shit?
It doesn't mean anything. Like that doesn't mean you're a skilled labor.
But that's the whole fallacy that was being presented by Effigy and all that, is this idea they're
these tech giants. They're like
They're
these
these tech
180
experts,
IQ
geniuses.
people who are coming in. No,
Yeah.
Dude, he
They
just went
are
off
hiring-
live.
They're bringing in on H-1Bs Chipotle managers. They are. That is
Yeah.
what's happening.
They should have had a way
degree to be a business
where
person.
they could have kept people like that, because Aiden would have been really good on verbal combat.
No, he would have been good. He could have been decent, but the problem
He's
is
part of an audience that if he says soy shit, the commentary community will call him out for being soy and then post a bunch of clips of him saying gay shit. So
Yeah,
like,
and- well, the problem was his chat was in there before he
his
was.
chat ruined it for him. Because
Yeah.
before we even knew he was in the back, we had people in there going, "Bring it up, bring it up." I mean, and it made me
that's
feel
what I was
like
saying. I get how the show works. They should have some like first comer policy where you can't just instantly get like muted out or thrown out by chat right away whenever you're like
yeah,
first
but
showing
you also
up.
can't bring your minions in there and You know,
Well, he's
do that kind
larger.
of-
He's around Speakeasy size. Like if he comes
Well,
in there,
I
his
understand
minions
what
are going
my
to come.
point of what I'm trying to say. Size doesn't matter. The point of what I'm trying to say is, I don't care who you are. If you have 1,000 people in your chat, or if you only have one, if you're going into another person's stream and you're bombarding the chat saying, "Bring him up, put him up, put him up," it's going to spoil because there's a system and a way that they do things, and you know that definitely spoiled it. I mean, it's just
That's
like
I think if
it's
they
just
just
like
brought him on and they mogged him, it would have been better than just like him getting fucking muted right away.
It's not proper etiquette, though.
Yeah.
To do that.
But they reminded me of the Dyer boys, and
Yeah, because I get how the show work. It's just I get how that could scare away first comers too. Because if they show up and then they're like, "Well, what the fuck? I just joined the show. I'm muted. I don't know what's going on. There's GIFs playing on my screen. I'm out of here."
Yeah, but that's why you should probably watch the show before you just come on the panel. Like,
Well, I'm sure Speakeasy
Yeah, I
doesn't
didn't
want that to be the
start
standard,
popping
though.
up
That you have to
on,
watch a bunch
Mortal
of his
Kombat
episodes to join. I'm
out
pretty
of
sure he just
nowhere.
wants
I
as many
watched
people joining as possible.
no, he does. But what I'm saying is, if you go into some whatever it is, whether it be a blood sport debate, whether it be just a general panel, if you go in there and you don't have any kind of like second hand, or you don't have any kind of not idea of how the flow goes, don't be surprised if you're breaking some like unknown rule or unknown etiquette within the group because of how they do things, and don't make a fucking show of it. You
Yeah.
know? That's just basic common sense, but you know.
Well,
But he has a really.
so common,
Aiden has a
but-
terrible content brain. He just kind of sits around on stream a lot, looking at shit silently. So he was trying to peep something he can get himself into verbally.
Well, then how did he
No, I
get a million?
understand-
How
I
did he get a
understand what you're
million
saying.
subscribers before? Just because he was early?
So you know Keemstar and stuff, and Leafy and all that era. Yeah. So he was like the kid commentator.
Wait,
he was
he-
famous for being a little. Yeah, he was famous for being a little kid commentator.
But he was a Leafy guy? Like,
No, yeah, he was like 12 when he made his first commentary video. Yeah. That's why I said, is this fascist Aiden or socialist Aiden? Because he switches his sexuality and his political views like a lot.
oh, okay. Because I was going to say, if
Like,
he's like,
He was gay when he was 12, but he's
if
straight
he's like
now.
a
and I think
Leafy
he's
type
been
guy, we
straight
would
for the
probably
last
agree
2
on a
years.
lot. I don't know. I don't know who that. We just talked to Destiny version of him.
We just talked. No, we just talked
Yeah,
to
no,
the Patrick
I'm pretty sure
Bateman
that's the arc he's
version
on.
of it.
He's on the Destiny arc currently of his career.
But there's been
He's trying
times
to
when
like
he's been
Destiny
more
style
on like
debate.
the.
He used to like join calls and say slurs and shit.
Really?
That was like his whole thing, yeah.
He does seem intelligent. He does. He is.
He's
he
young,
is good
and
at-
that's why he shouldn't vote.
But he is young, and he does come off as a milquetoast.
Young is he?
Zoomer.
Did you see him? Did you look at his stream, John? He looks like trans
yeah.
Brittany Simon.
No, I
Yeah.
told him in his chat. I said your haircut looks like my pubes because he has like curly. He has like shy locks in his bangs.
Yeah.
Dude, he was reading chat when I called him trans Brittany Simon, and then he started pulling up pictures of Brittany Simon. And was like, guys, you have to stop.
That's funny. He's all right. I just
Like
I
I
don't
said, this
know.
has been an extremely fun night for me. I didn't expect these two worlds to clash.
When I'm doing this, I'm not doing the source game, but I don't know.
It is funny how people come together on these YouTube streets.
I guess it's
Dude,
the
when he
way.
reacted to it, it was so funny. He was reading the chat and he was like, what the fuck? This goon guy is part of the commentary community.
I know
He was
he's-
like, he has 5 people in his chat right now, and one of them literally knows everything about me.
Yeah, somebody in his chat was like, "Goon is on JS's channel right now. He's like,
And here's the thing: is like Goon's been around for a while now, so it's not like you just popped in, because he was here, kind of thing,
Yeah, exactly. That's why I was like, this is crazy. I was like, there's no... When you guys were saying Aiden is muted, it's also a meme in the commentary community that everyone mutes him or kicks him off a show. So I was like, oh, that's funny. That's just like the Aiden that I know. And then, and then I started hearing him talking, and I was like, holy fuck, it's the same one.
That's funny.
Now you know this means, Goon, that Planet X has just collided with Earth.
Exactly. 2 dimensions collide.
That's fine if he's on the
You know,
debate
he's
art.
friends with like Turkey Tom and all them.
I'm way better at formal debates.
Yeah.
You know who Turkey Tom is, right, John?
What's that? Yeah, I know what
You know who Turkey? Yeah, he's friends with like Turkey Tom, Nicholas DeOrio, Chud Logic, those channels.
Yeah. I can't stand Chud Logic.
When I'm just doing off the cuff stuff like this, I'll just say shit. I don't care.
Yeah.
You know, I'm just talking. I'm just hanging out with people. But if he wants to debate Trump versus who else?
Now, are you really interested in why I have an issue with you saying God Daddy and Satan Daddy kind of thing?
I said
or
that
do you
like
have an idea? Or do you give an idea why I would object to it?
well, the one time that I said God Daddy, I've never said that before. And I think you're right for calling me out on that because that was a mistake. Usually I say what JLP I get that from JLP. Satan is your daddy. Satan is your
Gotcha.
father. That comes from
Right.
That's from the Bible.
But
Satan
I'm
is
also
their
talking
father.
about like God is your father or Satan is your father. So, do you understand the theological issue of why I have an issue with saying you're either one of those?
No, I don't understand why you would have a problem with that.
And it's because I have a different view on sin than you do. That's why. I just wanted to give you a difference of theology. I'm not trying to give you grief about. I'm just
Because
trying to
you
tell
believe in free
Orig-
will.
Well, I don't.
guess, or-
I don't believe in free will when it comes to sin. No, I believe sin has impacted the free will. So, but
so you don't.
I
Think,
believe in original sin, and so because
you don't
I
think we
believe in
serve a master? We either serve our father Satan or our father God.
we are. The Bible tells us that we are either a slave to our old Adam or a slave to Christ. That old Adam.
Exactly. That's the same thing as saying
There's a difference though.
we either serve Satan or we serve God.
There's a difference there with that though.
That's
Because
all
you're
I'm
not
saying. If
you're
I
not
say
saying
God
that
is
you
your
serve
daddy or
Satan.
Satan is your daddy,
You're not
I'm
saying
saying you
because
serve Satan or
there's
you
people
serve
out
God.
there that do things that are quote unquote degen because of their sinful nature, but it's not because they're serving Satan. Now, does it in an indirect route serve his purposes or delights him? Sure, but saying you either serve one or the other. And displacing sin. So that's why we say in my church that there's a prayer, God deliver us from the world, sin, meaning our sin, ourselves, and Satan.
Yeah.
Because those are the three different, and Satan has control over the world and dominion over the world. I mean, in that sense, he's a master. And he is the one that tempted Adam and Eve into sin. However, you can't say every sinful action that man does is because they're serving Satan. It's because their sinful nature.
But their sinful nature is of Satan.
Because their sinful nature
of
is
the
something
world.
it's because they naturally inherited it when they were born.
Right. So they're born of
Free
the
in
flesh.
garden, right, John?
Yeah.
They're born of the flesh and they're serving the wills of the flesh. They're so you believe more of like an original sin thing.
Right.
Yeah.
But still,
and so what I'm saying,
they're serving the flesh. So we either serve good or we serve good evil, or we serve evil.
I understand what you're saying with
when
that.
I say
I'm making a
God is our
distinction of what my
daddy or
point is.
Satan is our daddy, and people don't like the word daddy, but actually
I don't care about daddy. I don't care
Yeah,
about
yeah,
daddy.
yeah. If you go back to old times, actually daddy was a now mommy was a beta thing.
Yeah.
If you said mommy, that was beta, but men like in the old days, calling your father daddy was not considered like a beta
like
thing.
a weak thing or a beta thing. Yeah. So my point.
Yeah, it was. How you talking about?
No,
Oh, there he is. I thought you
Say
might be shut up for
father.
the rest of the whole night
They
because
say
you didn't have
father.
another little minion in here that you could rally
They're gonna
yourself.
be like,
up.
Daddy, help. It was
No, see,
Paul.
that's
It
more
was
of a modern
Paul
thing.
or father. Daddy-o.
Well,
Pops. Motherfucker.
So what did you call your? What did you call? I
Pops.
know you had a year, some time away from your dad, but your stepdad or
Pops.
your real dad, whoever raised you as a dad, did you ever say daddy or dad to that?
oh, I called my mom and my dad daddy and mommy.
Daddy and mommy got you. Okay.
Even when it was weird actually, because well, not this last time that I went to Florida, but when I went to Florida like 4 years ago when my stepdad died, and I was talking to my mom, or I was referring to my mom with my brothers and stuff. It felt I didn't know what to say. I was like, it felt weird to say mom, but I'm a grown ass man now.
Oh, Melanie is on the VK panel now, after party panel.
Melanie's been there. Melanie was there for
You
our
couldn't
little-
say mom to your mama?
Well, no, because I grew up saying mommy.
So why didn't you say mommy?
Because it felt weird.
Did she look different?
But from what I've heard is that saying mommy is weird, but calling your dad daddy in the old days, like the old days, like the early America, daddy wasn't really considered a like a beta thing to say.
I grew up calling my dad Papa, and then now I just call him Pa. It's like, hey, what's up, Pa?
Yeah, and now I call my mom mom.
Yeah.
But all my life I called her mommy. And so it was weird after not going
Yeah,
home.
I never called my mom mommy though. I've always just called her mom. She's always mom.
Yeah. And even when I was a kid, when I was
What do you think about people who call their parents that are, or their legal guardians or whatever, that are like responsible for them by their first name?
I don't like it.
I don't like it either, and I think it's just how you grow up, and how your parents raise you,
Call my
because it's just
mom by her first name.
Yeah, and really
just
maybe
feels
it's a
odd.
subjective
I would never
thing.
call my mom by her first name. I would never call my
I
dad by his
can't
first
do it.
name.
But when I was in like middle school and my friends would come over, I would feel embarrassed to say mommy, like, but that was like what I called her. And so it was weird. So I don't know. If I ever have kids, I'm just going to stick with mom and dad and not these. I don't know. But maybe that's something that changes with the times. Papa, mama, mommy, daddy, mom, dad. I don't think it's that big of a deal, but I would like feel embarrassed to say mommy around my friends.
Or mama.
Or mom, yeah, mama, papa. Hey, papa. But Melanie on there, maybe I should go jump back in the VK. I wanted
Sometimes
to
I
talk
call
to that guy.
my dad. Sometimes I call my dad. I'd go, "What's up, Papa Roach?" and he's like, "What's that reference to?" And I'm like, "Is that a marijuana reference?" I said, "No, it's like an artist." He's like, "Oh, okay."
I'm gonna be honest. I don't think I don't think I did great against him as like a debater, but it was a good convo. But if he wants a head up fade, he can get it. And if he wants a 1v1 debate, then he's gonna find out. You give me a week to prepare, preferably 2 weeks to prepare on one topic. I'll crush him like I crushed James.
You didn't crush me. That's bull. Chat decided me is the winner on that one.
Yeah, well. Shout out democracy.
Yep, democracy was on my side that night.
So Easy's doing the after panel. I was planning on
Yeah,
just doing panel hops tonight and going there. The only reason
The
I
only
came
reason I
here is
came-
oh, we got an echo. Check. But I came here over here because that guy wanted to come on, and Goon said he used to have 1 million subscribers. So when he was 14, that's
dang,
wild.
that is wild. What was he talking about at 14?
Grabbing for his attention again. That's sad. That's like a teenage actor. Them kid actors that never get famous after being famous once.
You
They
know,
struggle.
Florida bans social media for kids under 14. 14 to 16, you need parental consent. Under 14, no social media. And I
And
think that
25
They
feet.
need, they
I
need
think
to
that's
raise
based.
that age.
I'm
Hello.
They
like
need to
if
raise that.
I'm excited about the we're really not going to get into it until 2026 to 2028 when we're figuring out our next candidate. Is going to get interesting to see who the next like Republican candidate is.
God,
Right.
Why are you
JD
fucking
Vance.
think of one?
What'd you say?
Why are you
Goon?
acting like it's like a magic 8 ball that you're shaking up like?
Well, I was just doing hand motions, but I'll shake the magic 8 ball. I'm pulling for, and I know a lot of people don't like DeSantis because he went against Trump and he's super pro Israel and blah 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 blah. But I'm hoping, and I said this 2 years ago. I said 4 years of Trump and 8 years of DeSantis could save America. And so but we're gonna see. I don't even know if he's gonna be on the
Can't we
list of.
pawn shop this too, split in the middle and land on Nikki Haley, bro?
Fuck Nikki Haley.
Did one of Trump's kids run?
Yeah, Don Jr. could run, but I don't
That would be
see
a
that
better
happening.
I feel like optically it would be really good looking for the Republican Party to run a woman after all of this.
No.
Next
If they could get a
election,
woman before, do you know how good it would look if they could get a woman before the Democrats?
next election, I see Nikki Haley back up there again in the primaries. You know, for the next election, I see Nikki Haley. I see Tim Scott back up there again.
I mean, she has to. She came in second place. There's no way she's not going to try again, at least.
Tim Scott done with the Republican Party. He said he ain't
Vivek's
even
not.
get
I don't
in
think
the
Vivek's
spot.
going to be up there again.
As much as he
I
cool
think
for
he's
Trump.
ate up after this fucking H-1B visa shit. I think Vivek's pretty much done.
He's done. He's done.
Tim Scott's done too. He said I ain't cooning for Trump no more. He ain't even pick me for a cabinet spot.
The second
But
Sam Hyde said Vivek isn't one of us, Vivek was done.
I'm trying to get on the early boat. DeSantis president 2028. Let's go.
Nope.
DeSantis has done more radical policy and more like based extreme right. They'll
Labor
call it
policy.
extreme. I don't think it's extreme right, but
Labor
you know
policy.
what they would call it.
Name
if
what?
if DeSantis is on the primaries, that's who this channel is going to be. Tampa Bay. We're pulling for DeSantis 2028. So
How are you going to handle
DeSantis ain't
the
even
Jew
named fucking-
insert allegations, bro? They're
He
going to
ain't
come
even
back.
get a spot in
The second
Trump's
DeSantis
cabinet.
comes back, the fake height is coming back too.
yeah, it's going to be. It's going to all revolve. The
name in 4 years.
I remember when DeSantis first came out against Trump, a bunch of Trump supporters on my channel, I was talking to them, like they came on the channel, they were like, Trump's not the guy anymore. DeSantis is the guy. And I was like, DeSantis isn't the guy. Not yet. It's not his time yet. Trump is the guy. And But
No, I'm
but in
coming off it when it
2028
came
is
to
DeSantis's year. That's what that's my I won't say prediction or prophecy or something like that, but that's what I'm hoping for, and that's what.
See, my hope comes off the debates. I feel like in the primary debates, Nikki Haley literally did the best out of everyone that showed up. I think honestly Trump wouldn't have done better. He just didn't show up.
Bro, Vivek mopped Nikki Haley with like one line when he said, "What about all the?" I forget what he said, but he said something that was so. I was like, "Oh." What did he say? He called her out for something. I can't remember it right now, but
yeah.
Nikki Haley's a corporate, and well, I think Vivek is also, but Vivek bodied her with like one line, and
What's wrong with the state of South Carolina to you?
the only thing, what's wrong with the state of South Carolina?
Yeah, that's where Nikki Haley was the state representative.
Nothing. North Carolina. Now, if you asked me about North Carolina, there's a lot of problems with North Carolina.
Yeah, that's where I come from. I'm from South Carolina. I feel like she did a decent job. Like
Nikki Haley took the bars and stripes off the flag.
I think she's decent. Like I said, I think it would look really rhetorically. You guys are all about like these like rhetorical retorts. Being able to claim that you got a
I'm not
woman
all
elected
about
before
that.
the
I'm just
Democrats.
saying you brought up debates.
Listen, I'm saying that. Did you acknowledge this? The conservatives electing the first woman would be like a huge point to use against people. Like you'd be like, "Oh yeah, you guys are so pro women,
That
but
is
we
true.
elected the first woman."
Yeah, that is true. You could no longer say that we're misogynist sexists anymore if we pick, but Nikki Haley's not the one. Now, again, I would never vote for a woman, but if maybe Kristi Noem, if we're talking about like women that we're gonna run, Kristi Noem might be good. I'm not a fan of Kari Lake. I know Trump likes her, but nah. The short hair, she looked like a man. But no, DeSantis is the guy. I'm putting my stake down now.
The problem is DeSantis has like no debating skills at all.
I know. He needs to work on that. He needs to stop wearing the high-heeled boots.
He has like zero stage presence, like at all. It was crazy watching the primaries.
Well,
he was
he's
just
got-
getting walked all over from like every angle.
He's got 4 years to work on that. Study Trump. Talk like Trump. Don't be scared. Say what's on your mind. Campaign like a mug. Rallies. I think DeSantis. Like, put me on. Hey, I'm talking to you, YouTube. I'm talking to you, DeSantis staff. Put me on your campaign. 2026. Get me on the campaign. I'm there. I'll follow you around. I'll help. I'll help promote. Let's get it.
You ever worry that you found yourself with a Julius Caesar-esque candidate?
Meth heads for DeSantis.
I don't smoke.
Like someone that you believe wouldn't be able to fill his role. Like Julius Caesar was able to rule Rome, but because it was so large, whenever anyone else took over, it fell apart because his unique ability to lead was the only thing that could get it through.
So the thing is, if you're appealing to the mob in a democracy, Trump is the better guy. But if we're talking about policy and we're talking about governing, DeSantis is better than Trump. DeSantis has done the most base things I've ever seen. The social media ban for kids, the Disney ban.
Even if you hate Florida and you hate all the things that they're doing, he is a more effective conservative than anyone else who's running when it comes to getting policy passed.
Yeah, DeSantis is, and it's radical conservatism. It's like the parental rights and education bill that they called the "Don't Say Gay" bill. Like he's killing it. Getting the men out of the women's restroom, the transgender stuff, all that stuff. If you look into DeSantis, he is the most based governor that I've ever seen, and he's done the most like wild things and they hate him for it. Now, he's done some things I don't like. Currently in Florida, doctors can't treat children who aren't vaccinated. So I don't know what the deal with that is. I haven't looked a whole lot into it. Maybe there's something, maybe that's what the media is telling us, and there's actually a deeper thing to it that I don't know enough about yet. But I heard that, that's the narrative, and I don't like that. But otherwise, DeSantis has done a lot of base things, and I think he's the guy for 2028. So. See, it's only January 18th, and we're already talking about.
Well, I think the problem is that too much of the Conservative Party has been circled around rhetoric. I don't know if you could get the conservatives to rally around the idea that DeSantis is an effective policy guy.
He is an effective policy guy, and he has a lot of extreme policies.
Yeah, but is that what the movement is looking for? Or is the movement looking for like an extremely charismatic guy?
They're looking for the rhetoric. They're looking for the character. And I don't think a lot of the hate he caught, I was like, I kind of like him, but
they just hated him because he opposed Trump.
Exactly.
There is a chance he could win back some of the critical acclaim, and it could go in his direction.
Dude, that pendulum swung like nobody's business. Like the you can if you watch the Vice documentary on MAGA music, where they followed around Fulgencio Blow and Bryson Gray and Tyson James, in that documentary, they're doing a concert in Florida. And everybody's like, we love DeSantis. DeSantis is awesome. DeSantis is the best guy next to Trump. Trump is the best guy, then DeSantis. Then DeSantis said he's running against Trump. Dude, the pendulum swung so quick, and they hated DeSantis. So, I said,
like, what was he gonna do anyways? He's getting old. Like, he has to run at some point. Now's like the golden time for him to run.
He's not that old, but yeah, this is it.
No, I mean, like, in his position. Like, how much longer can he guarantee he's going to hold his position where he's going to be eligible for running? Like, it's kind of everything's adding up for now is his time to try to do it.
Yeah. But during COVID, everyone who was MAGA loved DeSantis. And then as soon as he said, and I said it, I talked about it on my show, I was like, oh, you just messed up, DeSantis. I was like, you don't go against Trump. And when he went against Trump and then they started having a little beef, then people started picking sides, and then conservatives were like, well, they're driving a wedge.
That's like the same cancer you talk about in Christianity. Like, that's a cancer to have in a movement. Like the idea that if you oppose something or if you go against something, you're now the enemy. We're going to ostracize you. Like, that's how you talk about like subjects like the Trinity.
Yeah. It drove a wedge into conservatism. It drove a wedge in MAGA because all the DeSantis people went with DeSantis and all the Trump people, but in the end it worked out. So now I think give some people, a couple years to calm down about that. DeSantis runs again. I think he's the guy in 2028. I think he's the
the biggest problem a lot of people seem to be having is that like MAGA support is very volatile unless you're Trump.
And
like
Nikki
Haley can swing like a fucking leaf.
If DeSantis hadn't had his little beef with Trump that happened, he would have been the second choice guy. And I think I would bet money on it. I
mean, based on the debates, I think that the results made sense. Like, I think debate-wise, like, the results made sense. I think, honestly, Vivek did better than Ron DeSantis in the debates. With anything, I think Vivek would have came in, like, third place. Chris Christie, like, honestly did decent in the debates.
That guy's going to be up there every year, and he sucks. That dude's get that guy out of...
Yeah, I don't think he's a conservative at all. It feels like he's almost tanking. He's
more-
like trolling.
Yeah,
But
I don't know what the deal is with him. Why he keeps.
He's really good at it.
I can't stand that guy. But
I love when they were asking people if they were going against Trump, and then he was like, "Actually, yes, Trump is a fascist. I fucking hate Trump." I was like, "Dude, Chris Christie out here wilding."
I wouldn't put money on it yet, but if I had to put money on it, I think DeSantis is our candidate for 2028. Or that's what I hope. That's what I think will happen. And if I had to bet, I think he's the guy 2028. I don't know if he'll get elected because I don't know who the Democrat choice is going to be, but and the populist flip flops. So, but that's who I'm pulling for. I've been saying that for years. I've been saying that for 2 or 3 years. I've been saying 4 years of Trump, 8 years of DeSantis. America is back on top. Highest IQ, highest GDP, highest everything. We're back, baby. That's my. I didn't get to make the argument too much tonight, but I talk about it a lot. The reverse Flynn effect, which is the Flynn effect, is that in a burgeoning society, the IQ is supposed to consistently go up and up and up. And in 2024, we saw the average IQ of America go down for the first time in American history.
I thought it was so funny when Aiden was like, "Goon, I'm gonna need you to shut up," and I was like, "Yeah." And in my head, I was like, "There's no way I'm shutting up."
But Americans are getting dumber. You know, we talk a lot about birth rate. We don't focus as much on.
How do they know that, Josh? Are they doing the IQ test in schools now?
Yeah, Freddie. I know that people, when you say something like that, people are like, "Oh no, you need a psychologist and you need a 40-hour test." No, bitch. You can figure out IQ just from listening to how somebody talks. There are IQ experts who can estimate an IQ of somebody based off of just listening to how somebody talks.
Is that the government?
As soon as somebody says, "No, you need a
a
psychologist there, and you need to do a verbal
I'm
test
asking
and
you,
this
is
test
that
and
what the
this test,"
government is
that shows
doing?
you don't know anything about IQ. An
I'm
IQ
asking you, is
test
that what
could
the
be a simple
government is
pamphlet.
doing?
You could just get a pamphlet, and you could take an IQ test.
Is that what the government's doing? You saying the government's reporting people are getting dumber? How are they reporting that? How are they testing them? Is what I'm
Average
asking.
IQ.
How are they testing them?
Average IQ in America has gone
How
down.
are they testing them?
I mean, the average IQ always goes down because life gets simplified.
No,
the average
it doesn't. It doesn't always go down.
Scientists argue that we were
Are you
smarter
saying
when
the
we were
average IQ
Neanderthals
of high school
because you had
students?
to adapt more
High
as a
school students.
Neanderthal?
The average IQ of high school
So
students
the
are what?
argument against what I'm saying is that we plateaued and now we're going down. So
No,
a
the argument
civilization.
of what you're saying
Hold
is
on, I'm not
nobody's
done
been
talking yet.
tested.
Hey.
Nobody's been tested.
Hey, Freddie, let me finish the point. When a civilization is doing well, when a society is doing well, the average IQ should rise each year. It should be going up. Now, that's called the Flynn effect. So when the IQ starts going down, the argument could be is that we reached like the plateau, and now it's naturally gonna go back down, and then it's gonna balance out at a level. That's what somebody could argue against. But
I would argue that the IQ should naturally go down no matter what. That would just make sense.
Why?
Because you have to adapt more the less that you have.
That's not how you evolve.
The more a society moves forward, the less you have to think while you're doing something.
But
So
let's say
you're
society moves forward,
killing a woolly mammoth.
Reasoning.
let's say
Nothing
you're
to do
killing
with
a woolly
intelligence.
mammoth and you're
Maybe on
part
the
of a
micro
native
level.
tribe
Yeah,
during the
fucking
ice age,
stupid.
okay?
Yeah.
You're using spears. You're thinking about how to tactically take down and surround the animal.
Right.
Nowadays, if you want to kill an animal of that size, you grab an elephant rifle and you pop it in the head. There's less thinking that you have to do going into everything in modern day
there's
society.
more thinking en masse from society that it takes to make a gun than it takes from a bunch of people picking
Yeah,
up
but
a
most
rock.
people don't. That's what I'm saying. That's why it
Have to
doesn't get
make the
smarter, though.
gun,
Most people
though.
don't know how to make a gun. Most people know how to buy a gun, and very
Even
few
just
people
to
know how to
use a
make
gun.
it.
Even just to use a gun requires more IQ than it takes to throw a
It's
rock.
kind of like
No, it's
the
all
setup for idiocracy. Like, whenever you make something
How-
better, you're simplifying it. But if you simplify it, you're dumbing it down. So you're using less brain power while operating it. Like computers of the past, you'd have to be really smart to use a computer because you'd have to learn binary coding to be able to
No,
use an
because
early
the more
computer.
lower.
Now
So-
you yeah,
right,
I'm
so
right.
this is
More
the
And if you
people.
walk
so this is
on
the
Windows
argument that
now,
we
you
get
can click straight onto shit.
we get smarter and smarter and smarter until everything gets so easy that we start to get dumber and dumber and dumber. And what I'm saying is that, and you're right, that's kind of what we're seeing happening, that we've gotten too lazy, everything's too easy, so now we're going to start to get dumber until we get to where we should
No,
be.
that's just.
But
I don't
I'm
even
saying
know if it
people
ever
that think like
changes. I
I'm
think
saying
like
we're
there's
not
a
even in
chance.
we're not even in the top 10 IQ worldwide. So we need to keep getting smarter as a culture to be in the top 10. And that's why we don't need to bring in H-1B visas. Instead of hiring smart people from India and Asia, instead we need to make our people smarter. We need to be now once we get to the number 1 spot of the smartest people in the world, then I could see it going down. But we're not there yet. So it shouldn't be happening yet.
we
I
probably
just think
hit
it's going
that
down because people use their
peak
brains
based
less.
on what you're talking
That's just
about
it.
of being
Yeah.
smart. We hit that peak
There's
probably
less
back
problem
in
solving
the
happening.
we probably hit that peak back like in the 80s or something.
When most of the
Where we were
problems can
smart.
solve themselves, you don't really have to think.
That's the crazy thing about the information age is that we have
It's
more
more
access.
dumb people to manipulate, so I just manipulate more stupid people in lower classes, and y'all don't know how to reason, so y'all think y'all getting dumber while the smart people. That's what it is.
I don't think everyone's getting dumber, Freddie, but in general, I think that society is getting dumber when it comes to ingenuity.
Right.
Like, there's a
No, it's
reason
not.
why people still consider Einstein one of the smartest people to ever exist, and why nobody compares modern day people to Einstein.
Oh, you'll
They-
hear
they-
people saying
they're
that
like-
Einstein's IQ was 210. That's bullshit. Like,
Well, and anytime he was
IQ
usually
doesn't go
graded,
up
he was
to
graded as
210.
below intelligence
So he
until he
can't
hit
go to
college.
210 because that doesn't
Yeah.
even go up to 210.
well,
No, he was considered a
I'd say
genius that
I'd
couldn't
say
tie his shoes. He
I'll
wasn't
I'll
considered
Not as a
give
kid, he wasn't considered a genius. As a kid, he was considered autistic and special needs,
Yeah,
and was
he
failing
was-
out of the 4th grade.
yeah,
Well, he was
actually
autistic.
Oh, he was
No,
autistic. Autistic
no.
wasn't a thing
what
back
Yeah,
then.
it didn't exist. They had no way to
From
confirm
what
whether or not he
people
was
say
autistic.
was-
That's a
probably
thing they
was.
just made up,
Technically, it's called
James. But okay.
Asperger's. It's called
I'll give
Asperger's.
you,
No,
I'll
it
give
wasn't
you
called
James.
Asperger's
I'll
then
give you
either.
James.
That's
He
another thing they made up.
probably was autistic.
Asperger's.
That's another thing they made up
They
so
don't
people
know.
would
They
have an
don't know,
excuse to be
James.
dumb. But anyway,
But yeah, you don't believe in psychology, so you wouldn't understand.
Yeah, they wouldn't understand.
okay, I don't believe in
I
psychology.
literally know more about Einstein than you could ever summarize, Freddie.
If you think
Please
he
give
was
me.
ever stupid, you're retarded.
No, he wasn't stupid, but
He wasn't
never
stupid.
said
They
he was
didn't have a
dumb.
classification for the way that he
Autism does not-
demonstrated
I
his
don't think he
Autism
was.
is not
I don't think
stupid,
he was
exactly.
250 or
Tell him, James.
270 or 210. I think he was probably like 170.
That's still a fucking genius. How you gonna say he's not a genius?
No, he was a genius. I didn't deny.
No,
that
you
he
just
was.
said he was.
Never
was.
said that he
I
was.
literally
never
said he was the
denied that he
I
was
said
a
he was the
genius.
smartest guy
I
in
just
the
said he
world
wasn't
who
always
ever
a genius, but
existed.
he had knowledge.
Listen to you. This is why you guys are low
Said he didn't
IQ
have
because you
genius,
don't
but he
listen.
had knowledge.
You don't listen to what
Actually,
people
I
say,
did
and you
listen.
hear
I know you
things,
did.
and you
No,
just
y'all
start
full of
talking.
shit.
Well, I knew you didn't call him not a genius, so I do listen, JS.
All right. Well,
No, they
Freddie,
tried
I
to
never
say he
said.
wasn't
Wait, no,
I
no, no.
never
Let's go ahead
said.
and go down this. Let's go down this because this is stupid. Freddie, why is Einstein a genius? What did he do? What did he accomplish?
The way he was born, he was
relative.
autistic.
What did he
created
accomplish? What was his
nuclear
accomplishment?
weapon.
Born a
You're defending
genius or did he
Nuclear
Einstein.
become
What
a
was
weapon.
his
Yes, he was
genius?
born
accomplishment?
General
autistic. Yes.
relativity
What was his
and the
accomplishments?
theory
If
of
you
I
like
just
him so
told you
much, if
he
you can,
invented E equals
I
MC
think like
squared,
general
splitting
relativity.
atoms.
he did not invent anything. He was a theoretical scientist.
He
He
didn't
Yeah,
didn't
I
come
invent
along
know
with
who the
splitting
fuck he
anything.
was. He's
atoms.
not smart.
He
Everybody
didn't
knows
invent
he was
splitting
born
atoms.
autistic.
The process
Like
of splitting
you
atoms
watch the
itself was
movie,
created by
you watch
I
the
Oppenheimer.
can't,
fucking
The
you can't
Disney
idea of
movie.
splitting atoms
credit.
was created by
You can't
Einstein.
use
Yeah,
autism as saying you're not smart. Autistic people are very smart.
they the
I'm
ones
not
said
saying
he's not smart. I'm not
nobody's
arguing he
making
wasn't
that
smart. They
argument.
said he wasn't.
I'm saying he was almost definitely autistic because of the crazy way he thought about the
Oh,
world.
I never said you was making that argument, Goon. Freddie was making that argument.
No, they was making an argument, James. Shut the fuck up. They said he was dumb. They said that he was considered dumb as a young
I
man.
never
No,
said that.
Oh,
JS
y'all didn't
or
just say
Goon
y'all
never said
fucking
that.
retarded. See how y'all just
I
being
literally said he was
what did
this
y'all say?
this
Start it out.
conversation
Rewind.
started with me saying Einstein is the smartest man to have ever existed.
No, go
That's how
back
this
to how you
conversation
saying he
started.
was slow.
Yeah, in the fourth grade, they thought he was slow. They did. They thought he was stupid. He failed
They
through the
did
fourth
think he
grade.
was stupid
That is
in fourth
documented that
grade.
he failed the fourth grade.
Yeah, that's
That doesn't
documented.
mean they thought he was slow before he came with knowledge. You said
If
before
you
you
fail
said,
the
oh,
fourth
they
grade,
thought he
they
was
think you're
dumb.
slow. The
slow
fourth grade
because
isn't
of his.
something you're learning something extremely
Man,
complex.
shut
That
up,
means you're
He
missing
Jug.
was
like a.
slow,
Shut up, Jug.
quote unquote slow because of his autism. Quote unquote slow. They just
It don't mean that he
slow.
was slow.
You
He said he was dumb.
people that are neurodivergent, they usually consider
Oh
them
my
quote
god.
unquote slow.
Neurodivergent? That is such
So
a
that's
gay thing to say,
what they
James.
call it, a neurodivergent. I didn't come up with
Yeah,
the
but I mean,
term.
Einstein's accomplishments are that he created
So,
a better constructed
He wasn't
formula
neurodivergent.
for
He wasn't
gravity.
autistic. He
He
didn't have
created
Asperger's. He was a genius.
the existing
yeah, but
model and
geniuses
proven model for the black
are
hole.
not
He
necessarily
They
discovered the
not.
call
eight
they call
constant, which
artists
is
People
the
that are
amount of
autistic
autistic are
matter
too.
and
geniuses
negative
too.
matter
They
within
can
the
draw.
universe.
So
Like
James, just say he was a
Are
little
Also
weird.
discovered the
James,
relativity of speed and light.
he was
So he could
weird.
just yeah.
Well, geniuses are
no,
weird compared
Yeah.
to
Those are
normal
the answers
society.
to the question I
Normal
asked you,
society
Freddie.
would consider a genius to be
no.
weird.
You just read some fucking
That's
little
the
movie shit off
type of
Google. You're not
Why are
smart.
you trying to like diagnose him as autistic or Asperger's or
Well, I'm saying
neurodivergent? Like
probably
that's
was.
all
I mean, if you
made
want, I
up.
can tell you exactly
I
what
didn't
Nikolai
say
Tesla
probably
did
was. I
without
said
time for
probably
me
was.
to
I'm
search
not a
anything.
psychologist,
I don't.
so I can't diagnose him. I never.
Neither can psychologists
Well, they can't either because they haven't talked to him in
because their whole
person.
field is dumb.
No, it's because they haven't talked to him in person, and they can't talk to him in person because he's dead.
People
Americans
talked to
started
Einstein
trusting in
in
Jesus
person.
and quit thinking
But
critically.
they
And
didn't.
Germans
They
always had
didn't.
the engineering
They
to think
probably
outside
did
the
not
box. That's
have
why
a. They
Americans
probably did
stole
not
German
classify him.
engineering.
So
It's a
he probably
cope.
did ask a psychologist.
It ain't a cult.
Know whether or not he
It's
had
the truth.
Asperger's or not.
The Asperger's and autism stuff is a cope. It's a cope with being
Well,
weird.
so,
It's how weird people cope with being weird. Well,
well, if you want to call it
I have
cope,
Asperger's. No, you're just
then
weird.
everybody
Everybody's
cope.
weird.
Everybody really
Everybody's
copes
weird
with
in their own
something.
way.
But when you're weird and more advanced than a regular civilization, then what?
I'm weird because I think
You're not better than the rest of the
abstractly
civilization,
and
though, Josh.
crazily, and
That's
then
weird. The
You're worse than the
neurodivergent.
rest of the
Probably
civilization, though,
neurodivergent,
Josh.
maybe. I don't know though.
I mean,
I'm not a
Einstein was the
psychologist, so
exception. He's literally the
yeah.
definition of
Oh,
the
now he's the
exception.
Might be.
exception.
Einstein
Seems
literally
like the
sat
ones
on a
that
Oh,
are
there we
train.
go. There we go.
neurodivergent.
Put
Einstein,
some
James,
respect
shut the
on
fuck
his
up for a
name.
second.
It's kind
You've
of
literally
odd.
been
Put some
rambling
respect
on
on
while
his
everyone
name.
else is talking in the background. Nobody even knows what you're saying.
right, but that's
Yeah.
autism. I guess. I don't believe in it, but that's.
Was Goon talking to me?
I don't know.
Yes, I'm saying like other people are talking and you're like constantly talking behind them, and it's like nobody knows what you're saying because you're like your voice comes through in a muffled way. So it's like you're
Oh,
talking
me?
over people, but then you can't even hear you while you're talking over them. So it just sounds like you're in the background going like, "Ah, nah, 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 nah."
We're not making fun of you, James.
Yeah, I'm just trying to
Exactly,
explain to
making
you
fun of you, James.
why whenever you talk over people like that, it's hard to understand what you're saying, and I couldn't understand anything you were just saying.
Well, I was talking to JS. Only JS understood me. I think that's probably all that matters.
I understand what you're saying, but I don't agree with it. I think it's a I don't know. I don't even think people should think that way.
Well, you don't believe in psychology and the study of the mind, so
I believe in the
that's
study of the mind. I believe psychology is a real thing that people pretend to do, but it's
well, yeah, but you don't really think it's legitimate though, the study of the mind.
it's not.
That's the thing. Just because you think it's real doesn't mean you think it's legitimate.
Right. Yeah.
So which ultimately says you don't think it's really real, because if it's not legitimate, really it's not real. If you think about it.
Yeah, I would just say you're just a little weird. And I'm a little
Well,
weird.
what's wrong with actually labeling what the weirdness is?
Because you're calling things be not as it were.
And by calling it weird, you're labeling it.
Yeah, by calling it weird, you're labeling it.
But
Yeah,
by
that's what-
calling it weird, I'm giving a vague. Basically, all I'm saying is people are different.
Why would you ever
Yeah,
want a
but-
vague definition of something?
But what good does a vague definition do someone? What good
What
does that
good
do?
does saying you're autistic do you?
So you know how to improve, because there's a
Really?
set standard on
So how do
what
you
they
cure it?
consider autistic.
How do you cure your autism?
You don't cure it. You try to figure out how to work with it. You try
Well,
to figure out how to manage it.
how about you just acknowledge that you're not autistic. You're just a person and you're different than other people.
Yeah, but how do I adapt to work with other people
Do you
if I don't
get any
know
sort
how?
of government benefits from your autism?
Well, I am on disability, but that's because I chose to be on disability.
So your quote unquote disability and your autism have led you to get money from the government, from taxpayers,
But
because
it's not
because
gonna be
you're
my
autistic. I think that's
yeah, but
bullshit.
it's not my ultimate goal is not to be on disability.
Well, how are you going to cure it?
I'm gonna figure out how to cope with it. I'm gonna figure out how to manage it and do what I need to do.
How about you
that would-
never had it to begin with?
How can
You
say
live
one
in the world. You're speaking like a worldly person. You're not speaking from the spirit. God didn't make you autistic. Jesus didn't give you autism. You weren't like that's nonsense, James. That's
Well, I
not
think the physical things are part of the curse. I don't think they're necessarily.
Well, I mean, if it existed, then God did give him autism.
even if you had one leg, I don't think you should get no benefits from the government. If you were born with no arms and no legs, you are who you are. Like
So you
what-
tell me if someone can't physically work at all, like they shouldn't get some help from the government?
no.
Damn,
Should they get help
James,
from
he's
the
saying
people?
you should starve.
Should they get help from the people though?
No, that's what families are for. That's what your Christian brothers and sisters are for. That's what the church is for. We'll take care of the lepers. We'll take care of the sick. We'll take care of the you have a family. You have brothers and sisters in Christ to help you through that. You don't go
On
to
the
the
state, we don't
government and
rely on the
taxpayers.
church, we
That's
rely on the
socialist.
state.
You don't
So
even
what
pay
happens
tithes,
when the
James.
church doesn't do that though? The
Well,
church doesn't.
but that's a problem with our system. That's not a problem with you.
Fuck you, Earl.
You are not. There's nothing wrong with you, James.
Nah,
And everybody who
do
everybody who gets all emotional and says, "No, he does
I'm
have
good. I'm just
autism.
arguing with
Why
you.
we need to take care of them." Those people hate you. Those people don't love you. The
This-
people who love you will tell you there's
Yep,
nothing
yep.
wrong with you, James.
Look at y'all kids.
Congrats, you're dead. Dan and remain undefeated.
Where's the background noise coming from?
My bad.
There's nothing wrong with you, James. You're just a person. You're a human being, and there's nothing wrong with you.
Don't listen to him, James.
If you're
Get
born
that
without arms and legs, guess what? There's nothing wrong with you.
Yeah, you
That's the
paraplegic.
problem. If you're born without legs and arms.
According
How
to
you
the
supposed to
world,
work?
not according to God.
But if you're born without legs and arms, did God do that?
So should we abort those kids? Should we?
No, I never said that.
Right, but that's what the world would tell us. So if we're gonna be
Well,
consistent,
do I have to agree with everything?
be consistent. What if I'm a
Do I have
pregnant
to agree
woman and
with
I find out my
everything?
child is gonna be born with Down syndrome with no arms and no legs?
Do I have
Should
to agree
I?
with everything?
I
The
mean,
I have to
world tell
agree
us right
with
now, Josh, they get Social
everything in
Security.
the world says just because I believe some things, and I think they might be consistent with believing in God?
this isn't reality, James.
The world give you Social Security, James. Take it.
Yeah,
Josh,
well,
dementia of the world, of him being some type of
you see
authoritarian, ain't
who
real. Don't
agrees
listen
with
to
you.
him.
You see who agrees with you, James. You see
The world agrees with you. You good, James. You want the world to agree with
the commie Democrat agrees with you. I'm saying we love
you.
everyone.
Trump said he ain't gonna touch Social Security.
You're
He
not
agree with you, too.
disabled. You're not deformed. You're not none of these things. You're perfect. You were made perfect the way you are.
Well,
And if
I
you're
don't know if we're
born again of Christ, then you're righteous, which is perfection.
I mean, without Social Security, how are the Trump supporters going to pay for insulin? They don't
How can
believe
I
in
be a sinner, but yet
medical
also be
insurance
perfect?
companies. They think it's all a scam. They're going to take away your house.
No, they don't. They believe in Jesus.
So I don't wait a minute. So if I'm perfect, JS, then I don't even need
Trump
Christ.
supporters believe in Jesus, right?
Because I'm not a
Jesus
sinner.
gonna make a way,
No, you're
right?
made perfect through Christ.
But I'm a sinner that needs a savior.
Are
though,
you a
right?
son of God?
Am I a sinner that needs a savior?
Are you a son of God?
But I need a savior though.
No, answer the
God is
question.
my savior.
Answer the question. Are you a son of God?
If I choose to accept God,
Stop
in my
answering
heart,
my
then
question with questions. Stop
That's
answering
right.
my stop answering my
That's right.
stop answering my question with questions. Are you a son of God?
Yeah, because I choose to accept God in
Yes.
my heart.
So the answer is yes, right? Do you think God makes mistakes?
I didn't say God made mistakes. Humanity
Stop.
made mistakes.
Just answer the question,
Humanity made a
James.
mistake.
Yes.
There's two
I
questions.
didn't make
Satan's a mistake.
James, it's two questions. It's very
Humanity
simple.
made a
It's very simple.
Satan's
Are
a
you
mistake.
listen, James, it's very simple. Are you a son of God?
Yes.
Do you think God makes mistakes?
Yes.
No, God doesn't make mistakes.
There you
but
go.
humanity
There you go.
Yeah.
There you go.
Humanity
You're a
made
son
a
of God.
mistake, though.
You're a
But
son
God
of God.
gave humanity free
and
will,
you-
though,
and-
and humanity made a mistake, though.
Yeah.
God
You
gave
can
humanity free will,
listen.
and humanity made a mistake when they ate off the tree.
God never
When they
made
ate
a
off the
mistake.
tree, they knowledge of good and
God
evil.
never made a
I
mistake.
never said God
Yeah,
made a
he
mistake. I
did.
said humanity
When he
made a mistake.
revealed himself to man.
You are a son of God,
I said
and God
humanity
does
made a
not make
mistake.
mistakes. Therefore, you are perfectly and wonderfully made.
So therefore, I don't need Jesus because I don't need a savior. Based on that logic, I don't need a
JS,
savior.
is there anything?
God. Jesus is God.
Is there anything that God is capable of that man is not? I mean, that man is. Like,
He
is there
said I was
anything that God
perfect.
can't do that man can do?
Is there anything that God cannot do that man can do? No.
God can't buy a house.
Well, then God can make mistakes. Then he is fathomable. If
Wait.
man is fathomable, if man is capable of making mistakes, then so would God be, right? Or humans would be the only people with the privilege of making mistakes.
The men aren't making mistakes.
God didn't make that the fallibility. He just
That's what I'm
gave
saying.
man
You switched
the
around
choice
to not be a negative.
to
What you're
take,
claiming is that humans are capable
I'm
of
trying to
something
follow your
God is
logic.
not capable of.
God shouldn't have put the tree of
Hold on.
knowledge in the garden.
Hold on. I'm trying to follow what Goon's asking me here. He said, "Is there anything God cannot do that man can do?" And I said no. And then what was the next question?
Then the follow through would be, so how is he not capable of making a mistake? If man is capable of making a mistake, you're saying that then man has the privilege of making a mistake and God cannot.
No. And my answer was men don't make mistakes. We don't make mistakes.
Yeah, we do.
I know,
Oh my
I know you
God.
think that. I know you
Tell
think
me,
that,
tell me.
James, because you live in the world and you think like the world. But men don't make mistakes.
Hey,
Everything
you
we
don't
do,
They daddy, Josh,
that's
and
because
they
he
so
believes in
thank
free
you,
will.
daddy.
That's because
They
he
You're not a
made a
believes in free
sinner,
mistake.
will.
JS. in need of a savior. You're not a sinner and in need of a savior.
So when a man murders another man, that's not a mistake. That's part of the plan.
Whoa.
When he chooses Satan as
So
his daddy,
God
Josh, is
wanted
that a mistake?
murder. God wanted sin.
Yeah, we read it in Isaiah the other day, James. But go ahead. You want me to Bible thump for you?
God wanted murder? You telling me God wants someone to sin?
No, God created all calamity or evil. The King James Version says evil. Other more modern translations say
Well,
calamity.
calamity is not the same as evil. Just saying, calamity
It
is more like
is. It is synonymous. We
Not
looked into
good.
this.
No.
We looked into this
No.
2 days ago. Okay.
I mean, James, it would only make sense. Do you think something is capable of existing without God creating it?
James would probably say God didn't create evil.
Well, God created the idea of evil, but He didn't want us to partake in it. He gave us
He
free
didn't create all the devil's evil plans and say, "Here, devil, here's some evil weapons you can
So
use since you're
God
evil."
created
Isaiah
He would
40
have to create
Isaiah
every weapon
45
for the devil
7.
to use if he's
Isaiah
God.
45
The
7.
devil
This is
can't
God
come up with his
talking.
own weapons.
Shut up, Freddie. Isaiah 45 7. This is God talking. I form the light and create darkness. I make peace and create evil. I,
This
the
is God
Lord, do
talking.
all these things.
You believe that's God talking?
That's God talking through Isaiah, yes.
That's the word calamity there, though, is it not?
Well, calamity is a more modern translation of the word used in the King James Version for evil. I know, you know, if we did this 2 days ago on my stream, but we went through the Hebrew, we went through all of it, so.
Well, from my best understanding, that is the calamity there, though, was
No, the word in the King James in the King James Bible, the word is evil. The word in more modern translations is calamity. I like the word evil better, but they use in more modern translations, they use the word calamity. And so my question was, is calamity the same as evil? Is that even synonymous? And when I looked into it, yes, evil and calamity are synonymous. They mean the same thing.
Which, granted, what Josh is saying isn't even that crazy. This would be like an old school principle. Like you used to hear people talk about, like if a family member died, well, hopefully they're living out God's plan. Hopefully they're doing something in heaven that God needed them for, and that's why they died.
Yeah.
That would be like the reasoning that you would come up
This
for
is
that.
the
It wouldn't be
this
like,
is the answer to an atheist, the problem of evil, which is one of the biggest atheist questions against Christians, is the problem of evil. Why does God let good things, or why does God let bad things happen to good people? Why does God let babies die?
you know, I don't even agree with you, but I think I at least appreciate the fact that it's consistent. Like what you're saying is consistent.
consistent.
It is. It's very consistent. You don't have to believe it, but if you think as
Because
the
he
world,
realizes the problem a lot of Christians have, where they're willing to say all these good things about God, what he brings into the world, but then if you question things like that, they're not willing to bite the bullet that he must have brought the evil stuff into the world too.
yeah,
Then
and
they
a lot of Christians are
It doesn't
soft.
make sense.
A lot of Christians are soft, and they won't be consistent on these things.
God gives people the choice to whether or not they choose to be evil or not.
Where do you get that from?
It's free will.
Where do you get that from?
It's talked about all over the Bible. You want to go
Is
to
it?
Deuteronomy where it says, I beg you to choose life today instead of choosing death. I think it was. I'm not quoting it exactly because I don't know the exact.
And you think choice and will mean the same thing, so you don't know what you're talking about, but go ahead.
Free will, yeah, but choosing, how do
You think
choose
choice
without
and will
free
are synonymous, James?
How do you choose without free will, though?
Do you think choice and will mean the same
Well, it might
thing?
be better translated as will.
They don't. Will is
either way, how do
faculty or agency. Choice is a decision or an option. Will is the agency by which we inform our choices. They're not the same thing.
I mean, I could even get behind this argument if you would bite the full bullet, and it's just that free will doesn't exist, because if free will existed, I would be flying around like Superman.
I don't believe in free will.
But that's what I'm saying. If like free will and its idea would be
And
absolute,
I don't believe
choice isn't absolute.
I don't think
Choice is
anybody
taking
can
the
show me.
circumstances
Free will
So
would be
what do you
without
believe in?
circumstance. You're able to do whatever
Predestination?
you will.
Nobody
think
can show
things are
me where the
predestined.
Bible says God gave us free will. And I'm not
So
doing
you think things
I'm not doing exact word fallacy. I'm saying there is no context in anything in the Bible. In fact, as I do my morning Bible studies, like I go over this over and over and over and over and over again. Nowhere in the Bible does God give us free will. It doesn't happen.
so what do you believe in? Predestination, JS?
I believe God is in control. We're not in control. This is an atheist idea. Do as thou wilt. That you get to choose and you get to decide. You get to make the choice.
I mean, like predestination could
Wait a
be like
minute,
an
so how did
argument for it, but that's not
so you're
exactly
saying
what.
that? Wait a minute, you're
Like he's
saying
not
that some
exactly
people
saying
predestined to go to
predestination.
hell?
You're making
saying that some
yourself to be
people
like God.
predestined to go to
You're making
hell?
yourself to be like God, like you know the plan. Do you think that do you when,
Well,
when
that's
so
it would
when
be
No,
Jacob
look,
more like
so
look,
when
look.
God
They
tells
say in the
was it
Bible they use the word choose over 200 times.
yeah, what's your point?
Yeah,
Yeah,
and
I know you're like I know
God
you're
gives
Fuck
super
predestination.
God
Fuck
gives a choice.
predestination. Josh, do you think it
God
more
gives a
accurately
choice to
describes that you
David.
think life is on railroad tracks?
No, I need to
That you
make this
think
I need
When
to
God speaks
I
to
need to
David, he
reiterate
says,
what I just
some
said
people.
because Freddie doesn't know how to listen.
"No, I'm
Choice
telling you, no." When God,
choice
look,
is not will.
yes, it is.
No, it
When
isn't.
God says,
They're not even synonymous. Google
I
right
like
yes,
now. Google
predestination.
if
right
you're doing
now.
your will and you're
Just
doing
Google
God's
it.
will,
Just
are you
Google
doing
it,
the same
Freddie.
will? If you're doing God's will and you're doing your will, are you doing the same will?
Choice is a decision.
I'm asking you about will now,
Yeah, will is a faculty or an agency.
faculty or agency. What does that mean to you? Does that mean the FBI? What's
It's
a faculty or agency? That sounds like a staff.
I don't like
will
predestination.
Come
will
on, come on.
will is the
I hate
agency by which we inform our
predestination.
choices.
Agency. What is an agency, Josh?
Because predestination assumes that
It's the ability to
some people are just gonna go straight
we
to
have the
Come
hell.
on, it
ability.
ain't hard, Josh.
So what do
Can you
they
give your
what's
will
the choice
away?
do they have in
No.
order to turn around sin?
There is we do God's will or we do Satan's will. We do
Oh,
good
so
or
you
we
can
do
give your
evil.
will away. So you can give your will away if you're doing God's will, right?
So as
So
what
if
do
you
we
can give your will away, you're making a choice to do God's will, right?
we can will our choice,
Okay.
but we
it just
cannot.
means I really want something. It just means I really in my heart of hearts wish that this would happen. That's what will means. Like will means absolutely nothing of any value.
This is what Carl Sagan said, and I'll repeat it. I know you don't know who that is, but he's a philosopher. He said we can will our
Wait a minute, you
choice.
believe in philosophy?
Yeah, I believe in philosophy, James. We can will our choice,
That's
but we can't.
pseudoscience, isn't it?
Are you going to let me finish my sentence? We can will our choice, but we can't will our will.
You wouldn't have to will a choice if you can will a choice. You can just will what you
Will
want.
your
You
choice,
can't
but
will a
not will
choice.
your will.
Right.
You can
Well,
will.
but why do you
no,
want it?
just
But
will
why
what
do you
you
want it?
Why
But why do
choose?
you want it?
Why choose if you can will a choice?
But why do you want it?
He's literally contradicting.
Because if you
No,
willing
it's
it
not
is
literally
why you want it.
contradicting,
Your
James.
will is
That
why
is
you
not
want
literally
it.
contradicting,
Your
James.
will
I
is
know you're
why you
having a
want it.
hard time following, James.
No, I'm telling you, your
I have
will
a
is
hard
why you want
time
it.
believing in predestination because that's ridiculous.
Oh, so
What he said. Okay, wait. Let me go ahead
Well,
and
then you're
interject.
not.
What he
You're
Then
said.
telling me
I
some
don't.
What
people
he
are
Then I
just
said
don't know how
doesn't
you
even
call
predestined to go
yourself
imply.
a
straight to
follower of
hell.
What
God.
he
Every
I don't
said
know how
people
you
have a
call
didn't
hard
yourself.
imply predestination. That
Yeah.
doesn't even imply predestination. There could be two different things that implies. Either predestination or he thinks things are on a railroad track, meaning
Wait a
God
minute,
is
so
in
what's the
charge
difference
of all
between
the decisions
predestination and a
as they're
railroad
happening.
track?
Predestination means that it's a prophecy. Do you realize that? That means it's like a written
Well,
text.
James doesn't believe in prophecy.
There you go,
What did
deflecting.
I
We were
say that I
talking
don't
about
So
believe
when
in
Josh.
Isaiah
prophecy?
says Cyrus is going to come, or when Isaiah mentions by name that Cyrus is going to come and save the Israelites from Babylon, and then it happens 2 years later, and Cyrus reads these words from Isaiah and says, well, I got to do it because Isaiah said it, and he makes it happen, and it happens. Do you think that and this was all part of God's plan? Do you think that Cyrus could have just been like, "No, I'm not going to do it"?
Well, I think
How do
some
you
things are
justify prophecy if
well, I
there's
think
no
some things are
predestination?
prophesied, but it doesn't mean that everything
When
is.
Isaiah says Jesus is going to come and he's going to get whipped and he's going to get his beard torn off and he's going to get his back scourged and he's going to get put on a cross, how do you justify that with free
Well, you
will?
can have prophecy along with the
When
side of
Jesus
free
says
will,
in the garden,
because
not my
prophecy is
will,
linked to Jesus.
when Jesus says to
Prophecy
God
is all
in the
about the
garden,
Messiah.
not my will, your will be done. How do you
Yeah,
justify
but
all that with free
prophecy is
will?
all about the Messiah, so you can still have free will, irregardless of
Prophecies
having
are
all
So
not
this is
all
where I
about
think
the Messiah.
Yeah,
this
but
is where I think you
everything in
might be
prophecy is
wrong, Josh. Because isn't the whole point
prophecies
of
are
what
not.
he's saying,
No, you're wrong,
Josh?
James.
Isn't the point of what he's saying is that he's giving away his will to God? Like he will enact the will of God.
Well, what he's saying is that
Like he's basically saying, "Do with me as you wish."
Right,
Like I will be a vessel for the Lord.
what he's acknowledging is that if you're following your own will, then you're not following the Father, because the Father has a will for us. And if you're following your own will, it's basically like the atheist idea of "do as thou wilt."
You have to choose to follow that will, though. You can't just.
Okay, you keep bringing up choose. I know this is tough for you to understand. I know you really haven't
Well, I mean,
looked
for
into
him to
this
say
that
that he's
much.
giving his will to God, doesn't that kind of imply that Jesus thinks that he could will himself against God, but he chooses not to?
No, he says he could bring down a legion of angels to stop the thing, but not my will, your will be done. So if he were to follow his own will, then none of everything that was supposed to happen would have happened, and so that's why atheists love free will.
But even with this, aren't you admitting then that Jesus had freedom of will?
The idea there is, I guess you could say, I mean, if there was an alternate world where Jesus didn't make that decision, then Jesus had free will, but there's no other way that could have happened. So the prophecy was
Jonah
already
chose
told.
to run.
The prophecy was
Jonah
already
chose to
there
run.
before he came. So by him
But
saying
Jonah-
that, like, no, there's no other way it could have happened. So
Well, how do you
I
explain
would
Jonah
agree with you
well?
the idea that it does seem in the Bible there's a
and
way
for a
that you're supposed to
Trinitarian,
do it.
or for if we believe that Jesus is God, then no, Jesus didn't have his own free will. He was God and he was doing his will.
Well, how do you explain the Jonah and the well, though? Jonah had a choice. Jonah chose not to obey God, but then God put him right back on the path.
Did
to
Jonah have a
obey
choice,
it.
really? You think that there's another world?
Why
So
would Jonah have went against God then if he didn't have a choice?
So
and
you think
then God had to put him back on the path by punishing
Yeah,
him.
James, if you're going to ask me a question, you got to let me answer it. Stop spurging. If you ask me a question, do I think Jonah had free will? No. Because Jonah was a prophecy of Jesus. When Jonah was in the belly of the whale for 3 days, that's a prophecy of Jesus going down to Sheol for 3 days. So there was no other way it could have happened. There's no alternate reality. This isn't the Marvel multiverse. There's one way it could have happened, and that's the way it happened. I'm sure it seemed to, in our earthly flesh, it seems like we make a choice to affect the future. But really, when you wake up, you'll see you're not making any choices. You just serve God or you serve evil. There's nothing other than that. Like, I think that I make a choice. And again, choice and will are not the same things. But yeah, it seems like when I wake up, I'm like, do I want Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Pebbles? This is like a retarded version of free will. Like, it doesn't matter. but
I think the Jesus example is like a good example because that's the opposite of like Fruity Pebbles versus like Cocoa Puffs. It's do I follow the denomination of God, which is going to lead to my death, or do I resist death and try to exist?
This is what all their arguments break down to is Fruity Pebbles versus Cocoa Pebbles. That's what all the
Well,
free
I mean,
will.
yeah, but you
the
you know
free
me.
will
I wouldn't
people,
make a.
all
I'm
their
not going to make an
arguments.
argument that day.
Yeah, all their arguments break down to choice. It breaks down to, well, I can pick Fruity Pebbles or Cocoa Pebbles. I can pick if I want to be on this stream or not be on this stream. That's what all their arguments break down to, and it's like super shallow. It's like I can't. It's hard to even like talk to these people about this because you're really not thinking about it. Like, let's say the Fruity
Well, I
Pebbles.
can even agree with like I think there's something in when you say like you can't choose to change your will. Like I think over time your will can change through choices, but no individual choice is going to instantly change your will. If you will something to be one way, you're not going to make one choice and be completely opposite the other way.
But let's say,
can I explain it to you
let's
guys
say,
like this?
hold on. Let me make
Wow.
one. Hold on, Freddie. Let me make one more point. Let's say the Fruity Pebbles have poison in them, and the Cocoa Pebbles don't have poison in them. So the Fruity Pebbles, I'm gonna die if I eat them, and the Cocoa Pebbles, I'm gonna live if I eat them. And God knows that I'm not gonna die today. Can I choose the cereal that's going to kill me today and defy God? Can I prove God wrong and eat the cereal that's going to kill me today?
Yes.
Right. And somebody like you would say yes, Freddie. But James, what do you say? James, as a Christian, what do you say?
No, God knows whether or not I'm going to die today.
Listen to this. What you're trying to compare to picking cereal as is already in you.
He's going to dodge the question. He can't answer the question.
No, I'm not.
I understand as an atheist that you would say, yeah, you could still pick the one that's going to kill you. But as a Christian, if God knows that I'm not going to die today.
You are so fucking stupid. You can't even listen.
I
Shut the fuck
really
up.
can't make sense of one thing, JS.
Listen. If you
And
got, if you're trying to
hold on, Freddie.
Freddie, hold on. I want to know what James thinks about this.
I really have to understand this. Hold on, Freddie. I really have to understand this.
All right, hold on. Freddie, stop talking.
I really have this deep question that I gotta wrap my head around.
All right, let me ask it again, James, one more time. Let me re-ask the question. Okay, you have Fruity Pebbles. Hold on, James. Just listen to the question. James, just listen. James, just listen to the question, James. Listen to the question. James, listen to the question, James.
Then can I ask my question?
Yes, but you got to answer my question after I ask it to you. That's how this works. I ask a question.
Okay, then I'll ask my question.
Okay.
We already heard the question, Josh.
All right, here's the question. You have Fruity Pebbles and you have Cocoa Pebbles. You wake up in the morning, you're going to choose one or the other, right? Now, one of them, unbeknownst to you, one of them has poison in it that's going to kill you. But God knows that you're not going to die today. So the Fruity Pebbles is going to kill you if you eat it. But God knows you're not going to die today. Can you choose to eat the Fruity Pebbles?
Well, in the context of this hypothetical where God knows, you can't. Because you can't die if God knows you're not going to die.
Right. So where's your free will there?
Can I answer the question?
I like that. Yeah, but that's
so the only way you can get around this is if you try to pull the slick Jim Bob Orthodox, let's use a bunch of big words and confuse people tactic and say God doesn't know.
Hold on. I really have a
You basically got to say God doesn't know.
James,
I got a deep question, though. It's a deep theological question that I have to wonder about. So what about salvation? Does do you not play a role in choosing Jesus? Choosing salvation? Because some people just automatically condemned to hell.
Well, no,
it's the elect, but
can I add a third dimension to this because I don't think
Go ahead, Mr. Man. They respect white voices.
I'm not.
He's not really totally white.
I ain't about
he's
white.
You just need a better mic, man. Freddie, your mic is fucked.
He's a cloudy white.
Very, very pale. I'm probably the whitest guy here.
I don't know what in the world white's got to do with it. What does white got to do with it?
He's a pale brown guy.
I'm a pale brown guy. All right. my whole thing is, and I still kind of side with Josh, but I still kind of side with like the free willers, I guess, if you want to call it that, because we do have free will in the sense that we choose to adhere to what's known as the light, which would be to follow what's good and right and correct and God, or to just abandon that. I think we have the free will to do that. But everything else, I don't think we have a choice. So I don't know where I stand as far as like free will. Like, obviously we, like we're kind of like our hand is guided, but based off of the fact that it's like if I want to do wrong, then my hand is guided by wrong. But if I want to do right, then I reap all the benefits of just wanting to do right, and then therefore I do right, kind of thing. I don't know if that makes any sense to
I
to
call
y'all.
this like a one choicer. Like you have one choice.
Yeah. So
Your
that's what I'm
one
saying.
your one choice
that's why-
is follow God or follow
Exactly.
follow good or
That's
follow
what I'm saying.
evil.
Like I agree with you in the sense that we kind of don't have free will, because as long as we choose to follow God, it's like we kind of at this point do not have the free will to do.
Yeah, I'm not even religious. That's how I understand it, is that you're following the will of God. Like, God has a path forward that he has
that's
set out,
true.
a plan that he has set out, but you can go against that plan or be an instrument of that plan.
You can actively deny the light, I guess, if you want to call it
But
that,
then
right?
And I think what they
free
argue in the
will.
Bible is no matter what, the plan will happen. God will succeed in his plan, but you can either be an instrument in the plan or something to enact against the plan.
I agree.
You can be a friend or an enemy. Because the only thing I don't understand about what you're saying, JS, is like, what would the point of like hell be, or anything like that? If God just intends for everyone to be evil, then what would be the point of damning someone? Because you intended for them to be that way.
So it's the idea that he knew us before we were ever born, and so this goes to the idea of the elect. That before we were ever in our mother's womb, God knew us and God knew who would come to him. So basically, we're almost like before you're ever born, you've already been designated as good or evil. And I think the Bible vouches for that. Like,
What, do you think the world's like a stage play, like a movie for God?
yeah, basically, yeah. It's like an ant farm. We're like an ant farm.
Agree with that. I don't know if
Like
I
a
agree with
moving painting, like something that he painted, but it's moving constantly and developing.
Here's the thing. It's like it's like a movie.
I don't
Like you
even
don't
want to say
cast
that about
He's
God.
watching a
I feel like
movie.
it's blasphemous,
right,
what I
but
would
you don't
And
cast
he wrote the movie.
but you don't cast somebody in a movie based on exactly how it's gonna go. You cast them based off their talent, and then like they may enhance your vision or they may like make your vision not as good, basically, right? But you cast them because you think that like this guy would be the perfect role for what I envision happening, and if he exceeds your expectations, then it's like I knew that this was going to happen this way. And I think that the same thing with like the free will thing.
Why
It's
would
like,
you ever damn someone like that?
I don't think you could damn. Well, I don't think anybody's damning anybody. It's the damnation comes from the fact that you say, "I'm not going to do this the way you want me to do this. Fuck you."
JS's worldview, God would be damning.
It's not my
people.
worldview. It's what the Bible says, James. Your problem's not
No,
with
it's your
me. It's with the
worldview. I
Bible.
don't.
So I don't know.
We've
Like
gone
I said,
over
I'm
countless
like a big,
verses over the last 2
Christianity
weeks.
is not worldview.
I
It's
don't know.
not.
I don't know. I honestly don't know. Like you know what I've learned throughout this entire like seeking of like what I think I'm more agnostic Christian. I think that's exactly what I am.
You need to stop saying that because that's. I heard Brandon Robertson says that too.
I don't know who the hell that is, but
He's
what
a
I'm
gay
saying is like
pastor,
I follow Christ, I follow God and everything, but
but you don't know.
but that's the thing,
Well, that's
because
not what I'm saying.
all these things that are presented to us, these are man translated, man made, man.
That's right. That's
when I
right.
heard the debate with Andrew Wilson and Brandon Robertson the other day, and he said, "Well, I'm an agnostic Christian," I thought of you, Mr. Matt, and I was like, "Oh, I need to tell Mr. Matt he needs to stop saying that." Like,
Have I said that before? I don't even think.
yeah,
I
you
said
said
that.
it. You said
Did
it
I?
a week or two ago.
Did I? Well, so I don't know, man. I just think that's exactly what it is, though. It's just like I don't trust that another man. Hold on, I just don't trust that another man can translate things properly, and until I want to go straight to the source, and to me the Bible is not really the source, because it's like playing telephone. It's like it's been written by man, or not written by man, but like
So we're doing this
Written
again.
by man.
The
You know it.
telephone thing again.
it is a telephone thing, man.
No, it's
because
not a telephone thing.
dude, man
You hear about
injects their
Jesus? I
biases
think I
into
heard that.
everything.
Some people with worldviews, it would be the telephone thing.
Man
so
injects
Yeah, I
their
believe
biases
in Jesus.
into everything. You know.
I don't care what their
I seen that
your
dude worse
worldview
than a
could be that it's
telephone
okay
game.
to eat people, James. That doesn't mean that it's
Just to
right.
make it clear, it's
Well,
worse
I
than a
never said
telephone
that,
game because
JS,
they
that
pick
it
and
was
choose
right.
what to remove
I
and what to
never
put
said
in, right?
That's
that.
another problem.
Telephone would be
Yeah,
telephone
you're
implies
doing
that it's like
my truth
accidental.
and your
It's not
truth.
accidental.
I,
Like the difference
so
thing
my
in texts are,
truth would be
are intentional. It's
whatever.
not like they're fucking it up.
So here's the thing. My truth is whatever I feel in my heart. I think that's my truth. You know. And
No,
so
truth.
what feels wrong for me?
Changing the conversation.
Truth is truth. It's not what you feel in your heart. Truth
To
is
me,
not
it
a
is. To
feeling.
me, it is, because I know what's right. I know
Truth
what's wrong.
is
I feel
truth.
like that's.
But if your truth is wrong,
But
Well, it's
yeah,
not
maybe
truth
it's
it could
not
be
to be
true.
wrong,
So
JS.
it's not
That'd be
true. It's
contradictory. It can't
false.
be truth and be wrong, JS.
If I
But
say
That'd be
it's my truth
contradictory. That
that
wouldn't be truth.
if I say it's
I
my
mean,
truth that 2 plus
cleaning
2
this
equals
shit.
5, am
Oh,
I
well,
is
just
that my
because you
truth?
say it's your
no,
truth
you
doesn't
got to
make
also
it the
think
truth.
logically about it too, though.
Just because you say it's your truth and your worldview doesn't make it your truth.
No. Okay. So that's a bad example with the 2 plus 2 equals 5, because that's logically not sound.
Actually,
Why?
that's the
That's
point.
my
Because it's
It
not
was
truth.
supposed to
logically
be
sound. I can take two
unlogical.
things
The
and
Yeah.
take
point
another
No,
was
no,
two
no,
it was
things,
no. That's
supposed
a
to be
they
perfect
don't equal 5.
analogy
unlogical.
because
That was the
I'm saying
point. It
what
was
you're
supposed to be
saying
analogy.
is
analogy.
not
Bad analogy.
logically sound.
It's not logically sound, because you could see it. You could prove it to yourself. It's verifiable,
Yeah,
quantifiable.
and I'm saying that Christian agnostic is not logically sound.
It is,
And it's
because
also
what I can do is I can
quantifiable that
say
you
that,
can't
hold
be
on,
agnostic
there was
and
a
a
guy
Christian
who
at the
wrote
same
this,
time.
but
That's
he wrote it
quantifiable.
with his own bias.
Because
So
that would
it
be
is
contradictory
illogical
in
to think that
terms.
somebody would not inject their own bias into whatever religious text.
Just ask me. You know, like.
All right,
Freddie,
so
please
well with that logic, we just throw the whole Bible out. We'll just throw God out. I mean, I think that there's 333 million gods, and we get reincarnated, and that's my truth.
Is that what your
Yeah,
heart
and I mean,
feels?
if you believe that, and then you live what you would consider to be like a holy or like
That
a
doesn't make
sound
it
life, would you
truth.
have a problem with that if they believed in 300 gods?
Well, it doesn't make it the truth, Goon.
I
The truth is the truth.
Yeah, there's no way you can prove anyways. You can't prove whether there's 300 gods or one god.
That's the point. It's the proof. It's visual, tangible
Well,
evidence of that.
Like it's no more absurd
when
to
it
believe
comes
in
to
one god than 300.
when it
Like a
comes
lot
to
of people will use that to make fun of
Right.
like Greek mythology
It
or
doesn't
Egyptian
matter.
mythology, but there's nothing less illogical
It doesn't
about
matter
believing
how
in a lot of them.
it doesn't matter how absurd or not absurd it is. It matters who's right and who's wrong.
That's not, but he doesn't think it's it's something that's provable, so there's no reason in qualming over that. That's another worldly qualm. That's what he's saying. It's something that he'll worry about once he goes to the eternal.
Yeah, I mean we could say that we won't know until we die, but I've already died.
Which I think the thing about afterlife, I just think obsessing over afterlife while still alive is a stupid thing to do. So I would actually agree with him on this. I don't think it's something that you should really think about while you're alive.
But I'm claiming that I've already died and I'm already in the afterlife.
Man, that's anecdotal.
No, it's anecdotal. Okay. Right, but it's my truth. So how can you defy it? How can you say that I'm wrong?
Are you still scared to die, pussy?
Damn.
I'm not scared to die. What are you talking about? I've already died. What are you talking about?
Yeah, all right.
We're all,
If
depending
I had
on
a
which
heart
way you're
attack right
talking about,
now
we're
and my
all
body
scared to die.
bro, what do you mean I'm
Put your
scared to
address
die?
out online right now, Josh,
You,
and tell
yeah,
everybody
but
come get
My
you.
address is
yeah.
already on my YouTube channel, dumbass.
No, I'm
Yeah.
talking about your home address and tell anybody come
Yeah.
get me.
Yeah, go watch my gardening video 2.0.
God.
My address
Okay,
to my
I
door
think
is shown. The street that I
isn't
live
this all
on is
besides the
shown.
point?
I do
Isn't this all besides the
it's
point?
JS Urban Adventures. I've got live streams where I walk out of my apartment, you see my apartment number, and I walk down the street. What are you
battling
talking
is
about?
not productive. Ego battling is not productive here when it comes to this, anyways.
It's not
Right?
ego
Yeah.
battling. He's challenging me
It's
to
ego
something that's
battling.
already happened.
You ain't already dead. How am I gonna challenge you to something already happened? You thinking you died already?
Yeah, I did.
You fucking psycho.
Well,
I
Look,
know.
I don't know what happened to you, JS, and it honestly doesn't matter because you're not dead anymore. You're still here.
Oh yeah, a
No.
lot of things can
well,
result in
No,
you
no,
thinking that you're
that's
see,
dead.
you-
Like
y'all are
it could
so
be an extreme
shallow.
acid trip. It could be an extreme event.
That's
JS said
shallow.
he was
Talking
in.
about
That's shallow.
spiritual
That's
Dude,
super
point of
I
shallow.
took
view.
salvia
They
divinorum.
said,
Wait.
not
So
what
if
I
I
took
was
salvia. I took a
said.
drug that would transcend all fucking human.
no, you're not listening.
You're not
You born again.
You're
Like,
hearing,
you know
but
the
you're not
same
listening.
chemicals get
You're
released when you
hearing, but you're
dream
not
as
listening.
DMT as salvia.
What I said was, I've already died. I was born again, and now I live.
Oh, so you didn't physically die. Metaphorically, you died.
Well, I did physically. I have
he died.
physically died before, but
So what are you saying?
but that's not what I'm talking about.
Okay, what are you talking about?
The
It's about
physical
spiritual.
doesn't matter. None of
Was
this
it your
matters.
will that you died?
So
or was it
metaphorically,
God's
you
will that
died.
you died?
No.
Spiritually, you died.
All
If
right,
it was
well,
your will that you died, you didn't die.
How
I
did you
love-
die? In what
He
in what
just
form
says
did
that
you
he
die?
died.
when I let go of my ego and I let go of the
So
world
you
and I
had
let
an
go
ego
of
death, which is akin to like a salvia ego death or a mushrooms or LSD
but I didn't do
ego
it
death.
but I didn't do it with mushrooms or
Right,
salvia.
but the same chemicals in your brain get released when you so-called ego
No,
die.
it wasn't a DMT trip. No.
It doesn't matter because when you die, you release a bunch of DMT in your brain.
No, it wasn't. No, that's all
Scientifically,
bullshit.
you do.
That's
Scientifically,
true.
you do.
Yeah. Scientifically, well, I'm not talking about scientifically,
Okay,
obviously.
so what are you talking about? Because it's the same exact thing that you're claiming.
Are
JS
you
has a
Talking
hard
about how he
time,
views
guys.
oneself.
he's
He
claiming
views the
Can't do
past Josh
science.
as
JS has
dead.
a hard time
Religious
with
Josh
that.
as a reborn Josh.
I'm over
The
here
Josh you see before
cussing.
you is
Yeah.
different from the Josh that
I
died
died of
before.
the flesh and I was born again of the spirit.
And you have proof of this.
No,
No,
Proof?
he's literally claiming
What do
like
you
this.
mean by
I'm pretty sure this
proof?
is like
Well, it's the same proof
This is
that a
in the
guy
Bible.
who
There's people who
died
claim this in the Bible.
spiritually
How can
from
I
DMT
physically
would have to
prove something that
How can you?
spiritually happens?
Okay, so how can you?
we
How
don't
can you
even
prove a
believe in the
difference?
spirit.
How can
Let
you
me-
physically prove a difference between the release of DMT in your
I
brain?
don't need to prove it to you.
Exactly my point. So because
Do
you
you
don't need
believe
to
in the
prove it,
Trinity has
Yeah.
a spirit?
Yeah, I don't need to prove it to you.
right?
You should
But-
be able to see it because you claim to be of the same mind, but you're not.
Who, me
Man,
personally?
can't nobody see y'all
You,
shit.
James, not
Y'all
Freddie or
full of
Goon,
shit.
because
Ain't
they're
nobody
not.
gonna
never
put
said,
that in
So
your
this
business.
is more directed at Mr. Mad and James, who claim to
Hold
be
on.
No.
Christians.
What did I claim? Hold
No.
on. What did I claim? Let's clarify what I claimed, please.
You don't
Huh?
you say you're you're Christian agnostic, so never mind. So not Mr. Mad, but like James,
Okay. Okay.
like if
He wants a Christian alliance.
it sounds foolish, and I hope it does to you.
What sounds foolish?
A
I
Christian
never
I'm
alliance.
saying.
I didn't say you sound foolish.
When James said,
I would rather agree with
Moose
you.
Man attacked you tonight.
I would say that we achieved a similar goal based off two different experiences.
So what is being a Christian? Is it just saying
I follow Christ? That's it. I follow Christ. I believe that Christ.
okay?
Um,
And what would Christ say about the physical death and the spiritual death? And
I think as long as
can you have heaven? Can you have heaven on earth?
What did you say?
Can you have heaven on earth?
I believe peace is heaven on earth. Yes. So
Okay. How do you get to perfect peace?
I don't know if it's perfect peace, but
Ain't
through
no such thing as perfect
Well,
peace,
it can't
baby.
be imperfect peace, or it wouldn't be peace.
Yeah, it'd
I don't
be
know if there's
peace.
such a thing as perfect here on this earth, though. That's another problem.
But we're not of this earth.
I know we're not
What do
of
you
this
mean?
earth.
But you
And that's my
talk like
point.
somebody who's of this earth. So why can't you have? Why can't?
Because the world is imperfect.
Some things
Who
you gotta
cares?
just be wham about.
I'm
We're a
not of
spirit.
this
Don't be
earth. I'm not
overwhelmed.
of
Hold on,
this
hold on,
earth.
hold on.
I'm not of this earth.
We're not of this earth, and when we return home to God, then we become perfect. We can have peace on this earth. I believe that.
Okay.
And
And so
the
when do
closest
you
thing we
return
have-
home to God?
Right.
When you
When
die.
we return home to God, we don't have this fleshly nonsense, like let's say race or.
But I already don't have this fleshly nonsense.
You do.
You do.
Yeah, you do. You definitely do. Because you
Yeah.
still got ego. You get upset.
I'm glad
if
you
somebody
can tell
says something
me.
negative to you that you don't agree with, you'll still get upset. So you're
You
still
work for the dollar every day.
I get
You
upset.
go to
I'm
work
glad.
for the dollar.
Thanks, Mama. Thanks, Mama, for
work for
telling me
the-
how I
you work
feel.
current-
You sound like a bitch right now, Mr. Man. like
You're in the
sound-
politics.
Hey, you just
Josh.
got upset. That's ego.
You don't
right
see that.
there.
That's
Like, just even
upset
by
because
you
I said
calling-
bitch
right.
because I
Ego.
call because I.
No,
Whoa,
but even
slow
by you
down.
calling me
got
bitch,
upset.
that's you getting upset about
Just
something.
Is it?
upset.
Is it?
You felt like
you get
retaliating,
upset.
right?
Really?
You
Really?
felt the need to
Ego
retaliate.
is not your amigo.
You felt the need to retaliate, right?
No.
Because
Yeah.
something about you got like offended or something.
No, I
Yeah.
just
So
think
why
you.
are you
I think you
retaliating
sound
then?
of this earth.
Right.
Why
You
are
think
you
that way because
retaliating?
something about what I said
You-
offended you.
No,
Yeah.
Of course
you
it
didn't
did.
Come
offend
on
me.
now.
You
No,
didn't
I think
offend
that's
me.
gay.
I don't
I
even
think
know
you can
your. I
insult
don't even
people
know
with-
your name.
You can
I don't even
make
know
fun
your
of people
name.
and insult people without being offended. You can definitely insult people and make fun of them without being offended.
Yeah, this is dumb. That's.
I don't know. Like, can you really?
I
make
love
fun
when
of
proclaimed Christians sound so worldly. You got offended by that. Ugh. Shut up, dude.
You don't
sound,
usually use the
you
word.
sound like a bitch. like,
Right.
yeah,
So when I call you a bitch, what do you think?
nothing.
Oh, of course not. You're a bitch.
Okay. Well,
You're
you're
literally a
wrong.
bitch for getting offended, for saying, "Oh, you
so
sound
you're
like a bitch."
offending.
You're a bitch. You're
Yeah.
literally a bitch. You
No,
can't rap.
you're talking like a
poor, you're
woman.
broke.
You're
poor,
talking
you're
like a
broke.
woman.
You're a
You're
woman.
No, he's talking like a
You're a
woman,
fucking
but you're
faggot.
not.
You're
when you
gay.
say
you're
it.
assuming that you know my emotions.
Because of the way you react, yes.
Okay. Well, keep doing that. I'm sure you will.
And you're also a fake Christian, by the way. Did you forget that?
Yeah. I guess
Yeah.
so. I'm sure that I would
Exactly,
expect you
exactly.
to say that.
Exactly. You expected me to say
Cherry
that because
picking Christian.
you're getting
That's what it
offended
is.
because I
He
said
cherry
something about you.
I haven't got offended.
You just did because you had to retaliate, didn't you? Just like I
No.
retaliated.
I could call you a snake in
even
the
concede the
grass. I
fact
could
that-
call you a bitch. I could call you a deceiver. I could call
Only
you
because you
a
got offended.
snake.
Only because you got offended.
Right.
No, I'm not
It
You
offended.
is.
wouldn't do it on
This
the regular.
argument
You can't
is so
offend
gay.
me. You can't
Like if
offend
someone
me.
walks up to you and sticks a gun into your face, did you only defend yourself because you got insecure?
I know it's retarded.
Like, what-
I like how
like, what the
Goon
fuck?
is like more base than like Mr. Matt and James. It's funny.
Okay. So, Josh, you know you're stupid, right? Like you're just not smart at all.
Sure.
But then he's like, you're offended
then-
right now. You're
you
like
know
trying
that,
to
like-
insult him to
you know
like
how you think you're
prove that
intelligent
he's
all the
gonna get
time?
offended.
All
But it
I
just seems
said
like you're
was, all I
offended.
said
No,
was
but
when you're
Josh,
trying to read my emotions
But
into
Josh,
me,
Josh,
you're
Josh.
acting like a
Hold on,
bitch.
Josh,
You're
Josh,
acting like
Josh.
a
Did you
woman. You're
forget?
acting like a
Hold on.
female dog.
Did you realize that like all the time when you think that you're intelligent because you play like Pokemon and shit, like you're not smart. Your brain doesn't work the way normal people.
I play Dragon Ball Super card game.
Oh, okay, yeah, it's the same fucking thing. Did you know that you're
It's
just
not
not
the
smart?
same thing.
Oh, it is the same
I
thing.
think JS is misled.
You are
not
right.
like
This is like the most womanly thing ever to get
That's my
insulted and
point.
then trying to
That's
go for
exactly my
someone's
point.
I know.
No, I'm talking about
look
Josh.
how
He
Like
is
it
acting
you're
like a
actually
bitch, right?
acting like a
Look how-
woman.
He is acting like
Hold
a
on, hold
bitch.
on.
Like,
Look how
I mean,
you're not proving a point, right? You're not proving a point.
no,
you know I
you're
don't care
not.
about
No,
Pokemon
you're
and
proving
Dragon
This
my
is like when
point.
this is like when a black woman tells you you ain't shit. Like
Right.
that's what's happening right now.
But don't you see? All right, and Goon. First of all, quit sucking his dick. on camera.
No,
Literally. Like you're
Never
literally
mind.
sucking his fucking balls on camera.
I'm just logically
I know,
consistent.
good.
Like I'm never gonna
Good.
make an
Listen,
argument where like
Goon.
You're totally
Goon,
sucking this
suck
guy's
on
dick
these
on camera just
balls.
because you want
he
a little
even.
bit of clout.
I will say, Josh.
Hey,
No, I
hold on,
will even
hold on.
say,
Just
Josh
because
gets
you
offended
want
at
a little
things. You're
bit of
not going to
internet
make
clout, now
him
you're gonna suck
offended
this
by
guy's
trying to
dick.
intentionally
You're
make him
debasing
offended.
yourself. Hold on. Hey, Goon, you're debasing yourself because you want a
Did you say
little
I'm
bit of
trying to
internet
get
clout.
clout? Do
Yeah,
you
you want a
stream?
little bit of
Do you
internet clout.
stream? Do you stream?
No, I don't.
No,
I don't
no,
care
you've
about the
never
internet.
streamed.
Yeah,
So
he
when Kat
does.
says that
So
she
you're
came
a
from your
liar too.
community,
No, I'm not. I'm not a fucking liar.
You
hey
are.
Josh,
You
do I
just lied.
stream? Do I have anything posted on my channel?
I don't even know if you have a channel. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. I don't make online content. There's no clout chasing going on over here.
You sound like you're chasing clout, buddy.
I mean, with
Yeah,
anything, it seems like you got upset that he said
You
he
were
doesn't
totally
get
sucking this
offended by
nigga's dick for like
things,
2 seconds right now.
and now you're trying to like find
Did
some
you
way to
forget that you were
offend
sucking his
him,
dick?
All
which
I
is one of the
said
most
was,
retarded
if you're
things you
trying
can
to
do.
Did you
judge my
forget you were sucking his
emotions,
dick? Goon. Did you forget you were sucking
Mr.
JS's
Mad,
dick
all I
on
said
camera?
was, if you're trying to judge my emotions, that's
I'm not
something a
trying to judge
bitch would
shit,
do.
man. You should know me better than that. I'm not trying to judge anything. I'm
But you
proving a point.
did. But you
I'm
did.
proving a point. I'm proving a point.
Right.
You know you get offended about things.
No,
Stop
I
lying.
don't.
You
What
do.
do I get
You
offended
always
about?
do.
yeah,
You
you
always
got
do.
offended.
Because the second
always
somebody says
do.
anything disparaging about you, about your intelligence, you got to prove to them how smart you are.
Really?
All the time. What are you talking about? Did you forget that?
No, I
You
don't.
literally every single
I've
time
never
that
experienced
anybody
that.
says that you're even remotely not intelligent as you think you are, you've got to prove how smart you are to the entire fucking world.
And then
No.
he embarrassed
I
himself
think you're
even more because he
projecting. I
told
think,
him earlier
uh,
about
I'm not
his
projecting
I
at
think
all
you're
because
acting
I've
like a
never
bitch
claimed that
right
I was
now.
smart.
I think you're
I've
acting
never
like a
once
bitch
claimed
right
that I
now.
was
I
smart.
think you're acting
Every
like
single
a
time, every
like
single
a
time I've
female
always said
dog.
I'm dumb.
You're like
I've always said that I'm dumb.
you're right, but you're acting like a female dog right now.
Okay, sure. I'm acting like a bitch. Okay. But so
Yeah.
are you, because the second you get offended, you start talking shit and
When
you
have
start
you?
saying
What
everybody else is a bitch.
What have you? What has offended me?
The fact that that you're not right all the time, that offends you.
I know I'm
know
not
that
right
offends.
all the time.
No, you don't, because you always say I'm the
I
smartest
just
guy.
said
I
I
know how to
know
solve every
I'm
puzzle.
not right
I know
all the
I know exactly
time.
what
So
I'm
what do
doing
you
all the
mean?
time. I'm the smart. I know how to play Dragon Ball Z, and this is a smart man's
Oh,
game. And
so
I can
because
solve
I
a
play
puzzle,
card games.
1,000-piece puzzle in 10 minutes, and nobody else can solve any puzzles but me.
What do you mean? I've said before you do a Rubik's Cube faster than I do. I guess you're smarter than me now.
No,
Like,
I'm
what are
not.
you
I just
talking
learned an
about?
algorithm really quickly. That's it.
Mr. Mad, you're acting like a child. Why don't you cut
I'm
it
not.
out?
I'm not.
Cut
Dude,
it
I'm
out.
pointing
Hey,
out.
hey, get
Dude,
behind
I'm
me,
pointing out a
Satan.
simple thing.
Hey, Satan, get behind me.
Okay, yeah, Satan now. Now it's Satan, right?
Josh be man,
No. Get behind me, Satan.
I bet you want Satan to ass fuck you. That's gay. Who's the bitch now?
I just got that.
But technically, it's
dope.
not saying
behind me,
that.
Satan.
Yeah, I bet you
He's
want Satan
saying,
to ass fuck you. Really gay.
Here he is.
To stand
He's
behind
showing
him,
his face.
Not to,
Now it's me now, right?
hey, fuck, hey, get him. Like, no. What the?
All I'm saying is,
Stop acting like a bitch. Get behind me, Satan.
no. See, look how upset you are.
Hey,
Look how
Satan,
upset you are.
Satan.
Look how upset you are. You had to smoke a cigarette right now.
No.
Look how upset you are. You had to smoke a square right now. Oh my
I
god.
smoke a cigarette every hour.
I'm sure you did.
Ugh.
But when you get extra stressed,
Satan.
when you get extra stressed, you got to smoke a square.
This is so woman coded.
Get behind me, Satan.
Yeah, I bet you would like that. That's really gay.
Yeah.
Technically,
Stop
that's
acting like
not,
a bitch.
Not really
Ain't nobody acting
gay
like a
because
bitch but you, bro.
Jesus even told Satan to get behind him. Jesus told Satan to get behind him.
They
I
probably
know,
mistranslated
James.
that.
That's what I'm quoting
Oh,
right now, James.
I'm not talking to you, JS.
They probably
I knew.
mistranslated that. First of all,
Yeah, exactly. Man,
I
they
thought
don't
Christ
know.
would say, "Get behind me."
All
Satan."
I'm saying,
He probably said, "Get the fuck
all
away
I was
from me."
saying was, if you're trying to read my emotions, you're acting like a woman.
And yeah, you're acting like a woman, and that was the whole point. When you get offended,
and then you
because
started
somebody
acting more
doesn't
like a woman. You
acknowledge-
said, "Well, no, sometimes you
He
get
did. He
mad,
like
you
doubled
get
down
mad,
on the
you get
woman
upset,
myth.
you get shut up."
There goes the the same projection that you accused me of.
No, that's what just happened.
Right, but that was the same projection you literally accused me of. Look how upset you got right now.
I'm not upset. All I said was you're acting like a woman
and
because
I
you're
can say
trying
the
to
same
read
shit.
my
I'm not
emotions.
upset. I'm not upset. I'm just saying
You're
that you act
reading
like a
emotions
bitch
that
every
I don't
time somebody
have,
says you're not
Mr.
smart.
Mad. I'm a
Every time
sociopath.
somebody
I don't
says
have
you're not smart,
emotions.
every time somebody says you're not smart, you get in your
The
feelings.
only emotion I have
Every
is
time
that
somebody says
funny.
you're not smart, you get in your feelings.
No, when does that happen?
All the time.
You said I'm not smart because I play Dragon
I know,
Ball
but every
or I play
time,
Pokemon.
somebody questions your intelligence, you get in your emotions.
Oh my goodness.
All the time.
All the time.
I say
Exactly.
things-
You're right.
all the time I say things, and if somebody corrects me, I say, "Whoops!" Actually, I just did I just did it like 10 minutes on correcting myself the other day because I gave the wrong
I'm the
definition
guy
for
who
ad
reads
hoc
up.
and
I'm
post
the guy
hoc.
who knows how to fucking debate people. That's what you say. Did you forget that?
I've never said that.
You've always said that, bro.
I've never said that.
You
I've
literally
never
always said that.
I've never
I'm the
said
guy,
that.
smart guy in the room. I know how to debate people. You're using false logic and you're using all this other shit. All
Okay,
this
well, why don't
worldly
you go to
bullshit.
the dumbass stream?
What dumbass stream?
Your own.
I am on my own dumbass stream. What are you talking about? I don't
I thought
debate
you didn't
people
stream.
online.
He does
Did you forget?
stream. He does stream.
I thought he didn't stream.
Is the argument really that
Do you know
JS
what my
gets
streams
easily
are?
offended? Is that
My
really the
streams-
argument?
No. My streams are unboxing stupid
I say
fucking
stuff.
bullshit that I bought.
I say stuff knowing that it's gonna sound dumb. Like when I
Look,
was debating that
what-
dude
all right,
earlier
yeah,
tonight. It
half
wasn't
the
even a debate.
people-
I said I
So
know
half the
these
people that
answers
come
are
into your
bad, but I'm gonna.
Discord would literally be banned in any other stream. Like half the people that come in here and they spam the F slur in your stream, or fuck you consider getting rid of Jalen, even though Jalen's doxed your number on live. Cat has doxed your workplace on live, and you still let these people come in here. I don't think JS really gets offended that much.
Hold on, Goon.
I
You
don't
sound like a
like
fucking
it, but
gay. First of all, you
I'm
sound
just coming off a
even gayer than
motherfucking
Jalen.
ban. Hell
I'm
you
surprised
talking
you're not.
You
about?
sound like a drunk fucking heroin head, dude. You sound like you
A
work
heroin
as a
head?
dishwasher.
I've been
You
banned
sound
for
like you
3
work at a
days.
dishwasher at a bar and grill, dude.
Dude,
God, how long I've been banned?
You sound like
That's
you
hilarious.
clean the grease traps.
Dude, you sound gay. You sound like you suck dicks. No wonder
You
you were
are
sucking
gay,
this guy's
dude.
dick.
You sound like you
No
fuck
wonder
other
you were
guys and
sucking
listen to
Josh's
songs
dick
that
this
say
entire
poppy.
fucking night.
Say poppy for me. Let me see how you sound saying poppy.
That's Daddy
I
Jub.
don't say poppy, nigga. What are you talking about?
That's gotta be Daddy Jub, man.
Yeah, this sounds like Daddy Jub a little bit.
You got
but
banned,
I wouldn't
Freddie,
even, I
because
wouldn't
you
even
were trying to
disrespect
make
Daddy Jub
drama
like that.
content out of me, and I don't like that.
No, I wasn't. Last night, the last time I was on there, I was not making no drama content. You banned me.
Oh no,
'cause you
no,
think
no!
you're
Because you said
all
the Bible studies
auditorium.
are gay, so I said I'm gonna give you a 24-hour ban so you don't have to watch them. That was more like a bit.
What?
You said
You was a bitch for that. You got offended.
a bit.
No, you was a bitch. You said it right. You got offended.
No, I didn't get offended. You said the
Yeah, I
Bible
said
studies
Bible
are gay,
studies
so I
gay,
said,
and
all
you
right,
got
well, you don't
offended
gotta
and
watch
banned
them.
me.
24-hour
You gotta
timeout.
ban. Yeah, you
And I
got
didn't
offended
ban
and
you.
banned
I
me.
also didn't ban you. I gave you a 24-hour timeout so you didn't have to watch the Bible study streams
Man,
because they're gay,
Yeah,
right?
you
Why
got
would you?
Streamers don't have to deal with people coming in to watch their content to tell them how much they think the current content sucks.
Right.
Like they can just kick you out. They don't have to
Yeah.
facilitate that.
If you don't
I
like
don't know.
it, just leave. I'll just give you a timeout. Just go sit somewhere else. You don't have to watch it.
Well, don't say you don't get butt hurt. Just say I get butt
I
hurt.
wasn't
and time
butthurt.
people out.
What is that
You better
butthurt?
say I get
So you
butt hurt and
think?
time
So
people
you
out.
think if I have an
It's
employee and I
cool.
fire them that I'm
Just say,
butthurt?
yeah.
You're retarded, dude.
You don't have any employees. You over here entertaining guests and still banning your guests and hoping they watch you.
You're my employee right now, Freddie.
No,
You're working for me.
no, not at all. You're not
Freddie,
getting zero
working
money
You're
for your
almost.
stream.
You're basically
You
like
get
a
zero
slave.
money for a stream
Wait a
with
minute, how much are
with
you
12
paying
watching.
Freddie?
You
How
get
much you
zero
paying
money.
Freddie?
So he's
I
basically
need
a
some money.
slave.
Because if you're paying Freddie, you need to pay me.
Damn, that's true. James live with the real talk.
You're all my
Not live
slaves.
talk, real talk.
James ain't getting no pay.
I'm not making any money off this. So what are you talking about?
I got
Nobody's making any
paid. I
money off
got
of this.
paid.
That's why
James,
none
I
of
got
this shit
paid off
matters.
y'all's debate. Jalen paid me $10 for Josh losing to James.
I ain't
Yeah, I
got out
got
over
paid.
here a lot, so
I didn't make that bet.
Yeah, Jalen made that bet and lost because
Jalen
he
made
bet
that
on
bet,
you.
and I won that bet.
So
We
Jalen
got
was
paid.
working for Freddie that night.
No, he bet that you were gonna win, and I bet on James, and he had to pay me $10
All right. Well,
as you lost to James.
what's up,
Jalen had
Popular
you.
vote.
Yep. But I
Anyway,
think you
the
bet
whole
both
point
ways.
I
anyway.
jumped on this fucking stream tonight was
it
because
was good until you started trying to project how you think I feel about things. I don't like.
I never started with that. I think
You
No,
did.
your fucking dick sucker friend Goon was the one who started talking shit.
No, you said
Talk more
it
of
was. It was.
I'll
Not
double,
that it
I'll
was
triple
wrong.
down, I'll
you
quadruple
get
down.
upset.
We can get the octuple if you want.
I don't know, dude. You're playing with like a fucking lizard in your picture, man. You're gay. I don't
You're
want to hear
playing with
about
your
it.
dick in your
Hold
bed,
on,
bro.
hold up,
You're
hold
playing
up.
with your dick alone in your
How does a
bed.
lizard make someone gay?
That's a weird fantasy that you've got, bro. Like that's the first thing that you jump to. Me playing with my dick.
When
Now
was
I
the
know
last
you're
time a
gay.
woman?
Now
When
I
was the
know
last
you're
time
gay,
a
bro.
woman enjoyed your
Now I know
presence
you're
after you
gay because
opened your
that's the
mouth?
first thing that you thought about. Me playing with my dick.
I'm pretty sure I'm the only person here who's ever had a girlfriend present on live stream.
Oh my god, dude! You know how gay that just sounded?
How
Are
does that
you
sound
really
gay at
flexing
all?
tough
It's gay that
about
I
having
hang
a
out,
bitch
that I
on
have
the
a
internet?
girlfriend. It's gay that I have a
Get
girlfriend.
the fuck out of
I
here!
have plenty of hoes.
Bro,
I've had
It's
hold
gay
my
that I can
wife
get
on
on,
laid.
hold
stream
on. Guys,
It's gay that I'm not
this is
verbally
serious
alone.
business right now. How old are you? Are you like 22?
I'm 24 and I have like the life
Oh,
you
okay.
want.
Wow. Big difference. Big difference. No wonder.
My
No
son's
fucking
in
wonder.
here. My
Okay, I'm
son's
gonna let
sitting
you
here
be, my
older
friend,
than you.
because I get it. You
Wait,
got
how
a
old are you
girlfriend.
when you're a
You
failure?
brought her onto the internet, man. You brought her onto the
How old are
internet,
you?
and you got a
How old are
fucking
you?
you got a lizard. You got a fucking lizard on your damn profile, bro.
Lizards are
How old are
cool.
you? And you sound
I
like you're
understand
halfway to
lizards are
Tommy.
cool.
You sound
I'm
like you're
not saying
halfway to
lizards are
Tommy,
not cool,
bud.
but when you make your profile picture, you're a fucking faggot. No offense.
You sound like you're halfway to
Wow.
Tommy, bud.
Like you literally have
Yeah,
a
probably.
default
Actually
picture.
that's a compliment. I ain't
So
gonna lie.
are you
I love
somehow gay?
I
'Cause you can't
strive to
even
be
get a real
Tommy every single
picture.
motherfucking day.
You can't even get a real picture, so you're gay. Based on that logic.
Who can't get a real picture?
All
No,
right,
I was
nobody's
asking.
gay.
Eh,
Nobody's upset.
somebody's pretty gay.
I don't get upset when people call me stupid. You're projecting.
All right, is this gonna be like with Nada? Do I need to get up and do some ninja kicks so your fat ass can be like, nah, I'm not getting up out my bed. I guess he gets this.
Yeah, do some ninja kicks, please. I want to see that.
Yeah, I would love to see your leg go over your waist, fatty. I'm sure your fucking fat rolls would stop it.
Look at this. I can put my leg over
Probably,
my
but
head.
you know, fat just means successful, right?
1600s.
What are you
No,
doing?
now it just means a right try.
Don't do that
Now
on
it just
the
means
internet.
right try.
That's not a good look, Josh.
But that's what intelligent people do. I'm
That's
obviously
not what intelligent people do. You look like you're trying to
obviously
suck
the
your own
most
dick.
smartest person
That looks
in
like
the
you're
whole
trying to
universe.
suck your own dick, Josh. That's not intelligent. That is not intelligent. That's not a good look. Delete that from your channel tonight.
It's not long enough, but
God damn it. All right. Anyways, look, the whole point was, like I said, I jumped on just to say I agree with Josh that free will doesn't exist in the sense that we don't choose what we do every fucking day, right? Day to day. That the only free will we have is to follow the correct path, or like there's a fork in the road, or we follow the negativity. And I think we branch off from both those paths daily. And I think that's the only free will we have.
But so you think there's like a multiverse?
You know,
I do know.
You already know this.
Yeah, I
fucking
already
answer
know
to
you
that
do
one. Come
think
on,
there
dog.
is a multiverse. Yeah.
You already know that one.
Yeah, I already know.
What's it called? What's it called when you saved and then you backslide? It's not the word backslide, but it's something else.
Retract, backpedal.
You're talking
Yeah,
about once saved, always saved, or like
No, it's
No.
something you can be saved, but then you sin and they call it something else. It's like a backslider.
What are you saying?
Yeah, saved people do it all the time in the church. It's not repent. It's
Yeah, I would say
it's
repenting.
no, it's
Rescind.
I can't think of it right now.
Is a rescind like rescind a
Nope.
comment? No.
Nope, nope, nope,
The
nope,
Calvinist answer, which I think I kind of agree with, would be that they weren't ever really saved to begin with. So like if
But what is salvation until the end story? You see what I'm trying to say? Like you're not saved in the middle of the story. It's all at the culmination.
No.
But that's the misunderstanding is that once
I don't
you're
believe that. So what you're saying is
once
that,
you're born again, you die of the flesh and you're born of the spirit.
right.
You die
And
of
I
the
agree
flesh
with
of the
that,
mother and you're born of the spirit of the father.
Okay. All right.
No,
Let me put a hypothetical.
Once that happens, that's when we have heaven on earth, and that's when you don't think like the world, you don't talk like the world, you don't act like the world, you live outside of the world.
Yeah,
So
right.
you can never
name
be
a person that does
drawn
that.
back to the world after that point. Is that what you're saying?
Lots of people do that. The only thing is you judge differently. You judge unrighteously, Freddie. So when you see somebody smoking or drinking or doing drugs or whatever you see them do, you judge them as not of the spirit. But really those are just physical habits that their body fell into.
Well, motherfucker, that's my point. So you can still be saved and you can still make the right choice and be on the right path, but you can still make mistakes on the way until the culmination, until it ends. And then that's when you're physically, I guess, spiritually judged, right?
No,
but
to
why
me,
is
he's
that?
gonna try to say you're gonna live as Jesus on earth after you saved and lived in the spirit. Nobody's walking earth living as Jesus is perfect like he think it is. Nobody. He acting like he can do no wrong
for the one
once
fucking
you're
time
in
in
the
my
spirit.
entire
What
life.
about a
Once
baby?
you're in the spirit, you
What
still
about a
have that.
baby? What about a baby that
Shut up, Josh, with these hypotheticals.
What about an
Let me-
aborted baby? What about a baby that borns before they ever have the chance
Hold
to do
on.
any sins?
Before we do all of this, before we do all the baby shit, can I ask you a question, Josh? Once you're saved, you die.
Okay, we'll
you're
take it
reborn.
off the babies. Let's say I'm
Hold
born
on.
into
No,
a box
we'll get back
and
to
I'm kept in a
we'll get back to the
box.
baby thing. We'll get back to the baby thing. But once you die of the flesh, you're born of the spirit. You're here. You're not you heaven on earth, peace on earth, perfect peace. Can you be in any way led astray? That's what I want to know from you.
No.
Exactly wrong.
I disagree. I just
Me
disagree.
too. Every human fucking that got a brain on them gonna disagree, or we're gonna see the church really saving
Right, because
people.
they're coming from their brain.
Nobody's in
No.
church ever. Why ain't the
I'm
church
coming
filled
from-
with all of the people that's been saved?
I didn't
like
answer that. I didn't answer that from my brain.
No, whatever.
Okay.
Because if I went into my brain and I started thinking about it, then I probably
all
would
right,
agree
all
with
right,
you,
all right,
Freddie.
All right. Okay.
No,
okay. That's okay. That's
no.
okay. I can deal with
You're
that
not
answer.
answering from
Hold on.
logic. Just say you just saying shit.
No,
Just
but
say
you know
I'm
what?
just Josh and I
No,
say
it's not.
shit.
It's not. It's
I
not.
just say shit. Not
it's
even
not
from my
from-
brain. I just
It's
say
not
shit.
from. It's not from my brain. It's
Hold
not
on,
from
hold
my
on.
I just say
intellect.
shit
I
out
just
my
say.
mouth, and I hope it
Alright.
makes sense.
Guys,
That was Josh earlier
I
when he said
trust in God.
30.
It makes sense.
can I follow up on
What
this
dumb
question then?
shit is that? Not from my
I saw
brain.
you smile.
Hold on.
How do you,
I can agree
hold
with you,
on,
Josh.
Hold on, please.
Hold
I
on.
want to ask-
Spiritually, I can agree with you that no, you cannot be swayed. However, at a physical level, can you be swayed?
What are you talking about? Spiritual level, you can be
Yeah,
Well,
swayed.
because he himself said once you're born, born again, you're saved, you
Yeah,
died
he's
of the
saying
flesh.
you can't do
Well,
no
you can't
sin.
look at the
Well, hold
physical
on.
from Josh's
Okay, so now your
worldview.
heart
You have
is
to
a
look at the
flesh.
spiritual
Your
from
heart is a
James,
flesh.
James,
Hold on.
James. Stop saying my worldview. Everything I
didn't say your
say.
worldview. I didn't say your worldview.
Right, but James did.
I did.
Oh,
Not you.
but hold on. Can I ask this question? Just clear and concise. Okay, I understand Josh's point. Spiritually, you're of good now. You're of good. You're of this. You're of God. But can the flesh deter you here? While spiritually you want to do good, can you still be tempted? That's not a word. Tempted. to
I would really answer that one myself, but what Josh would say.
I don't need you to answer for what I would say, James. How about we listen to the question? How about we listen to the question, James, and then I'll answer
already
it.
know the answer, James.
I know. No, stop. It's not true because
it is true.
Listen, I'll give my explanation after. I just want to hear.
Now I don't
Josh
even know
has
the
to say.
question because
It's
James.
his show. It's Josh's show. I want to know what
Can
Josh
a
has to
saved
say.
person sin, Josh?
Jesus
Can
Lord.
a perfect peace
Almighty.
motherfucker commit
Josh's
sin?
answer would be if
people.
If you have if you're of God,
I didn't even finish the question, James.
I know, James. He is not even done with the question yet.
James, let me just finish the question.
And now I don't even know the beginning of the question because I.
Okay, all right, let's start all over again.
Okay.
You're a terrible person in the past.
Right.
Fleshly, humanly, God, not godly of this earth. All right, you die. You realize what's what. You understand. You want to follow God. You die and you're reborn.
You spiritually die.
You spiritually die. You're reborn of the spirits of God. And nothing but pureness is in your heart now. You have a heart made of flesh now, as opposed to stone. Before you died, spiritually, your flesh went from fucking stone to the flesh, or your heart. I mean, okay, we established that. Now, I understand that forever from this point on, you spiritually and of your heart, your fleshly heart, you want to follow God. You are God. You are spiritually perfect.
You're
perfect.
of God, but
You're of God.
You're one with God. Yeah.
One with God. You're following everything you can. However, can your flesh, since you're still attached to it, that heart is still attached to this fleshly vessel, can you get tempted by the flesh? That was the question. That's still the question, and I think I know it's convoluted.
Yeah, you can be tempted. Yes.
Right. Exactly. But that doesn't change your heart. You still spiritually, you still want to do good. Your free
and I
will.
would say I'll take it farther. Even if you give in to those temptations,
you're still of the spirit.
Right. Because just like David and Bathsheba, he committed adultery, he committed murder, but he was still a child after God's own heart.
We agree.
Part of our heart as humans is that, and that is not imperfection. We are still David was perfect. Like
right.
We're made by perfect. I mean righteous.
Right. Like his heart was in the right place, although his body may have been autonomous almost in a sense and have done things that maybe his heart wouldn't desire or his spirit wouldn't also desire either. We are slaves to the flesh and we acknowledge that it's even wrong that we're doing
don't go back to was you ever
I have
even saved in the
habits.
first
I have
place?
fleshy habits that I've fallen into that are just like they're
the
just
fuck
like
outta here.
habits and things that I do. So when David commit adultery and murdered a guy,
right,
he was still righteous, which is perfection.
Correct. Okay. All right. So I think we're on the same fucking page then. I think we explain it in a different way in a sense, but I think we reach the same exact
right.
conclusion.
But the problem is people hear perfection and they think, well, you've never done a sin before. And
exactly. And I don't agree with that either. So
no, Josh just recanted his statement of you never was saved in the first place if you go back to sin again. So now,
no. I said you were never saved in the first place if you turned away from God.
So you telling Mr. Mad the same thing? You never was saved in the first place, Mr. Mad.
Rica, I disagree with that.
If you get tempted,
I'm saying if a person says they're saved and then they turn away from God and they say I hate. So at 30 years old, you say you're saved, and then at 60 years old, you say, I hate God and God's fake and I'm an atheist now and blah, blah, blah. That person was never saved to begin with.
No,
because I believe in the elect.
We talking about backsliders. No, we talking about backsliders.
No.
Just like you
listen.
just said.
That's what you call it. That's what you call it.
Rica, Riga.
Yeah. Ain't no
Riga.
perfect peace then. Living on earth
It
for
is perfect peace because
No,
listen,
it ain't. If you sinning.
No. You still gotta have the intention in your heart to do the right thing.
You can't have the
No, it
intention and
is.
do sin. You can't
Dude,
have the
all right.
intention to do good and do sin.
Hold on, Riga.
It's impossible.
Riga, let me
Shut
ask
the
you this.
fuck up, Mr.
You
Man.
can
Show me
because
how
you
you can have
can.
intention
So
and
Paul
do
says
sin.
it. He says sometimes the things I
Shut
want
up.
to do, I don't do,
Shut
and
up.
some
That's
things
a
the
Why would you
bullshit
tell me to
lie.
shut the
That's
the
a
fuck up,
things I
bullshit
don't
lie.
want to do, I do.
Yeah, that's a bullshit
Exactly.
lie. Paulinism
It's not a
has been
bullshit lie,
proven to be
Riga.
bullshit.
Oh, now we're
Riga.
Paulinism.
Absolute sin or original sin, all of that is some
No.
bullshit
Damn
church
it.
shit of man made up to make you feel like you born in
Original
sin.
sin
So
is
you have to repent to
biblical,
Jesus
actually.
to make you
No.
feel like you have
First
to
of
live in
all,
fear.
I don't even think you have to
Biblical,
repent to
not made
Jesus.
up.
He
Yeah,
already,
all
he
right.
already, he already forgave you of all your sins. And he
Okay.
understands as a man, because he came down as a man, that
Well, you
we
don't
are
believe what the
tempted at
Bible
all
says.
times.
All right.
Doesn't
Well, you
mean
different.
you
It's the
Repenting
reason
just
why it's
means
30.
turning towards God. It means
It's the reason
turning.
why it's 3,000 denominations.
Repenting just means turning
Yeah.
away from
Yeah.
the world and
Yeah.
turning towards
I don't
God.
follow
Yep.
3,000
Yep.
denominations, do I?
3,000 denominations. Yeah.
But
even
if
said
I
I'm
but if I
almost
turn towards
agnostic
God, it
Christianity.
may be
I'm not.
Yeah.
God's will for me to murder somebody.
We ain't even touched 2,000 of them. We just talking about maybe a
God's
different
will.
200.
Hold on.
Yeah, James,
Let,
we
let,
went
let,
over
let me
that
ask you a question.
earlier. I know the Bible's tough. I know it's a tough
Let me
one.
ask you a
You should watch
question.
my Bible studies. We talk about these things. But
Hold on. Let me ask. I'm going to ask the question arbitrarily. Like
we just
not
talked about
anybody
David and
specific.
Bathsheba. You don't think it was in God's will for him to murder her husband and have sex with a married woman?
Does the Old Testament just not exist in your mind, James?
No,
Yeah,
James.
buddy.
A lot of these Christians don't like the Old
Yeah,
Testament.
buddy.
They don't like the Old Testament. They want to
Because
totally
it sits
ignore the
there
Old
and
Testament.
plagiarize in Exodus.
How about when Peter denied Jesus 3 times? You don't think that was part of God's will?
Why punish?
Even though it was prophesied before it happened, and it did happen. Do you think that
Yeah, but
he?
God
And
punished.
it did happen.
God really wanted it, though.
You don't
You
think that was
gotta
part
say
of
it like
God's will? That something
did
that.
How about the
But
Holy
Peter was
Wars?
still
How about the
the
Holy
rock of
Wars
the
that the
church.
Jews were told to fight? Like the Jews were literally told to fight in the Holy Wars all throughout the deserts.
Whoa,
my
wait a minute.
God.
You look at
Shut
correct
your
context.
ass up.
Who's
That
like
was
screaming in
in
the
the
background?
context of dealing with sin. That was
Wait, so
judgment. You can't
when
That's
David
say
killed
James trying to
Goliath,
struggle to
do you
talk.
think that wasn't of God's will for David to kill
It
Goliath?
was of God's
you
will.
can't
Oh
say
my
it was
God.
again. That was judgment. That was judgment.
How about
killing.
when they
Y'all
wipe
better
out?
quit
How would
believing
you deal
them
with Shiva
fairy
or an
tales.
atheist if they said, "But God said to wipe out all the man, women, children, and animals of the was the Amalekites or I
Yeah,
forget
but that was again
the,
judgment. Judgment is not the same as talking about
James,
sin in itself.
you're like
You're talking
fucking
about
10
you're
feet
saying
away from your
sin is
microphone.
God's
You
will.
know, God
You're
does sometimes
sin is
will what
judgment.
you would consider
I'm not talking
evil,
about judgment. Judgment
James,
is also God's
but
will
it's
to
can we
not
hear
evil.
James, or is it just me? I'm
That is
tripping.
actually
He
God's
sounds like he's
will. Not
talking into a bed sheet.
sin part is
He
not
sounds like
God's
he's
will.
10 feet away. James, get close to your
What?
microphone. Say what you says.
I
Something.
am close to my microphone. How close can I
There you
get?
go. There you
There
go.
was. It was nice when you just did
Well,
it
you
right
need to
now.
adjust the
You actually
sound
got
on your
Okay, so
microphone
you
or
may get it
something
right
because
up
you
on my
sound
mouth.
muffled and quiet.
So you may get it right up on my mouth. Okay.
Oh, pause. No, don't do that.
No, I'm just saying like adjust your audio values or something, dude.
No, don't do it. Guys, erase this footage.
Yeah, it could just be that there's a setting off
But
on
that
your.
sin is not God's will. God's will was to deal with the Amalekites because that was a judgment. You can't compare a judgment to sin. That's a very bad comparison.
I'm not comparing it to sin. I'm saying it is God's will to
Hey,
kill
X was
people
comparing it to
sometimes.
Well, it's
sin.
not sin
Okay,
if it's
so let's
God's will,
go.
right?
Let's
Maybe
go.
you
Can we
wasn't, but
concede
then
on that
again,
But
you
I
point?
probably
gave
was
but I
too.
gave
Hold on,
multiple
hold on.
examples, James.
Can
I
we,
gave a New
hey, hold
Testament
on.
example and I gave multiple Old Testament. So David and Bathsheba, I gave Peter
David and
denying Christ
Bathsheba's
3
sin.
times.
Can
Sin
we
is
all
not God's
concede?
will.
Hold on. As a collective, can we all concede one
How
point?
about Judas turning Jesus in?
Hold on.
That is.
Hold
Oh
on.
my.
Guys.
Do you don't think that was God's will? Even though it was
Yeah.
prophesied.
So
It may have been
all right.
prophesied, Yeah, but does it mean God really truly wanted it? No, God doesn't want sin.
All right, Josh, can I ask you a question?
You think God has wants? God wants.
Josh,
I want a candy bar. Like
Josh, can I ask you a question? a serious question this time, for real.
Yeah.
Okay. When Jesus said that he did not come here to abolish the law,
But
what
to
do you think
fulfill it.
Right. What do you think that meant, in your opinion? Because hold on, and this
It ain't
also
hard.
it's a two-part question, because I don't know how you feel about the Old Testament versus the New Testament, but
I love them both, but
what's your preference? I guess if I were to ask,
I think
he don't have no preference.
A preference? I don't have a preference. I think you can't fully understand the New Testament without the Old Testament.
You need both. Yeah.
I think
You can't be
all right,
just a New
all right, hold
Testament
on.
Christian.
When Jesus
Before I
said he
answer-
didn't,
before I answer-
You
when
gotta do
Jesus said
both.
he didn't come to abolish the law, but to fulfill the law.
Right.
So the law was all these different rules
Exactly.
that people had.
So like
And then-
things like circumcision, eating pork, eating shrimp.
No. Now that's now you're mixing up tribal or ritualistic law. Like
Leviticus.
Yeah,
was
Leviticus and Deuteronomy.
Law of Hammurabi.
Shut up,
who
Freddie.
stole the law from.
Freddie, you're derailing. Hold on.
No, I'm not.
So-
Look up Exodus and the laws of Hammurabi.
Levitical
They're the
law and
same.
Deuteronomical law, the second law and the first law.
Exodus laws.
Freddie,
Exodus laws.
Freddie, you're come on.
Calm down.
We
We
can
talking
get
about
into
the
the
Old
Egyptian
Testament.
stuff another time.
Exodus laws is the same as the laws of Hammurabi.
Okay, but we're talking about
calm down.
biblically.
Yeah, biblically.
Biblically,
Duh.
I'm not
One
talking
at a
about
time.
that.
Duh. The same fucking laws that they was handed down from God was the laws of Hammurabi.
Okay,
on.
cool. Okay, that's
Freddie.
fine. That's
It
irrelevant.
ain't
We're-
fine. It's fucking plagiarism,
Freddie,
dumbass.
talk about that some other time. We're trying to have a discussion about biblical.
But-
Man, shut up, James.
So-
you fucking
Damn.
hurt.
So there's what's called ceremonial or there's tribal and ritualistic law, or there's tribal and cultural law, which is something like Crips and Bloods. Crips wear blue, Bloods wear red.
All
That's
right.
a tribal or a cultural law. And then there's ceremonial / ritualistic law, which is like when you do a marriage, you put the ring on the finger and you kiss the bride, blah blah blah. That's a ritualistic law. But moral law is what that's talking about.
Okay. All right.
So he did not come to abolish the moral laws, but he came to fulfill them by saying, you can try to abide by all those things all you want, but
Right.
the only way that you're going to get to God is not by making sacrifices
Right.
and
Right.
appealing to all this stuff, is through
Correct.
my blood, is through Christ's blood. Christ's blood
Right.
is the only way that we get there. So he didn't abolish any of those moral laws. Those moral laws still stand, but he summed
Okay.
it up with love your neighbor and love
The
God.
two commandments, the two main commandments.
Right, because if you love your neighbor, you're not
You simplify the other 10 commandments,
right.
basically.
If you
Right.
love God, you're not going to worship idols.
Right.
If you love
You
your
love-
neighbor, you're not going to steal from him. You're not going to murder him. You're not going to
Fuck his
covet
wife.
his wife. You're not going to
Right.
adultery or none of
Okay.
that stuff. So
All right.
yeah.
I agree with that. I 100% agree with that. But let me ask you. So, do you think that Mosaic law is more important or equally as important as the law of Christ, basically? Like, and I don't even know if I'm saying it correctly, but like, whatever Christ decided to, with the New Testament.
Like if I had to pick one that is like, I would say they're equally important, but if I had to
Really?
pick one that's more important, I would say the New Testament Christ law, love your neighbor and love God.
All right. So we're
is
on the
more
same page
important.
with that. We've reached a consensus with that, because I
But
believe
that doesn't mean that the whole Old Testament
I'm
is
not
like
saying it
thrown out the
negates it.
window.
I'm not saying it negates the old moral testament, like what you were saying, but like the thing.
But the
with
whole Old
animals being
Testament is not
unclean-
just the law books are just Leviticus and Deuteronomy, like the first law and the second law.
Right.
So there's a
We
lot
talked
more.
about this once. If you're a Christian, anything in the New Testament that overwrites the Old Testament, you should believe.
Well, so
Because
here's
you're a follower
nothing.
Here's my belief with this.
I've yet to find anything that changes.
Yes, pretty much.
So
Old Testament's for the Jews and the Catholics.
I mean, there are some
Exactly
arguments for like turn the other cheek over with the death penalty, and like, so Jesus says, "You saw it written, an eye for an eye, but I say turn the other cheek." And so what that is something like, in the old days we didn't have forgiveness. We didn't have a way out. So we did eye for an eye. And then Jesus says, now that I'm here, we love each other and we turn the other cheek. But that's also an individual thing, not a governing thing. Like in the New Testament, it still says that the governments can kill people. Like Romans 23. I think it's Romans 20. I'm not good with versification, but in Romans it says God put the government so that they can wipe out the evil people. Like, so that's still, that's an individual thing.
Here's my take, right? And I agree mostly with you, right? But like I said, when it comes to Mosaic law versus like the New Testament, I guess I want to say that if all right, so Christ said he didn't come here to abolish any laws, because if he would abolish the Mosaic law, he would have never have been crucified. And if he would have never been crucified, then he could have never have died for our sins. And then that would have, basically destroyed God's plans for the reason why he sent Christ here. Right.
Good point. Yeah.
So that's and so he came to fulfill. He came to fulfill that law. But at the same time, he came with his own instructions. So he's saying that from this point on, because I'm here, as a result, all the previous, not the moral laws, obviously, because like I said, the two commandments, the two main big commandments.
Yeah, we're not talking about shellfish and clothes. I hate when
so that's
people
what I'm
bring
saying.
that up.
Like, and that was the thing, though. So by him coming here, he said all the food is clean now. We don't have to worry about that. We don't have to worry about linens or circumcisions or any of that bullshit anymore. Basically, just in your heart, you should want to do good. And because laws don't even fucking matter, because people obviously don't fucking follow the law, we're not going to worry about that. We're just going to worry about, from this point on, as far as I'm here, love God, love your neighbor like yourself, have a heart of flesh. And, all the other, details basically are just details.
And kill everybody who ain't Christian.
No.
But it doesn't mean those laws.
Man,
It doesn't
yeah,
mean
it
those.
does.
It doesn't mean those old laws fall away. It
No,
just
no, no.
means
Y'all
when
dumb
we
as
break
hell.
those old laws spiritually, we have a way out through Christ. Like
Well, here's the thing,
physically
though.
on the world, we should still be punished for those things.
I don't even believe that, because I think that what he was also
You don't think
saying,
we should punish murderers?
no, because that's part of the new commandments is still don't murder, right? Like, those two main commandments include don't murder people. So
There's
you're
nothing
still
new about
following the
not
New
murdering.
Testament laws and Christ's laws. But what I'm saying is things like don't eat shellfish, you're supposed to circumcise people. All that follows under Mosaic law. So for the Israelites, that's fine. If they want to keep following those laws, he's not going to change their ways either. If they want to follow
But they
that,
don't believe in Jesus, so they don't.
exactly, and that's the problem. So they can follow all those laws, and they may think that they're going to be saved, but until they go through Christ, they actually won't meet God. And I think that's exactly what the New Testament is all about. And for me, that's why I kind of like prefer the New Testament. I agree the Old Testament has great morality and things like that, but I think it gets summed up and compressed into those two tenets, just don't.
Yeah, I mean, if you're picking, if I want to pick one which I like to read better or something, yeah, I'll pick the New Testament. But
okay.
But there's a lot of Christians that are like, why do you even read the Old Testament? Don't even read the Old Testament.
I mean, it's a good read. It's not like bad.
It's a good read.
But you can't really understand
bookstore.
You can't really understand the New Testament without understanding the Old Testament.
I'm just saying it's an expansion on morality that gets summed up, and it's like the Cliff's Notes. The New Testament becomes like the Cliff's Notes plus
for the Old Testament.
For the Old Testament,
that's kind of true. It's like Jesus gave us the Old Testament for dummies.
Right. because it didn't work so well with the Old Testament. That's the reason why. Because obviously the Pharisees weren't following the fucking rules, and they created their own fucking things. The rabbis picked and choose.
Whoa!
And
They
you
put traditions-
definitely cannot tell me you comprehend Revelation or you can properly interpret Revelation if you've never read the Old Testament. If somebody's never read the Old Testament, I don't want to hear anything they have to say about Revelation because they have no idea what they're talking about.
The Pharisees followed tradition. They didn't even care about the actual.
No, they weren't
written
orthodox.
law.
They changed
They didn't
things
care about
as
the
they
written
saw
law.
fit.
They put their traditions over the written law. That was what Jesus was getting on to them about.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
don't
The
understand what
Pharisees,
Jesus was talking
they weren't completely
clearly.
orthodox. They changed the things to how they saw fit, their own interpretation of the rules.
But that's
That's
the
what, like,
point. They put
everyone
the
does,
traditions
too.
Right,
over.
exactly. That's my
They put
point. That's
their
why I say
interpretation
Yeah, he's
over.
because Jesus was addressing the overall
care about
problem
the
of the
rules that
changing of
much.
the religion. So the simplification was supposed to be to get away from the constant changing of the nuances.
I agree with that.
No, it was a fence.
The
No.
solution is to
Their
just
traditions
destroy
were like
all
a
nuance.
fence.
Then I'll just
You
make
have
it
to
super
understand
simple.
Okay, I agree
You have
with
to
that.
understand how
I agree with that.
well the little hat religion works. It was a fence to traditions. That's the whole idea.
But see, tradition
I've interacted with the people that are the little hats. I've actually been to the synagogues. I know how they work. I know how their system works.
But they don't believe in Christ.
If you could say I'm intimate with the system because I've seen the system in person.
Pause on being intimate with them.
Well, I meant
would never
like,
say that.
I've
I would never
seen
say that
it.
you
I've
were.
been around it. I've interacted with them.
I'm just
I mean,
giving
so
you.
I know the system.
I'm just fucking with you, man.
They wouldn't let you peek at they shit, boy.
Oh,
Actually, that's wrong. I've been to many synagogues. Actually,
It's a secret society.
It is.
no, it's
Catholics
not
are
a
the
secret
biggest
society. You can
Christians.
walk into the synagogue.
Christianity
It's not
is a
that
small
difficult to get
drop
into
in the
a
bucket to
synagogue.
Catholics.
It's not
Catholics
that
got
difficult to
was
get into a
running shit as
synagogue. It's
Christians. They
actually
looking
fairly
at
simple.
But
Synagogue.
Catholics are doing what the Pharisees were doing to the Old Testament.
No, they not.
The Torah.
They
Yeah.
sitting in the second seat and let the Jews doing what the
Well,
Pharisees was doing.
actually, he wouldn't be
The
far off.
Catholics is in a right
Actually,
spot,
Catholics are putting
worshiping
tradition
matriarchs.
over the law. They're actually putting tradition over the Bible. Actually, so
What
he's
the
not
what the
wrong.
Pharisees did to the Torah is what the Catholics are doing to Christianity. I would say.
They been
Yeah,
the
they're putting their
Christians.
tradition over the actual Bible.
Well, not just tradition, but actual like humanity. You know, like human what do you call that? Human.
Well, that would be their tradition. Like
Yeah,
the
but
human understanding.
culture.
They don't
They're
put
putting human culture
tradition.
into
They're putting,
They don't put
yeah, but
tradition over
that
the
would be
Bible.
their traditions as part
They
of
don't
the
put tradition. They
allowing
don't
the
put tradition
culture to
over the
determine.
Bible.
All right,
They do
Goon.
traditions that can
They
coexist
print
with
the
the Bible. You would never have a tradition in orthodoxy where you're
They print the
worshiping
Bible.
God.
What are you talking about? The Catholic
So-
Church prints the Bible.
Now I'm fucking with you, Goon. Now Goon is on my side. I think. I don't know.
No, y'all don't know who the Catholic Church is. They print the Bible
I
and
think me
read
and
the
Goon
Bible.
we're cool. Sorry about the thing I said
The
about the
Catholic
reptiles.
Church ain't
earlier.
against the Bible.
No,
They
it's
read
good,
the same
man.
damn
Reptiles
scriptures
are
y'all read.
awesome. Bro, the
Catholics read
coolest
same
thing is to
scriptures
keep
y'all read.
Satan's children in a cage. I love it.
That is pretty fucking. Oh well. No,
The
don't
reptiles,
do that.
the reptilians.
They didn't do
You
that.
think
They
it's,
didn't
One
do
day
that.
I'm gonna put Zuckerberg in a cage.
I don't believe that.
what do
I
you
don't believe
think the
there's a
word
reptile.
Catholic means, Mr. Mad?
Huh?
What do you think the word Catholic means?
I have no idea. To be honest.
Universal.
Huh?
Universal.
Universal?
Yeah,
You
that's
already
what
know it. That's
Catholic
how
means.
big
It's
they are. That's a
universal.
Greek word.
I don't like the sound of that though. You know, like
Christianity, universal Christianity is what Catholics are.
What I
That's how
feel like
that's how Christians got started. They just an off brand.
Yeah, I don't like
of
that
the mama
either.
church.
It's
And
not
but here's the thing
universal.
though, like
the
think
Catholics
about
It
it
is
this
don't
way.
like the
universal.
Latins
Think about it this
though
way.
because they're
Didn't
Latin. Because technically, even Orthodoxy says they're Catholic, so you have to be careful.
but here's the thing. Don't we
Catholicism
follow
is
the
They're
narrow road?
they're the main Christians.
Don't we follow the narrow
Well, I don't have
road?
to
We
be
don't take the
careful 'cause
universal
I'm-
path, right? We don't take the universal path. We follow the narrow road of salvation because
No.
everybody else is doing the universal thing to do
Yep.
is the wrong fucking thing.
Well,
So
I'm
we
just
take
saying
the narrow path.
to keep the two separated, JS, it probably would be best to say the Latins because it's
But Jesus
Catholic
didn't come
order.
to unite; he came to divide.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. Yeah.
Like
Because that's a narrow path. The narrow path is the ones who say, "No,
narrow
I
path.
believe in him."
Few find the
Very
way.
few.
So if we have this broad thing that's universal to everybody, that's
It's wrong.
not Christianity.
It's wrong.
Yeah, but you in something that over
technically,
half
the-
In fact,
Americans.
when I hear
you
a
act like
majority of
that.
Christians
Now the
saying
Latins
something, it
Orthodox
makes me
see it.
like
Questioning, right?
not agree with
No,
it.
ain't no
Almost,
narrow
yeah,
path.
question it at least.
Ain't no narrow path, Mr. Mad, when
Yeah,
60% of
but
Americans are
hold on
Christians.
a minute. You have
That's
to
Americans,
understand
though.
how
American
you
makes
have
how
to
much of the
understand
population of the
how.
entire planet?
Yeah, I'm talking about American. Where's the narrow path in America?
But you don't. Yeah, but you have to understand how they.
I mean, we got it right. You know what I'm
No,
saying?
y'all
Like,
ain't got the fucking right.
how they
Y'all done
had
widen
actually
the
worked out
path
in
where everybody's
practice.
in this shit, and
No,
y'all got
I'll
30,
say
3,000
a lot of the
denominations.
founding
got
fathers, I'll
3,000
say were probably
denominations.
bitches. Like
You have
Yeah,
to
3,000
Thomas
denominations on the narrow
Jefferson.
path.
I know everybody loves Thomas Jefferson, but he wrote the Thomas Jefferson
That's why we
Bible and he
got
took
this
all the
utopian
miracles out.
organization.
I
I'm
never
gonna
heard of
draw
that.
up 3,000 lines and
Benjamin
make
Franklin was a
a
Rosicrucian. Yeah, I'm not. I
Well,
love
whether they
America.
knew it
I
or
love
not,
America, but
I want to add this. I want to add this.
Let me make sure I get it right.
Hold on. I want to add this. Whether they knew it or not, I think the founding fathers still had the spirit of like goodness in them to where, you know, they had the foresight to fucking break free from like the traditional norms of like oligarchies and fucking monarchies and whatnot to create what we have right now. Like it takes a lot of genius to actually think of the things that they thought of.
45,000. I'm gonna make a chart with
the
45,000
genius was
denominations.
Madison. Madison was the most base because he said this is not going to work unless we're all Christians and we're all agreed on this.
45,000 denominations.
No, we don't.
45,000.
You got to be non-denominational. In my opinion,
Well,
is
technically,
like if you're a
back
Christian,
when
you don't have tribalism in Christianity, man.
well
45 non-denomination.
Nowadays we
denomination.
shouldn't, but nowadays we do.
But that's what I'm saying. Like that's where it's
there wasn't
wrong.
that many denominations back then. Back then, there wasn't that many denominations.
There was still
There's
multiple
45,000
schisms and
denominations.
multiple.
They're all different denominations.
There should never have been a schism. Like
Right. I agree.
because
I mean, Christianity should be like the truth. There's
But
no
John-
multiple versions of the truth, right?
Yeah,
You don't
I
say
forget
that,
what
I
forget what
this
Mosman
aspect of the
told me it
truth
was
is
called,
the truth.
but they were paying for their sins to be forgiven. And
Oh, that's how the Latins. That's
what's the word? John told, I forget the word, but
called,
Mosman was telling me about this, and I looked in indulgences.
Oh,
Yes. Oh, I was
indulgences.
looking for that word the other day, and I couldn't think of it.
Indulgences is what the Latins used, or Catholicism.
Yeah, that's how it got popular.
So you can pay your way to
But
get
that
there.
was one of Martin Luther's
And
95 theses.
Paying your way to
why
heaven
he
is kind of the
wasn't
Catholic
Latin
system.
No more is because
I agree with that one.
It's
I
the
agree with that
Christian
one.
way.
part of his 95
And again, that's what
That
kind of
was
what the
the whole
Pharisees
point
were
of all- that
doing,
was
right?
part of the-
I'm always going to
paying your
disagree
tithes.
with.
That's
I'm
what
always
paying
going to
your tithes
disagree
will do
with
for you.
calling another man father,
10%.
confessing your sins to a man instead of confessing them to God. I
10%.
don't like that.
Not just that, like
technically, you're supposed
even
to
the whole
confess it
thing
to your
with the
brothers.
tithes and whatnot. Like
Vindication
I
of
mean,
the
like,
saints, or
Yeah, but you're supposed to confess your sins
veneration of
amongst your brothers.
of the saints. I can
Give 10%.
But you're supposed to confess your
Veneration.
sins amongst brothers, though, JS.
What was that, James?
You're supposed to confess your sins amongst your brothers, not just to God, but rather amongst your
Well, you
brothers.
confess your sins to God. You confess your
heart.
sins to God, but you talk to your brothers about what you're going through, and they help you through it. I'm okay with that, but
yeah, that's
sitting in a booth and calling a man father and saying that he's going to tell you a bunch of incantations to say to forgive your sins, I'm not with that.
not just that, as if he's the pipeline directly to God. I don't follow that.
Yeah, yeah.
Well, I don't think he's the pipeline directly to God either. I don't think he's the intercessor.
And the
But that's
Bible
what
just
they.
sounds like
That's
that
what
was
they
That's why
believe.
y'all
That's
started your
Catholicism
own
or the Latin,
Christianity,
yeah.
right?
I'm not trying to trash on Catholics. I used
I'm
to
not
do
That's why
either.
that,
y'all
but I
started
don't.
your
I
own
don't.
Well,
Christianity.
I don't believe in Catholicism, so don't.
No, but like, you know, to each their own. Whatever gets you back to
I don't
God
believe
should
in the
probably
Latin.
be the best path, right?
Whatever holds you less accountable. Come on,
No,
say it how it is. Yeah, whatever holds you less accountable, pussies.
Accountable to who?
Well, I'm
Yeah,
saying
the God.
Accountable to who?
whatever
Accountable to
path
Canada.
gets you
As
back
long
to
I'm
as you
not
don't
God.
keep
accountable to
your sin
man. I'm
yourself.
accountable to
As long
God.
as you
Like,
keep your
I'm
sin to
accountable to
yourself.
God,
Yeah,
yeah, not
exactly.
to man.
Easy to say.
Man is
Easy
not
to
the one I
say.
have to worry
I don't agree with
about.
that,
Easy
Rico.
to
Don't worry
say.
about the one who
You're
can
misinterpreting
Where's
my
your
words.
faith?
but
Where's
rather
your
worry
faith
about
at?
the one who can
Where's
kill
your
the
faith that he's not gonna
entire
tell nobody?
soul. That's the
Where's your
one I
faith
have to
he's not
worry
gonna
about.
tell
Because he's
nobody?
a fucking
Soul, the
man.
entire
That's why. That's
soul.
my faith.
No,
I
you're
don't
supposed to
have
have
faith
faith
in
in the
man.
church.
I have faith
No,
in
you're supposed
God,
to
not
have
men.
faith in the church, and you
Kill
don't have faith in the church, and that's why
I don't
you
have
want
faith in church
Christianity.
either. I have faith in
Yeah, you
in
shouldn't.
God.
You should
I
not
don't
have
No.
faith in the church.
I don't
Yeah,
have
you're
faith in.
religious.
I don't have faith in the
that
church.
church
Or
is the
man.
one
I
that
have
gave you
faith
the
I have
in
faith
Bible,
in
and you
God
gonna
and
run
God
with it.
only.
I have
Now
faith
that
in
leaves you up
God,
to your own
not man.
interpretation, and left to your own
Oh man.
interpretation
So
of
Look,
the Bible
But be
without the
careful,
church.
James. If you're I know
Left
you've
to
been
your
looking
own
into
interpretation,
Lutheranism,
what you got?
but if you're looking into
You ain't
Orthodoxy,
got
then
shit. Catholic Church ain't got shit without the Pope, left to their own interpretation.
I don't follow no fucking
I've
Pope, man.
just not,
You
I've just not
crazy?
looked
Yeah,
into
you
No
don't
one
follow
here is.
nobody,
Orthodoxy.
Mr. Man.
No one here is Catholic.
So,
Nobody gives a fuck if they
yeah,
can't survive
I
without
found
the
some
Pope.
things in Orthodoxy that I don't agree with.
yeah,
I
and
found
these are.
You over there trying to find religion with your beta back.
But this is the problem.
You
That's why I
gotta
have no
already
religion.
know.
What are you talking about?
You over there, I know what you're
Hold
going
on,
through.
hold on.
Trying to
I
find
know.
religion.
This is
It's
the
You
hell.
problem.
over
We
like,
shouldn't be
I need
looking
to know.
for all the
I'm trying
things
to
we
find out
disagree
the truth.
with each different denomination. We should all just be
Right.
Christian.
Right.
No,
But
it
Imagine
don't
And
that.
work like that
not
because
when
how
we
it.
have
everybody's gonna be
disagreements
less
on
accountable.
doctrine, we talk it
Any
out.
way to
But
be less accountable.
But that's not how it wound up being because it become he didn't come to bring peace but rather a sword.
Yeah,
So
sword.
that's
Right.
that's how it wound up
Glad
being.
you
Can't say it all
came
like that.
before
I
I
didn't come to
heard
bring the
it.
Yes,
peace,
to
boy. I came to
divide.
bring
Irony.
division. Oh, I'm gonna play
Look.
that song a little
He
bit.
has to
Yeah.
divide
You're gonna get
He
copyright
came
strike.
after the irony because what would he brought?
There has to be division until he comes back and returns.
No, but here's the thing. Here's the thing. No matter
There has
how
to
you
be
follow the
division.
shit.
Lord
Look.
forbid he brought a gun back then, huh?
Who?
Well, the sword
Yeah, he
was
brought a
basically the
sword because it was
gun.
a weapon of the time, huh?
The sword was
I
basically
can
the
Why didn't he
Well, the
take
AR-15
a
sword
why
was
back
didn't
the
he take
then.
a
weapon of the
249
day, man.
Saul and
The
invent them
sword
to
was
the
the
new
weapon of the
gun
Alright.
day.
weaponry?
Now
What
we
I'm
have
saying
guns.
is,
What do you
like,
do
let's
with
say,
Was it a
fucking guns?
katana
hold on,
sword?
Sell
Rigger.
your cloak and buy a gun.
One time.
Was it a
Brother, you
katana though?
Sell your
A
clothes
one
and
sword?
time,
buy a
guys.
gun.
My God. If you're blood or if you're a fucking Crip, right? Do you care what any Crip says, or do you give a shit what the Bloods are talking about, right? Like
Nah, I
if
care about
it's
what
different.
God says. Forget about the cribs.
No. All right, but I'm just using a rough
No,
example,
it's a
right?
good metaphor because
Yeah.
This
You
is a
can,
rough
you can.
example.
it's a
I
good
care about what God
metaphor.
says. James, learn to fucking interact with a conversation.
It's a rough example, man. All right, I'm
Yeah.
not promoting anything,
No,
but I'm
it's
just saying.
I use that same example when I talk about the Leviticus stuff. Like if Crips and Bloods would have been better off not dividing and just uniting as black people, the blacks against. I mean, it wouldn't be. It wouldn't be. I'm
You
glad they
don't
did
even
it.
know what the beef's over, so shut the fuck
The
up.
bad that they kill each other than kill all of us.
No,
But
they don't. They don't kill each other. They over here. They got organized territory. So
All
yeah,
I'm
they need to
saying
talk.
is, look, if you're riding with Crips, you don't give a fuck what faction of blood is saying whatever they're saying, right? It doesn't matter. There
No.
could be 20,000 factions of bloods. If you're a Crip, you're gonna see them as the ops, your enemy. So that's my point. As a blood, you shouldn't also care about what all your other fucking factions
I
are
don't think
saying.
Christians
You're
see each other
uniting under
denominations.
specific
Christians don't
goal.
see
Hold
each
on.
other denominations as
Hold on,
blood.
Rika, damn it. Let me get a fucking point across. You're uniting as one specific unit as under one goal, and you're going to use that against your enemy. So again, same thing with Christianity, Catholicism. As long as you're a follower of God, Christ, or the combination of both, you should be more accepting of those people than, let's say, somebody who follows something else that conflicts with your own beliefs and is against you specifically because of your beliefs. because
So
they
you
don't follow.
saying the denominations are gang banging and gang bangers?
No,
No,
but you
it's
know what
called a
I'm saying.
metaphor,
be
Freddie.
I'm trying to make a relatable example because you're in fucking LA.
I know
Yeah,
it's
no,
hard.
he's saying they both respect the gang
I know
guys.
it's hard to understand
So the two denominations should get along, like
analogies and
the
metaphors
45,000
when
denominations of
you have a
Christianity.
sub 70 IQ.
I'm just
You
saying,
so
bro.
retarded.
Like you should be more
Yeah, I hear
inclined.
what you're saying. 45,000
Okay.
gangs in
No,
Christianity.
that's not about the
And you're
gang.
talking about
Damn it.
two.
agree with that being an IQ problem, JS, that he can't understand
Yeah,
metaphors.
yeah.
Because
I
it's a
hear why
good
you don't
metaphor. It
worry
is a
about what
good
the other
metaphor. It's a
I
good
don't agree
analogy.
that that's an IQ
saying in your
problem.
Christianity.
It is an IQ problem. If you can't understand a
that's an
metaphor or
IQ
an
problem.
analogy, yeah, that's an IQ
Yeah,
problem.
Yeah, bless
yeah.
America. I don't even
I'm
want to blame
pretty
him.
sure y'all have the
I
IQ
think
problem.
he's just trolling. I know Rick understands what the fuck I'm saying. He's
No,
just
you're
trolling.
not making no sense.
Okay, then you're fucking retarded. I guess I don't know what to tell you, man.
Yeah.
Certain types of people don't understand metaphors.
Let's not do that.
He's talking about the Christian
Oh, that
denominations
doesn't
as
make
if they
them
was Bloods and Crips.
R word though.
It's not that I was
Right,
saying
Mr.
that,
Man?
man.
No,
I was
it's
just saying something relatable, man. Damn it.
Yeah, but you're talking about the Christian denominations, right? And they shouldn't worry about what another denomination talk about, right?
They should be more like they should not infight as much. You know,
Yeah.
like let's all right.
Yeah,
Let's
they
say
shouldn't even
That's what he just said.
They shouldn't even worry about what the other ones are talking
But they
about.
should,
let
because
alone
they're still
infighting.
on the same path.
Let
Like,
alone infighting. Come on,
He
get it right
made
now.
a metaphor between Crips
Bro,
and
they're
Bloods
not.
with like Protestants and Catholics. They shouldn't be
Right,
they shouldn't be infighting with each other.
exactly.
They should say,
because they still kind of worship the same guy.
yeah,
That
we're
ain't what
still
you
the
said
same
about
we're
Bloods
still
and
the
Crips.
same
You ain't
group of
saying they shouldn't
people.
be
Let's
infighting. You saying they shouldn't be worried about each other.
They would disagree that they're worshiping the same God.
No, Bloods and Crips not worshiping the same God.
right, and they're wrong for that.
See, exactly. So your metaphor is stupid as fuck.
No, I'm saying that
No,
there's
it's a good
bunch
metaphor.
of different bloods.
Your denominations are worshiping
You're
the
saying
same
they
God.
should worship the same God, but they're not though.
No, guys.
See, look, he's fucked up. He don't have a good metaphor, and y'all can't.
It was a
explain
great
it. Shut the
metaphor.
fuck up. Shut the fuck
Bloods. All right, listen.
Shut it
Rico,
up. Shut up.
Between
Shut
the
up.
bloods,
Shut
there's
up.
1,000
Shut
different
up.
bloods,
Mr.
right?
Man.
Right.
Mr. Man. Mr. Man.
I'm
Shut
simply
up.
acknowledging that they have
Shut
a point
up.
of view.
You started off
I'm
as
not
they shouldn't
saying
talk.
they're right.
Now they
That
shouldn't
their
fight.
point
They
of view
shouldn't
is right.
infight.
It's
Now
a good
they
metaphor.
Exactly.
Now
That's
they
what I'm
love
saying.
their neighbor. Now they
Because
should.
all
Hey,
bloods,
now
hold
when
on,
you think
all
about it,
bloods,
shut the fuck up, Mr. Man.
Rika, all bloods have
Shut
the same
the fuck
agenda at the
up.
end of the day. They're bloods, right?
45,000 denominations. Yeah, they
All
denominations
bloods.
at the end of the day.
They all have the same end result message, which is whatever bloods believe in. I don't even know what bloods believe in. to be honest.
45,000 gangs, and they all believe the white man is the bad guy.
No, they don't. Shut the fuck up. Half of them are the white gangs, you dumb fuck.
Are they? Are there white
Yeah, white
bloods?
supremacy, #1 white gang in America.
Yes,
Bloods
I
are
know.
white?
That's like so in this
Let's
analogy.
go. They just
In this
locked 45
analogy,
of them up out here.
if the Crips and Bloods are the Protestants and the Catholics, then the white supremacy would be the atheists and the agnostics.
Exactly. That's it. That's as simple as that, man. What the fuck don't y'all get?
We just riding his shit and don't even make more
What are you
sense.
talking about? That was my entire fucking point, man.
No, it don't. Because
the
you still
Protestants
saying
and Catholics
they
are
should
not
get
the
along
same,
without
If there's a
Israelites,
million,
and they don't
hold
even
on. If
worship
there's a
the
million
same
gosh,
God.
James.
Hold on,
All
hold on,
your
hold on.
people worship the same
James, you
God.
gotta try to
Stop.
follow.
Look,
Y'all
if there's a
fucking
million,
retarded.
No,
Pat,
I'm following
Shut up.
because you're
Shut up,
saying
Mr. Man.
you're
Take
trying
another
to say that
Rika,
Catholics
what
and
pill? I don't take
Protestants
Shut
are
pills.
the
the
fuck
same.
up.
I don't take pills.
Catholics and Protestants are different denominations of the same source.
Christianity faith.
Yes.
But they're not the.
Yes.
But they're not the same, really. 'cause
They're not the
Oh,
same, but they
no,
still
yeah.
worship
Protestants
Christ,
would even
and
consider
they still
Catholics to
worship
be
God.
Christian.
Gosh,
I know a
James,
lot of
come on,
Protestants that would
man.
say Catholics are not even Christian.
Come on, James. Come on,
Mr. Man
man.
about to say, but they
Oh
still
no, I
work
know a
together
lot of
like the
Catholics
Bloods
that
and the
would say
Crips.
No, I'm
many
not saying that the
Protestants.
Bloods and
I
the
know a lot
fucking
of
Crips work
Protestants would say
together.
Catholics are not Christian.
Yeah, your metaphor.
I didn't say that. I didn't say that the
Yeah.
Bloods and the Crips work together. What I'm saying is the Lutherans, the Protestants, the Orthodox Christians, they all follow Christ. They're still on that side.
But they're
The
but
other
they
side is the ones that don't follow fucking
but
Christ.
would they
Those are the
say
Crips.
that though? I don't
Those are the
care
Crips.
what you say. It doesn't matter what you say. It matters what they say.
James,
So
what
they don't
matters
follow
is that
Christ.
you're being retarded right now. You're not listening and you're just wanting to talk and you're not really
Yeah, and this
listening. You're not
man's
hearing what he's saying.
hypotheticals
He's
don't make
making
no
a
sense.
really good analogy. It's a good
But what
metaphor.
he says doesn't matter at the
No,
end of the day.
that's
It
a
only matters
bad
what they
hypothetical.
say.
It's not a bad
What
hypothetical.
he
They
said.
follow
It
Christ.
is. No,
They follow Christ.
They were
there's
That's
no
their mission
similarities.
statement.
What are the similarities you're trying to make?
Christ.
The Bloods and Crips follow
It
the
doesn't
same
matter
Christ?
No.
what we think. It
No,
only
the
What are
matters
Bloods and the
what
Crips
similarities you
both
trying
follow
to
the
only
same.
follow Christ.
We're
And the Crips
black
only
men.
follow every
We're
other fucking
oppressed.
religion.
God.
How
God, so
are you
high,
not
baby.
losing my
following
mind
this?
here.
Make a point.
I know Freddie
losing
can
my
follow
fucking
this,
mind.
but he's being disingenuous. But James is
Yeah,
not
right.
following this.
Listen, he
No,
ain't
I'm
making no
no,
fucking
I'm
point.
following
He
you,
is
but you're
not
not
making no
making
fucking
sense
point.
though.
No,
Because
I
you're
don't know
not
what
making
this
sense,
man's trying to
James.
say.
You can't say you can't insinuate that someone believes something when they don't believe it.
If they follow
it's trying
Christ,
to impress something on someone that
look,
they
James,
don't
Yep,
actually
exactly.
believe.
James. If they follow Christ,
Exactly.
they're Christians. Whether they
Well,
follow,
just because
hold
you
on.
think that they're Christian, just because they follow Christ, doesn't mean that the people
That's what
By
Christ. That's what
definition,
Christian means.
Yeah,
by
there you
definition,
go.
following Christ means they're a
That's
Christian.
exactly how that works. Because
If
By
you follow
definition,
Christ, you're a
you're a
Christian.
Christian.
Christ
Yeah.
do
won.
you know the belief?
Well, I'm
One
a
with
Christ. Y'all
Christ,
follow
follower of
me. I
Christ,
got
or
I'm
little
followers.
fucking
Christ.
Bizarro land in this
not.
bitch right now.
Y'all my Christians, because I'm Christ and within myself. So therefore,
Well, what you
y'all
got
follow
to
me.
understand, my God, you don't have to worship God and be Christian to be a Christian. You guys need to understand that.
That's right.
Yeah, but look, I'm not saying that you don't have to worship. I'm
If
not
they,
talking about
it,
what the
listen,
worshiping of God, but there's also differences in how exactly they would consider and how
but
they would
James,
classify whether or not
do
someone is Christian or not. From the
see
from
Christ
the
as
Catholic
their Lord and
perspective,
Savior?
if you're
Yeah, in
not part of the
45,000 different
Catholic
ways.
Church, you're
Okay,
not a
that's fine.
Christian. If you're not
Even
part
if
of the
there's
Catholic Church, according to the
45,000 different
Catholics, you're not
ways
a
to
Christian.
follow
And
Christ,
if
do
you're
they
not part
still
of the
follow
Protestant
Christ at
Church,
the end of the day?
according to Protestants, I'm pretty sure a lot of Protestants would say you're not a Christian if you're not part of the
They can
Protestant.
say
Yeah,
whatever they
and
want.
I'm sure.
Do they follow Christ?
I'm sure a
Do
lot
they
of
follow
Hebrew
Christ?
Just like you
Israelites would
saying what
see
you saying.
a lot of Hebrew Israelites would see a light skinned black guy who's like, I don't think black people are the true Israelites, and they'd say, well, you're not a true black, like, but they're all black. That's
the
the
point is, you're missing the whole point that I'm trying to make.
no.
Just
You're
because
missing the
you
whole
think-
point that
you're
he's
missing.
making,
Yeah,
James.
because you
I'm like,
want to
all
insinuate-
Don't
y'all
say we're
lying.
missing the point when you're the one missing the point, James.
No,
that
he
they
got the
actually see
point
it
right
way
on the nose.
you
What is
want
his
them
point?
to see it.
All right.
That's why if
Hold
you
on.
don't see it from their perspective, you'll never understand why they're divided. If you never
But
see it
all
from
right.
their perspective.
Exactly.
Let me
They so
one-on-one
easy
with
to
you,
accept
James, right now, please.
45,000
So it's
different
subjectivity.
denominations.
It's
James.
subjectivity. It's
No,
if
y'all
you don't
so easy
if
to
you don't
accept
see my
45,000
truth, this is what James said earlier with my truth.
No,
My
I'm not
truth.
saying it's the truth. I'm
But
simply
James,
saying
but James,
that you
James,
have to see it
Yes.
from their
James,
Yes,
perspective in order
James.
to
Yes,
understand why
James.
they are the way they are.
James.
That's right,
I'm-
James.
James,
Yes,
just so you
James.
know,
not
when
saying
Freddie's
the
encouraging
truth.
you and cheering you on for what you're saying,
right,
you're
I'm not
probably
saying
retarded.
James,
No, you're right.
James,
You're right.
James. Real quick. The
One way
Protestants.
or no way.
Shut up, fucking Rika.
It's one way to
James.
get to God or no way. They want friends. They want 45,000 different denominations they can call as friends and allies and don't
You know
care
why
how
they
they
do
think.
that? You
But
know
there's
why they
only
do that?
one
Because,
way.
hold on.
It's only one
You
way to
don't
God.
want
If you're a
Freddie
true
agreeing
believer.
with you,
If you're a
James.
true believer, it's only one way to God.
That's-
But y'all let 45,000 and then a Roman Catholic church and
But
then
hold
a
on.
whole Jewish sect all call themselves Christians, and then
No.
we all going to heaven, and then we can all believe. Yeah, let's mount up. Josh even want to be friends with the Islam. He said
Do
if we
you
can get the
know-
Muslims to get on our team, then we really be tough. How dumb does that sound?
Do you know how? Do you know what the one segue into God is? The one uniting factor.
There's 45,000 different
Of
ones
all
in
the
Christianity,
45,000
baby.
differences, What's the one uniting factor? What's the common
It's
denominator here?
45,000 different differences.
Okay, but
baby.
what's the common denominator here?
Jesus.
Who knows?
Christ.
You don't know all different
It's
denominations.
Christ. It's
You got to
Christ.
know all
It's
denominations.
just Christ. Christ.
No, some don't believe in Christ.
Oh,
So if they don't believe in Christ, they're not Christians.
Yeah,
right?
they might be. They can believe in the
How
Trinity.
can they believe? How can they not believe in Christ and be a fucking
How
Christian?
can you be Christian and not believe in the Trinity?
That's not has nothing to do with that because
Yeah,
you
it
still
do.
believe in
It's
Christ.
not Christ
No,
himself.
you're
You
adding an
believing in the
extra
Father.
nuance.
No.
You're adding an
Now,
extra nuance.
No, you
to it.
believing in 2/3 that you're not
You're
just
adding an
only Christ
extra
about.
nuance. No,
No, you
because
believing in 2/3 or more than Christ.
They didn't say
It's not only
Trinitarian.
Christ. No, you believing in the
Nobody's
2/3.
calling
No,
themselves
that's just
Trinitarian.
a
No, it's
that's a
2/3 over
disagreement.
Christ that you
That's a
believe in.
disagreement over
It's
the
2/3 over
ontology.
Christ that you believe
That's a
in.
disagreement over the
No,
ontology of
no.
God, the being
Yeah,
of God.
okay, that's a different denomination, right? Yeah, okay.
No, yeah,
No,
it
it's
is.
not a
Yeah,
different
it is a different
Yeah,
denomination.
okay.
You
Yeah,
dumbass.
okay.
That's the whole
That's
point
right,
he's
Jay.
making.
Tell
It
'em.
is a different
Everybody else ain't
denomination.
Christian. They just pat
I'm
Well,
not arguing that there aren't
division
denominations.
because
They
you got
cherry picking and
Unitarians,
piggybacking
and
off
then
the
you got
main religion. Tell them,
Trinitarians, and
James,
you
you
got.
can't piggyback
Freddie,
off
you're
the
making
main
me.
religion.
You're giving me a headache right now because
Good,
you
cause you
sounding
can't
really
think.
stupid.
James,
No,
James,
you
do you
sound
genuinely think anyone here is arguing that there isn't differences between the denominations of Christians?
Right,
But
exactly.
they're trying to say, yeah, but what you're trying to
They're
say
they're
though is
saying
just
they're
because
making
they
an ought. They're making an ought
believe in
argument. There ought
Christ,
not
they
to be
can
this
somehow
division.
be together though. You're
You
trying to
watch
say just
Andrew.
because they
Wait. You
believe
watch
in
Andrew. You should be
Christ,
able to
talking and you
understand. You
can
should be able to
understand what he's
understand.
He
saying.
doesn't. He just
You should be
nods his
able to
head and
Watch
says
understand.
James
yes
talking.
to
This is an
whatever Andrew
ought. The
says. He
argument they're
doesn't.
making is an ought. It ought to be that
it's not
Christians
what
don't
Andrew
have this
said.
division.
Stop getting
So you
Andrew involved
saying
in this.
no?
This has
I'm
nothing
saying
to do with Andrew. I believe this long
He's not
before
involved
Andrew.
in this, but if he says something, you'll agree with it, and you have
I'm
no
not even.
idea
Not
what you're agreeing
necessarily.
with.
Wait, who
I
the fuck
wasn't
is
even
Andrew?
using it that
All
way either. I
There's a
wasn't
lot
even
that me and
using it
Andrew
that
would
way
Andrew?
either.
disagree
I was
on.
saying
And there's also a lot that we would agree on too, but
okay.
that's beside the point.
So I wasn't trying to say that you're just dick writing Andrew Wilson. Does Andrew Wilson not make ought arguments, things that you ought to do, even though they're not being done? Is that something that he talks about on his channel? I assume
You
it is.
sound like
Right?
a you sound
He
like a
is
dick
first
riding
blood.
Andrew. Goon, are you
Well,
dick
I'm
riding
not.
Andrew?
I'm not.
You know a
I'm
lot of
not.
Andrew.
My
Well,
earlier insult.
I'm not exactly riding
Take it back.
Andrew though. So
Yeah, Goon dick riding everybody tonight.
His point is, you watch Andrew
I'm
all the
I'm a
time,
very
and you
I'm a
still
very well
haven't.
known
You
I'm a
still
very well
haven't
known
figured out
conservative.
a is versus an ought. You still haven't figured that out, James.
well, I don't always have to agree with Andrew on how to.
We're not talking
I'm
about
not saying
agreement.
agreeing with him.
Fuck Andrew.
So
I don't
when
even
you
know who
make
that
an
is.
argument, you can make an argument about how things are or how you think should be. So they're making an argument about how they think things should be. So you making arguments about, well,
it
this is
should
how things
be,
are.
but without
It doesn't
well,
have to
knowing how
be.
people
things are,
disagree
how can you
sometimes. Yeah, we
how
know
can you
people
make an
disagree
argument
sometimes,
of
James.
how
All right,
things
James.
should
James, can we simplify this? James,
should be isn't
James,
really hard
James,
though. It isn't
James,
reality.
This is what he does. He just
James,
he doesn't
can we
listen to
simplify
what
this
people are
really quick?
saying.
Are you? Would you consider yourself a conservative or a liberal?
I'm a conservative.
Okay, all right. You know that there's
all
different.
throughout.
Hold on, stop. Before you say anything, you know that there's several hundreds of thousands of probably different factions, if you want to call them that, of conservatism.
Yeah, I realize that. Yeah.
Okay, all right. And also, there's liberals and probably several 100,000, different factions of liberalism as well.
Cherry
Would you
pickers.
rather?
Let's call them
Would you
cherry
rather?
pickers.
Hold on, Ringa, shut the fuck up, please.
No,
Would
let's
you
call
rather
them cherry
align?
pickers.
Shut
Would you
up,
rather
Freddie. Let him
align-
make his point.
Would you rather align with any given conservative as long as they don't have those liberal values? Or would you, no matter what, no matter how convincing the liberal side is, would you join the liberal, movement based off something that they're talking about?
Hypothetical.
I know it's hypothetical, but that's exactly my
Dumbass hypothetical.
So,
It's not
would
a
you rather?
hypothetical.
Would
It's
you
a
rather? Would you rather?
Yeah.
That's not a
align?
hypothetical. That's
Come on, he trying to get him to decide about a different
Because
different
I'm reducing it
conservative.
down now from Christianity versus
He
like not
already
Christian.
He's trying to get James to understand what he's saying, which is
Right.
like futile. It's good luck.
I think you can understand it. I think you can understand it.
Nah.
James. So there's a guy who you may not agree
Well,
with
you're
on
lying with a
everything,
different
but he's not
denomination
a
of
fucking
Satan.
liberal. Shut
You're
up.
lying with a
Rika.
different
Shut up.
denomination of Satan.
Rika,
That's what
damn
you're
it.
saying. But you're lying with a different
Rika,
denomination
let
of
me ask a
Satan.
motherfucking question, for fuck's sake.
Say it like you mean it, then, pussy.
I did fucking
You
say I'm
ask them all.
screaming.
You ask them all around the
Screaming my
bush.
fucking
Freddie,
You're lying with a
shut
different
up.
denomination of Satan.
Shut
is what you're saying.
up.
Shut up, Rika.
Shut up.
I'm over my bedtime.
Okay,
Ain't that
but
what you
just
saying?
answer this one question, James. Would you rather side with somebody who's on the conservative side, regardless of your personal beefs or interactions or conflicts of them, or would you much prefer to fucking side with somebody on the leftist, liberal, whatever Democrat side? That's
Or
what I'm trying to say.
independent. Put an independent choice in there.
Let's not
Don't just
jump
go
into that.
straight to Satan. Put an atheist
Gosh,
choice
Freddie.
in there. Fuck.
Oh, I'm glad you said that the left is Satan.
I don't care what y'all think. I'm not leftist anyway, you dumb fucks.
Yeah, you are.
A little bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
y'all
you are.
dumb.
Yeah,
Look
you
how
are.
dumb they are.
Hang in there,
Yeah,
You
you
didn't put
are.
an independent choice in there. You want to go straight to Satan.
Independent is
Conservatives like
independent
you,
is a fence sitter's way of
conservatives
saying
like
I'm a
you are
liberal, but I
liberals.
don't want to be called a liberal.
Conservatives
All right,
like
but
you
James-
are liberals. I'm an independent. He didn't put the independent choice
I didn't
in
ask
there.
you the
Because
question,
I said
Riga.
something about it.
Riga, I
Because
didn't
I said
ask
something
you the
about it.
question.
Be considered liberal
I'll
by the
address
gay
you
standards.
next time. But
Yeah,
I'm asking James
shut
right
your
now.
stupid ass up with your stupid.
Riga, I didn't ask
Y'all
you the
beating up
question.
on a
I'm asking
handicapped
James.
dude.
I'm not addressing
Why you
you,
beating up
Riga.
on a handicapped dude?
We can get into those nuances later. But
Are
I'm
y'all
asking James.
arguing with a mentally ill dude?
Riga.
Are you?
You
have
could
you
get
been
a
arguing with a
hundred.
mentally
You could
ill
get
dude all
100
night?
handicapped people in here, and I would make fun of every single one of them and take extreme enjoyment in every single sentence that leaves my lips.
That's probably emotional intelligence level. You feel me? I understand that. You 24 years old. You a kid. I got kids older than you.
The internet is bullying retards. If you haven't realized that yet, then you have a complete misconception of how the internet works. It's
Them are
picking out
white people.
specifically
Them are
retarded
white
people
Hey,
and then
them are
making fun of
Christians.
them.
Hey, them are white Christians. Majority white Christians. Internet bullies
Look, I want to answer the
handicapped kids.
question though.
So I
Yeah,
mean,
no, hold on, Riga. Let James answer the question. That's it.
Okay, now what was the question again? I forgot what the question was.
All right, there's a million different conservatives.
oh my
different
God,
Riga,
45,000 denominations.
No wonder he
I'm just
can't
never
fucking
gonna
understand
back
the
down
question.
to the
because you're fucking
concept
talking.
of are you going to bully a retard? 100% of the
wasn't the
time, I'm gonna say yeah, sure, I'll do that. I don't give a fuck.
Hold on. So we have a bunch of different sects of conservatives, and somebody who's a conservative of a different sect of conservatism than you. Would you rather side with them or side with the liberal? Period. Like,
yeah. No matter what sect they're from, even if they sound like similar to what you might agree with, would you rather side with somebody who's on your side who has your exactly end goal, your agenda?
Not
would
exactly.
You rather...
Or he can stay with his own. Quit lying, Mr. Mad.
Shut up, Freddie. Freddie, shut up.
He's posing the question wrong.
How is that posing the question wrong? They're two.
You said it's the exact
It's
same.
his question. He can pose it how he wants to.
No, he's changing it up. If you listen, he's changing the fucking question.
I didn't change anything, man. They're
Yeah,
two
first you
opposing
said it was conservatives.
Fundamentally, they believe in two different things, right?
Okay, don't say exactly like yours. You just said
I didn't
they
say
got
exactly.
views exactly
I said
like
similar.
yours.
I said if they believe similar things to you, like some fucking Republicans think that like abortion
But
is all
if
right.
he
I
can't
guess. I
keep
don't
his
know.
own faith, if you're telling him to pick something without his own faith, and he's telling you everybody else are
I'm not talking about faith
non-Christian.
right now. I'm
One
talking
minute
about
you're
literal
saying, like,
political
any
positions.
perspective, no matter what perspective, and then you started getting
Exactly.
What did I
Dumb
just say?
shit.
James, Tim Pool likes universal basic health care. Would you rather side with Tim Pool or would you rather side with Destiny?
Or David Pacman.
Or David
Tim Pool's a
Pacman?
conservative retard.
Now we're talking about liberals.
Oh my gosh.
They're technically all liberal.
All right.
I think even Tim Pool is probably pretty
So would you
liberal,
rather side with?
even though he's got some conservative ideas.
James, would you rather side with somebody like Matt Walsh or David Pacman? Matt Walsh or David Pacman?
This is the
And the
question right here. This is the question right here.
He's like,
Man.
well, I
actual
don't
answer
agree with
answer
everything
is
Matt
that it
Walsh
depends on what
says.
Mr. Man, I'm gonna ask you a
I
question.
don't agree with everything Matt Walsh
Mr. Man,
says.
is it 45?
Well, I
Is it
don't.
45,000 different
I don't agree with
denominations,
everything
or
Matt
is it
Walsh.
44,000?
Exactly.
Listen, or is it
Agree with everything Matt Walsh.
44,999
Oh my
wrong?
God, James.
As long as they
You
believe
need to you need to go watch some Coco Melon or something because you're
Delusional.
That's right.
to answer Rika's question.
Psychology. Like,
I don't agree with everything Matt Walsh says. I don't know. Your choices are destiny or
All James is saying is
that's the point,
44,999
James,
wrong
that's the
denomination.
point.
Yes, that was literally the point.
No, it ain't the point.
The
Y'all
point
accepting
is
everything.
you don't agree
Well,
with
I mean,
everything Matt Walsh says, but you
He's
would
not
probably still
engaging with
take
it, but I
his
will say the
side.
premise of this is stupid. You shouldn't take somebody's side depending on who they are. You should evaluate the argument every single time, no matter what time it is.
Right, but
Yeah,
if their end goal, like if your end goal is like, okay, the sky is fucking purple or red, let's say, and I'm telling you it's fucking blue, who would you rather side with? The guy who says the sky is fucking red or blue?
That's not the scenario. Why
If
is
somebody,
there 45,000
I don't
different
agree with
denominations saying
everything
it's
Matt
different colors?
Walsh says.
Why is it 45,000
I
different
don't agree with
denominations saying the
everything
sky is a
Matt
different
Walsh
color?
says, but if my options are between Destiny, who I agree with some things that Destiny says,
but does not believe in Christ.
but he doesn't believe in Christ, or Matt Walsh, who I don't agree with everything he says,
And he
I
believes
would
in Christ.
still pick the side of Matt Walsh if I
Because he
had to
believes in
pick
Christ.
between one or the other. God, it's not that complicated, James.
Yeah, but what do you mean by pick the side? Do you mean in a team sport? Everything is.
Yeah, who you agree with,
Yeah,
who you're gonna
like they have
Shut
the
up,
same
Goon.
they have the same.
No,
end
you
goal.
can. I'm asking a genuine question. You mean clicking up though? If you were the end of the day,
Yes.
who are you going? Who are you going to Denny's with?
Yes, if we had to go into a verbal combat battle and I had to pick sides between Matt Walsh and Destiny, I'm gonna pick Matt
I feel
Walsh
picking Destiny
every
is the
single
smart
time.
pick. I feel like picking Destiny is definitely the smart pick out of those two.
No, Matt Walsh will destroy Destiny.
Yeah. Anyways, no, but the whole point was, all right. As a Christian, as somebody who follows Christ, right? Would you rather, understand that somebody else who follows Christ and may be wrong about the way they follow Christ, is a better choice to align with than somebody who says Christ is Satan, let's say the Antichrist. Christ is just a prophet, and Allah is king or whatever.
I'll take it farther. I'll say I would take if I had to pick a side, I would pick Brandon Robertson's side over Matt Dillahunty's side.
I don't know who these people are.
Yeah, but my opinion doesn't matter.
They all
because
gay. They all gay.
I'm not the one that has to overcome that.
Because Brandon Robertson may be totally convoluted. He may be a gay pastor, and I maybe disagree with everything he says. But guess what? He's still seeking Christ, and he's looking. He may be totally wrong, but I'll take him over the guy that says Christ is fake and the Bible is evil.
There you go. Now I'm with that. That I think that perfectly summed up what I was just fucking saying.
I think James said it
James
first.
is not going to be able to wrap his mind around that.
No, James said you got to know what the 45,000 denominations mean, because one of them denominations could exactly say just that. You don't know what the fuck
how would
they
you
are.
make
They can call
sense,
themselves
JS,
Christians.
of
Unless
your
you know what those denominations represent, you don't know to say that you agree with them or not.
I'm not
James said I'd rather find out what them denominations believe in before I say I agree with
Freddie,
them.
shut
Y'all
up.
said, no,
Freddie, shut
No, we
up.
should
You're not
disagree
saying
with 'em.
anything.
Gosh,
It's relevant.
knowledge hurts. Shut the fuck up, boy.
Oh my God, Rika,
Hey, watch this. Tell me to
I'm
shut the fuck
hurt.
up.
Stop. Don't do that to him.
Watch. Now you're muted, so you can't talk. I'm not saying I like Brandon Robertson. I'm not saying I agree with him. I'm saying the guy that's seeking Christ, I would rather side with him, even if he's wrong about everything.
F word.
Yeah, even if he's the F word, a bundle of sticks.
Right, exactly.
I'll take him over the guy that says.
But sometimes you agree with me over Christians. How do you like make sense of something like that?
Wait, what are you, Goon? Are you not a Christian?
No, I'm not religious at
I
all.
knew it. No, I'm playing. What do you say?
Well,
I'm not
I mean,
religious at
it
all.
depends what we're talking about. If we're talking about politics, if we're talking about
Yeah. Well, yeah, that makes, like, again, that's all subjective shit, like there's a lot of
Even
things
when I
I agree
talk
with
about
people
religious
who I
stuff,
don't
you will
agree
say
with.
that I have a good understanding of like a lot of your religious values, but it's like I don't have the same values, but I can understand where they come from.
yeah, but we're talking about what you stand on. So
Right.
if you stand by, I don't care
Like,
what understanding you have. If you say Jesus was not real, God is not real, we come from evolution, but
I mean, I don't know if
we
Jesus
agree
was
on all our
real.
policies.
I don't know about all that.
Look,
But what if I
here's
follow like the 10 commandments? What if I follow all the commandments of God because I believe them to be good commandments, but I don't believe that like God gave the commandments?
You're sort of like an agnostic then, because you kind of you're like a mosaic agnostic.
Kind of. I mean, the best way I would put it is I've literally
I
never
don't
felt
care.
the presence
I don't
of
care if
God.
you're
I
a
don't know what
conservative.
God is supposed to be. Like I don't.
If
Why
you're a
did Rico drop off?
conservative, I muted him because he wouldn't keep.
I know,
quit.
but why did he didn't have to leave? He could have just, took his punishment.
I know. I was going to
Like a
take it
man.
back in a second, but listen, I don't care if you're a conservative Trump supporter. You agree with everything I say about politics and whatever philosophy,
God.
whatever, but you
And you
hate
hate
God,
God.
and you think
Right.
God's fake and the
Right.
Bible's evil.
Yeah.
I'll take the gay pastor over you.
Right. Yep. I agree.
Because at least he's trying to, at least he's seeking, at least he.
Not just that, it's the end like the end game is the
Yeah, but there's
same.
nuance to it too, though. You will pick me over the Christian that's screaming at you over the Trinity.
No.
No, I'd rather argue.
I've seen you
I'd
argue
rather
with,
take
with me against the Trinity.
I'd rather take
And
the
against the guy yelling at you against the Trinity.
yeah.
That's just arguments, though.
Right, but I'd rather take the Christian who we disagree on some doctrine and we disagree on some things. We might disagree on a lot of doctrine, but he follows Christ and he's seeking to follow Christ.
I'm not even saying what you guys are saying is wrong either. I think actually it's kind of weird to even argue against it because you're basically saying division is bad. And I think most people would agree with the concept that division is bad.
Division is bad.
I don't agree with that. I think division is good, but it's
between
between good and evil, and that's the point we're making. And if you deny God, if you say Jesus wasn't real, God wasn't real, I don't care what we agree about policy wise. We could agree about everything.
Like,
But
let's
if you're an
simplify it.
atheist, I'll take a Christian who I disagree with about everything over the atheist who I agree with about everything.
I agree that
let me
agree with what you're saying, JS. But my point is, it doesn't matter what you think. It matters what the Catholics and the
But
Protestants think. 'Cause
as long as they
you're
follow
not just
Christ
gonna
and I
change
follow
their
Christ,
minds without trying to know what they think, and then try to talk to them and explain to them things.
Yeah, James, I know, and I'm saying that's wrong.
right?
We're saying that's wrong.
I agree. It's wrong. We should try to come together.
But James, think of it like this, James.
But
Can I
that's
put it like
not
the most simplified example
You have
right
to
now?
work
I'm
within the
gonna
boundaries of
James,
reality.
the most simplified example. Do you want to actively hurt people and kill people?
Well, of course I wouldn't want to hurt
Okay,
people.
so would you rather align with Would you rather align with people who are like-minded like you, who don't want to actively hurt or kill people, or would you agree with another group of people that say, no, my main goal in life is to murder and hurt as many people as possible? Even if you guys don't agree on all the other nuances. Hold on, even if you don't agree on all the other nuances.
You're not seeing my point. You keep don't understand.
Because
I
it's
agree
it's
with
the
I
bigger
agree
picture, man.
Because
You're
your
not
point
getting the
keeps
bigger
going
picture.
to, well, Protestants and Catholics don't
Yeah.
align. We know, James.
You're not getting the bigger
But that's
picture. The
what
bigger
matters
picture.
the
Hold on,
most. You have
James.
to
James.
go
James.
from
James.
that
James.
perspective and
James.
try to talk to these people and convince
James,
these
you can't
people.
absorb. You can't absorb
You
the fucking
can't just
question if you keep
you
fucking
can't
talking,
just
man.
imprint what you believe onto someone and think that's gonna work.
But James.
Not how it
But
works.
James. If at the end
You have
the
to
big
convince
James.
them with an argument
James.
that is
James.
convincing.
James.
If
The
they're
bigger
willing to
picture.
even
What
listen.
is the bigger? Hold on. What is
Because
the bigger picture of
I've tried
James?
this
James.
so much in my life.
James.
I've
What is
tried
the
to
bigger
tell
picture objective
people
here?
what
What
I
is the bigger
think
picture
and each
objective? What is
way
the
I
end result?
believe
What is the end game?
work. It doesn't work.
Jesus Lord Almighty. James, what is the
See,
bigger
that's the
picture?
thing. I'm having
James,
trouble
why do
here with
you
you.
start talking the
'Cause
second I
y'all
start
don't
talking?
wanna understand that
You
it's
were
not
quiet
gonna
for like
work.
2 seconds.
I'm just wasting my time,
He
really.
doesn't ever answer questions.
James.
When I debated him, this was the whole debate. I would
Well,
ask
here,
a
I'll
question
answer
and he
for
was
him.
just,
Some of the big problems is that some of the definitive differences in the denomination have to come with what the end goal difference is. There are
The end goal
different end
difference
goals.
is just like not wanting to kill people and not wanting to hurt people. The end goal difference is
That's not what
hold on.
that's not what
You
all
follow
Catholics or
Christ.
Christians think.
Hold
though.
on. You follow Christ. That's it. That's it.
I think he's just making an example. He's just,
That was the example, right? You follow Christ. That's your end game. That's the big picture here. You follow Christ.
Well, how
Would I
it
rather
happens
would I rather align my beliefs and thoughts and whatever with people who want to hurt people? No. Just like I don't want to align with people who don't follow Christ. It's as simple as that.
Yeah, these things can clash. Like during the Holy Crusades,
hold on, let
these
James.
concepts-
But we're not talking about clashing,
Hold
man.
on. Let James say what he was about to
Yeah,
say.
go ahead, James.
There's huge fundamental differences, though. Catholics believe you have to also follow rules to go along
Sure,
with
but do they still follow Christ?
He's
Or do they
missing.
still follow Christ?
He's not.
the
He,
work idea,
But do they
where
still follow
Protestants
Christ? At the end of the day,
that works
do they
are
still follow
important.
Christ,
They
James?
think faith alone.
But at the
Faith
end of the
alone
day,
is huge.
at
he's
the end of the day,
missing.
after
He's
all is said
totally
and done,
missing the point. He's
After all
missing
is said and done.
everything that's been said for like
Right.
an
No, I'm
hour.
not missing what you're saying.
Yes,
You're
you
missing the
are,
fucking point,
James.
man.
We're
James,
together
that's the
irregardless.
point.
The only
We
point is
have
if they follow
doctrinal
Christ or not.
differences.
Well,
Yes, we have doctrinal differences, but
Right.
we all are following Christ. We're seeking to
Right.
follow God and
Correct.
Christ. That
Yeah.
is the
Those-
commonality
those
among them.
fundamental differences was what divides them, though. You don't
Okay.
get it. Those fundamental differences is
No,
what
you don't
caused
get it. You don't get what's being said. You're not hearing what's being said. I don't know if you're not listening or you're not hearing or you're
Yeah.
not
I get
understanding.
what
I don't
you're
know what
saying.
it is.
You're saying we should
You
all come
don't.
together no matter what.
No,
But the
that's not what
problem
he
is,
said.
No.
no matter what part is in the terms
Nope.
of Christian
Steelman,
worldview.
what Mr. Matt is saying.
Okay, you're saying
Yep.
in terms of a Christian worldview based on just the fact that they follow Christ, that they
Mhm.
should come together. But now the problem is with that is though the fundamental nuances of what it means to follow Christ is what divides these people because they have
Okay, that's
fundamental
irrelevant. That's irrelevant.
things of
That's
Christ.
irrelevant. We're not talking about what divides
Oh,
the
that's not
people.
irrelevant
Right.
to these people.
You know, it
That's
is irrelevant. It is
to
irrelevant. You're
Because
not
they
you
follow
and
Christ.
James.
the other guy beside me. That's
James.
to you.
An
That's irrelevant.
atheist, an
But to the
atheist,
Christ.
or
Protestants, the Latins, or
Oh
the
my
Catholics. It's not irrelevant.
I don't think there's any getting through to this. There's no.
Because what
Okay.
you think doesn't
James could be
matter.
making actual arguments right now too.
No, it's not. It's not a fucking actual argument. because
It's
they
not
keep-
an
No,
argument.
no,
He's
I'm
he's
saying- I'm
totally
saying he
missing the
could
whole
be.
point.
I'm saying he could be, but
Yeah, but he's missing the whole point.
Right.
We
yeah.
you're missing the whole
understand
point.
that there's doctrinal differences. We
Right.
understand that Protestants and Catholics and Orthodox and Presbyterians and Methodists, they all have different differences within them that divide them. We're saying those people are united under one point, which is
Right.
Christ.
You can't simply, but you
As
can't
opposed
simply
to an
define what it means
atheist.
to follow Christ, though. You're trying to define that it just simply means they're following Christ. That's simple. That's not taking in.
That's not simple. That's the end result.
of what it means to follow Christ because they have different fundamental
Okay.
meanings.
You're
So-
arguing nuance
The
of how to
nuance
follow Christ.
actually
So would
matters to these
the
people.
question
That's
is
why they're
the
divided, because
question
the
is
nuance
would you rather
matters.
align with someone who claims to be a Christian but they have different
Well,
doctrines than you have, or
what I think doesn't
you're interrupting the
matter though when
question.
it
So
comes
how are you
to
going to hear the question? You don't even know what the question is yet.
because you're asking me about my opinion. You're not asking
No, I'm
me
asking
about.
you a question. So I don't know your opinion until you answer the question. So you have to listen to the question to hear it.
Well, I've already told you I agree that I would rather align with the person who believes in following in Christ.
Okay.
Well, there you
Well then
go.
what?
That was a fucking
That's
entire
the
2-hour
whole
argument.
point.
But
Oh
you're talking about that they should though. You're saying that they should do the same thing, but the problem
Who's
is
they?
it doesn't matter what
Yeah,
I
nobody
think.
said anything about they. What are you talking about?
Didn't y'all say Protestants and Catholics should do the same thing?
No.
I don't even know what the
Wasn't
fuck a
that-
Protestant is.
Yeah, now I don't even
I
know
honestly
what
don't
the
even care. I'm just saying.
now I
at the
don't
end
even
of
know
the
what the
day,
this all goes back to the how the Crips and the Bloods are they have the same cause but they're different denominations
Right.
and
That was
They
it.
should.
Like they whatever the Crips love, the Bloods
Blackness.
hate.
Basis the argument that you think that they should do these things.
No, nobody's talking about they think anything. What are you talking about?
No, that you think that they should, not that they do. That you.
No,
think
no,
that
no.
no.
Oh.
Yeah, this isn't odd.
Dude.
James is
What?
oh my god. It's
'Cause
like
I thought
talking
the
to a
whole
it's like
point
talking to a
of you
TikTok
saying this is that you
person.
saying that-
This is a bot. This guy's a bot.
I don't know. But this
I
is
thought
dumb.
the
AI.
point was your opinion is that Catholics and Protestants should come together on the basis that
I
they
never
both
said come
don't follow
together.
Christ.
I just said that you know. Oh my
Yeah,
god.
he never said that.
I never said come together. I said
Come together. Ain't that really the same thing? Really? I mean,
I would say that all the denominations should just we should just get rid of all those denominations and it should
they
just be
keep it one
Christian.
denomination.
right, just Christianity. Right.
Well, that's like coming
No,
together.
no.
working
Denomination is not a thing.
Definitely coming together. Like
There is no denomination.
Well,
I never said anything about coming together.
How are you a?
if you're talking about if you're talking about calling everyone Christian and getting rid of the denominations, that is bringing everyone together.
No, because they're still Christian.
Right, but that's not what he was arguing. I just said
that's what
I
he was
would
arguing.
argue
That
that.
is what he was arguing.
I was
No, it was
arguing the
not.
whole time that you
Being
were
on the side of
No,
all
that's not.
conservatives.
That's never what
Well, that's
Mr. Mao was
Yeah, all
saying. I
conservatives ain't
just
the
said
same.
that I would argue that. But that's
Well, I
not
was
what
arguing the
Mr.
whole
Mao
time.
was
You're-
arguing.
That was not. I can tell you
Yeah,
right now.
I was just directly responding to JS there. That's
Yeah,
what I was responding
what
to.
I just said is
Mr. Matt was
something
arguing he
totally.
would
I
align
was
with
not arguing that,
45
Rick.
denominations.
I
45
was not
state
arguing that
denominations.
one bit. Not for 1 second was I arguing that.
Yeah, you was.
No, I was
You
not.
wasn't arguing. You would side with 45 denominations that believe in Jesus because it's close to what I believe in, what he believes in.
No, I'm just saying. At the end of the day,
That ain't what you started.
He's saying there's more of a unity between that
Yeah,
group.
and he wouldn't align himself with them, right? Come on, Mr. Man, quit being disingenuous. Y'all bitches.
I have no
Y'all
affiliation,
some bitches.
dude. What I just tell you, I'm not even fucking. I'm agnostic Christian, but I still follow Christ.
Yeah,
So
and you would
anybody who
align with
follows
45,000 denominations, right?
I don't care about that, man.
But you are saying you will, right?
What I'm saying
You're
is,
asking him, will he,
no,
right?
dude. Did you forget that the
Yeah.
entire
Oh
thing that
my
brought
God!
this
Now
up-
you asking questions.
I
You
would
answer
align with
questions.
anyone over those
Now you-
45,000 denominations over Matt Dillahunty. Yes.
I'm not aligning with
Good,
anybody.
good.
Y'all have a good one. Talk to
What
y'all
I
That's
said
all
later.
it
was,
is. That's all it was about.
no, it was not. What I
Yeah,
said
it
was,
was. Quit lying.
no, it was.
I'm
listen,
about to
Rick,
end anyway,
listen,
James.
Rico.
So.
What I
This
said
man
was,
being a liar. It was
What I
about
said
him
was-
aligning with Christians.
that's
Because
not
their
what I
same
said.
end goal is to get to God, Jesus.
Right. Exactly.
Right.
The main
But that's
objective
not
is
their
as
end
long as
goal,
you
but
have
you
a
don't know
pathway
the-
back to God through Christ.
You think that's
all you need
that's
to
what
worry
they
about,
believe.
and we should be happy. We
You
shouldn't
think
be.
that's what they believe.
No,
You don't know what
but
them
listen,
44,000 K believe.
What I said was, I don't give a fuck about criticizing the differences. I think it's a net positive that they use whatever way they get to, Christ and God.
Whether it's killing babies or not, you don't know.
Are they killing babies?
You don't know. So yes, they could be.
That.
Whether it was that,
I really
you
doubt
would be
that, because
okay
if
with
they're
it.
killing babies, they're not of Christ.
See, shut the fuck up. You don't know their denominations or what the fuck they doing. That's why James said they're not of Christ. That's why James will not admit that they're Christian. They're so ready to admit that they're Christian.
I would rather side with a Christian abortionist than an atheist abortionist.
I'm not an atheist. I believe in
If
God.
I had to
Quit spreading
pick a
lies that I
side,
don't
if I have
believe
to
in
pick
God,
a
'cause I
side
ain't
and I
never
have
said
to
I
go
don't
stand
believe in
with this
God.
person, somebody
Have
said,
you
"Hey,
ever heard me say I don't believe in
you
God?
gotta stand on the side of one of these two people."
Mr. Mad, have you
And
ever
it's a
heard
Christian
me say I
abortionist who
don't believe in
says,
God?
"Hey, shut the fuck
I don't
up,
know.
Freddie," when I'm talking.
No, you lying and saying I don't believe in God. That's a lie.
Okay, so I would rather go stand next to the Christian who says, "Well, I can justify abortion with the Bible and blah, 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 blah." I'd rather go stand next to them than the person that says, "God isn't real and that's why I'm okay with abortion." If I had to pick between one of those two, I'm going to pick the Christian abortionist. And then I can try to talk to them and say, "Hey, this isn't the way, blah, 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 blah." But if I go to stand with the atheist, now I got to start from the whole beginning and say, "Well, now I got to convince you of God." This person I just have to convince that abortion is wrong. This person I have to convince that God is real. Then I have to convince that abortion is wrong.
I think for me, again, my original point was like, I don't give a fuck what Catholics do as long as they believe in Christ and they found a pathway back to God. Like, for me, I'm not gonna disparage their differences. I'm not gonna like call them out on it. For me, it's like, okay, maybe they don't do things the way I do it, but they're kind of on the right path because they at least follow Christ. They at least want to get back to God.
But they're
For
touching
me,
altar boys the whole way,
Oh
closing
my
churches because they
gosh.
can't pay
but
for
see,
it.
but
Yeah,
then
your
Yeah, but you don't
grandkids
care how they
are
get to God as
all
long as
in
they
public
that's
schools.
not following God, though, because touching little boys is not following God or Christ.
They are in the
They may
church.
say that
That
they're
is
doing it.
following God.
They may
dumbass.
say that they're doing it, but doing that is not loving yourself as your neighbor
Man,
and
get out
and
of
loving
here.
God with all your heart, right?
I'll still go stand next to that Catholic before I'll stand next to the public school atheist teacher who's doing
Who
the
was also
same
doing
thing.
the same shit, right? Exactly.
They're doing the same thing. What are you talking about?
He's
Yeah.
giving a
Stand next to a
hypothetical.
pedo,
You're
you
more
stand next to a
likely to
If you
get
choose to stand next to a pedo, whether
touched
he's
in school
Christian
by
or
a
not,
teacher
Josh,
than
if
you
you
are
choose
by
to
a
stand
Catholic
next to a
priest.
pedo, that's on you.
Josh,
you
from
choose
your
to stand next to a
worldview, isn't
pedo,
the
that's on you.
teacher and the Catholic both enacting the will of God?
No.
But you said there's no free will. They're both living out God's plan then.
Yeah, and I'd rather go stand next to the person who God wills
Get
that is
molested by a
aligned
son
more
of
with
God,
me
right?
than the person who's not aligned with me. If I have to pick between one or the other, then
I mean, I didn't even bring up the picking thing. I just said that, like,
Yeah, all right. You just said that. You just
I'd
said
quicker
that.
celebrate somebody who found
dumbass
a way
people
back.
like Freddie always want to bring
No,
the
y'all rather condone pedophilia.
the Catholic priests are touching
Rewind the tape.
Y'all rather
kids.
condone pedophilia.
I said I would.
They get to God.
I'm not talking about no fucking pedophilia, man. I
Yeah,
just
you
said
are. You said you don't care what they do and call themselves Christians if that's what they do.
no.
As long as
no.
if that was part of their church.
No,
I never said if they're
Yeah, you don't
calling
know what
themselves
44,000
You're-
There's a lot of
denominations
people.
do.
You're
There's
a
a lot of people who
professional
call
straw man,
themselves
Freddie.
Christian and don't do anything that's Christ-like or anything similar, and don't actually believe this shit. They just say it.
You're a professional straw man, Freddie. You didn't hear what I just said. If I have two choices and I have to pick one to align with, and they're both PDF files, and I have to pick one or the other, then I'm gonna pick the one that at least is trying to find Christ over the person who totally denies him. That's all it comes down to. Doesn't matter what extreme things you want to add to it. The person that more theologically aligns with my worldview with
I can kind of agree with that because it goes back to the whole even if you're born again or of the the new spirit.
I don't get it. So from your worldview, shouldn't atheists also just be
No,
your
because
brothers?
they don't want to
They're
do
like
good. That's the
also
point. They don't
they're
want
instruments
to.
of God.
They don't
But he
want
doesn't
to do good.
believe.
Well,
in,
they're
like,
instruments of
personal-
God, but
Yeah, so like from his perspective, the only way atheists could exist is if their purpose is to try to push you away from the faith of God. They're meant to be like temptations, mouths of Satan, basically, pulling you away from faith.
right, their daddy is Satan.
And they're predestined.
So they're not my
to
brother.
Do so. And God's doing that to test you. But
It's-
in that way, they're just as holy as you are.
I don't think it's I don't think it's that because it goes back to the whole thing of like you die and you're you're born of the spirits, right?
Well, I
But
get that's
you
not
have-
what you're arguing. I'm saying
hold
with
on.
Josh's argument about predestined.
I know, but I'm
like,
getting to that. You have fleshly temptation, so it's the
Yeah, we
equivalent
can-
of like
You're-
let's say you're on a diet and you break your diet because you're just so hungry you can't help the temptation, you do it, whatever. But your goal isn't to not be on a diet. Your goal is at the end of the day is to still eat healthy and try to do well for yourself. Just like for your own spirit, you want to do well.
Hold on,
But
I'll say
sometimes you
this.
break.
If so let's so you want to bring the free will thing into it, that's fine. I cannot
Make it all
choose.
consistent. Make it a bundle package.
I cannot choose to be brothers. I am brothers with my brother. I didn't choose to be brothers with my brother. So even if they're both horrible, evil, PDF file, murderer, rapist, blah, 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 I can't choose to be brothers with my brother in Christ. And my brother in Christ may be a horrible, evil, demonic person, but we have the same father. Whereas the other guy who's a horrible, evil monster is not my brother.
Right.
But wouldn't like agnostic people be like your opposite then?
No, agnostic just means you question things.
Yeah, they're
Yeah, exactly. They're undecided. But if
they
you're
annoy
already,
me
like,
because
not
they're
that you're
just fence
undecided,
sitters,
because,
but
like I said, a Christian agnostic believes in Christ, believes in God, but questions say things like, "Are we sure like what the Old Testament says is valid?" Or
and if the agnostic dies not knowing, then they're still gonna he's
But the agnostic should be like the antithesis of what you believe, because there's somebody to be agnostic is to believe you have freedom of choice.
I
you
don't
have
like
freedom of will.
agnostics because they're fence sitters. I would rather talk to an atheist than an agnostic, because at least an atheist is taking a stance. But
no, because the Christian agnostic is still taking the stance. Like I said, in my example, I still follow Christ and I still believe there's God.
but it's kind of an oxymoron.
It's
Well, like, let's say there's somebody that's
agnostic would say,
tempting
I don't
you
know if
away
God
from.
exists or not. A true
Let's say
agnostic
there's
says,
somebody tempting you away from God because God told them to.
But
But
that's
how
the
can
thing.
you be a follower of Christ if you
Because
don't
you
even
just don't
know if
believe
he's
that,
the
like
son
the
of
Bible,
God?
because you don't believe that the Bible is exactly accurate
But
the way they
take
say
the
it
Bible
is.
out of it. Christ
Exactly.
is the
That's
son.
my point. That's why you become a Christian agnostic, because you still believe in Christ, because in your heart you believe in
But
Christ.
you believe Christ is the son of God.
Yes.
Then how are you agnostic?
Because you question the doctrines that
That's fine.
create.
But that doesn't make you agnostic.
It does, because you're still questioning, because true Christians, quote unquote, would say, no, you have to follow all these tenets. You have to praise, you got to go to church every Sunday. You got to do this. You got to do that.
No, but
saying,
but
I
you
don't
believe
know.
Christ is the Messiah. He's the son of God.
Absolutely. Yes.
So how can you be?
Because I question all the other shit. I question all the biblical shit.
So you're agnostic about all that, but you believe there is a God.
And I believe that God
And
sent
you
his
believe-
son Christ here for to die for our sins, and that through Christ,
So that's just
the
a
only
Christian.
way to get back to God.
That's just a Christian.
Well, yeah, I guess it would be considered.
You're Christian, but you're agnostic about all the different doctrines.
Well,
and
that's
stuff.
what I'm
I've also talked about Josh with this. I think most atheists are just Christians that hate God. Like
think
I don't
so,
believe
too.
most atheists are even really atheists.
Oh, I think so,
I think
too.
the real
I agree.
atheists are like people that live out in like Papua New Guinea and have never heard of the concept of God before.
Yeah,
Like
that's
these are
a
like
true
real
atheist. Well, no, that's actually a true agnostic because they just don't know
Yeah,
because they
don't
haven't
know.
heard.
Right. Yeah, they don't know.
Well, yeah, I get it.
I'm not saying I don't know God exists or not. I'm just saying I don't know that what I've been taught about Christianity.
But a
is
true
exactly
atheist just
true.
hates God.
Yeah, I think that's correct. I think a true
I think
atheist
we all know there's God, but the
Yeah,
atheists just
exactly.
they don't like him. But I gotta go, guys. It's getting late.
All right.
I'll be back tonight. We got UFC 311 coming up tonight, so fight nights.
Oh show.
Full show.
Later.
All right, later, Goon.
Hell
Later,
yeah.
Mr. Mad. Have a good night.
Good night. You gotta get that debate going with that Aiden kid.
Yeah, if you well, I guess you don't know him, but yeah, we'll try to figure something out.
I don't know him. He has a small enough chat. I could probably get his attention again at some point if you want me to.
And he reads chat too, because I said something in his chat and he read it. So I said his hair looks like my pubes. And he read it on the stream. So
Yeah, wasn't there an after show? He like decided to come on here rather than go on the after show.
he was trying to go on the after panel and do a debate, but he came here instead. I don't know, but yeah, I don't know, but I gotta go to sleep. I'll see you
Hell
later.
yeah, brother. See you tomorrow.
Have a good night. All right, chat. That got crazy at the end. I don't know. Like, I think we were all talking past each other. And then Freddie doesn't help. He's just throwing in stuff. He's like, I think James was totally missing what was being said. And then he's trying to say, and we're all just talking past each other. I don't know. It's I don't know. I think James was missing the point of what we were trying to say. We're not trying to say that all the denominations should just agree and get along. Of course, that's never going to happen. We're just saying that, I don't know, that all started with the metaphor of the Crips and Bloods, which is a good metaphor. It's different denominations of the same group. And I don't know, James. I don't know if James didn't get it or maybe he didn't hear it or what, but it was a good metaphor. And then it turned into a bunch of mess. Got messy there at the end. I debated that Aiden dude, not really. Wasn't really much of a debate. Just he came up on the panel. He wanted to get a taste, and everything I said was true. I'm not gonna have a Google party and sit here and look up all the sources, even though I have countless files and stuff, and I do shows about this every week, and I talk about it extensively and go over it and all that stuff. And I probably do have files on everything I said, but I'd rather just say what I say and see how they respond. And usually the response from a liberal is, what's your source for that? What's your source for that? And then when you show them the source for that, they change the topic. So I'm not going to play the source game. I'm not going to play the what's your source for that, because then they just denied the source. So we all see what happens, and you can try to deny it all you want, but it's true. I'm gonna play a little song that kind of ties into some of the things we were talking about tonight. I like this song a lot. This is called Division from Tyson James.
Meet Asana.
Oh, hold on. We got to add But we got fight nights tomorrow. UFC 311, Makachev versus what is it? Namaka Naka Laka Pravaka Chaka Laka. I think we have 2 title fights tomorrow. It's gonna be a good UFC 311. It's gonna be good. I will start. I think the preliminary card starts at 5 or 6 p.m. So I'll try to start around there, 5 or 6 p.m. Mountain Time tonight, and we'll go until I get tired. But fight nights tonight. Watch the fights, commentate on the fights, talk, hang out during the fights, and then afterwards, all hell is unleashed. But we'll get into that tonight. I like James, but James, sometimes you just gotta shut up and just listen to what people are saying. And if you don't understand it, say, instead of arguing against it, you're not at debate level yet, bruh. You're at learning level. Listen to what people are saying, and if you don't understand, ask questions instead of always trying to argue when you're arguing off of a misconception of what somebody just said. The king of strawmans. I asked him to steel man what Mr. Mao was saying, and he couldn't steel man it. The simple steel man was, we're more agreed with people on our side than people who aren't on our side. Even if we disagree on a lot of things, we're still overall more agreed than people who are totally against. There's a core belief, and we're separated on those things. We should be separated on those things. Jesus came to divide good from evil. The atheist versus the Christian. All these smaller divisions are worldly. They're not necessary. They're things that, yeah, me and my brother disagree on things, but that's still my brother. If you are not my brother, even if we agree on things, you're still not my brother. That's the whole concept that we were trying to go through there, and it just there was no fruition from that little discussion. But what do you expect at 6 a.m. when people have been streaming for 11 hours on a Friday night? You can't expect much. You can't expect, a fruitful conversation. But it was fun. I had fun. Let's listen to this song, and then I'll head out, guys.
Revelation 6 and verse 8. Now look at this carefully. And I looked, and behold, a pale horse. And his name that sat on him was Death. Note carefully. And hell followed with him. And power was given unto them over the fourth part of the earth to kill with sword, hunger, death, and beast of the earth. There's a famine coming. Hard times are coming. Right now is just the beginning of sorrows. It's the graciousness of God. It's God being merciful and long-suffering to us. He's that kind of God. He's trying to wake people up.
Come to bring the peace, boy. Came to bring the vision. Hey, what you know about the mission? I can see him coming in the distance. If you vote lib, please don't call yourself a Christian.
If you vote lib, please don't call yourself a Christian.
Hey, what you know about the mission? I can see him coming in the distance. If you vote lib, please don't call yourself a Christian.
I'm gonna bring the peace, boy. Came to bring the vision.
We in the last days. Better get your act straight while you have grace. I can see you tripping and gripping the fast ways. And I can see you trying you down to have faith. Just bow down. Cause I can see the sword coming out the sun's mouth. And it ain't cutting carrots, it be cutting down the proud. Receive love now, but judgment gonna hunt you down. The king is coming, trust me, you ain't running from the crown. The line's in the sand. America divided, and I'm fine with the plan. I'm trying to get right, cause one swipe of his hand, he wiping mankind and all life off the land. Even so come, Jesus came to put a wedge in between us.
Separate the betas and ruined all the leaders.
I know you hating cause I'm booming out your speakers. Hey, I won't cave, I'm speaking true to all believers, man. Look up in the sky, see the fire in his eyes, homie, you don't want smoke. King of kings on the side, but you already denied, bro, and there ain't no hope. Men's heart's gonna fail, the flesh will never prevail. You thinking it's still a joke? It ain't no joke, man. come to bring the peace, boy, he came to bring the vision. Hey, now what you know about the mission? Hey, I can see him coming in the distance. If you won't live, please don't call yourself a Christian. He didn't come to bring the peace, boy, he came to bring the vision. Hey, now what you know about the mission? Hey, I can see him coming in the distance. If you won't live, please don't call yourself a Christian. He didn't come to bring the peace, boy, he came to bring the vision. He separate the light and the dark. He put his sword in between it like dividing the heart. Your flesh crying out like the bite of a shark. The spear knocking, won't you meet me by the side of the park? Get born again. Pro-life and pro-death, I speak right. I'm in a fight, it's like work, no sweat. Now don't worry, look at the birds, they don't stress. People dropping from corona, who knows, I go next. We all die. He separate the strong and the weak. He came to bring a message, are you falling asleep? I'm asking, if you a rat, he'll cast you into the deep. Well, the worm dies not, there's plenty passing to eat. Yeah, and make you wanna fast for a week. Or make you wanna laugh, you can't fathom the heat. The king is coming back and he jacking the sheep. His mighty hand will expand and it's smashing the weak. Look up in the sky, see the fire in his eyes, homie, you don't want smoke. King of kings on the side, but you already denied, bro, and there ain't no hope. Men's heart's gonna fail, the flesh will never prevail. You thinking it's still a joke? It ain't no joke, man. He didn't come to bring the peace, boy, he came to bring the vision. Hey, now what you know about the mission? Hey, I can see him coming in the distance. If he won't live, please don't call yourself a Christian. He didn't come to bring the peace, boy, he came to bring the vision. Hey, now what you know about the mission? Hey, I can see him coming in the distance. If he won't live, please don't call yourself a Christian. He didn't come to bring the peace, boy, he came to bring the vision.
There's fear in the hearts of the people out here. They're scared to death because they think they may die. And my dear friend, if you don't know the Lord Jesus Christ, dying is a horrible thing. You keep putting it off, you say. Sure, you put it off. Put off the thought of it, but as sure as you live, the death angel following you. He's walking in your footsteps. He's walking behind you. David said, there is but a step between me and death. He knew that. The day will come when you'll draw your last breath on this earth. Then where will you go?
Ugh. Hold on. I want one more. I love this song. This song gives me the heebie-jeebies every time I listen to it. This next song.
Homemade recipe.
This song makes me feel.
Household name.
It makes me feel something. I don't feel things a lot, but this song makes me feel something. Every time I listen to it, it makes me feel something. Topher, Marine rapper, Tyson.
Yeah, this is the land of the free. Many have died on that beach. Many have given their life for the country so you could be let off the leash. Preach, I'ma go get it, no breaks. I'ma hustle, forget the snowflakes. This American muscle, I carry the muzzle. If you don't work, there is no cake. Hey, American boy, till I'm dead and gone. Till they bury me and I'm set in stone. I'ma lead the fight, I don't need the right. I'ma preach Christ, I'ma let it be known. This is the home of the brave. I'm not alone in my zone on the wave. The strong survive, and we all on the rise. If you better, you gon' be a slave. I'm willing to die on this hill. I will not lie, man, I gotta be real. I'm having the time of my life, I'm aligning with Christ, so I don't got be popping them pills. So stand strong, get thick skin. Put your pants on and stop whimpering. Man, I'm gung-ho, my chips are in. All-American boy, are you listening? God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. Now I'ma follow God, become a new of me. And I'ma be rocking, you ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy.
This is the home of the brave. Many have signed up and died for this place. Dude, I got shot and went through all the bomb blasts, and just so that star-spangled banger could wave. Goodbye to all of you fakes. Counterfeit one to us snakes. Right when you're climbing, they trying to fight you, man. Tyson, bro, what does it take? American thug, what they calling me? My skin tattoos all on me. Mohawk leather all on me, but you do not see the God in me. Always been a king, mama telling me. Never mind the ones who was doubting me. What about my brother who's proud of me? My family, they proud of me. I'm winning the fight in the field. Did it before in the war and I will. Try this one home and I'll steer it alone. If it means that I'll give you all something that's real. Yeah. Fall in attention, blue diamonds, what I'm giving. It's simplified to the very end. American, you listen. Tell me.
God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. Now I'ma follow God, become a new me. And I'ma be rocking you, ain't.
I just like when he says, my brother's proud of me, my family is proud of me. I like that part.
American thug, what they calling me. My skin tattoos all on me. Mohawk leather all on me. But you do not see the God in me. Always been a king, mama telling me. Never mind the ones who was doubting me. What about my brother who's proud of me? My family, they proud of me. I'm winning the fight in the field. Did it before in the war and I will. Try this one home and I'll steer it alone. If it means that I'll give you all something that's real. Yeah. Fall in attention, blue diamonds, what I'm giving. It's simplified to the very end. American, you listen.
God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. Now I'ma follow God, become a new me. And I'ma be rocking you, ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy.
I never imagined a day I would hear so many Americans say they won't stand for the anthem, but communists bound to attack and our freedom to pray. Even go as far to allow mockery of my Christian faith while blocking the people that respond to the mockery with true facts, love, and no apologies. I'm pushing back against all of it. Council culture, man, y'all shoving. No sellout, I'm out of y'all budget. I'm a patriot, no Paul Tucket. Years now, I'm been a family guy. With Air Force before 25. Beat poverty in that mindset. And this great land with millions strive to immigrate every year. Let freedom reign, but your belly here. Coming for our guns, make it disappear. Shall not be infringed, very clear. Stop playing victim, took criticism and left the prison like Craig Long. Now I'm independent and I run a business. If you offended, then you're dead wrong, boy.
God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. Now I'ma follow God, become a new me. And I'ma be rocking you, ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy. God put me in this country, I'm gonna testify. I'ma fight the devil, I won't let him slide in the country till I die. I was lost and looking for a better life. Christ came in that day, I met the light. Now I'm looking to the sky, and I ain't gonna change up for the foolery. Now I'ma follow God, become a new me. And I'ma be rocking you, ain't moving me. I'm just a homegrown American boy. All the way from the Northwest, down the coast of California, American boy, and all the way down to Mississippi. Yeah. We just some American boys, trying to bring the world together. Some good music. That's it.
Looks like the Hodge twins had Bryson Gray on 19 hours ago on their channel. I'll have to check that out tomorrow. Play one more song and then I'm gonna go. That's an ad. One more song, Crusader. Actually, no. I'd rather listen to this. We've played this before, but I love this song. I love this song.
I learned the hard way. Teachers always said I was a hard case. Wish I didn't go the hard way. Now I serve him with my heart. I had to part ways from the hard way. I learned the hard way. Had to learn life ain't no arcade, so when sin come, I don't partake. I know heartache, just a heartache, I done crashed. Into that wall and I bashed my head and I'm picking out glass. The scars that I got, cigars in the bars that we hop, I just sit back and laugh. Ain't no change in the past, pray in the pain, I will praise in the ash. Stay with the king when it gray and it rain, and he washing my sin like a stain in the glass. Listen, there's a lesson to learn. Turn from your sin, you ain't destined to burn. The first will be last and the less will be first, and I promise you'll grow if you get in that word. The hard way. Teachers always said I was a hard case. Wish I didn't go the hard way. Now I serve him with my heart. I had to part ways from the hard way. I learned the hard way. Teachers always said I was a hard case. Wish I didn't go the hard way. Now I serve him with my heart. I had to part ways from the hard way. Listen. Went through the pictures to get to the palace. Had to get rid of the grit and the malice. My heart ticking away, still gotta listen and pray. Chipping away at the callus, that hard way made me tough. Meet me at the parkway with the stuff. That's a dark day, I was dark gray. Harm's way only put me in cuffs, and I had enough. Had to surrender my will. Roll down the window and throw out my pills. Now I fight like Kimbo. Turn from my sin like a limo, cause Jesus, he paid all my bill. Man, that's a long list, but I win. I was an accomplice to my sin, but now I'm receiving this grace. I'm seeking the king on my face. I learned the hard way. Teachers always said I was a hard case. Wish I didn't go the hard way. Now I serve him with my heart. I had to part ways from the hard way. I learned the hard way. Teachers always said I was a hard case. Wish I didn't go the hard way. Now I serve him with my heart. I had to part ways from the hard way.
Live from New York.
We're listening to another song. I'm gonna keep going.
There's a line in the sense of who do you favor? Yeah, all of these politicians gon' pay. They're leading the people astray. They pushing the needle, they want you to be in the fetal, so we need to pray. Give me that green light, I'm extreme right. And I stay ready for a street fight. If you mind your biz, stop pushing it evil on kids, won't be no beef right. But there is now when we ready. Look, who wanna get it? I wanna live, but the Bible says it'll be deadly. We in the end times, I defend mine. I'm a Christian, don't wanna be Freddy. But you pushing us over the levee with your Baphomet trying to cast a hex. Now I have to flex on you heavy, and I hope you're ready. Cause everything burning down, I'm in the word and I'm learning now. Earth is a curse and it feel like a hearse, but I know that Satan is furnace bound. Need a fresh start and I admit it. The best part is I'm with it. Got the Kevlar with the head guard, we gon' press hard to the finish. We need a crusade, go and destroy all of the temples of the new age. Restoring the live God with the 2A. You don't read your Bible, they was too cray. We need a new page, think we need a crusade. I'm the salt of the world and I won't lose flavor. Crusader, there's a line in the sense of who do you favor? Crusader, think we need a crusade. Times are getting too gay. They're coming after us, but I'm strapped up and I'm keeping my two-way. Planned Parenthood need a burn, and everybody need turn. But no question, it's a lesson that everybody gon' learn. You break the law of God, then you gon' pay the piper. The shepherd is calling your name, but you obey the viper. If we go Old Testament, then y'all gon' need a diaper. I'm with my brigade, I'm ready to fade, and I'm the sniper. All these altars to Baal, they gon' fail. Your pagan gods and major frauds, and they leading y'all to hell. These demons got a grip, I know that God could break the spell. This can go two ways. Restore the life God upon the land and give the crusade. Which one? A crusade, go and destroy all of the temples of the new age. Restoring the life God with the 2A. You don't read your Bible, they was too cray. We need a new page, think we need a crusade. I'm the salt of the world and I won't lose flavor. There's a line in the sense of who do you favor? Crusader.
Okay. All right, enough music. I'll send you guys over to Oh, Easy's about to end. Oh, he's about to end. I was gonna send you over to Easy's panel, but he's ending his panel. I gotta stop streaming before he sends people over to me.
Guys, go spam Chris's chat with a.
Okay, he's going to Chris's channel. Okay, we'll send him to Chris's channel too. Let's see if he's live. Chris is getting a bunch of love. But I gotta end. I gotta go to bed. It's fight night tomorrow. I would have stayed in the after party on Easy's panel, but that Aiden dude wanted to come on, and so I figured I'll entertain that. And since we opened the Discord, we got into all that stuff. So I will send you guys over to Chris's panel. Let me see. We need a crusade. Destroy all the churches that are new age. We need a crusade. Hold up. Where's my redirect? Where is it? Okay. I'll send you over to Chris's. Say hi to Chris. And is Bryson 5'6"? Bryson's 5'6". Yeah, he was on Hodge Twins podcast 19 hours ago, yesterday. I'm gonna have to watch that, but I gotta go to bed, guys, tonight. In just a little while. I planned on ending. I needed to end by 8 or 9, and it's 9:15, so good time to end. I need to get some sleep. We'll wake up, and we got UFC fight night tonight. Makachev versus I forget the other guy. But so we got some fights tonight. We'll watch those, and then we'll have a panel all night. Get your pizza, get your beer. I got a stuffed crust bacon chicken ranch pizza. Gonna put some hot sauce on that piece and some extra ranch on that piece with some stuffed crust. It's gonna be good. We're gonna have some pizza. We're gonna hang out. We're gonna drink some beers and panel. Watch some fights. Hopefully Daddy Jub will come and help commentate on the fights. But just because we're doing fight night and we're talking about the UFC fights, even if you don't watch UFC, you could still join. But I'm going to be watching UFC 311 tonight. So I'm going to sleep during the early card, but we will be streaming during the preliminaries and the main event, or the main card. So get your pizzas. Yes, that's right, Amanda. Get your pizza, get your beer, and we'll be here in 10, 11, 12, like 9 hours. We'll be streaming again. So come back for that, and I'll see you guys tonight. For now, go say hi to Chris Lestrange, and I'm out. Peace.